This young man is Qiao Yu, who reincarnated on this sacrificial planet 18 years ago, and he has finally gotten his chance. Today is the day he enters the virtual world to register as a player. Suddenly, the class Awakening magic array activates. Welcome player Qiao Yu to the virtual world. Would you like to begin drawing your initial class now? Let us begin. Praying to his ancestors for some good luck, Qiao Yu waits as the system draws his random class. A true test of karma begins. The system congratulates him on pulling a hidden mage class, the feared Necromancer. He is absolutely thrilled. His ancestors really came through for him. The Necromancer is an incredibly rare class after all. Only a handful of people in the entire world possess it. With one wave of his staff, endless high-tier spirits are summoned. They pour out straight from hell. With enough mana, a single person can wipe out an entire army. Normally, getting this class makes someone a 1 in a million lucky bastard. Eagerly, Qiao Yu opens his status window to check out his base attributes. But the higher the hope, the harder the fall. Name Qiao Yu. Class Apprentice Necromancer. Level 1. His strength is 10 defense, 6 agility, 9 spirit, 0 mana, 10 out of 10, and health 10 out of 10. He screams in absolute disbelief. How can a Necromancer have a spirit stat of 0? What is he supposed to do? Initial stats are randomly distributed based on a player's class, with a maximum value for each attribute being 10. A mage's most vital stat is spirit. If it's below 5, how is he even supposed to play this stupid game? The system asks if he wants to draw his talent. Despondent Qiao Yu tells it to just pull. He has nothing left to lose. With 0 spirit, even an S-class talent would be completely useless to him now. The system rolls the talent wheel. The system congratulates him on drawing the mage's Braveheart talent, rank unknown, with 10 free attribute points. This Braveheart talent grants Qiao Yu a unique perk whenever he spots an enemy, killing them in close combat. Grants him free attribute points. Its active effect is even wilder. He can raise his other stats to match his highest. The only catch is that before activating this active effect, the player can only lock in one single attribute. Talk about an emotional roller coaster. In a flash, Qiao Yu goes from total despair to utter shock. Is he seeing things? Free attribute points are notoriously hard to come by, usually only awarded as a reward when a player levels up. Any other time, players have to grind and train themselves. The active effect of this talent, though single use, can raise all of his other attributes to match that single highest stat. Even better, the passive effect of Braveheart lets him gain free points simply by killing enemies in close combat. If he uses the active effect right now, Qiao Yu can instantly turn into an all-rounder hexagon warrior with every single one of his stats set to 10. Having all stats at 10 in the newbie stage makes him a historic absolute monster. Qiao Yu stares intensely at the system panel. What if he waits until his strength hits 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000? A Necromancer with 100,000 points in every stat would be an unstoppable ultimate physical powerhouse. Since his passive demands close quarters combat and melee requires raw power, Qiao Yu makes a wild decision. He tells the system to dump all 10 free attribute points into strength. The system successfully registers the upgrade. His strength increases by 10. Next, he must complete the tutorial quest. Only then can he finalize his class transition. Sucked into a massive spatial vortex, the young man is finally transported directly to his tutorial quest area. An insanely gorgeous girl steps forward to welcome him as his tutorial guide, Eileen, asking how she can help. Qiao Yu freezes completely. Is an NPC really allowed to be this stunning? Snapping out of it, he states his purpose. He tells her he is here to register and take the tutorial quest. Instantly, a newbie gift package appears. Upon opening it, he receives his starting gear, a worn-out magical treasure, a basic staff, and a skill book. It is an F-rank skeleton summoning spell, but with 0 spirit, this magic book is just a useless decoration. He cannot even cast the summoning spell right now. Luckily, the staff itself feels pretty sturdy and solid. Combined with his 20 points of strength, bashing heads with it will pack a punch. He finally turns back to Eileen. He asks what his actual tutorial quest is. Eileen smiles, explaining that his goal is to escape the Misty Cave. But there is a catch. He must absolutely avoid fighting the skeleton soldiers and just run as fast as possible. Before she can even finish her warning, she blinks and Qiao Yu has already vanished. Turns out the eager youth has already charged straight into the cave. It is a dark, creepy place littered with human skulls and bones. Now he stands there completely lost. He tries to recall what the guide said, but ultimately decides to ignore it. It is not that hard. Qiao Yu feels a bit uneasy seeing bones everywhere as he creeps forward, only to suddenly detect a strange sound. Out rushes a common level 1 skeleton soldier with 20 hit points, brandishing a sword and aiming to sneakily skewer him. But Qiao Yu is way too sharp. He swings his staff with a massive all-out strike, sending the skull flying off. Defeated just like that. Qiao Yu stands there dazed. Wait, was it really that easy? But he still cannot use magic. Talk about a tough battle. The system announces that player Qiao Yu has cleared the skeleton soldier using raw melee combat. He gets 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. Congratulations to player Qiao Yu for slaying his very first monster with physical combat. His reward is an A-grade passive skill called Miracle of Strength. Qiao Yu is completely stunned, an A-grade skill. Since when does luck strike this good? With this skill, every single point of his strength attribute now converts directly. It turns into 2 physical attack power. While strength determines physical damage, defense handles damage reduction. Right now, his strength sits at 21. Usually 1 strength equals 1 attack point, and the same goes for other basic stats. But now, if the enemy has 0 defense, a single punch from Qiao Yu delivers a whopping 42 damage. Doubling his strength's value like this is downright monstrous. Just then the ground begins to violently shake. Dozens of skeleton soldiers crawl up from their graves. Qiao Yu decides to analyze this later. Survival comes first. He needs to clear his novice quest right now. As swords thrust toward him, he calmly handles them one by one. The system detects Qiao Yu cleared 4 more skeleton soldiers using physical strikes, awarding 4 free attribute points. He also gains 20 experience, triggering a level up. His current experience is 5 out of 20, giving 5 more free attribute points. This pushes Qiao Yu's strength to 30, whereas a normal beginner usually peaks at 10. Anyone with a single stat that high is considered a genius. He wonders if this misty cave is only filled with weak skeletons just for leveling up. That would be way too easy. Suddenly, a new enemy emerges from the earth. It is a level 3 skeleton captain with 50 hit points, 15 strength, 20 defense, and only 1 agility point. Clad in armor, it is ready to slice Qiao Yu. Seeing its 15 strength actually makes him sweat a little bit. A direct stab from a beast like that would punch right through him. Luckily, its agility is only 1 point. Time to strike first. He grips his weapon tight and charges. The skeleton captain blocks with its heavy shield and counters, cracking the stone ground with ease. Spotting a glaring opening, Qiao Yu lunges straight for the monster's body. The captain falls back. Qiao Yu leaps high into the air. Die, you monster. 1 final strike and it is gone. The captain is utterly destroyed. The system acknowledges that Qiao Yu defeated the skeleton captain with physical strikes, awarding 3 free attribute points and 10 experience. It was a tough opponent for him. How do other players survive a novice quest this brutal? He recalls his school principal mentioning that defeating monsters can drop soul cores. Opening these cores yields random rewards. Holding a glowing orb in his hand, Qiao Yu wonders what he will get. It is a grade D single-use skeleton boxing glove, which guarantees a critical hit on his very next strike. Qiao Yu feels a bit disappointed. Why is it only single-use? A permanent weapon would have been so much better. Just when he thinks it is over, a rustling sound echoes behind him. More skeletons are rising from the dark. Even at level 2, they only have a pitiful 20 hit points. Still, 1 slip-up could get him instantly killed. Not wanting to join his ancestors just yet, Qiao Yu charges and clearing them out one by one. Each kill boosts his experience. Soon the system announces another level up, leaving him at 20 out of 30 experience. He gains 10 free attribute points. Luckily, these slow skeletons only have an agility score of 1. He checks his stats. Qiao Yu is a level 3 trainee necromancer with 46 strength, 6 defense, and 9 agility. His mana is 80 hit points or 30, and his special talent is listed as the Braveheart Mage. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, other students are gathered around excitedly discussing what classes they just rolled. One student got the fighter class and is completely thrilled, bragging about bringing absolute honor to his family. Everyone has successfully awakened, but they wonder why the principal has not wrapped up the ceremony yet. Is there someone still left inside? They burst into mocking laughter. Surely nobody is struggling that hard. How are they going to survive in the future if a basic novice trial takes them this long? Those skeletons inside are slow as molasses. They can never catch up. If someone actually managed to fail and die in there, it would be hilarious. Only one quiet friend stands in the back looking deeply worried. They worry about Qiao Yu. Why is he not out yet? Did something go wrong? Fortunately, after a brutal non-stop beating, Qiao Yu finally wraps things up. He wonders if every single skeleton is dead now. Why has there been no quest completed notification? Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the cavern. A deep voice booms, accusing him of underestimating skeletons. Countless skulls and bones soar into the air, merging into a single mass while Qiao Yu stands there utterly bewildered. Before him stands the dungeon boss, an injured skeleton king holding its ground despite its massive wounds. It is level 10 with 400 health points, 45 strength, 60 defense, 1 agility, and skills like Bone Spike and Bone Explosion. Unbelievable. How can a beginner quest feature a high-level boss? This seems like a death trap for newcomers. Suddenly, the monstrous boss lets out a deafening roar. It launches a direct strike at Qiao Yu, but he manages to leap back just in time. That was an incredibly close shave, but he successfully avoided it. One hit would have surely finished him off. Although this boss possesses immense strength, its agility is still incredibly low. This is Qiao Yu's single advantage in this fight. However, with the boss's defense sitting at 60, he wonders if his current physical power can break through. Refusing to back down, Qiao Yu capitalizes on his superior speed to close the distance, launching a barrage of relentless punches. His strikes finally connect, dealing 32 damage. This means he just needs to keep landing these hits to wear the monster down. He needs about a dozen more successful strikes on the Skeleton King. Qiao Yu maintains his relentless combo, keeping his target completely off balance. The boss staggers, unable to react, and suddenly crashes to the ground. It seems this giant was all show. With only 200 health points left, it is almost over. Suddenly, the Skeleton King growls, causing Qiao Yu to freeze. The boss speaks, saying it has guarded this mist cave for many years. It has never encountered a player capable of invading this deep. If its skeleton army had not been decimated, it would not be injured. The monster cannot believe a mere beginner is breaking its defense. Its pride is shattered, fueling a dark, vengeful rage. It vows that Qiao Yu will never leave this cave alive. With this dark resolve, its physical power begins to surge dramatically. The boss enters a frenzied state, moving much faster than before. It swings its massive weapon, splitting the cavern floor with a devastating blow. A direct clash is out of the question now. Qiao Yu must find a way to restrict its movements while keeping a close eye on his surroundings. He notices a massive boulder behind the boss is about to collapse. He quickly shifts positions, planning to use the environment to his advantage. To keep the beast distracted, he taunts it, telling the giant to come at him. Furious, the boss swings blindly, unleashing absolute chaos. Unfortunately, a stray strike grazes him, nearly emptying his health. With only 4 out of 30 health points left, the boss keeps pressing the attack. The boss frantically smashes its weapon everywhere without any clear pattern. Qiao Yu is forced to leap away from the danger zone. The boss's health sits at 129 points. Qiao Yu knows his stamina is depleted and he cannot drag this fight out. He has to end this right now. While the monster is still recovering on the ground, he must seize this window for a decisive strike. Leaping high, he activates his single-use D-grade item, the Skeleton Knuckles. This consumable guarantees a massive damage boost on his next hit. His next attack will gain a 100% critical rate bonus. Channeling every bit of his remaining strength, Qiao Yu delivers the final blow. The ground shatters as the beginner quest is completed. The system congratulates Qiao Yu for successfully escaping the treacherous mist cave. He is officially welcomed as a registered player of this virtual world, earning congratulations for slaying the formidable Skeleton King. He receives 30 free attribute points. Because he defeated the magical boss using pure physical attacks, the system grants him extra rewards. He gets another 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. This massive achievement triggers an immediate 3-level jump. With his levels soaring, his experience bar sits at 0 out of 50. His dungeon completion reward is the rare Skeleton King ring. He never expected to loot actual boss equipment. The Skeleton King ring is a solid C-grade accessory with amazing passive effects. Once equipped, it boosts his first basic attack by 50%, featuring a 24-hour cooldown and no class restrictions. Qiao Yu is thrilled. While it lacks the raw burst of the temporary knuckles, its durability makes it perfect for long-term use. A C-grade item like this could easily sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. He struck gold, but then a system notification catches his eye. The system declares him the first player to ever defeat the Skeleton King. If no one else killed it, how did they escape? No matter, he needs to exit the dungeon first. Looking at his status panel, Qiao Yu realizes he has reached level 5. His strength is at 76 defense, 6 agility, 9 spirit, 0 and health is at 50 out of 50. He possesses the unique Brave Heart talent, an A-grade skill called Miracle Appearance, and his newly acquired C-grade Skeleton King ring. The moment Qiao Yu teleports out, his chubby classmate rushes over to embrace him in relief. This loyal friend is Yang Xiang. Yang Xiang immediately asks what happened, wondering why the trial took so long and if Qiao Yu had actually died in there. Qiao Yu is genuinely surprised, asking if everyone else completed their trials long ago. Yang Xiang confirms it has been 3 hours. Since the last person cleared the dungeon, Yang Xiang proudly brags about awakening his dream class, becoming an official mage. He even jokingly mimics a magic spell. It appears they all ran the same dungeon, but their class monitor Ma Fei is still missing. Crossing his arms arrogantly, Ma Fei sneers at Qiao Yu for being the last to log out, mockingly laughing that the guy is nothing but good looks with 0 actual substance. Who cares about being handsome? In the virtual world, raw talent is everything. Ma Fei smugly asks if anyone knows what his class is. Qiao Yu ignores him completely, yet the guy keeps annoying him. Right then, the principal steps up to speak. Crossing his arms, the principal declares that everyone has successfully registered in the virtual world, and tomorrow they will form teams for the rookie trial. He tells them to introduce their classes and talents first. One by one, they step forward. Everyone proudly boasts of their new classes, from a D-rank warrior to a stealthy assassin. But while some are ecstatic, others are completely hopeless, sighing that with only a D-rank talent their lives are basically ruined. Next, the stunning Qiao Yu introduces herself as a level 2 mage healer with 3 strength and 6 defense. She also has 5 agility and 6 spirit. Another classmate nearby introduces herself as a B-rank holy knight tank. She possesses level 2 stats with 5 strength, 9 defense, 6 agility, and 3 spirit. Ma Fei holds his sword proudly. He boasts about being a level 3 swordsman with 9 strength, 6 defense, 8 agility, 4 spirit, and a B-rank talent. Once Ma Fei finishes speaking, his classmates immediately look at him with pure admiration, since the swordsman class is highly respected. It is incredibly powerful in the virtual world, with a sword and a flask of wine for a carefree life. Their president is a genius. The principal is quite impressed, thinking a B-rank talent is certainly a rare genius in the making. The next to introduce himself is Qiao Yu, who calmly states he is a necromancer, keeping his talent temporarily undisclosed, although the truth is that he actually has no idea what his own talent rank even is. The principal gasps in shock, realizing a necromancer is a rare hidden class, leaving the classmates absolutely stunned. Could this be real? Previously, a single necromancer had wiped out an entire enemy guild all by himself. Ma Fei sneers, wondering how that is even possible, but argues that a hidden class does not mean much anyway. Mages are notoriously fragile and terrified of close-range combat, and spending all their time around the dead makes them even weaker. They are even weaker than normal, with slow summoning cast times, meaning without teammates to protect them they are helpless. Strong classes like assassins or swordsmen are the ultimate counters to necromancers, and as for hiding his talent, rank it must be so low that he simply does not dare to speak it aloud. Unlike arrogant Ma Fei, Qiao Yu remains incredibly calm, which deeply impresses everyone. They urge each other to look at his composure. He is so calm and humble, despite pulling a hidden class, which they praise as the true mark of a genius. They admit they pale in comparison, marveling at the vast difference between an ordinary person and a true genius. His personality is so steady that others admit they would be screaming with joy if they got a hidden class. While some feel jealous and others admire him, Qiao Yu is secretly filled with anxiety since he cannot cast spells. He only has slightly more strength than a normal person, making him unsure if he can even survive the upcoming rookie trial, let alone act like a hero. If his classmates find out he cannot even summon a skeleton, he is doomed. But while he worries, the principal silently observes him with deep satisfaction, highly impressed by his quiet confidence. He mentally praises Qiao Yu, believing that once he clears the rookie trial, he will surely enter a top national university. Once the introductions conclude, the class is dismissed, so everyone can head home and prepare for tomorrow's trial. Yang Xiang is absolutely thrilled for Qiao Yu, hyping him up and asking how he managed to pull off such a feat. But he is also glad his own spirit stat is 8 points, while his other attributes are not too bad either. He is a level 2 mage with 5 strength, 6 defense, 3 agility, and 8 spirit, which seems quite decent. Qiao Yu is completely speechless. Having 0 spirit himself, he keeps his mouth shut and merely nods to avoid the topic. He tells him hard work beats talent, utterly shocked that his friend's stats are single digits, which means that his own 76 strength score is completely broken. Later, Qiao Yu returns to the quiet home left by his parents. Out of pure habit, he always calls out that he is home, fondly remembering how he used to greet them. His parents in this world were incredibly gentle, but when he was 6 years old, they left for the capital. They mysteriously vanished, leaving him an orphan. 12 long years have passed, and he still has 0 clues of their whereabouts. Because of this, Qiao Yu is determined to enter a top capital university to uncover the dark truth behind it all. The next day, as class begins, the teacher makes it very clear that the goal for today's rookie trial is simple. If things get dangerous, they must escape immediately, as failing the trial is far better than losing their lives inside. He tells them not to sweat it. Normally, beginner dungeons are pretty safe. No one actually gets killed in these things. But there are exceptions, terrible exceptions. Once a massive incident occurred when a single beginner dungeon wiped out an entire class. 40 students, all dead. Not a single body was ever recovered. To this day, nobody knows what kind of horror awaits inside. Only its name remains, Nightmare Village. Hearing this, absolute panic sets in. Cold sweat instantly breaks out on every student's face. The principal tries to calm them down. He tells them not to worry. If they just log out fast enough, they'll be fine. No danger, just get ready. Once that countdown clock hits 0, all of you will be pulled straight into the virtual space. The beginner trial begins. Suddenly, the students are warped away. They open their eyes to find themselves in a dark, quiet, desolate place. Right away, Ma Fei starts bragging. Relax, guys. Ma Fei has your back, he boasts. He will protect everyone no matter what. Demanding to be their leader, he claims he will carry them through. It is all just to spite Qiao Yu. Ma Fei sneers inwardly. So what if Qiao Yu is a necromancer? He will prove that he is the strongest leader here. That arrogant bully wants to rule the class. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu does not care. He is focused on a mystery. Specifically, what kind of dungeon is this and why has the system not sent any alerts? Then a creepy stranger appears. He sighs deeply. What a pity, so young, yet so tragic. The students immediately brace themselves, taking up defensive stances. Who are you? An NPC. What is that supposed to mean, old man? Without answering, the creepy stranger welcomes them to Nightmare Village. Welcome to your trial. Nightmare Village S-Rank Beginner Difficulty. Note the scaling for beginner trials is completely different from normal dungeons. A beginner S-Rank is basically a normal E-Rank dungeon. The goal of this trial is to survive and find its core secret. Talk about a total nightmare. Hearing this feels like a lightning strike, leaving every single student pale with absolute fear. Is this not the legendary cursed dungeon that slaughtered 40 people? Some cowards burst into tears, begging to go home right now. They want to quit. Ma Fei is secretly terrified, but he forces himself to look brave, loudly telling them not to panic. He promises to lead them out of Nightmare Village. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu calculates the odds. An E-rank dungeon requires novice tier strength, but they are all just apprentices. How can they survive? The power system ranges from apprentice, novice to intermediate and expert. Levels 1 to 10 are apprentices, while 11 to 20 are novices. Panicking, a few cowards immediately run toward the exit. They try to slip through the teleportation portal, but the moment they touch it, they get violently blasted backward. No escape. The old man laughs. Give up once you enter Nightmare Village, you never leave. Despair quickly washes over the weak students. They scream in terror. We are doomed, we are all going to die. My family is so rich, I cannot die here. Even in a time like this, Ma Fei is still trying to show off. Listen up, everyone, follow Ma Fei and trust me. He promises to get them out. Qiao Yu frowns, realizing why the previous class died. This task requires finding the secret. The old man talks crazy, but he does not show any real hostility yet. He is likely not an active enemy. Smiling, the chief tells them not to worry. Since they are already here, they should just find a place to stay. Ma Fei acts all brave and determined. I get it, you want us to stay calm and face this head-on, right? Not quite. The chief glares coldly. No, I mean the monsters are coming, so prepare to be buried right here. He laughs. I am Chief Gogan. If you want to live in Nightmare Village, you must follow 2 simple rules. First, you can stay in any empty room, but you must absolutely never touch the black stone on the door. Second, return to your rooms before sunset and lock the windows tight. No matter what you hear outside, do not open them. Sensing a dark secret, Qiao Yu steps up and asks why they cannot go outside after dark. Gogan narrows his eyes, saying they will find out soon enough. As night falls, they quickly follow his advice to find shelter. They split into 4 groups of 11. Qiao Yu's group decides to secure a spot up on the 2nd floor. A girl named Zhao Ziyue approaches him, asking Qiao Yu to protect her if things get dangerous. She mentions she is a healer who can restore his health. Suddenly, Yu steps in, looking extremely annoyed by this. Qiao Yu angrily tells Zhao Ziyue to show some self-respect in front of everyone. These 2 girls absolutely despise each other. Zhao Ziyu smirks, saying she does what she wants, and tells the flat-chested girl to mind her own business. A savage verbal war erupts over their bodies. But hey, having something is definitely better than having nothing at all, she sneers. While the drama heats up, check this out. Another student looks out the window, and suddenly his late grandmother appears. Tears fill his eyes as he whispers how much he misses her. The grandmother stares right at him and speaks. She cries that it is cold and terrifying outside, begging Ah Wu to open the window for a hug. Hypnotized, he reaches out. As the window swings open, Qiao Yu panics and yells at him to stop, but it is already too late. That is definitely not his grandmother. The moment the frame flies wide, a red-eyed monster lunges straight at Ah Wu, who is still too dazed by the illusion to stop touching its face. Yang Xiang quickly reacts, wrapping his binding threads to hold the monster back. He screams for the others to move, unable to hold on much longer. Luckily, Ah Wu snaps out of his daze right in time and bolts back to his friends. With the illusion shattered, the monster finally reveals its true form. A normal monster named Nightmare. Level 3 HP 50 out of 50 strength, 25 defense, 5 agility, 25 with a charm skill. Everyone is completely stunned. A monster this terrifying is somehow just a common mob. It makes them wonder if even the S-tier beginner dungeon is this twisted. Yang Xiang burns through the last of his stamina trying to hold it down. The monster breaks free and charges straight toward him, making him break a sweat. He curses, shouting at it to stay back because fat guys like him taste terrible. Luckily, his team actually knows how to watch his back. Just when things look hopeless, Qiao Yu steps up to block the blow. Her health immediately begins to drop rapidly from the heavy impact. She shouts at Yang Xiang to run and calls on Zhao Ziyue for help while urging Qiao Yu to summon his undead to restrain the nightmare. Zhao Ziyu quickly casts her healing spell, restoring Yu's health back up. With their teamwork locked in, their spirits are higher than ever. Yu realizes that with a solid strategy and proper execution, taking down this beast will actually be a walk in the park. Now they just need Qiao Yu to summon his undead. But wait, why on earth is he charging straight in for close combat? Yang Xiang can only watch in absolute horror, screaming that a magic staff is definitely not supposed to be used as a blunt club. If the nightmare gets close, he is dead. But Qiao Yu completely ignores the warnings and simply starts beating the living daylights out of the beast. With one final heavy swing, he obliterates it. The group is utterly speechless. A 50 HP monster dead in seconds. Is this how necromancers fight now? They all run over to inspect the corpse. After dying, the monster's body solidifies into a mysterious black stone that slowly begins to dissolve. Oddly enough, the stone looks identical to the symbol carved on their doorframe. Zhao Ziyu shrugs it off, finding it normal for this weird village. But Qiao Yu feels like something is seriously off. Is there a glitch in the system? Why did killing it in melee not grant any bonus stats? Seeing him standing there with a blank stare, Yu asks if he discovered anything. He quickly plays it cool to avoid raising any suspicions. He tells her he is likely just overthinking. The next morning, the group gathers outside, still buzzing about the terrifying events of the night before. They agree that having Yu and Qiao Yu around was a total lifesaver, admitting that just thinking about that monster still gives them chills. One of them boasts about making the right call by sticking close to Qiao Yu. The guy is a powerhouse who obliterated that nightmare instantly. Another points out how impressive Yu was taking the brunt of the attacks with her shield. Hearing this praise, Ma Fei grows incredibly jealous. He scoffs, claiming that if he were there, he would never let a girl shield him. Hiding behind a woman is not what real men do. He boasts that he could easily slay that nightmare with a single strike. Lost in his own delusions of grandeur, he strikes a ridiculous pose. But his cool moment is instantly ruined when Qiao Yu walks out and decides to tease their class monitor Shuang for practicing so early. He commends her dedication, and Yang Xiang immediately joins in on the sarcasm, teasing that this is exactly why she is the class leader. She has clearly outpaced everyone else with that effort. The two friends are on the exact same wavelength, delivering some top-tier trash talk. Ma Fei completely misses the sarcasm and clears his throat, acting humble about his workout. Then he confidently struts over to hit on Yu. He begs her to share a room with him tonight, promising that he will protect her and never let her get hurt again. She rolls her eyes and shoots back that her class is literally a heavy tank. If she does not draw aggro, who will? Flustered and embarrassed, Ma Fei stammers that he only meant he could easily solo the nightmare himself without her ever having to lift a finger. Yu immediately snaps back, telling Ma Fei that his mindset is completely wrong. Their instructor always taught them to work together. They must support each other as a team instead of trying to be a lone wolf, advising him to learn from Qiao Yu. Suddenly, the village chief arrives with a massive angry mob shouting commands to capture every single one of the students immediately. He demands they be tied to the execution pyre and burned alive to cleanse their sins, ordering his men to kill anyone who resists. Ma Fei speaks up, desperately asking the chief what is going on and if there is some kind of misunderstanding. The old man yells back. He insists there is no mistake, demanding they think about what they did last night. Qiao Yu scans the crowd, sizing up their numbers. The villager count almost matches their class size, and their ages are similar too. Qiao Yu asks if they mean killing the nightmare. The chief Gogan snaps at him to shut up, explaining that the creature was actually the sacred guardian spirit of Nightmare Village. They violated the village rules, causing the guardian spirit to punish them. Because of their actions, the deity will surely unleash its wrath. Now the entire village faces a massive calamity, and their crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. Ma Fei breaks into a nervous sweat. He nervously asks if there is any way to fix this mess and appease the god. Gogan grimly tells him there is indeed a way. The offenders who angered the spirit must stand outside alone once night falls, asking them if they actually have the guts to do it. Nobody knows how many monsters hide in Atmong Village. It gets worse. Absolute danger awaits once night falls. No. Staying outside is certain death. Without a single second thought, Qiao Yu immediately volunteers. He steps forward. He claims he killed the guardian spirit. He will stay. Hearing this, Ma Fei instantly loses his cool over this. Is Qiao Yu crazy? Trying to show off like this is begging for death. Ma Fei acts concerned, but he is jealous. He quickly turns to Gogan. Please excuse my classmate chief, he is completely out of his mind. Do not mind him. But Qiao Yu remains incredibly stubborn, telling his class rep not to worry because he has a plan. He believes these clues can help them escape this dungeon. Gogan is done listening. Tie him up, the chief orders. Ma Fei watches closely and asks what he means by escaping, while Qiu tries to guess what is happening. Did you uncover the core secret of Atmong Village? Qiao Yu just smiles. Pretty much. I will confirm it tonight. The cold night finally arrives, leaving Qiao Yu completely alone and tightly bound outside as shadows begin to crawl. Monsters start crawling out. Suddenly, a beast lunges from behind. Qiao Yu is ready. He already sensed the danger coming. Right then, Yang Xiang appears and uses earthbinding magic to stop the beast, shouting at Ma Fei to attack quickly. He can only hold the nightmare for a brief second. Ma Fei charges anyway. Do not worry, I will protect everyone. He claims a true sword cultivator only needs one blade to cut down any enemy, but overconfidence is a slow killer. Ouch. A single distracted moment and the monster swipes his face, leaving Ma Fei in a state of absolute shock. Its speed is insane. How did Qiao Yu, a mere mage, actually manage to beat down a beast like this? Unbelievable. He refuses to back down, unleashing his armor-breaking strike while Zhao Ziyue and Xie Yu rush out to help. They run over to untie Qiao Yu, who asks why everyone came out instead of waiting inside like he requested. They admit they could not leave him alone in danger, but the chains are far too tough for them to undo. They need Ma Fei to cut the chains, but he is too busy fighting. Qiao Yu simply grunts. Watch this. With a single flex of his wrists, Qiao Yu shatters the heavy chains. No problem. He is already free. He let himself get tied up on purpose. He could easily break free anytime he wanted. The girls sweat nervously. They wonder if he is actually a necromancer at all. Suddenly, Ma Fei screams for help, forcing them to look. Zhao Ziyue immediately begins healing Ma Fei, but the stubborn guy still tries to act tough and cool. No need. I can handle this. True power is forged in battle and scars are just a man's medals. Yang Xiang suddenly remembers the monster's weakness and yells out, recalling how Qiao Yu beat one down yesterday. The nightmare's head is its weak point. Target that Ma Fei smirks, claiming he should have thought of that sooner. He strikes immediately. Qiao Yu does not even have time to stop him. Ma Fei, wait, that is not it. The head is actually not the weak point, but the arrogant swordsman refuses to listen. Are you scared, Qiao Yu? He mocks Qiao Yu for needing teammates to clear a nightmare, boasting that he only needs a single sword to win. Why? Because this single slash will look absolutely epic. He strikes, but the monster's health barely even drops at all. Meanwhile, Ma Fei's health is completely drained. He panics instantly, begging the monster to just die already. I hit your weak point, didn't I? He yells at Yang Xiang, asking if he was lied to about the head. Ziyu is completely baffled. They all saw Qiao Yu strike the monster's head and watch it instantly vanish yesterday. Yang Xiang finally understands. He bluntly states the problem is simple. Ma Fei is just not as strong as Qiao Yu. Ouch, that hurts. His pride is completely shattered. He questions how a proud sword cultivator could be weaker than a mere necromancer. The others scream for him to get back. With health this low, another single strike will definitely kill him. He is in critical condition. Staying there is suicide. They urge him to step aside and let Qiao Yu fight. This only bruises his massive ego, further driving him into a reckless rage as he refuses to back down. Determined to defeat the beast, his desperate mental state fuels his swings, making each strike hit much harder. His armor-breaking slash deals 30 damage. The beast is left with only 5 out of 50 health points now. He vows to finish it off and prove his worth. But right as he prepares his ultimate strike, Qiao Yu calmly steps in and deals a simple final blow, stealing the kill. Ma Fei completely loses his mind. Qiao Yu remains completely unfazed, picking up a dropped item and casually thanking the class rep for his effort. Ma Fei turns to the group, demanding they admit he did all the work. Qiao Yu just tells him to relax. That dirty credit-stealing coward. Qiao Yu kept searching for something but found nothing on that particular stone. Right after dealing with the previous monster, 2 more nightmares suddenly appeared. Qiao Yu yelled at everyone to fall back to the house, warning them not to fight these 2 beasts because he already found a way out. Once they rushed inside and locked the door, the nightmares were completely locked out. You asked what his plan to clear this place was. Qiao Yu said they would find out tomorrow, so just listen to him. The next morning, the village chief predictably started causing a massive scene again, calling them filthy outsiders who deserved to pay. He yelled that he gave them a chance to atone, but instead they made things worse by killing another guardian spirit. They should rot in hell, he screamed. No matter what they said today, they were going to die. He vowed not to let them destroy Nightmare Village. Right then, Qiao Yu stepped up to expose the truth, addressing Chief Gogan directly. He asked if Gogan was absolutely sure they were actually villagers of this place. Gogan furiously snapped back, claiming his ancestors live here. He warned Qiao Yu not to waste time since they were dead, but Qiao Yu pushed on, saying it was time to reveal the truth. There is only one truth, Qiao Yu said. Gogan asked what he meant, but Qiao Yu simply pointed his finger directly at them, targeting the chief and several others. He declared that none of the residents here were actually local villagers of Nightmare Village. Instead, these 40 people were actually a class of students wiped out in a previous run. They had been trapped in this illusion from the start. Unable to escape the virtual world, they had been stuck. Trying to deflect the accusation, Gogan burst into a loud, crazed laugh. He mocked the idea of an illusion or a class, shouting that Qiao Yu was just making up lies to save his own skin. He claimed it was all a baseless story with zero proof, but Qiao Yu confidently grinned, saying he definitely had evidence. Qiao Yu told his friends to show them their guardian stones. Gauguin gasped in horror, screaming that touching those holy stones was forbidden. He cursed them, saying they deserved to die. Just then, Qiao Yu's entire group pulled out their black guardian stones as Gauguin yelled out. He claimed these sacred relics protected them from nightly terrors, warning that messing with them would bring down the wrath of a god. But Qiao Yu shattered the lie, exposing that these were never protective items. The entire illusion was actually powered by these very stones. The strange symbols carved on them maintained the fake world, and destroying them would tear a massive hole in the system. Before Gauguin could rally the villagers to attack, Qiao Yu smashed his stone. Instantly, the sky itself began to crack open. Gauguin clutched his head in agony as long-lost memories flooded back, reminding him of when the principal sent his class here. He remembered being hunted by monsters and how his classmates gradually transformed into villagers, making him their chief. As his appearance finally returned to normal, he realized he was actually their class rep. Suddenly, system alerts began to chime rapidly. The notifications announced that a player had uncovered the core secret of Nightmare Village, successfully waking up all the trapped residents. With the quests successfully cleared, individual rewards would be calculated. Every player was scheduled to be teleported out immediately. Everyone cheered with pure, overwhelming joy. They actually survived. Before leaving, Gauguin made sure to thank Qiao Yu and his friends. His friends showered Qiao Yu with praises, shouting that he was a genius and asking how he even figured it out. Even Ma Fei crossed his arms, reluctantly admitting that Qiao Yu had some decent street smarts this time around. But get this, their relief instantly vanishes when they look around and realize they are still stuck in the dungeon. A system alert congratulated the 5 players for destroying the Black Stone, triggering a rank E hidden quest to steal the Nightmare's heart. With that, Qiao Yu's status window flashed with an update. His level 5 Necromancer class now showed a massive strength stat. He has 101 strength, 6 defense, 9 agility, 0 spirit, 200 mana, 50 HP, and 0 experience points. Meanwhile, the other students safely returned to Academy 4. The principal was deeply confused, wondering why Qiao Yu's group was still missing. He quickly realized they must have triggered a hidden quest. If they could actually pull this off and clear it successfully, their incredible achievements would allow them to pick any university in the country, but triggering a hidden quest was notoriously dangerous, especially one inside a death zone like Nightmare Village. As mere rookies, the principal worried if they even stood a chance. Back inside Nightmare Village, the 5 remaining players were completely lost, trying to figure out what they should do next. One of them panicked, saying they were only level 3 and too weak for this. Taking on a hidden quest felt like suicide. Besides, they had no idea what the Nightmare's heart even was, let alone where to find it. Qiao Yu turned to Qiao Yu, asking if they could have cleared the dungeon just by waking up the villagers without having to smash the Black Stone. Qiao Yu had no idea how to explain, so he just coughed awkwardly to avoid the question. Suddenly, Yang Xiang gasped with realization. He claimed hidden quests were legendary opportunities in the virtual world, concluding that Qiao Yu must have known smashing the stone would trigger it. That had to be why he ordered them to destroy the rocks together. He praised Qiao Yu as an absolute genius master. Ma Fei thought to himself that Qiao Yu was actually willing to share this hidden quest opportunity with them. He vowed that although he fell behind in the novice trial, he would definitely complete this hidden quest first. The rivalry was real, but suddenly a group of level 5 nightmare demons materialized right in front of them. With 50 HP and 25 strength, the monsters charged forward, shrieking that everyone in their path had to die. Yang Xiang immediately panicked, cursing about how on earth they were supposed to fight 4 of these things at once. Yu kept her cool, telling Ziyue to ready her buffs, while she raised her shield and directed the team. She ordered Yang Xiang to lock them down and Ma Fei to strike, prompting Yang Xiang to unleash his binding sand. Ma Fei unleashed his armor-breaking sword strike, but was utterly shocked when it dealt a measly 10 points of damage. And get this, Qiao Yu was actually out there one-shotting them while his teammates were desperately running out of mana. Qiao Yu gripped his weapon and charged right in, smashing the monster that was currently clawing away at Yu. He easily crushed the physical attacker, gaining 1 free attribute point, but Yu screamed out a warning from behind. 2 more monsters were lunging at his back. Qiao Yu did not even blink, taking out both with a single blow. Just like that, they vanished. He secured 2 more attribute points and 10 experience points for his solo performance. This hidden dungeon was truly paying off with incredible drop rates. Qiao Yu eagerly inspected his new piece of loot. It was an F-grade fairy necklace that boosted damage by 5%, but it was strictly restricted to the mage class. Since he could not use magic skills himself, he realized this would be a much better fit for Yang Xiang. After the battle, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief, celebrating their flawless teamwork and surviving without a scratch. Ma Fei bragged about his own power, while Qiao Yu remained unfazed and told everyone to keep pushing forward. Looking at his status screen, his stats were looking solid at level 5, with over 200 strength and 9 agility. Just one more kill would push him to level 6 and hopefully land him some custom gear for his class. Qiao Yu was thoroughly enjoying this run. That was when Ma Fei remembered their main objective, the Nightmare Heart. Qiao Yu confidently assured him that the heart would definitely drop from the boss, urging everyone to just trust his lead. But wait, before they could even move, the ground beneath them violently fractured, sending everyone plunging down. Suddenly, Qiao Yu landed on something soft. He curiously patted it, wondering why the ground felt like memory foam. His thoughts were interrupted by Yang Shang screaming at him to get his hands off his backside. So that explained the softness. They were safe, but a terrible stench filled the air. It seemed they had tumbled straight into a stagnant sewer packed with rotting organic waste and stale heavy air. While trying to handle the stench, Ziyue suddenly pointed into the shadows, her voice trembling as she noticed something. The foul odor was actually the heavy breath of a rare boss sleeping nearby, the fearsome Nightmare King. It boasted a massive 1000 HP, 65 strength, and deadly illusion skills, currently drifting in a deep slumber. A system warning flashed, advising them that waking this beast would trigger a relentless bloody chase to the death. Even at level 10, this boss was leagues above the Skull King, making them wonder if they should just run. They debated whether they should abort the quest entirely, as the boss's raw power could easily crush them instantly. Ma Fei was shaking with fear, but still managed to brag that he would spare the beast if the group insisted. But Qiao Yu remained calm, calculating that they still had a fighting chance to take down this giant monster. With his strength boosted to over 200 and a massive damage multiplier, his opening strike would be absolutely devastating. He could take out a third of the boss's health immediately, requiring only a few more precise strikes to finish it. Yet, playing with firemen, a single slip-up would result in instant death for the entire party. Even with complete trust in Qiao Yu, Yang Shang could only scratch his head in utter disbelief at the plan. He asked if his friend had a fever, pointing out the sheer absurdity of fighting a giant beast. Qiao Yu urged them to listen, explaining that despite its high stats, the monster had a glaringly weak defense. By exploiting that vulnerability, victory was still within reach, a strategy that Qiyu immediately began to understand. She realized he wanted them to act as a distraction so he could land those critical high-damage strikes. He confirmed his plan but acknowledged the insane risk, especially since the boss's speed completely outclassed theirs. If any of them took a direct hit from its massive claws, it would be game over. They absolutely have to hold it down together. The other four decide to trust Qiao Yu one more time. All right, they tell him they believe in him. Ma Fei says his small life is now in Qiao Yu's hands. If Qiao Yu asks for help, they will cooperate. But if it goes south, running away is nothing to be ashamed of, since the boss is incredibly strong. However, Qiao Yu has already planned everything out. He tells everyone to stay calm. After a quick break, the group of five springs into action. As long as they do not attack the Nightmare King, that giant will not wake up. The first strike is absolutely crucial. They have to pinpoint the beast's weakest spot. Suddenly, Qiao Yu climbs up. He scales the giant creature and notices something strange. After a quick look, he confirms that this spot is definitely the monster's weakness. Carefully raising his weapon, the young man activates the special effect of his Skull King ring. His very first slash lands cleanly. It strips away 508 health points from the Nightmare King. His classmates watch in absolute disbelief. Wait, how much damage was that? Is that seriously mage damage? The system immediately announces that Qiao Yu shattered the Nightmare Heart. As the quest updates, the Nightmare King awakens. The quest change is successful. The new objective is to eliminate the Nightmare King, featuring an A-rank difficulty. The boss instantly flies into a rage. Standing ready, Qiao Yu urges the squad to stick to the plan and buy him a solid window of opportunity to strike. The beast roars out, cursing the despicable humans. Qiao Yu shouts at Ma Fei to go on the offensive and draw its aggro. Ma Fei charges in instantly. He unleashes his sword aura to break the boss's defense. Nearby, Ying's attack looks impressive but barely does anything. It deals exactly 1 point of damage. He cannot believe Qiao Yu dealt 508 points with a single strike. But damage is damage. Even if it is just a scratch, they will scratch the beast to death. They keep landing persistent, critical hits. The Nightmare King growls. He calls them tiny insects and promises to end them first. Ma Fei flexes his muscles, trying to look tough. Bring it on, Nightmare King. A real man wields his blade to make history, and he is not afraid of death. He then calls for Yang Shang and Qiyu. They need to back him up and block the monster. They activate the swirling yellow sand skill alongside a supportive light shield. Still, Ma Fei keeps losing health points. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyue stands behind him, spamming her healing spells to soften the heavy blows. Even with her steady heals, they can barely hold the line. Ma Fei is reaching his limit. He screams out for Qiao Yu. He yells that he is about to die. Hearing this signal, Qiao Yu rushes in, landing a decisive strike that strips another 182 health. The system suddenly warns that the boss's health points are critically low. It is about to trigger its devastating Nightmare Domain skill. Qiao Yu freezes for a second as the others continue to take massive damage. During the casting time, the boss unleashes heavy area damage. It is completely unstoppable. They cannot let the Nightmare King pull this off. That explains why the orange snails were trapped for so long. They must have been hit by this very move. Quickly, Qiao Yu unleashes another attack using an interrupt skill to stop the boss's casting. The boss's remaining health drops to 128 out of 1000. They are incredibly close to victory. Qiao Yu leaps up. He meets the monster face to face. Zhao Ziyu screams out a warning, telling Qiao Yu to be careful since she is completely out of mana. No healing is needed now. The exact second his staff slams into its skull, the terrifying Nightmare King is utterly erased from existence. Congratulations to player Qiao Yu for securing the first kill of the Nightmare Village boss. He receives 30 free attribute points as a reward. Because he defeated the Nightmare King using physical attacks, he is awarded an additional 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. He levels up repeatedly. His current experience is 30 out of 50, granting him another 10 free attribute points for clearing the hidden quest. The system begins processing the evaluation to distribute the rewards. It is currently calculating the overall performance score for all the team members. They finally did it. The system starts grading the 5 players. The evaluation completes and the personalized rewards are about to be handed out. Zhao Ziyue receives a D-rank evaluation, earning her the D-rank Spring Wind skill. Next up, the system evaluates the other fighters. Yu gets a C rank, receiving the D rank Thorn Armor skill. Yang Xiang also gets a C rank, obtaining the D rank Earth Strike skill. Ma Fei scores a C rank, gaining the D rank Sword Block skill. Finally, the system evaluates the MVP of this entire boss fight, Qiao Yu. He receives an A rank score and top-tier rewards. This includes 50 experience points and a B rank skill book called Decay Spell. Although he cannot use the skill just yet, he gets a soul core. He hopes the Nightmare King drops some amazing loot for him. The item he receives is a B-rank dragon-piercing sword. It increases attack power by 100 and ignores 30% of enemy armor. It boosts sword aura damage by 20% but is restricted to warriors at level 11. Surprisingly, Qiao Yu is completely disappointed. Such bad luck, he mutters, complaining about getting a mere B-rank sword. He tosses it right over to Ma Fei, who stands there shocked. He asks if Qiao Yu is seriously just handing him a B-rank weapon. Qiao Yu shrugs, pointing out that Ma Fei is the only swordsman here. Ma Fei asks if Qiao Yu knows how expensive B-rank gear is. Most players spend a fortune and still cannot get their hands on one. Selling it could easily buy a house in the capital. Qiao Yu does not seem to care about the money, telling him to keep it. He eagerly goes back to searching the dead Nightmare King. He simply refuses to believe a major boss only dropped one decent item. Time to check his stats. Name Qiao Yu. Class Wind Spirit Master level 7. Strength is 151 plus Mystic Might times 2. Defense, 6 Agility, 9 Spirit, and Mana, 300 Health, 70 Experience, 30. His talent is Mage Brave Heart. His A-grade skill is Miracle Manifestation, C-grade gear is Skull King Ring, and F-grade skill is Skull Summoning, along with B-grade Soul Guiding. His strength is up, but that 70 health is so low he might blow away like paper. Mage Brave Heart is a crazy talent. The passive effect triggers when Qiao Yu kills an enemy with a physical attack, rewarding him with free attribute points. The active effect is even wilder, allowing him to raise other stats to match his highest chosen attribute. But there is a catch. Before activating this, he can only choose a single stat. Qiao Yu realizes that because of this limitation, his passive effect will not let him easily boost other stats. For now, staying alive is the top priority. He needs to stay calm and play it safe, no reckless moves. Suddenly, the system alerts him. Hidden quest complete, preparing for teleportation back to the real world. Get ready. And just like that, the 5-member team is sent back to school. The second they appear, the whole class goes wild. Qiao Yu is back along with the class president and Shi Yu. Their principal rushes over, practically crying tears of joy. "You guys have been gone for 2 whole days," he says. "I thought you were gone forever. What on earth happened?" "I knew it, you must have cleared a hidden dungeon. This is amazing, top universities will be fighting over you 5. Hearing this, their classmates are beaming with pride. "Our class actually produced 5 genius recruits for elite schools. We are officially a class of geniuses now. Man, I wish I could be as amazing as Qiao Yu and our class leader." But while Qiao Yu does not care about fame, Ma Fei is already plotting to outdo him, glaring at him silently. "Just you wait, Qiao Yu. Next time we enter a dungeon, I will make you regret giving me this dragon-piercing sword. With this epic gear, once I hit level 11, I will definitely crush you." But just as he is daydreaming, a student runs in panting. Principal recruiters from Jingdu University and Ho-Ah-Ching University are here. They are looking for the 5 of them. The principal is stunned. He has not even reported their return yet. How are these top schools so fast? He smiles, realizing this is the perfect way to wrap up his teaching career before retirement. When the recruiters arrive, They immediately rush over to shake hands and exchange friendly greetings, saying it has been far too long. Mr. Peng, Mr. Pei, great to see you, the principal laughs. Mr. Peng quickly cuts to the chase, looking at the kids. So these are the 5 who cleared Yaming Village and the Hidden Quest. Outstanding. Hello, I am Peng Liangji, admissions officer from Jingdu University. Our school is looking for top-tier virtual world geniuses just like you guys. If you agree, I will send your admission letters tomorrow. Hearing this, the other recruiter immediately gets fired up. Peng Liangji, have you no shame? You are trying to steal them before we even run the entrance tests. Mr. Peng just smirks, saying he is only showing Jingdu's sincere interest. If they want a test, let's start now. The recruiter from Huaqing University steps forward with a serious expression to introduce himself to the class. I am Pei Xiangguo, admissions officer for Huaqing University. Don't worry, everyone, there is no need to be nervous. This test is simply to assess your class and corresponding abilities. We just need to see if you meet our criteria. Qiao Yu quietly worries. A class assessment, he can't use his skills, which is going to be a huge problem. Still, he is determined to get into Jingdu University to find clues about his missing parents. There's no backing down. The 5 take turns and Ma Fei confidently volunteers to go first. Apprentice Swordsman Ma Fei B-grade talent level 5. Mr. Peng is impressed. Reaching level 5 right after the novice trial with a B-grade talent is incredibly rare. Not bad. With those sharp eyes and a solid build, you are clearly destined for our Jingdu University. Mr. Pei is also impressed, inviting Ma Fei to take a free swing at him to show off his strength. This examiner is actually a massive heavy hitter. Name Pei Xiangguo class, Spearman mid-tier level 25. Strength 300, defense 152, speed 53, spirit 24, health 500. Ma Fei charges forward confidently. Telling Mr. Pei to watch out, he triggers his single slash skill, aiming straight for the teacher's chest. When the blade pierces right through his defense, Mr. Pei freezes for 5 seconds in absolute disbelief. Sure, spearmen are not known for high defense, but he is still level 25. He smiles, thoroughly impressed. Your single slash is an extremely rare armor-penetrating move that massively boosts the force of your strike. Well done. Ma Fei beams with pride, thanking the instructor. Even Mr. Peng cannot help but join in on the praise. On top of that, even just blocking with your sword tip proves your strength attribute is incredibly high, sitting at least around 35 points. Plus, your fast strikes show you are quite agile. The classmates are left completely jaw-dropped, staring in absolute awe. Unbelievable. A level 5 with 35 strength points. Is this the power of a sword cultivator? No wonder they reign supreme in raw attack power. The students think that if they could unlock a sword cultivator class like Ma Fei, their ancestors would smile from the heavens. Teacher Pei is getting anxious. He absolutely must recruit an elite student like this to Huadu University before anyone else does. Not wanting to lose a top talent, Teacher Pei starts pitching, immediately asking Ma Fei if he has already chosen which academy to join, saying the gates of Huaqing University are always wide open. Hearing this, Teacher Peng instantly cuts and urging Ma Fei to choose Huadu University, where he will be guaranteed the absolute best learning resources. But Ma Fei politely replies, asking them to test the other students first while he takes some time to think. In reality, he is waiting to see which school Qiao Yu chooses so he can follow. Everything he does is meant to surpass Qiao Yu. As the testing continues, next up is Zhao Ziyue. She introduces herself as a healer before demonstrating her support skills. Another student catches Teacher Pei's eye. She is already a level 4 healer capable of treating injuries, which is pretty impressive. Next up is Si Yu, who is only level 4 but already possesses incredible defensive capabilities. On top of that, when the teacher strikes him, a portion of the attack damage is reflected back. Surprised, Teacher Pei asks him if this is his skill. Si Yu confirms it is his D-rank skill, Thorn Mail, which reflects back 20% of the damage. The more they test, the happier Teacher Pei gets. Striking Shi Yu means taking damage yourself. For a defender class, nothing is more practical than this skill. Next in line is Yang Xiang. Just looking at his massive wrestler-like build, Teacher Pei assumes he must be another defender. But actually, his class is mage. The teacher is stunned. A heavy guy over 300 kilograms claiming to be a mage. Did he get the wrong script? As the test starts, Teacher Pei thinks the kid is just posing with zero magical aura. But then Yang Xiang activates his ground burst skill, leaving the old teacher in utter disbelief. Teacher Pei is shocked. This crazy spell has absolutely no warning signs, detonating directly beneath his feet. Even a level 25 combat master would lose health if caught off guard by this, let alone peers of his level. Is this truly a spell cast by a level 5 mage? Teacher Pei looks over at the principal in absolute awe. He realizes he must pay close attention to Shi Jinlong's school. To cultivate 5 geniuses at once like this, the principal might actually be some hidden legendary master. Finally, the last student to step up is Qiao Yu. He introduces himself as a level 7 necromancer, though his talent rank is completely unknown. Hearing this, Teacher Peng is surprised. Level 7 is higher than the rest, but since his talent is unknown, maybe it is just incredibly low. Teacher Pei decides to proceed with the test, first curious to see what kind of undead creatures Qiao Yu can summon. He wants to see what kind of undead creature Qiao Yu can summon. Getting injured once by a rookie is fine, but if he keeps getting hurt by them, Pei Xiangguo will lose his reputation. Suddenly, he is startled as Qiao Yu suddenly charges straight towards him. Why is a necromancer charging in like a melee fighter instead of summoning undead? Maybe he uses some close-range magic, but the old teacher thinks this kid is being way too reckless. In a real fight, no opponent would be stupid enough to just stand there and wait for him to get close. But before he can even finish his thought, Teacher Pei is shocked to see Qiao Yu's hand posture suddenly shift. He thinks, how strong can a mage's fist really be? Well, let's find out. Qiao Yu throws a devastating punch right into Teacher Pei's face instantly, draining 200 health points and knocking him flat on the ground. Everyone is completely stunned. What is going on? Qiao Yu just knocked down a level 25 teacher with a single punch. Struggling to sit up, Teacher Peng asks in confusion, "Old Pei, what happened? How did a level 7 necromancer's punch do this? They are supposed to have the weakest physical bodies. Is this kid your relative? Are you throwing the fight on purpose?" Furious, Teacher Pei snaps back, throwing the fight. In your dreams, the battered old teacher grumbles to himself. What kind of monster is this kid? That punch almost gave me a heart attack. Is he really only level 7? The classmates gasp, completely blown away. Are we hallucinating? Qiao Yu just sent an admissions teacher flying with a single hit. Is it possible that the Qiao Yu we see is actually a summoned undead creature while the real Qiao Yu is hiding somewhere? That must be it. A real necromancer would never fight like this. He is supposed to be part of the weakest class, yet he just blasted the admissions officer away with a single punch. Instructor Peng stands there shaking in his boots. This freshman is absolutely terrifying. Luckily, Pei Xiangguo stepped up to do the testing. Otherwise, he would have been the one losing face. Qiao Yu asks if his test is over, leaving both instructors speechless and too terrified to grade him. Instructor Pei realizes this kid is a total monster. Instructor Peng stammers out, "Well, Qiao Yu, you definitely passed this exam, but since you did not show off any actual necromancy magic, we cannot grade you properly." Qiao Yu frankly states his choice is fine, sir. I have thought it over. I want to join the physical cultivation major under the warrior department. He knows he cannot use magic right now, so the main goal is simply getting into Jingdu University. Instructor Peng is stunned. Majoring in something outside your own class is completely unprecedented in our school history. He decides he must discuss this highly unusual request with the principal. "Little Peng, what is going on? Did you not go to the 4th Academy in Subei for recruitment?" The principal is confused, but Peng explains that he just discovered a necromancer with absolute monster talent who wants to join the physical cultivation major in the warrior department. This completely shocks the principal, who yells at him to wait. "What on earth are you talking about?" Peng keeps it simple. At level 7, this kid blasted a university instructor away with a single punch. "What, Peng? I am giving you the absolute highest authority of Jingdu University. Do not even care what his conditions are, just agree to everything. We must secure this kid for our school at all costs." Afraid of losing such an insane talent, the principal demands to speak with Qiao Yu directly through a video link. "Hello Qiao Yu, I am Ji Pingyang, the principal of Jingdu University. Would you like to join our prestigious academy? We have a rich history and top-tier instructors." But Qiao Yu cuts him off, stating his decision with absolute certainty. "Principal Ji, say no more, I accept." Meanwhile, Instructor Pei desperately tries to contact his own school, but it is already too late. Now Pei is determined to at least recruit the other talented students left behind. But before he can even try, the Jingdu principal sweeps in to recruit the remaining 4 students as well. Since they are all classmates, they might as well join together to support each other. Just like that, they are accepted. Instructor Peng is ecstatic. This recruitment trip is going down as the most legendary achievement of his entire career. Once things settle, Qiao Yu gets straight to the point, asking Principal Ji if he knows his father, Qiao Anqing. The principal is completely stunned. "What, you are the son of Qiao Anqing and Bai Shixia? No wonder you look so familiar the moment we met." Clinging to a thread of hope, Qiao Yu asks if the principal knows their current whereabouts. They were once his brilliant students, but it has been over a decade since he last saw them. He only knows they were exceptionally powerful. Ever since their graduation day, all information on their movements completely vanished. However, he remembers them frequently talking about the exclusive dungeon. Qiao Yu must enter his own exclusive dungeon to find whatever legacy his parents left behind. With that, Principal Ji successfully secures these 5 absolute genius students. Their official admission letters will arrive shortly, but before classes start, the principal advises them to clear their class-exclusive dungeons first. Doing so will grant them much higher evaluations and status once they step onto campus. He wishes them luck and logs off. 1 week later, after all the rookies finish their initial testing, the fourth academy divides them into specialized classes based on their awakened professions. To put it simply, these are elite cram courses designed to prep the top recruits. Their school principal gathers the mage class to offer some final advice. He explains that the mage-exclusive dungeons are designed to test mental strength, typically focusing on puzzle solving and logic. The mage trial usually tests mental capacity, focusing heavily on deduction, code breaking, and solving complex riddle dungeons. Working together and pooling their intellect is key to overcoming it. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu and Yang Xiang are already standing before the portal of the exclusive dungeon. Yang Xiang wonders if they will really be fine jumping in like this. Come on, what could possibly go wrong? Experience beats theory anyway. Besides, the more people who enter this exclusive dungeon, the higher the danger level becomes. Instead of letting the entire class rely on you, just let me tag along. Once we clear it, we can guide the others through later, since these dungeons can be rerun infinitely anyway. Without wasting another second, the chubby sidekick calls out to the female guide guarding the entrance. Hey there sis, we want to enter the exclusive mage dungeon. The guide registers their request and the system begins generating a scenario for them. The search finishes and the system selects their designated exclusive dungeon as the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. Qiao Yu eagerly wants to head straight inside, completely ignoring the quest notifications. Honestly, the young man doesn't have a clue what quest notification is that even a thing. Yang Xiang replies in exasperation, of course there is. If you don't listen to the briefing, how did you even clear the bone cave? Did you seriously just slaughter every single skeleton in that cave? One look at Qiao Yu's blank face says it all. Legend has it that Qian Dongyan hosts an ancient evil tribe dating back centuries. Its members are masters at raising venomous insects. Eccentric and cruel, they can poison you without a trace. Those poisons suffer agonizing pain, wishing for death as the insects breed larvae inside them, devouring their flesh and blood until the player dies. The quest requirement is to find this legendary evil tribe and eradicate all their venomous insects. As told in the legends, the quest rewards will be calculated based on the overall completion rate of the players. Also note, the Cave of 10,000 Poisons requires 5 players to start. The system will automatically match you with 3 others. Please prepare yourself. Just like that, they enter the dungeon. The 3 match party members include 2 men and 1 woman. Even before they can gauge each other's actual combat abilities, one of the 3 match teammates already starts looking down on them. Are you two our match fill-ins? Don't drag us down. The only girl in the group notices this rude teammate and warns him. Long Chang, don't be so rude. Since we have already been matched into the same party, it must be destiny. She then turns to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Fang Yuan, and I am a fire elemental mage. And this is my younger brother Fang Shun, also a fire mage. The other teammate over there is Long Chang. The party now stands before a wall carved with 5 words, Wu Dai and Zi Qi. Long Chang, having an arrogant personality just like Ma Fei, loves to show off. Watch me open this door, he boasts, triggering an attack skill. But it is completely useless as the door does not budge. Fang Yuan realizes it has a magic immunity attribute, meaning spell attacks cannot damage it. They should look at the clues first. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stands there silently, staring at the gate, considering how to bypass the magic. Fang Sun suddenly shouts out, I got it, the answer relies on the Chinese pronunciation, making it De Wu Du. But Qiao Yu simply decides to unleash a miracle-working physical punch. The entire party freezes in shock. Those unfamiliar with Qiao Yu's power cannot believe he shattered it with a single punch. Is this really a mage-exclusive dungeon? The system announces the door is open. Qiao Yu originally just wanted to test if he could push it open with raw strength. Who knew it would be so fragile? Moving forward, another door blocks their path, but this time the area is covered in red spider lilies. Qiao Yu warns everyone to be careful around these flowers. He senses they are unusual, but his warning comes a bit too late. Dark, toxic energy is already radiating from everyone's hands. It seems they have all been poisoned, but nobody knows when it infected them. Health points 67 out of 70. Poison status -3 health points per minute. Yang Xiang panics. Brother Qiao, what should we do now? Keep going. Straight. Staying here means death. We must get out quickly. He keeps a calm face, but in reality Qiao Yu is quite worried. At this rate, his health bar will empty in 30 minutes. Damn it, with his health being too low. The party rushes toward the next door, which is carved with cryptic text about discarding strength and avoiding poison, and finding the exact spot to conquer the heavens. It seems like another puzzle, but they are completely out of time. It is too urgent. Qiao Yu completely smashes the door with a single punch, saying he has no clue. The team advances. Inside, Long Chang stands there completely dumbfounded. Is this really a puzzle dungeon? Why does it feel like brainpower is completely optional? The system then congratulates the players for completing Quest 1, successfully locating the legendary evil tribe. In the Cave of 10,000 Poisons, suddenly they meet a dark-skinned girl who greets them, "Hello, brothers and sisters. My name is Zun Dong. Are you from the outside world?" After looking over their current condition, the girl gasps in panic. "Oh no, you are poisoned. That is spider lily venom. Quickly follow me to the Cave of 10,000 Spirits to cure it. If the toxin spreads too deep, there is no saving you." Qiao Yu wonders where on earth this girl suddenly came from. And did she just mention the Cave of 10,000 Spirits? Fang Yuan insists they should focus on getting cured first. Leading them to the Cave of 10,000 Spirits, the girl excitedly calls out, "Mom, Dad, come look who I brought home." "Who are these people?" "They are travelers from afar. I met them while picking medicinal herbs on the mountain. They are all poisoned by spider lilies. Quickly brew a pot of 5 poisons soup." Her mother welcomes them in, serves the dish. Filled with centipedes and cockroaches, the murky soup looks disgusting and smells incredibly foul. Everyone feels like vomiting just looking at it. Long Chang tries pushing Yang Xiang to test it first, but he refuses. Qiao Yu ignores them completely, immediately lifting the bowl to chug it down. This is no time to be picky. He needs to swallow this fast, because delaying any longer means his health points will drop by half. The second he finishes, a confident smile spreads across Qiao Yu's face. The taste is actually pretty decent, not too salty or bland. The 5 poisons soup worked wonders, completely curing his poison status. He tells the others to drink up and restore their health, as there is no telling what insane dangers they might face next. Just as those words leave his mouth, the other 4 members start violently vomiting. Curious, Qiao Yu asks Zundong to tell him about origins of the Myriad Spirits Cave. The young girl does not know much, only that the chief forbade the villagers from going outside, and strictly banned anyone from using poison arts. Once the group is fully cured, the mother immediately shows up to kick them out. She demands they leave now that the poison is gone and they are safe. The Myriad Spirits Cave does not welcome outsiders. This makes Sundong quite upset, protesting why her mother is being so rude when guests finally arrive from the outside world. She turns to the party with a bright smile, telling them to ignore her mother and stay as long as they want. Intrigued by the mother's suspicious behavior, Qiao Yu decides to take advantage of the young girl's hospitality and stay a bit longer. He says they will trouble them, then claiming their bodies are still pretty weak after barely surviving the deadly poison. Zundong happily ushers everyone inside to rest, mentioning that her own family needs to head out for a brief moment. As night falls, Zundong's family quietly slips away. Tonight is the full moon, which means the ritual must begin. The villagers of the Myriad Spirits Cave gather around a massive pit. Their leader chants loudly to the moon. He begs the spirits for smooth weather and protection from sickness, offering the fresh flesh of captured humans as a grand sacrifice. The leader then squeezes a drop of blood from his finger into the dark pit. Within seconds, tens of thousands of flesh-eating ants swarm the 2 human sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, nothing is left but dry white bones. Watching this from the shadows, Qiao Yu's party is absolutely terrified. It is a literal human-eating ritual. He quickly tells them that they need to retreat and regroup. Fighting an entire village of poison masters is way too risky. He secretly knows that despite his insane damage output, he completely lacks any group-clearing skills. Suddenly, the purple-haired clan chief spots Qiao Yu's group hiding nearby, mockingly calling them a bunch of frightened mice. She orders Zhu Xie to go and capture them all alive. Back inside the house, Fang Sun slams the door shut while Fang Yuan asks in a panic what they should do. If those fanatical villagers find out that they were the ones who killed their sacred poisoned bugs, they will surely become insect food. They are as good as dead. Suddenly, Qiao Yu catches a strange rustling sound coming from all 4 directions. A massive wave of insects is crawling in. Fang Yuan quickly triggers her blazing barrier skill to buy them some precious time. Qiao Yu draws his weapon to help, but soon realizes these melee targets are way too weak to grant him any stat points. He silently laments that if killing bugs gave stats, he would have hunted them down with boiling water long ago. Yang Xiang unleashes his combo, casting Sand Beast Bind and Earth Blast to blow the entire house sky high. The insects vaporize instantly. Qiao Yu gives him a solid nod, praising Yang Xiang for a brilliant combo. But while that consecutive attack was incredibly powerful, it unfortunately drained almost all of Yang Xiang's mana, all of his precious mana. Suddenly, Zhu Xie looms behind them, absolutely furious at their sheer arrogance. He says he only wanted to teach them a lesson, but they dared to slaughter the precious insects of his clan. Now they will all become food for the larvae destined to suffer the agony of 10,000 bugs devouring their flesh. Yang Xiang quickly fires another earth blast right under the man's feet, but it barely leaves a single scratch on him. Zhu Xi sneers, asking if they truly believe they can actually hurt him. Let's look at his stats. He is a level 10 common NPC named Zhu Xi, holding 289 health points. His strength is 40, defense 20, and agility 15. He can control and devour poison bugs. Unlike bosses, normal NPCs can hide their stats as long as they are fully healthy. Seeing these massive numbers, Long Chang immediately loses his confidence and starts to panic. He wonders how they can possibly fight someone whose raw stats are on par with a boss. Fang Yuan also worries that this extremely difficult quest is simply too much for low-level players to handle. Qiao Yu silently wonders if this unique exclusive dungeon has its own special rules. Without a second thought, he tightens his fist and charges right at Qiao Jai. The man merely smirks with absolute contempt, mockingly asking if Qiao Yu really expects to hurt him with such a weak punch. He claims they are nothing but rookies and boasting that he can easily take down 10 of them all by himself. But right as those arrogant words leave his mouth, he is forced to taste Qiao Yu's signature bone-shattering power punch. Damn. One punch took away 121 points, forcing Zhu Si to finally get serious and fight back. This is impossible. How could a mere human actually hurt me? He instantly activated his Insect Devour state, boosting his Zhu Si attributes to the extreme and multiplying his defense several times over. He proudly declared that no one could ever pierce his absolute defense, saying he would use their blood to feed his toxic bugs. Qiao Yu's face did not even flicker as he went straight to work, throwing another punch that reduced Zhu Si's health to just 23 out of 500. Bruised and battered, Qiao Yu coldly turned back to warn him that next time he had to be completely honest. What was that ritual they just performed, and who was that woman? Ever since they started traveling with Qiao Yu, his teammates had barely needed to lift a finger since he carried everything solo. Honestly, they were starting to feel pretty terrified of Qiao Yu. The beaten Zhu Xie, with his swollen face, stammered that their chief was leading the parasite ritual, explaining that their 1,000 poison cave had contracted with the Bug Queen to bring fresh flesh and blood on every full moon. He added that the stone well nearby was made of blue stone, serving as the Bug Queen's breeding nest. Hearing this, Yang Shang finally gasped, realizing why those villagers helped them detoxify earlier. Shundong's family only wanted to keep them healthy so they could serve as prime sacrifices for the upcoming bug ritual. Qiao Yu then asked one last question, demanding to know why Shundong called their tribe the Wanling Cave while they called it the 1,000 Poison Cave. The Juzi NPC looked extremely confused, muttering that their entire tribe in the 1,000 Poison Cave only had one person with the name Dong, and that was their tribal chief named Exun Dong. Having gathered all the info, Qiao Yu did not spare the villain, coldly ending his life on the spot. System notifications chimed, confirming that player Qiao Yu had successfully defeated the NPC using bare hands, earning 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. A sweet system alert followed, congratulating the player on a successful level up. His current experience sat at 10 out of 80 with 5 free attribute points remaining. Suddenly, a ding rang out as the system congratulated Qiao Yu for killing his first NPC in this world using nothing but bare fists. The special reward was an S-Rank Sage Protection item, a powerful, single-use safety net that could completely negate one fatal blow. Qiao Yu smiled with satisfaction. An S-Rank item that blocks death once was absolutely heaven-defying. He certainly did not expect a random minor NPC to drop one of the highest-tier legendary items in this entire world. However, Fang Yuan, Fang Zun, and Long Chang were filled with worry, wondering what they should do since the villagers would eventually discover their people had been killed. They feared that relying solely on Qiao Yu would not be enough. After all, if a mere villager was already this formidable, their chief, who controlled toxic bugs, would be unstoppable. Qiao Yu calmly reassured them that their main mission only required wiping out the toxic bugs, not fighting the villagers. Since the nest of these parasitic bugs was located inside the ancient well, they had to destroy it immediately. Before Chief Sun Dong could catch wind of what happened, they had to seize this perfect opportunity to strike. With that, the group quickly made their way over to the stone well. Since the area was completely deserted, they had to move fast. However, as they drew closer to the ancient well, they froze in absolute shock upon discovering 2 dead bodies, which turned out to be Zundong's parents. It seemed the cult was so ruthless, they would even slaughter their own. Qiao Yu muttered that it was no wonder their parents behaved so strangely back then. It seemed not everyone in this village was evil, but they had to focus on destroying the well. Unleashing a coordinated barrage, they combined fire spells, wind magic, and earth explosions all at once, causing the ancient stone well to shatter in a violent explosion, leaving a deep crater leading straight underground. Yang Xiang figured that with such devastating power, all of the bugs must have been completely wiped out, yet the system failed to show any mission completion screen. Suddenly, the creepy tribal chief of the 1,000 Poison Cave, Zundong, walked out laughing like a lunatic, mocking them as disobedient pests. She remarked that since they made it here, Zhu Si was certainly dead, which was a genuine surprise to her. Standing right beside her was her loyal henchman Qiao Man, a dangerous elite of the Thousand Poison Cave. Qiao Yu stared straight into her eyes, asking if he should call her the tribal chief or simply address her as Zundong. Smirking arrogantly, she asked what was wrong, wondering if her big brother did not like her current form. She offered to transform back into Zundong, playfully asking which look he preferred. With a brief shimmer, she instantly morphed back into her innocent Zundong form. She sighed that it was a pity, as she originally planned to let him live and carry on her lineage. But since he had slaughtered so many of her tribe's precious bugs, she had no choice but to offer him up to pacify the furious Bug Queen. Qiao Yu disgustedly asked why she would murder her own tribe, even her own parents, but the cold girl simply laughed and shrugged in a heartless manner, asking what of it since they were just two useless pests who refused to obey. Hearing this savage statement, Qiao Yu felt a surge of pure fury. Noticing his blazing anger, Zundong mockingly smirked and told him not to get so mad. She added with a grin that they would all be joining her dead parents very shortly. Following her sinister laughter and maybe asked, endless tide of thousands of bugs swarmed out of the crater. Recognizing the emergency, the remaining party members immediately shouted, rushing forward to assist Qiao Yu. While Fang Yuan cast his blazing fire spell, Long Chang was suddenly struck by Qiong Man, sending him flying backward. He warns them not to even think about disturbing the patriarch. Qiao Man is a common level 20 NPC with 500 HP and his strength is 55. Defense is 30, agility 30 with insect manipulation skills. Qiao Yu is completely surrounded by swarms. Damn it, there are just too many of them. If they keep dragging him down, it is certain death. If he could only boost his agility and defense to 166 points, just like his strength, this predicament would be history. Does he really have to activate his brave heart skill right now? But after thinking it over, Qiao Yu hesitates. Luckily, he still has the Sage Bracer for a one-time revive, so he decides to go all out. To beat them, he must take out their leader. If he kills Xundong, this swarm will crumble instantly. With that, Qiao Yu finally breaks free from the swarm. Xundong laughs with sadistic joy. Hey big brother, did you finally make up your mind? Do you want to feed yourself to my lovely insects? Qiao Yu uses blinding speed to flash past her, leaving a massive wound across her abdomen. Clutching her stomach, her face twists with pure hatred. Those who do not appreciate kindness deserve to be eaten alive by insects. Zundong is classified by the system as a rare NPC at level 10. Her health points stand at 1,000. Strength, 30, defense, 30, agility, 50, and poisonous insect morphing skills. Qiao Yu is highly skeptical. He wonders why she is rated as a rare tier when her attributes are weaker than the giant crab. This makes no sense. He feels there is definitely something off about her. Suddenly, she whines that her stomach has been completely dented. Right then, Zundong's agility suddenly shoots up by 80 points. She activates a skill and lunges directly at him, striking Qiao Yu right in the chest and making him cough up blood. That sudden insane boost in speed happened so fast that Qiao Yu could not even react. Zundong smiles and says, do not worry once you die. I will peel your skin off perfectly as a keepsake. Your skin is going to look so beautiful. Meanwhile, Yang Xiang is busy fighting Qiong Man. Seeing Qiao Yu in trouble, he panics and tries to help, but Qiong Man blocks his path. The beast blocks him and growls, I told you your opponent is me, yet you still dare to look away. Yang Xiang activates his Sand Earth Beast Bind. Qiong Man sneers, fatty, you still do not get it, your moves are completely useless against me. Your attacks are nothing but tiny scratches. But as he prepares to counter, Qiong Man suddenly freezes. What is going on? He wonders, why is the summoned sand red this time? Yang Xiang activates his Earth Blast. It deals 312 damage, wiping Qiong Man out. But the move drains so much energy that Yang Xiang enters a fat-burning state. Shaking off the fat, he transforms into an absolute hunk. Talk about a glow-up. Fang Yuan and Fang Xun just stare completely clueless. They have no idea who this handsome guy even is. Having defeated Qiong Man, Yang Xiang rushes over to help Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu is totally bewildered by his friend's new look. Yang Xiang gasps, honestly, I do not know what just happened either. I was so desperate that my body fat literally vanished. Now my spirit attribute is almost at 300 points. With that power combined, my spell output hits 300 points. This is practically on par with a mid-tier mage. Hearing this, Qiao Yu tells Yang Xiang to use his Earth Blast to blow up both him and Zundong together. Yang Xiang hesitates, terrified that it might kill his friend. But Qiao Yu remains absolutely firm, do not hesitate. Waste your breath, trust me and do it now. The Earth Blast triggers and Zundong panics, let go of me. She screams that she does not want to die with him. But it is too late as Yang Xiang detonates everything. Everyone is terrified for Qiao Yu. Suddenly, the system announces that fatal damage has triggered his S-grade Sage Bracer, rendering him completely immune to the blast. Recognizing Qiao Yu's sheer guts to face death, the system grants him an A-grade passive skill called Hercules' Contract. For every 50 points of extra health, his strength increases by 1. Furthermore, each point of his strength attribute boosts his overall health by 10. The effects will not stack recursively. Qiao Yu cannot believe his luck. It seems this system really does not want to see him kick the bucket. With 166 strength, that adds 1,660 health, bringing him close to 1,800 total health. He no longer has to worry about getting unexpectedly one-shotted. Seeing Qiao Yu standing safely, Yang Xiangdi rushes over completely baffled. "Brother Yu, my spirit power is at 300. How are you still breathing?" Qiao Yu folds his arms, asking if he is disappointed. Besides, who says dead men cannot revive? He then asks if Exundong dropped any good loot. Yang Xiang's face goes completely blank, realizing he never actually heard any system notification confirming her death. It seems she is still very much alive. Suddenly, Sun Dong bursts from the smoke, crying out that they hurt her. She tells them that they are about to witness her true beauty. With that, Jun Dong reveals her actual monster form. Level 15 with 2,000 health, strength 130, defense 80, agility 100, and venom sting skill. Mad strength. This is her true form, and her stats are completely off the charts. Qiao Yu is in a rush and begs Yang Xiang to cast another earth protection spell, but Yang Xiang is completely paralyzed. He cannot move. "It is no use, brother," Yang Xiang says, his mind power dropping to 48. This mental buff from fat burning seems to be temporary. System warnings flash as the toxic cave boss gets boosted by a mysterious power. This creature is now too strong. Its power level completely exceeds the beginner difficulty. Players must exit immediately. Warning: everyone must leave the dungeon now. But Qiao Yu hesitates, wondering what will happen to their exclusive dungeon if they retreat. Yang Xiang yells in a panic. "Run, Qiao Yu, escaping this absolute monster alive is already a miracle, so why do you still care about the quest?" The system calculated that since the 5 players did not defeat the toxic cave boss, they must exit before trying again. But Qiao Yu is not having it. "Are you kidding me?" he snaps. "Principal Ji Ping Yang told me to clear this dungeon. He ordered me to conquer this place, so no matter what kind of monster you are, you die today." Zun Dong laughs hysterically, finding it highly entertaining. "Good, you annoying human, you cannot even scratch this body of mine. I will tear you apart." With that, they crash into each other. Her strike deals 124 damage to Qiao Yu, but his counterattack hits her for 196. It is a brutal trade, and she finally takes him seriously. She wonders what kind of freak this guy is. Why is he not dead? He is only level 8, yet his damage output is somehow higher than mine. Is he the real boss here? How is a mage even capable of wielding this much physical power? After a brief pause, she directly confronts Qiao Yu, demanding to know if he is also a creation of Bai Zi. She is absolutely convinced of it, believing only Bai Zi could engineer such a freak since she was created by them too. But Qiao Yu has absolutely no clue what kind of nonsense she is spouting. He just screams back in sheer confusion. "I do not care about any Bai Zi, my name is Qiao Yu." His final devastating blow completely drains her remaining health. Losing her last 213 health, her soul lingers. She gasps, "Could Qiao Yu be that legendary lord? Why kill me?" The system then announces that Qiao Yu solved the crisis, earning 15 free attribute points and 75 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. His current experience sits at 5 out of 90 with 5 more free attribute points. The anomalies in the toxic cave are now resolved, triggering a recalculation. Congratulations to all 5 players for clearing the dungeon. The mage exclusive dungeon is officially cleared. The system begins calculating the completion ratings for each participant. The evaluations are complete. Player Longchang receives rank F, while Fang Xun achieves rank E. Player Fang Yuan receives rank E. Yang Shang secures an impressive rank A. Now let us see the final star score. Finally, Qiao Yu secures the ultimate rank S. The system now distributes player rewards based on these final evaluations. His rank S rewards include 100 extra experience, 10 free attribute points, and a powerful A-rank spell book. Congratulations on leveling up yet again. His experience is now 15 out of 1,000 plus 5 free attribute points. Qiao Yu has officially reached level 10. In this game, hitting this tier means he can finally protect himself. His loot includes the B-rank Mad Spider armor, which boosts his maximum health by a massive 800 points. This gear requires level 11 to equip. Qiao Yu realizes it is the perfect defense boost for his contract skill. Next, the system presents a highly mysterious item, which is a strange Rubik's Cube sealed tight by an unknown powerful energy. The cube immediately binds to its new owner. Activating this artifact grants him a very unique scanning ability. He can now inspect the detailed stats of any target within 10 levels of him. He examines the cube closely. It bound to him automatically and has multiple locked abilities. This single scan skill is already insanely powerful. Just then, an NPC steps right through a portal warmly, congratulating the 5 players for clearing the dangerous toxic cave. As a bonus, he boosts their mental stats by 20%. Yang Xiang is absolutely thrilled by this incredible reward. Yang Xiang calls the buff absolutely amazing, but Qiao Yu can only manage a very forced, incredibly awkward smile. His mental stat is literally 0, so a 20% increase still leaves him with absolutely nothing. This reward is completely useless to him. Fang Yuan thanks Qiao Yu on behalf of the whole team for saving them. She asks Yang Xiang and Qiao Yu which university they plan to apply to since they cleared this together. She mentions they got direct admission to Capital University, and Yang Xiang happily promises they will apply there too. Later back at school, Yang Xiang proudly flexes his level in the cafeteria. Ma Fei is completely stunned by this. He wonders how Yang Xiang reached level 10 so fast since warrior dungeons are usually much easier than mage ones. Warriors always level up faster than mages, so how did Qiao Yu pull this off? Yet, what shocks the two girls even more is Yang Xiang's jaw-dropping physical transformation. Looking at him, they ask Qiao Yu if he is absolutely sure this guy is really Yang Xiang. It is just so hard to believe. The sudden change is totally insane. The guy is actually more handsome than Ma Fei now. Yang Xiang just keeps stuffing his face, muttering that looks do not matter and he needs to bulk up fast for safety. Otherwise, the next dive into all the world will feel way too risky. Just then Qiao Yu remembers they all got direct admission anyway. Since they are already in, do they even need to take the ATW exam this year? On Kaiji Star, the most important day is exam day. It is the ultimate talent selection process. Surprisingly, even most of the directly admitted students still choose to sign up and compete. They all have one goal, claiming the title of top scorer. That rank does not just bring massive fame, it rewards a tier 3 item. Ma Fei immediately hypes himself up, declaring he is definitely joining to grab the top spot for the warrior class. He adds that his dad heard this year's reward is different. This time, the winner gets a rare S-rank item. Hearing that, Qiao Yu gets lost in thought as he walks. If it is really an S-rank reward, he absolutely must win it. Up on a skyscraper, nearby strange voices whisper. They wonder if this kid is really the target since he is level 10 at most. How could he win? 95-27 tells his partner to just capture him first and ask questions later. With their plan set, the assassin duo leaps from the roof, landing right in front of Qiao Yu. Instantly, his character inspection skill triggers. Wondering who they are, Qiao Yu keeps a tense face and asks what they want, but they demand to know if he is indeed Qiao Yu. The brown-haired one is 95-27, an assassin beginner level 16 with 95 strength, 28 defense, and 125 agility, and 25 spirit. The blue-haired assassin 74-38 is a beginner level 18 with 105 strength, add 30 defense, 135 agility, and 25 spirit. Looking at Qiao Yu, they find it impossible to believe this is the mage who killed Zundong back in the Myriad Poison Cave. Qiao Yu quietly wonders if they came for revenge over a dungeon boss. Could they be the Bai Zi that Zundong mentioned? So Bai Zi is not just one guy, but an entire shadow organization. He was too busy fighting back, then otherwise he would have interrogated him. Deciding to play dumb, Qiao Yu claims he is actually Ma Fei. Instantly, the incredibly dim-witted 95-27 buys it, scratching his head and apologizing while muttering that he knew it was impossible. But this sheer stupidity earns him a violent slap from 74-38, who screams at him for believing such a lazy lie. He immediately orders his partner to attack, declaring that if this kid really is Qiao Yu, they need to drag him back. With blinding speed, they close the distance in a flash. But to their absolute shock, Qiao Yu does not even try to dodge. Assassins are a mage's worst nightmare, so standing still proves he was lying. Before he can say another word, they strike. Qiao Yu throws a brutal punch that drains 197 health from 95-27, leaving 74-38 completely stunned. Even he could not deal that much damage. Plus, the kid took their combined hits, but still looks completely unfazed. With this insane defense and raw power, there is no way he is a squishy mage. Qiao Yu glances over, asking if they want more. The assassin can only force an awkward laugh quickly, saying that true friends are made through fighting, calling him Brother Ma. He claims they had no bad intentions and got the wrong guy. Apologizing deeply, he mentions he is just a minor member, ranked 74-38 in the guild, begging to end it there. Qiao Yu is secretly shocked by this revelation. A level 18 assassin is ranked only over 7,000 in Baize. He decides to let them go back and report. Otherwise, a massive retaliatory force would descend immediately. Turning to leave, Qiao Yu throws in one final sarcastic mock. He wishes them luck, finding Qiao Yu offering Ma Fei's help anytime. Extremely curious, Qiao Yu heads home to search the web. He looks up the mythical beast Baize. In legends, it is a snow-white creature with 2 horns on its head. Looking like a lion with fiery patterns on its limbs, it supposedly knows the name and weakness of every demon on Earth. which makes it a revered symbol of protection and good fortune. But what kind of organization would name themselves after it? Unfortunately, he cannot find a single shred of data online. Qiao Yu sighs, knowing his cover will be blown eventually. Staying here is no longer an option since his current power is not enough to fight such a massive hidden faction. The only path forward is the college entrance exam. Even a powerhouse like Bai Zi would never dare target an active candidate. Doing so would provoke public outrage. Plus, once he gets into Kyoto University, he will finally be completely safe. Their principal Ji Pingyang is the top sword cultivator in all the world, famously known as the sword god of Pingyang. If that place is not safe, then nowhere is. He also pulls out the ruby block dropped in the Myriad Poison Cave. Could this be the secret of the solo dungeon? He quietly wonders if it is a relic left behind by his parents. But how did his parents know he would clear this dungeon and even manage to leave items inside for him? Sundong Baizi. What is really going on with them? Meanwhile, atop the tallest building, Baizi quickly receives the latest update on Qiao Yu. Agents 7438 and 9527 report back, revealing the intel was totally wrong. He is not a mere mage. He is insanely strong, even injuring 9527. The cloaked leader asks if that means the cause of Sun Dong's death remains a mystery. Calling them useless, the leader decides to put Sun Dong's death aside for now. Their next operation in Sioux City is what matters most. A few days later at the 4th Academy, Qiao Yu meets with the principal in private. The principal asks how he can help and Qiao Yu replies it is nothing too major. He just wants the principal to check out a mysterious Rubik's Cube he obtained from his personal solo dungeon. It seems sealed tight, and he asks if there is a way to unlock it. The principal examines the object closely. He studies it, noting that without a code, they can only bypass the seal using a special unsealing key. Since the seal on the cube is weak, the key can crack it open without damaging the contents inside. Qiao Yu cuts straight to the chase, eagerly asking his headmaster where he can track down this elusive key. The principal points him to an E-grade open dungeon called Machine Country, warning him to stay highly alert. Other players might try to sabotage him. Soon enough, Qiao Yu arrives at Machine City in the human sector. He looks around wondering if this is the open dungeon the principal described where a massive war once broke out. Back then, machines gained consciousness, leading to a brutal human-machine war before a peace treaty was finally signed. This territory is now known as Machine Country. Standing in the human sector, Qiao Yu recalls the principal's advice. To obtain that key, he must somehow trigger a hidden quest from the local city lord Hua Jun. But getting an audience with the leader is no easy task. Just then, he walks past an eccentric old man, who looks like a professor. The old man is muttering confusing calculations under his breath about advanced physics formulas. He debates whether the energy is due to particles rather than the speed of light, assuming equal performance. Lost in his calculations, the frail professor accidentally bumps right into two large, muscular thugs on the street. He stumbles backward, frantically stammering apologies, but the thugs quickly sneer and demand to know what his problem is. They accuse him of doing it on purpose and demand compensation for the pain. The second thug chimes in, egging his friend on. Despite the old man's constant bowing and pleading, these bullies refuse to let him go. They resort to outright extortion, demanding he hand over his cash, assuming he must have money hidden on him. Seeing this injustice, Qiao Yu cannot just stand by. He steps forward, calling them out for bullying an elder. As an upstanding model citizen of the new century, he simply refuses to let this kind of behavior slide. The thugs glare at Qiao Yu, telling the punk to get lost unless he wants to pay the fine himself. Instead of wasting his breath, Qiao Yu simply clenches his fist, choosing direct action over any more pointless words. With one devastating punch, he sends the gray-haired thug flying. The blonde bully instantly panics and backs away. Begging for mercy, the remaining thug quickly turns tail and runs. Qiao Yu gently checks if the old man is all right. The professor nervously offers his pocket money, but Qiao Yu assures him he is an honorable citizen, not a robber. He shouldn't be compared to those lowlifes. Relieved, the old man thanks him though he has nothing to offer. Qiao Yu quickly waves it off, saying no reward is necessary. However, he does have one crucial question to ask. He asks if the old man knows how to find the elusive city lord of Machine City, surprising him. The professor is shocked. Qiao Yu confirms he needs the unsealing key which only City Lord Hua Jun possesses. The old man chuckles, calling it quite a coincidence. While he cannot help with much, he can arrange a meeting. An excited Qiao Yu is absolutely thrilled, thanking him profusely as they prepare to head out together to the palace. The professor warns him that convincing the leader won't be easy, but Qiao Yu confidently brushes the concern aside. He casually claims that was barely a fraction of his true power. Meanwhile, watching from a high rooftop, the thugs, who just got beaten, are talking, wondering if the city lord has finally found his target. One admits he has no clue, but acknowledges that Qiao Yu is the most powerful player he has ever seen. Elsewhere in Machine Country, a shadow leader notes that Professor Hua Jun is hosting another big academic seminar tomorrow. He orders his subordinates to capture the professor at all costs. Lord Mengde's dangerous plot is finally in motion. The old man tells Qiao Yu that the city lord he wants to meet is inside. This is Huajun's castle, but wait, why is that old guy allowed to wander around so freely? But before he can even ask gone, the old man completely vanished. Well, whatever. No point overthinking it. Find the lord, get the key. Just as he pushes the door open and steps inside, Qiao Yu completely freezes. What the you and those two? Yes, the old man smiles, confirming he is indeed the lord. And those two, his strongest guardians. While Qiao Yu struggles to process this, he demands to know why he put on that show. The lord explains he needed to find a strong human, someone capable of completely outmatching his elite mechanical guardians. That candidate is Qiao Yu. Since he wants the sealing key, he just has to do one favor in exchange. Do this and the key is his. Just like that, the system chimes with a hidden quest. The lord announces a major research seminar tomorrow, unveiling his revolutionary findings on machines and organic life. But a rogue robot faction is desperate to steal his work, and they definitely won't miss this chance. Qiao Yu expects a simple bodyguard job, but the lord shook his head. He wants Qiao Yu to defeat the Machine King and destroy the Machine Heart. The system details the hidden mission: Goal Crush Emperor Mengde and shatter the Marta core. Qiao Yu smirks, fighting a few tin cans is no problem. Quest accepted. The next day at the main hall of the research seminar, the audience listens as the lord speaks. He talks about humanity living in a highly advanced scientific era. Humans are nurtured by nature but driven by tech. But now the complexity of computer systems has reached a point where artificial intelligence can truly rival organic living beings. It raises a massive question. How much of actual life can be digitized? This mystery is why AI was first created. Yet, even if artificial beings can perfectly pass the Turing test, humans still refuse to see them as alive. Take the Machine Empire's robots. They have self-awareness, sure, but they cannot reproduce. No next generation. So tell me, can machines ever truly sustain their own species? Qiao Yu, however, stands there completely clueless. Science stuff, not his thing. He is just waiting for the fight to start. And speak of the devil, the ceiling glass suddenly cracks. A purple-haired robot crashes right through the skylight. He boasts that flesh is weak but steel is eternal. He demands Professor Huajun throw away his weak human form and embrace the pure glory of machine evolution. The entire hall erupts into absolute chaos. Terrified guests scream as security guards rush in, yelling for the machine to get out. But in a flash, the robot teleports right in front of a blonde guard, cocking back his massive fist. His punch lands perfectly, sending guards flying. He laughs maniacally, mocking the absolute foolishness of weak, useless humans. Qiao Yu finds this display incredibly annoying. This loudmouth is acting like he doesn't exist. Suddenly, the lord runs forward. He yells that he is their real target, so he will let them capture him. He is betting everything on Qiao Yu. Got it, city lord. Meanwhile, the rogue robot is still wrecking the place, completely hyped on his own power. He boasts about his upgraded form, claiming to possess the ultimate body. But right then, another machine drops in. Meet Monstart, a high-ranking robot, ordering Huajun to come quietly. The lord agrees, demanding they stop the violence. Monstart sneers, mockingly praising him for cooperating. He immediately grabs the lord, leaving the purple-haired goon to play. The maniacal goon laughs, telling his boss to go ahead while he stays behind to have some fun. With Monstart gone, Qiao Yu finally steps up. Time to address the guy boasting about his supreme body. The robot gets right in his face, arrogantly sneering that mere ants can never comprehend the true beauty of upgraded machines. Qiao Yu is completely over this garbage talk. Are you done? Because now it is finally my turn. The robot mockingly asks if he wants to join them and upgrade to a perfect, powerful form. But before he can even finish, Qiao Yu shuts him up with an opening punch. Boom, that is 306 damage points shaved off. His stats pop up: a rare level 11 NPC named Bliss Rank left with only 194 health. With 90 agility and a piercing cannon skill, Bliss Rank stands completely shell-shocked by Qiao Yu's sheer raw power. Qiao Yu casually smirks, noting he already has all those stats. Bliss Rank stares in absolute terrified disbelief. He stammers that a mere human shouldn't be able to punch straight through biochemical armor. How is this possible? Qiao Yu gladly shares his secret. You just raise your hand and punch. Easy. Bliss Rank collapses to the ground. He still mutters that fragile human flesh cannot possibly compare to steel. Qiao Yu decided to flex on him a bit. He claims he has an ancient primeval human physique. Bliss Rank is so terrified he cannot even move. Stepping onto his back, Qiao Yu delivers a crushing final stomp for another 102 damage. Keep quiet, he warns. If you do not want to be crushed into scrap metal, start flying. Take me to your machine empire. He tightly grabs Bliss Rank and rides him like a dragon. The mayor let himself be captured on purpose to guide them here, to destroy the core machine heart. Do not worry, mayor, I will definitely complete the mission. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, Rank analyzes the situation as they fly. If this kid possesses such terrifying power, why did he let Lord Mondstadt kidnap Professor Huajun? Could it be a primordial body? No, I must report this critical intel to Lord Mondstadt immediately. In a flash, they arrive in the Machine Kingdom. Professor Huajun is kneeling in Mondstadt's private chamber. Mondstadt greets him with fake respect. My respected Professor Huajun, I apologize for bringing you here so rudely. But the professor retorts that even if he dies, he will never betray humanity to join the machine's side. Mondstadt chuckles, telling the professor not to reject the offer so quickly and tells him to look at this first. He then reveals a strange mechanical heart. Look, Professor Huajun, just as you can see, this incredible machinery is turning biological. You could say a living organism is being created here. This machine possesses a heart with organic functions, combining human intelligence with mechanical power. I prefer to call it ascension, bridging the gap between weak human flesh and the machine. Become a part of this glorious evolution, Professor Huajun. But the mayor, who is also the professor, remains completely defiant. He declares with absolute disgust, "Himph, as a human, you willingly became a loyal dog to machines. Traitors like you do not deserve mercy." Seeing the mayor's unwavering resolve, Mondstadt smirks and decides to show him something else to break his spirit completely. With the press of a button, a group of humans falls down, screaming for help. The mechanical heart draws them in and devours them alive. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu arrives at another sector filled with hundreds of robots. An intruder alert triggers. The system registers player Qiao Yu fighting low-level robots with his bare hands, granting him 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. He is absolutely thrilled, realizing that smashing metal heaps actually grants stats. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want free attribute points? Thousands of them at once. Back in the chamber, Professor Huajun is horrified as he watches the machine devour humans. He yells in pure outrage, calling them absolute beasts. But Mondstadt calmly responds that anger solves nothing. Its name is Marta, and it is actually a failed experiment. Our original goal was to grant robots eternal life. Our plan completely failed. Instead, as you can see, we accidentally ended up creating a terrifying monster that steals human life force. At first, it only consumed 1 single person, but now it devours 5 of them at once. Even I do not know its limit. We brought you here to help us solve this issue with Marta. Of course, you can choose to ignore us, but the cost will be more human lives lost to Marta every single day. The mayor sighs, knowing Qiao Yu is his only hope. Right at that moment, one of Mondstadt's subordinates rushes back with some incredibly terrible news, reporting that a dangerous human with a primordial body is currently tearing through their base. Could this be the same mighty primordial body that Rank reported? Just then, Qiao Yu breaks through the walls and appears. The mayor is absolutely overjoyed to see his savior, shouting that Qiao Yu has finally arrived. Mondstadt locks his cold gaze onto him. Mondstadt directly asks if he is the human with the primordial body that Rank mentioned, welcoming him to the Machine Empire. He remarks that Rank was their top titan yet fell to him. Qiao Yu scans Mondstadt, identifying him as a rare NPC, a rare level 15 boss with 2,000 health, 118 strength, 100 defense, and 180 agility. He possesses powerful mechanical skills. Qiao Yu smirks and asks if losing to a primordial body is really that shameful. Does Mondstadt want revenge? As the angry machines charge at him, Qiao Yu is thrilled. Get ready, because these metal heaps are about to get scrapped. He can already see his stats skyrocketing. Punch after punch, he easily destroys them, triggering the system notifications once again. Player Qiao Yu defeated low-level robots with his bare hands, earning 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. Mondstadt is completely speechless. How can a normal human body be stronger than a machine enhanced by the Machine Queen? The primordial body is actually real. He realizes if he can somehow convince Qiao Yu to join them and undergo mechanical reconstruction, they would create an unimaginably powerful mechanical monster, and he would easily become the strongest warrior in the entire world. After taking down the small fries, Qiao Yu rushes straight over to the mayor and asks him if he is alright. The mayor nods but points toward a massive structure. Right there is the organ of the demon, the mechanical heart. Marta is level 15 with 2,000 health, 0 strength, 0 defense, and 0 agility, but something strange is happening. Staring at it, Qiao Yu instantly spots the anomaly. They are actually feeding humans to this living machine to nourish it. I see. Qiao Yu tells the mayor that even without his request, he would have destroyed this wicked machine heart anyway. Professor Huajun places all his trust in the young hero. Meanwhile, Mondstadt quietly stands by, plotting his next move. At all costs, he has to win Qiao Yu over. He wastes no time, getting straight to the point, addressing the human ancient sacred body. Throw away that weak flesh, he demands, and join the glorious evolution. But Qiao Yu ignores the nonsense, slowly edging closer to the mechanical heart of Marta. Mondstadt stands there completely clueless about what Qiao Yu is planning. The young man doesn't hesitate for a second, leaping inside and throwing a direct punch. Mondstadt tries to stop him, but he's too late. That single blow hits the machine hard, dealing 404 damage. Mondstadt can't just stand by anymore. He flies in to stop him, screaming for the ancient sacred body to stop. Qiao Yu merely glances over, finding him incredibly annoying. Get lost, he thinks. But just as Mondstadt prepares to strike, the system flashes a frantic warning detecting hell-level danger. It begs its master to flee immediately. Repeat, run away right now. Before Mondstadt can even process the threat, a massive strike hits him for 288 damage, sending him crashing into the wall. Gritting his teeth, he stares at Qiao Yu in terror. Such insane power. He must keep this guy in the machine empire at all costs. Standing before the giant mechanical heart, Qiao Yu decides to finish the job. He activates a flurry of rapid punches. Marta's heart takes hit after hit, losing 404 health repeatedly. Shatter into pieces, you vile, wicked thing, he mutters. Moments later, the heart explodes. A system prompt announces that player Qiao Yu has destroyed Marta, gaining 100 experience points. Since he tore the machine apart with his bare hands, he also receives a bonus of 3 free attribute points. Mondstadt completely loses his mind. How dare Qiao Yu destroy Marta? Did he even realize how much hope that machine held for all of them? Qiao Yu lets out a heavy, disgusted sigh. He shuddered to think how many innocent human lives they fed to that monstrous thing. Looking closely at Mondstadt, Qiao Yu scoffs. You are clearly a human being, yet you call yourself a machine. Don't worry, you are next. Mondstadt instantly panics and begs him to wait. Listen to me, human ancient sacred body, you might be strong, but compared to the queen, you are not even worth a fingernail. Even though you managed to destroy Marta, our great queen will not punish you for this. Instead, she will give you a golden opportunity to redeem yourself and pay back your crimes against our nation. Just come with me to see Her Majesty embrace the mechanical future, and she will absolutely pardon all of your crimes. Qiao Yu raises an eyebrow in confusion. A queen. He thought Mondstadt was supposed to be the ruler of this mechanical country. City Lord Hua Jun shouts out, warning Qiao Yu not to fall for it. But the young man tells his leader to relax. He has zero interest in joining the machines, trusting only his own flesh. Mondstadt secretly smiles, plotting his next move. Once Qiao Yu sees Her Majesty's greatness, he will change his mind. Qiao Yu agrees to go meet this mysterious queen. But as they walk, Mondstadt plays dirty, releasing a robotic bug onto Qiao Yu's back. These parasites slowly turn humans into cold metal. Mondstadt is already celebrating, imagining the massive reward the queen will give him for converting the legendary human ancient sacred body. But the moment the metallic parasite extends its stinger toward his neck, Qiao Yu casually pinches and crushes it flat. The young man's eyes narrow. He knew this sneaky bastard could not be trusted for even a single second. Mondstadt tries to play innocent, acting clueless, but playing dumb earns him a brutal gut punch, costing him 240 health. Wait, he actually survived that. This level 15 NPC is built incredibly tough. Mondstadt screams out. He curses, asking if Qiao Yu changed his mind about meeting the queen. Qiao Yu realizes they must already be close to her location. Since he doesn't need a guide anymore, Mondstadt gets desperate. Fearing Qiao Yu might leave, he resorts to cheap threats. Ancient sacred body, don't do this the hard way. Refuse my invitation and I will happily break your limbs myself. I will just drag your broken body to the queen. She will reconstruct you into a perfect machine shell anyway. Mondstadt revs up his massive mechanical fist, charging straight toward Qiao Yu with everything he has got. Qiao Yu counters with a sharp blow, dealing 233 damage. Did you skip breakfast, little brother? Mondstadt is shocked that his full power strike was stopped. Qiao Yu casually grabs his wrist, mocking his scrap metal body. He delivers another heavy strike, draining 240 more health. Seeing his health bar melt, Mondstadt begs him to stop. Let me go, he screams, panicking as he finds himself completely paralyzed before taking another direct blow. Qiao Yu steps right up. Shaving off 260 more health, Mondstadt's health plunges to a miserable 432 out of 2,000. Human ancient sacred body, I must admit I underestimated you. But now you have earned my full respect. Mondstadt forces himself back up, unleashing his true mechanical form. Qiao Yu just stands there unimpressed by the hideous sight. He remarks on how incredibly ugly the form is, vowing he would rather die than evolve into a pile of junk. Mondstadt throws another heavy mechanical punch. Since the machine is getting serious, Qiao Yu decides it is time to match his energy. He executes a standard punch, followed by a heavy strike that shaves off 480 health points. To be fair, that previous situation was pretty close for Qiao Yu. But then the system makes a sudden announcement. Player Qiao Yu defeated the Mondstadt NPC barehanded, earning 15 free attribute points and 75 bonus experience points. You are successfully leveled up. Experience is now 15 out of 1100 and he gets another 10 attribute points. Congratulations to Qiao Yu for becoming a novice mage. He is incredibly proud of himself for pulling this off. He also completed a hidden quest unlocking the unsealing key. The City Lord's mission is officially done and dusted. With the key in hand, Qiao Yu's next target is the Machine Queen. Who knows what epic gear she might drop. But first he gets blocked by a locked door requiring a passcode. He tries guessing, but it fails. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have pulverized that Munstart boss. Another incorrect passcode screen pops up. What a massive headache. Where is he supposed to find the password anyway? Inside, the girl sitting alone seems to be the queen herself. Hearing the constant system errors, she realizes a human has arrived. But normally, once humans defeat the Munstart, they leave. Why did this one come looking for her? Meanwhile, Qiao Yu gets sick of waiting and simply smashes the door open. Well, that is definitely one way to solve a puzzle. But to his absolute surprise, a human girl is waiting inside. Qiao Yu waves and asks why she is here. To her, this outsider is a total weirdo. Seeing her blank expression, Qiao Yu tries again. He asks if she can talk and what her name is. She responds calmly, she is the Machine Queen. Qiao Yu nearly jumps out of his skin. This girl turns out to be an epic level 48 NPC with massive stats. Her health is an insane 100,000. Her physical strength, defense, and agility are all completely hidden from him. She has terrifying skills like Divine Ray and Death Storm. Seeing that massive life bar sends him into pure shock. This NPC has 100,000 HP. Shouldn't she be an A-rank boss? Qiao Yu is totally flustered. He slowly backs away and waves. Apologizing to the Great Queen for taking a wrong turn, he tries to leave immediately. But she won't let him escape that easily. She instantly summons mechanical binds to lock the young man in place. Qiao Yu panics. She is way too strong. She tells him not to fear, then closes her eyes. She reads his mind, discovering the vast outside world. She always knew her own reality was entirely fake. This place is just a simulated dungeon instance. Every single time she exists here, the system resets everything. Everything returns to how it started. But a glitch in this room lets her avoid the constant resets. She has lost count of how many resets she has survived. It has been a long, lonely existence. But out of countless loops, he is the only one who ever broke in. She cannot let this chance slip away. Qiao Yu realizes what she did. He asks if she read his mind, but she calls it an exchange instead. She shows him her own memories. Finally, Qiao Yu understands why a low D-rank boss has such ridiculous power levels. He asks if she wants to escape, but points out a level 11 player like him cannot break system rules. In response, the Machine Queen drives her sharp fingers straight into her own chest. Qiao Yu gasps in shock. She pulls her beating heart right out. She plans to bypass the rules of all the world to escape. This S-rank item is the heart of the Machine Queen. She tosses the glowing device straight to him. By keeping it with him, she can regrow a new body. Players are allowed to export items from dungeons. Once she forms a new vessel, she will finally experience the real world. Qiao Yu is completely stunned. He asks if she trusts him not to break his promise. Once outside, she won't have any power over him. She says she found no lies in his memories. She simply wants to witness the outside world herself. An NPC developing free will and planning a prison break from her own game. This is totally wild. She asks if he has decided. Qiao Yu sighs, knowing he does not really have any other choice here. The queen smiles and thanks him, releasing him from his binds. Immediately, the system sounds a massive congratulatory chime. Player Qiao Yu has cleared the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon with an A-rank evaluation. Rewards are now being distributed. He receives 50 bonus experience points and 5 free attribute points for his efforts, plus a B-rank shaping skill book and a C-rank brass controller item to boost his arsenal. The item boosts his overall attack power by 30% with absolutely zero class restrictions. That is a huge help. Now he just needs the headmaster to unlock that mysterious cube. Qiao Yu teleports back, but the room is empty. The headmaster is nowhere to be found. Waiting around is a waste of precious time, so he makes a decision. He decides to use the unsealing key to crack open the cube first. The moment it unlocks, a legendary weapon appears, the Green Dragon. Crescent Blade, a growth-type weapon. Qiao Yu is completely stunned. This is his parents' relic, but why on earth is it a giant blade? It doesn't even have any stats, so how is he supposed to upgrade it? Besides, isn't he a mage? Right then, the principal bursts through the door in a panic, telling Qiao Yu to forget about the cube. He has to hurry to the exam hall immediately, or he will completely miss the college entrance exam. The young man just stares blankly before suddenly remembering. Oh no, today is the big exam. Meanwhile, an arrogant student from the first academy steps out and questions the proctor, asking if the exam can start yet. Yang Xiang desperately tries to buy some time, arguing that they still have to wait. Not everyone has arrived yet. The elites from the first academy scoff, muttering that the fourth academy students are just trash anyway. Why bother showing up when the result is already obvious? Hearing this, Yang Xiang practically fumes with absolute rage. The snobs just keep mocking them, bragging that the First Academy has always held the highest passing rate in the city. The top scorers are always their alumni, just like Long Shang, who dominated the combat division exams last year. This year will not be any different, as the champion title is basically guaranteed to go to their school again. They mockingly advise the 4th Academy kids to just go home, claiming they probably chickened out of the exam. Yang Xiang puts his hands on his hips and barks right back, refusing to let them have the last word. He sneers that Brother Yu could take out their entire squad with just one punch each, causing the elite crowd to scoff. They mockingly invite him to try, hoping they face each other in the arena to show him what a real beatdown feels like. Yu is getting extremely anxious as the clock ticks down, desperately wondering where Qiao Yu could possibly be. Ma Fei is also losing his patience, stepping forward with a fierce shout to address the annoying First Academy crowd. He declares he will shatter their academy's winning streak, stating his only real rival in this entire exam is Qiao Yu. Despite the tough talk, Ma Fei is secretly sweating, cursing Qiao Yu for leaving them all hanging like this. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is running for his absolute life down the streets. Back at the arena, the proctors are losing patience. They ask the 4th Academy instructor if their team is ready, leaving the teacher praying for Qiao Yu to show up. Right on cue, the young man bursts into the arena with a loud shout, making Yang Xiang grin from ear to ear. Qiao Yu smirks and boldly announces that their daddy has finally arrived, a statement that instantly riles up all the rival academy students. The First Academy elites glare at Qiao Yu, complaining that they had to waste precious time waiting for a nobody. Fed up with their constant whining, Xiu steps in to remind them that the exam session hasn't even officially started. The rivals arrogantly bark back, claiming they are in a hurry to send these weaklings packing and secure the championship. Qiao Yu barely blinks, casually asking his teammates where these utter clowns even came from in the first place. The insult instantly triggers the rivals, who furiously warn him to pray they do not cross paths in the arena. Qiao Yu just chuckles, wondering out loud if everyone from the First Academy is this arrogant, hoping they maintain that energy. He loudly declares that the top scorer title is already his, completely triggering a hot-headed green-haired student in the crowd. The guy is about to charge at Qiao Yu, but his classmate Li firmly reminds him to keep his eyes on the prize. They are only here for the championship, and before he can even finish his threat, the green-haired boy is already shaking. He quickly apologizes to Qiao Yu, leaving Qiao Yu wondering why the bullies back down so easily. Just then, the proctor announces that the exam is officially starting. Jin Tong, the chief examiner, gets straight to the point without wasting any more time. This year's exam will use a points-based elimination system. Winning a match adds 2 points, while losing subtracts 1 point. Win streaks grant 1 bonus point per victory, while loss streaks will not result in any additional point deductions. After 10 rounds, the top 10 scorers will face off for the crown. The 1080 Sucheng exam officially begins. The arena erupts with wild cheers from the massive crowd. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu takes his place in the mage section. The matches will be strictly one-on-one, and health bars are capped at minimum levels to prevent any actual fatalities. This means Qiao Yu can unleash his full power without holding anything back. Up in the stands, a blonde youth watches the scene. Last year's top warrior Long Shang. His instructor asks him who he thinks will take the crown. Long Shang confidently replies that the ultimate championship title will undoubtedly come from their very own First Academy. For the opening round, the announcer calls out Ring 108, First Academy's Long Daishin versus 4th Academy's Qiao Yu. The two, who were just trading insults, are now facing each other directly in a completely unexpected first-round clash. So they meet again. Qiao Yu keeps a completely straight face, realizing his opponent's name is actually Long Daishin. A flashy name, don't you think? Qiao Yu deliberately slow-talks his way through it just to get under his skin. It works. The guy completely loses his mind, yelling at Qiao Yu to shut his mouth before he rips it open. Talk about anger issues. Just as things heat up, the referee steps in to ask if they are ready. Both fighters lock eyes, ready to tear each other apart, but first they must go through the official self-introductions. Long Daishin immediately loses his temper, wondering why they even have this annoying rule instead of just letting them fight right away. Qiao Yu is just as confused, but rules are rules and you have to listen to the referee. First Academy student Long Daishin. He is a level 9 lightning mage. Then it is Qiao Yu from the 4th Academy, who is currently a level 11 novice necromancer. Hearing this, Long Daishin flinches in absolute disbelief. A novice. Even the examiner is startled, realizing this kid has serious potential. Reaching novice level before the final exam is a massive achievement. With the introductions out of the way, the match finally begins. Long Daishin tries to shake off the nerves and steady his breathing. Damn it does not matter. Lightning is the ultimate counter. It completely counters necromancy, so being a novice class does not mean he will lose. He quickly activates his lightning barrier. Electricity crackles all around, but Qiao Yu just stands there totally unbothered, letting his opponent show off his flashy skills first. A massive vortex of electrical energy swirls around Long Daishin, leaving the crowd in the stadium completely awestruck by his raw power. Rumor has it only 1 in 10,000 can awaken this element, making it almost as rare as a hidden class. Everyone agrees that lightning is the most explosive elemental class, but this guy seems to be taking a very defensive approach. For an offensive class, focusing on defense is like fighting with one hand tied behind his back. It is not their strength. The crowd turns their attention to Qiao Yu, wondering how this kid could pressure a rare lightning mage into playing so defensively. Long Dishan yells out a challenge, telling Qiao Yu to show him what a real necromancer can actually do. He is sweating a bit, highly curious why Qiao Yu has not even drawn his magic staff. Is he planning to forfeit? Up in the stands, another instructor asks Elder Sue if this is the student they recently fast-tracked into Capital University. He wonders why the boy is not making a move, calling him a bit too arrogant for his own good. Even with a higher level, lightning is still the absolute counter to necromancy. If he does not summon his undead, he might lose. A brutal defeat is highly likely. Elder Sue does not want to explain too much, only letting out a quiet sigh. He tells them to just keep watching because some secrets are best left unsaid. He knows exactly how monstrous this kid is. This is the same guy who knocked out a Capital University recruiter with a single punch. Nearby, Long Xiang scoffs. He watches closely, wanting to see how this legendary necromancer's magic is going to hold up against a high-tier lightning class. As Qiao Yu takes his very first steps forward, Long Dishan begins to panic, wondering what the hell his opponent is up to. Why has he not summoned a single undead creature? Qiao Yu casually takes 92 points of damage and just keeps walking. He walks straight into the crackling barrier. Long Dishan screams in absolute shock, asking what kind of freak would do that. Aren't necromancers supposed to be incredibly fragile and easy to take down with lightning? Why is this guy acting like it is nothing? Let's be honest, would you ever expect a mage to act like this? Even the crowd is losing their minds over his sheer audacity. Is this even a real magic battle? They're supposed to be casting spells, not doing this. Is the kid completely insane? At that moment, Qiao Yu slips a C-grade weapon onto his fist, brass knuckles that increase critical hit rate by 30%. With a pretty devious grin, Qiao Yu charges right forward, declaring he is going to use his opponent to test out his brand new gear. One single punch sends the lightning mage flying back with a heavy crash, leaving him with only 1 out of 190 HP. Qiao Yu reminds him to remember his debt of 50,000. Up in the stands, spectators rub their eyes in absolute disbelief. They wonder if they are dreaming, having just watched a necromancer shrug off lightning with his bare body and throw a punch. That single strike dealt over 1,000 damage. The instructor standing next to Elder Sue practically jumps out of his seat. He yells that tanking lightning and using brass knuckles are one thing, but dealing that much damage is completely insane. How can anyone possibly call this kid a necromancer? Elder Sue just grins back, thoroughly enjoying the shock on his colleague's face. He asks what is wrong with a necromancer having a bit of physical power, claiming the boy simply practiced martial arts growing up. It makes perfect sense to him. Down below, Long Shang starts to smile at the sheer absurdity of the situation. If his physical strength is already this terrifying, just how powerful is his actual magic? It leaves everyone highly anticipating what comes next. Shortly after this embarrassing defeat, a panicked student runs over to deliver some urgent news to young Master Gu about Long Daichin. Defeated. The guy from the 4th Academy took him down with just one single punch. He definitely has some skill, but first, let us see. Let us cause some trouble for him. The top spot in the exams must belong to the 1st Academy. Meanwhile, the crowds outside are still, whispering and gossiping in sheer shock. Everyone wonders if he is actually a physical cultivator crashing a mage-only exam. After all, taking a direct hit from lightning mage attacks is something even an Iron Man could not pull off. Passers-by are asking if this guy is actually Saitama. Qiao Yu stands there laughing out loud, fully hyped and thanking everyone for their validation. Right at that moment, the exam board approaches Qiao Yu with a request asking him to please come along with them. Because his performance was so mind-blowing, someone reported him for cheating, and now they absolutely have to run some tests. Qiao Yu is completely thrown off, asking how they can drag him in for testing just because he did too well. He demands to know if there is any justice left, but they ask how a mage could possibly deal such massive damage. The young man gives a very simple response, claiming he just has natural innate strength. The old teacher sighs and orders him moved. Despite Qiao Yu struggling and trying to explain his raw natural power, they drag him off anyway, leaving the crowd completely stunned. That necromancer just got dragged away. Is he really a cheater? No wonder a normal necromancer could never deal over 1,000 damage. But one person is celebrating more than anyone. He teases Elder Shui about his star candidate getting escorted away. Laughing, he wonders if the boy used dirty tricks behind their backs, suggesting they should all go watch the inspection themselves. Seeing Qiao Yu dragged off, Ma Fei feels a spark of hope, wondering if his crazy achievements back in Nightmare Village were also fake. Meanwhile, the students from the 1st Academy are already crossing their arms, smugly saying they knew a mage could never hit that hard. They claim it has to be cheating, mocking that his upcoming drug test will probably show nothing but performance enhancers. They laugh, telling each other to just wait and see because once the results are out, he will be completely disqualified. Hearing this trash talk, Yang Xiang is absolutely furious, but he somehow manages to keep his hot temper in check. He mutters to himself to just wait until his boss Qiao Yu comes back and steals the top spot to make them cry. The haters laugh back, telling him he should pray. Qiao Yu even gets allowed back into the venue first before bragging. Let us check out the testing room where Qiao Yu confidently struts through the detection barrier without a single care. He muses that a genius's life is always plagued by doubts, but a moment later the machine scans him. The system announces no abnormal data has been found, but the skeptical old teacher demands he walk through a second time. Qiao Yu is completely fine walking through 100 times, and yet the machine still shows absolutely zero abnormalities. The stubborn examiner even suspects the scanning gate itself is broken, prompting the staff to fully dismantle and check the machinery. They confirm there is absolutely nothing wrong with the gate. It means this kid achieved that massive damage purely with physical strength. A melee mage is literally unheard of in history. The examiners are totally baffled by this bizarre combat style. When asked if they should let him return to the arena, the stubborn examiner still refuses to back down. He orders a urine test next to see if Qiao Yu has taken any banned substances before letting him go. If it comes back clean, only then can he resume. Meanwhile, the second round of matches is preparing to kick off. Gu Su stands there arrogantly, claiming that Guy probably won't be back for another hour and a half anyway. If the timer runs out, he will be automatically disqualified. His friends wait anxiously, wondering if he can make it. Spectators murmur about the absent necromancer, asking if the cheating rumors might actually turn out to be true after all. They claim only cheating could explain a single punch dealing over 1,000 damage. Soon, Qiao Yu enters the restroom. According to the rules, the examiner must personally watch the entire collection process, making things pretty awkward for Qiao Yu. Closing the stall door, the boy smirks and warns the guard that he is only hiding to avoid traumatizing him. The guard boasts about his special training, but his confidence is about to be completely shattered. Inside, the supervisor is left practically weeping in shock. Qiao Yu sighs, reminding him that he was warned not to look. He tells the traumatized guard to stop crying since it is not his fault anyway. Finally, they deliver the sample. The guard brings the final results back to Eldercan, confirming that the boy's test results are indeed completely clean. Hearing this, Eldercan orders him sent back to the arena, but then freezes when he looks at the boy's profile. He is the son of Qiao Anqing, a legendary mage who once defeated 500 elite students of Kyoto University single-handedly. Guess we are in for some serious entertainment with this kid. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Yang Xiang is sweating bullets. He wonders if Qiao Yu will really face an automatic loss, while the arrogant First Academy students keep mocking him. He cheated but still wants to keep competing. A mage using a single punch to drain over 1,000 points. If it were you, would you believe it? No way, right? That guy has probably been expelled and won't ever show his face again. Xie Yu happens to hear the latest news and gets incredibly heated. The exam committee said someone filed a report, which is why Qiao Yu was taken away for an investigation. It was you guys who did it, wasn't it? Listen, little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just throw wild accusations around. Do you actually have any proof that we did it? And even if it was us, what are you going to do about it anyway? An attack power that completely defies logic is bound to make anyone suspicious. Am I right? Look, even the judges themselves suspected that guy was cheating. Why else would they have dragged him off in the first place? Yang Xiang is so furious he can't hold back anymore, shouting at them to stop talking absolute garbage. There's no way Qiao Yu would ever cheat. He's about to come right back to the match. Keep dreaming in your own little world because the disqualification results are probably coming any second now. The group stands together to defend Qiao Yu, and Ma Fei chimes in too. It seems they are terrified he might steal the top scorer spot. But their petty scheme is about to crash and burn. Even if Qiao Yu isn't here, that top scorer is still falling right into my hands. But their little scheme is about to crash and burn. Even if Qiao Yu isn't here, that top scholar title will still fall to Ma Fei, meaning me. Right at that moment, Qiao Yu appears while the judge is about to award the match to the other side. Thank goodness, Qiao Yu steps up and confidently announces that he has arrived. The proctor declares that since he's here, the match can finally begin. Looking at his face, it is obvious he is ready to beat those guys to a pulp. Next is the usual pre-match introduction. 4th Academy Qiao Yu level 11 novice necromancer. At this epic moment, the crowd in the stands erupts once more. Hey, he's a necromancer. And he's back. This means he didn't cheat at all. He can actually deal over 1,000 points of damage with a single punch. The First Academy crew looks utterly demoralized, having never expected Qiao Yu to actually make it back. The poor guy standing across from Qiao Yu makes a very clear statement. You don't need to know my name because since you've arrived, I surrender. I have absolutely no desire to take a punch worth over 1,000 points. With that, the kid turns tail and runs away as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is so desperate for a fight that he chases after him begging, Hey, just let me land one punch is one punch too much to ask. Before he can even finish begging, the judge announces that Qiao Yu of the 4th Academy wins, gaining 3 points. With that, he secures 2 consecutive victories, bringing his total to 5. But he's not a fan of these effortless, boring wins at all. Over with the 1st Academy group, they gather around Gu Su to conspire. That necromancer is back, what are we going to do now? Reporting him was only meant to get people to turn on him. Since he didn't actually cheat, of course, he would return. But no matter, I already have a plan to eliminate him. No one is taking the top scorer title away from us. The next matches keep rolling on. Yet the moment the judge yells, go, his opponents immediately forfeit, which drives Qiao Yu absolutely insane. Seriously, why is everyone surrendering? Don't you guys have any pride? Aren't you supposed to shout something heroic and charge? But his opponents just turn their backs and walk away. Who needs pride when getting hit by him hurts like hell? By the 4th round, they keep waving the white flag and surrendering immediately. And when the 8th round finally comes around, all Qiao Yu hears are those same boring words of defeat. He is dying to actually throw a serious punch at someone. The 1st Academy is really starting to sweat now. That freak of a necromancer has already racked up 8 consecutive wins. At this rate, he is definitely going to use this massive win streak to breeze straight into the single elimination tournament bracket. Gu Su immediately puts his plan into motion, pulling some strings to match Shi Xiaorong of the 2nd Academy against Qiao Yu in round 9. But will someone as proud as Shi Xiaorong actually go along with their little setup? Don't worry, because Gu Su has already calculated everything. This college entrance exam isn't up to her. If she wants to walk away with a good score, she has to fight with everything she's got. With the match rigging complete, the 9th round officially sets up Shi Xiaorong of the 2nd Academy against Qiao Yu of the 4th Academy. Her stunning looks instantly leave the young guys in the crowd completely starstruck. Good grief, is the legendary Shi Xiaorong. She is absolutely gorgeous. I would gladly break my own ribs to make her soup. The judge steps in and tells both sides to introduce themselves. This girl seems incredibly direct and powerful as she steps forward. Representing the 2nd Academy, Shi Xiaorong. Level 11 Novice Ice Mage. Hearing this, the opposing teacher looks incredibly smug and confident in his star student. Hey old man, Shu, isn't that kid your 4th Academy's top seed? Going up against Shi Xiaorong, this match is going to be rough. Old man Shu can only sigh. You guys really know nothing about Qiao Yu. Our main character confidently steps up to introduce himself once more. He is actually quite surprised, thinking his opponent would surrender like all the others. But she does not. She even fires back, asking why on earth she would ever surrender. Hearing those words instantly gets Qiao Yu excited. Wow, he has finally found someone who refuses to throw in the towel. Up in the stands, the spectators start getting soft-hearted. So much for showing mercy to a pretty girl. Is this kid really about to use his brutal qualifying match tactics? Would he actually dare? Laying a single finger on their goddess is just going way too far. How could anyone wield such a terrifying weapon against a gorgeous girl? But Qiao Yu does not even care. Seeing their outrage, he just smiles and tells them he would never use brute force on a beautiful lady. He channels his power and the examiner freezes in pure shock. They wonder if this guy is actually a necromancer. Shi Xiaorong grows anxious, never having faced such a bizarre mage. As Qiao Yu charges forward like a freight train, Shi Xiaorong quickly conjures a massive wall of solid ice. Smiling, he smashes right through it to blow off steam. She panics, knowing she cannot let him get close. Her skills can only bind him for 2 seconds at most. The second he breaks free, Qiao Yu leaps high. Face locked in intense concentration, she realizes this is her chance now that he is airborne. She thinks that Qiao Yu is strong but too cocky, and his 8-game winning streak is officially ending right here. Unleashing her eternal ice wall, she completely freezes him solid, driving the crowd absolutely wild with excitement. Everyone cheers for their goddess, amazed that she froze her opponent without taking a single scratch. It seems Qiao Yu is not as tough as he looks. Some other contestants even regret forfeiting so early. Seeing this, the 2nd Academy instructor starts gloating, claiming his student is clearly a cut above the rest. But Mr. Sue remains completely unbothered, calmly advising everyone to just sit back and keep watching the match. Confident in her victory, Shi Xiaorong asks the referee if the match is officially over. But the referee points out that although the rules require a surrender or 1 health, his health is still draining. This means he is still in the game. Feeling pity, she tells Qiao Yu to just yield and accept defeat. She asks why he is dragging this out since his health is going to bottom out very soon anyway. Qiao Yu just looks back with wide eyes, thinking to himself that his health bar is doing completely fine. Suddenly, deep cracks run through the ice. Terrified, she quickly channels more mana to reinforce the frozen barrier. Panic sets in as she wonders just how monstrously strong this guy is to be breaking her ultimate spell. Flashing a sneaky grin, Qiao Yu asks how much mana she has left, sending a cold shiver down her spine. She is completely out of magic, utterly baffled as to why his health bar is still holding strong. Breaking free with ease, Qiao Yu points his weapon straight at her, showing no intention of stopping now. She might be gorgeous, but a match is a match. Qiao Yu strikes without holding back, dealing a decisive blow. The hit drains her health by 260 points, instantly causing a massive uproar among her fans. They scream that he has no gentlemanly bone in his body, but Qiao Yu just shrugs. It is a competition. With her health hitting exactly 1, the referee officially declares Qiao Yu the winner, awarding him 3 precious points. Mr. Sua beams with pride, gloating that he already told everyone no one in this tournament could stop Qiao Yu. Struggling to her feet, Xiaorong apologizes to her instructor, who quickly reassures her that she did her best. Her points are still plenty to qualify. Her teacher blames that wild kid instead, calling him an absolute disgrace. The instructor claims Qiao Yu is insulting the mage profession. Hearing this, Qiao Yu just shakes his head. He wonders if these people truly believe a mage who trains his physical body cannot be a real magic user. Meanwhile, a scout from the First Academy rushes back to report the shocking defeat of Shi Shaorong to Gu Su. Qiao Yu has now secured 10 straight wins to advance, proving that even their dirty matchmaking tricks could not stop him. Gu Su is absolutely furious, calling the Second Academy useless before deciding he will have to handle this personally. Back inside the Second Academy resting lounge, Shi Shaorong is called over by her instructor to debrief. Her teacher asks for her honest thoughts, and she admits that his physical strength is completely off the charts. The instructor reveals that a quick look at the brackets showed her original opponent was actually swapped for Qiao Yu. Shi Shaorong is stunned, wondering if someone rigged the board to eliminate her. But then she realizes the truth. Given his insane power, the real target of this sabotage must be Qiao Yu himself. She wonders if she should warn him. After some deep thought, she decides to meet with Qiao Yu, who is quite surprised by the news. He asks for confirmation that someone deliberately rigged the brackets just to force them into an early showdown. Watch out, Qiao Yu, he might target you on the arena stage. While resorting to such dirty, underhanded tricks. The guy is playing dirty. Still, the coward refuses to show his face. If he dared to step out, one punch would send him to heaven. On the arena stage, Qiao Yu and Gu Su stand side by side, but the young man pays zero attention to the backstabber. Finally, the 10 rounds of combat have ended. No need to repeat the rules. The arena officially begins as the top 10 strongest fighters are revealed. Standing on the highest platform. Stepping out, Qiao Yu silently hopes that the coward hiding in the shadows will finally show himself. Plot all you want, he thinks I am standing right here, come try and stop me. This appearance makes the atmosphere even more explosive. While the Necromancer is stepping up, first is he planning to hold the stage alone. 1 against 9. Right then, a muscular youth steps forward to accept the challenge, boasting that only a true genius deserves the champion title. And obviously, he believes he is that genius. But before the words even settle, Qiao Yu delivers a brutal strike, dealing 354 damage. The challenger drops completely motionless. Academy number 4, Qiao Yu successfully defends the stage. Everyone in the crowd shifts to doubting if Qiao Yu is even a necromancer at all. If no one can stop him, this year's championship is practically his. Suddenly, the crowd does a complete U-turn, passionately cheering for him. Go Qiao Yu, win this thing, successfully defend the stage. People are screaming that they are officially fans now. Hearing the crowd chanting his name, he just smirks. Surely that coward in the dark can't take it anymore. And right on cue, Gu Su finally steps out to challenge him. He calls Qiao Yu a show-off and throws out a random number 5 million. Qiao Yu has absolutely no idea what he means. Gu Su keeps flashing cash to negotiate, telling Qiao Yu to forfeit for 5 million. He adds that Qiao Yu is just an orphan with nothing. Aside from a house left by his parents, Qiao Yu has no assets. 5 million is enough for half a lifetime of easy living. This blatant insult deeply triggers Qiao Yu's pride. Who do you think I am? He thinks this is the Grand Champion exam of Sioux City, my ultimate dream. Is my dream only worth 5 million? He demands a price increase. Gu Su scoffs, calling him a low-class brat, and asks how much more he wants. Qiao Yu bluntly replies that 100 million is enough, though he won't refuse 10 billion either. Gu Su realizes he is being mocked completely. Enraged, he warns Qiao Yu that since he refused the easy way, he will have to take the hard way. He threatens to show no mercy. Qiao Yu, however, has already read his opponent like an open book. This guy clearly despises him and has some powerful backing. The next person stepping onto the arena is none other than Gu Su, the Academy's top Tier 1 Dark Mage. Offering a mocking greeting, he immediately activates his Shadow Soldier summoning skill, a signature dark spell. A Dark Mage versus a Necromancer makes for a highly anticipated showdown. Since both are summoners, will Qiao Yu summon his undead? But Qiao Yu only sighs. He has absolutely no need to summon anything. He has more than enough on his own. But facing these Shadow Soldiers, Qiao Yu feels slightly weirded out by them. Are these iron-bodied shadow minions all he has? Gu Su boasts that this is just the first course of his feast. But Qiao Yu simply swings his weapon, blasting away the entire crowd of surrounding enemies with a single strike. He scoffs that these durable minions are nothing special and wants to see if they can truly take a real beating. Qiao Yu raises his weapon high, bringing it down with shattering force right onto the monster directly in front of him. Now only 3 monsters remain. Gusu starts to panic, seeing his durable minions get completely obliterated by raw physical force. Qiao Yu has the muscle power of a literal humanoid beast. Meanwhile, the young man is casually enjoying himself playing. With each target, he easily takes out another minion, leaving only 1 left. With the summons finally cleared away, Gusu is the next target. Qiao Yu charges directly at his opponent, but instead of dodging, the dark mage merely explains that those shadow minions were never meant for direct combat anyway. He instantly activates a dark shadow sacrifice technique, slicing a blade straight through his own body in a shocking display. In any other setting, that lethal self-inflicted blow would have instantly ended him. Qiao Yu's offensive power is terrifying, but his opponent still manages to deliver a surprise, as his severed arm instantly reattaches itself. Chuckling, Gusu admits that in all of Su City, Qiao Yu is the first to destroy his shadow minions and force him to use a sacrifice technique. But after taking a hit, Qiao Yu realizes that attacking Gusu might actually rebound onto himself. Unless he targets the caster directly, he cannot win this battle. Gusu pulls out a sharp dagger, mockingly asking if Qiao Yu thinks staying passive will keep him safe. With a sinister grin, he plunges the dagger straight into his own chest, but as he commits this self-harm, Qiao Yu is the one who suffers the agonizing pain, coughing up blood as 50 health points are instantly deducted. Gusu scoffs and tells Qiao Yu to just give up since he stands no chance. If he surrenders now, those previous promises might still stand. But a true powerhouse does not back down so easily. Qiao Yu shoots him a flat rejection, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Gusu is completely shocked once again. Qiao Yu has his internal organs literally pierced through, yet he behaves as if it is absolutely nothing. Since Qiao Yu wants to be stubborn, Gusu decides to show no mercy, repeatedly stabbing his own body. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu keeps coughing up blood. He has to admit that while the damage feels like a mild itch, the pain itself is definitely very real. Gusu even aims a knife at his own crotch. Qiao Yu immediately catches on and tells him to stop right there before things get way too painful. This sheer madness pushes Qiao Yu over the edge. He attacks instantly, severing the guy's arm once again. Annoyed, Gusu activates another shadow sacrifice. Qiao Yu takes a hit from the rebound, losing 496 points. Going all out only caused his own strength to backfire on him. Having massive attack power is apparently a double-edged sword. Qiao Yu wonders what the catch is with this kid's bizarre damage reflection skill. Could the limitation lie within that strange black mist? After a brief moment of calculation, Qiao Yu tells his opponent that he finally figured it out. If his guess is correct, one more strike will completely finish Gusu. But the opponent simply scoffs, telling him to go ahead and try. Qiao Yu wastes no time and throws a massive, devastating punch straight at Gusu. He smiles, knowing his opponent cannot hide his next move. Did the guy really think his sneaky spellcasting would go unnoticed? Now it is time to put his theory to the ultimate test. Qiao Yu dares him not to dodge and to use that reflection skill again. Gusu refuses to lose the trash-talking game. He yells that if he runs, he will call Qiao Yu his father. Qiao Yu leaps high with a raised fist while Gusu triggers his Shadow Guardian. The tension between their two colliding forces is insanely high. Qiao Yu smiles, asking why his opponent is raising a defense if his guess was wrong. Gusu takes the blow directly, losing 125 points. Panicking, he realizes his Shadow Shield should have easily blocked this attack. That barrier is powerful enough to stop a full strike from a standard boss, yet it completely shattered under a single punch from Qiao Yu. Is this guy actually more terrifying than an actual boss monster? Feeling the momentum, Qiao Yu decides it is time to wrap things up. But Gusu refuses to accept defeat, desperately clinging to his last stand by activating his Shadow Devour sacrifice skill. Undergoing a monstrous transformation, he boldly claims that even a body cultivator of his rank could never match him now. He asks what Qiao Yu could possibly bring to the table, fully convinced that in this state, absolutely nobody can touch him. Gusu screams that the title of two-fan champion belongs to him. Seeing his opponent unleash this much power, Qiao Yu gets pretty excited. He cranks his output up to 100%. However, Gusu has become incredibly tough after absorbing 4 separate shadows. He seems to have acquired shadow-like traits, charging wildly at Qiao Yu while screaming if he is actively seeking his own doom. The very moment they collide, the entire arena seems to shake violently. Qiao Yu relies on his insane agility to dodge every single strike. Gusu manages to grab Qiao Yu by the ankle, but the main character quickly counters, giving him a face full of his foot. The spectators are absolutely loving the show, though they wonder if these two are supposed to be mages or heavyweight brawlers. Since when did the meta shift to melee magic? Meanwhile, two familiar figures in the crowd are watching the fight with gritted teeth. These are the guys from the Baize Guild whom Qiao Yu previously scammed, and they are absolutely furious seeing him on stage. They realize his real name is Qiao Yu, not Ma Fei, though they hope both of these monsters might end up joining their guild. Back in the arena, Gu Su grows increasingly desperate, demanding to know what kind of cheap trick allows Qiao Yu to match him. Qiao Yu asks if he is really sure about that. Realizing his Shadow Devourer skill is running out of time, Gu Su goes all in. He screams that Qiao Yu forced his hand, pushing his transformation even further. Up in the stands, his academy instructor senses danger. He yells for Gu Su to stop immediately, but the kid is completely consumed by madness, screaming that it is already too late. Gu Su rants about becoming the champion to prove he is better than his older brother. Watching this, last year's top scorer understands his pain. Living under the shadow of a genius sibling must have put immense pressure on him. But as Gu Su goes completely wild, Qiao Yu is just thrilled. Qiao Yu happily taunts his opponent, telling him that this is exactly how a real fight should feel. Gu Su charges, landing a solid strike on Qiao Yu's chin that deals 141 damage. But Qiao Yu barely flinches. He immediately counters, turning this standard exam into a total bloodbath. Panic spreads as observers ask Elder Kan if they should intervene. But the truth is, nobody there actually has the power to stop them. That is when a mysterious girl decides to handle things herself. As she prepares to make her move, Gu Su continues to scream like a madman, demanding to know why his opponent remains completely unfazed. Qiao Yu simply smiles and tells him not to ask, declaring that he is the actual boss here. This only makes Gu Su lose his mind further. He unleashes a flurry of wild punches, but the moment his guard drops, Qiao Yu lands a devastating blow right through his shield. The dark barrier shatters instantly, leaving Gu Su completely frozen in disbelief. The referee steps in and officially declares Qiao Yu the winner. Victory is decided, and the top mage scholar title belongs to him. Suddenly, the old master roars out, "Audacious fools, do you want to die, Qiao Yu?" He whips around in absolute confusion to see what went wrong. Within seconds, everyone is captured. How could this even happen? Even elite prospects like Gu Su and Shi Xiaorong are captured. Is this a plot to round up the most talented students? Right then, a black-cloaked woman steps forward. She asks if he is awake, apologizing for using such a rough method to invite them over. Qiao Yu scowls, lifting his tightly bound hands. "You call this an invitation?" The woman reassures him they will not harm any of them. She claims they only want to inspect their raw talents. She introduces herself as Hua Zi, the regional overseer of Baize City. Yang Xiang and Ma Fei finally wake up. "Baize, what is that? Is it some shadow organization?" Qiao Yu looks thoughtful, noting that Baize must be absolutely insane to pull this off. Shi Xiaorong and Gu Su chime in as well, demanding to know their plans, warning that kidnapping examinees is a massive crime. They demand release, but Hua Zi just laughs, suggesting they stay quiet if they value their safety. Glaring at them, she threatens that anyone attempting to escape will suffer a fate worse than death. Yu asks why they were dragged here. She explains that just as colleges need to recruit fresh blood, so does Baize. Scouting for talents manually is far too tedious, so why not just swipe the ready-made geniuses right off the board? A hot-headed student from the first academy snaps, shouting that they have never even heard of some trash group named Baize. He demands his release, but after a brief moment of trash-talking, the arrogant kid gets kicked straight to the dirt by her. She sneers that they have no choice, and once they witness Baize's true power, they will willingly join up. Refusal means death, and she expects these brilliant minds to make the smart choice instead of acting foolish. She warns them not to escape into the inner world because their handcuffs are specially designed. Meanwhile, slightly earlier, Elder Jin was busy letting arrows fly, shooting down spies who had infiltrated the arena disguised as exam staff. Realizing there are moles, their urgent priority is saving the students. Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind, calling out the level 35 archer, Jin Tong. The attacker cannot believe the Sioux City examiner is the culprit, demanding to know who they are and why they target candidates. The foe mockingly tells him to take a guess if he will talk. Elder Jin instantly fires another arrow right at him, but the figure dissolves. It is just an illusion. Before he can react, Jin Tong is suddenly standing right in front of him. Jin Tong launches a surprise attack, mocking the elder's short temper, warning him it will lead to an early grave. Soon, the entire rocky mountainside is absolutely torn apart. Allies rush to check on the elder, who brushes it off and demands to know where the enemies are. They report that 10 candidates were taken. Hearing the names of Qiao Yu, Gu Su, and Shi Xiaorong only fuels the master's rage. The principals from the 1st and 4th academies arrive on the scene to assess the damage. They try to calm Elder Jin down. Since the abductees are all elite geniuses, the enemies will likely keep them alive for now, leaving a small window for a rescue mission. Such coordinated training and precise sudden action proves this is no ordinary gang. Nobody else would have the sheer guts to pull this. Suddenly, an official from the exam committee runs over in a total panic, bearing even more terrifying news for the elders. It is not just Sioux City. 4 different cities across the nation report that their top candidates have been kidnapped using the exact same method. This is clearly the work of a single syndicate. Absolutely furious, Elder Jin orders an immediate full-scale investigation into their whereabouts. No matter what, they must keep the students safe. Meanwhile, in the back of the transport, Qiao Yu is busy examining the specially designed cuffs. The loudmouth body cultivator who previously got trashed by Qiao Yu starts acting tough and laughing mockingly. He boasts that trash restraints cannot hold a mighty body cultivator, grunting and flexing with all his might, but nothing budges. Qiao Yu watches casually, giving his own cuffs a light tug, only to break them instantly with a disappointed sigh. It seems Baze's gear is incredibly cheap. Qiao Yu calmly walks around the vehicle, breaking everyone's restraints one by one. Once he finishes, only one stubborn person refuses his help. Gusu turns his head away, huffing that he does not need any assistance. Ignoring the attitude, Qiao Yu draws his weapon and smashes the transport door wide open. Up front, Huazi senses something wrong and screams for the driver to stop. Armed and ready, she steps in only to find everyone completely freed. Even a level 20 body cultivator should not be able to shatter those cuffs. She demands to know how they pulled it off. Qiao Yu strokes his chin, giving a sly smile. He taunts that she won't be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't explain, but says goodbye, regardless. Instantly, all the candidates vanish back into the inner world, leaving Huazi standing there completely powerless and frustrated. By the time they return, the Sioux City authorities will likely have already arrived. She mutters Qiao Yu's name, promising to remember him. Meanwhile, entering the new dungeon zone, Qiao Yu instantly receives a quest to reach Lingshu Mountain and stop Hanba from resurrecting at difficulty grade E. The rewards depend entirely on his performance rating. Currently, Qiao Yu is disguised as a zombie. Qiao Yu looks around but sees no sign of Yang Xiang. He guesses this is a random teleportation instance. If he can just smash that brass gong and the soul-capturing bell in the NPC's hands, he should regain his freedom. Suddenly, one of the 2 men walking ahead whips around pale as a ghost and shrieks, "Master, the corpse has come back to life." The old master looks totally annoyed, snaps back, "What are you losing your mind for at midnight? How could a corpse possibly wake up?" A revived corpse turns evil, grows thick hair, and its nails and teeth grow long. "Did you throw everything I taught you right out the window?" The old man glares at Qiao Yu for a second before turning away, but his nervous apprentice keeps trying to explain. "But master," he mutters, "I really saw it." Plus, a giant broadsword has suddenly appeared in the corpse's hands. "How many times do I have to tell you a stiff corpse cannot move to hold a weapon?" Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is putting pieces together. These 2 corpse herders are definitely NPCs. Following them is his fastest ticket to trigger the main questline of this dungeon. He decides to stick close, raising his arms to mimic a stiff zombie. As they enter a room covered in paper talismans, the master tells his apprentice to stay outside and watch the corpse while he goes inside to handle some business. Left all alone, the young man stares at Qiao Yu in absolute terror. He even starts bowing and pleading, "Please, Lord, corpse, do not come back to life." Right at that moment, 2 coffin bearers kick the door open. An old man puffing on a pipe steps inside, eyeing Qiao Yu. Looking at the freeze talisman, the old smoker asks, "What is your relation to that corpse driver, Gu Si Yoshin?" The apprentice stammers, "Gu Si Yoshin is my master. Are you guys the legendary coffin bearers?" The old man chuckles coldly. "Gu Si Yoshin's disciple has some decent eyes. Where is your master?" The kid explains his master stepped out for a moment. The old man starts inspecting Qiao Yu's body and gets a shock. Wow, this corpse is not rotting, still has warmth. It is completely elastic. He must have died very recently. But as the old man pokes Qiao Yu's face with his pipe, the young apprentice screams in terror, "Senior, do not disrespect the corpse. If you anger him, the consequences will be disastrous." The coffin bearer sneers aggressively, "What corpse? It is just a dead body. What consequences could there possibly be? You guys are just pathetic corpse herders who worship the dead. Only fools like you would treat a corpse with such respect. If this thing tries to move, my morning staff wielded by Feng Li will easily smash him to pieces." The pale apprentice stammers, "You cannot do this. It is an absolute insult to our guest corpse." Ignoring him, the old smoker keeps poking Qiao Yu's face, noting that this dead kid is actually pretty handsome. If they sell him to some wealthy family, they will make a fortune. He orders Feng Li to take the corpse. But as Feng Li steps forward to steal the body, the brave apprentice blocks him, screaming that they are nothing but thieves. Feng Li slaps the kid hard across the face. Yet the stubborn apprentice refuses to back down, threatening to fight them. Feng Li laughs in his face, showing absolute contempt for the weak boy before pulling back his leg. He kicks the boy straight in the gut, calling him a useless weakling. Watching this, Qiao Yu can no longer play dead. Honestly, you can only push a guy so far before he loses his cool, and Qiao Yu is done playing dead. Ripping the talisman off his forehead, Qiao Yu grumbles, The apprentice panics. The corpse has actually woken up. Gripping his staff, Qiao Yu tells them he did not want to fight, but he still needs to reach Lingshu Mountain. There is no way he is letting them sell him off. In a flash, he lunges at the old coffin bearer. The old man instantly casts a protective water barrier, but Qiao Yu's heavy strike shatters it, sending him tumbling backward. He gasps in shock. "You are not a corpse, you are alive." Feng Li charges in, shouting at him to stop playing tricks. He swings his heavy mace straight at Qiao Yu's head, but Qiao Yu takes the blow without even flinching. Shaking with fear, the old man asks what Qiao Yu really is. Qiao Yu simply shrugs. "Honestly, I do not know." Right then, the system alerts him that his active zombie transformation state has been successfully triggered. This state grants him an extra 100 defense points, though corpse-suppressing spells will also affect him now. Everything finally makes sense to Qiao Yu, explaining why that soul-capturing bell was able to control him earlier. Since he still has plenty of health and does not rely on mana anyway, this downside is practically meaningless. The desperate coffin bearer starts chanting, holding 2 paper talismans between his fingers as he barks out orders. He orders Feng Li to hold Qiao Yu off while he prepares a high-level corpse-sealing spell to restrain the monster. Armed with his mace, Feng Li charges forward blindly, but Qiao Yu slams his staff down, shattering the ground below. Feng Li gets completely pinned down, screaming for his master to save him as panic takes over. The moment he turns around, the old guy runs for his life. Feng Li is left behind, cursing Bo Tianru. Calling him a spineless coward, Feng Li curses his ancestors. Qiao Yu just sneers. "Don't worry, he won't get away." He chases at full speed and slices Bo Tianru right in half, leaving Feng Li completely frozen on his knees. With the runner gone, Qiao Yu turns back to deal with Feng Li. "Almost forgot about you," he mutters. He charges and punches him right in the face. The system alerts that player Qiao Yu defeated NPC Bo Tianru. He earns 75 experience points. Defeating NPC Feng Li awards 10 attribute points and 50 more experience points. After cleaning up, Qiao Yu walks over to inspect the mysterious coffin. Wondering what it is, he decides to open it up. This is a spirit-suppressing coffin covered in bizarre carvings. Lying inside grants the user a special status effect. He pops the lid. Huge surprise, is this Ma Pingchuan actually Qiao? The girl suddenly sits straight up, asking if he planned to recognize her this way. Qiao Yu laughs sheepishly. Asking if she is finally awake, he notices Yu looking completely baffled as to how she got inside this coffin. Qiao Yu crosses his arms, deducing that everyone entering this dungeon turned into zombies to complete the quest. Meanwhile, the young NPC stands bewildered. He has absolutely no clue what is happening before his eyes. He wonders if another corpse god has appeared. Trembling with fear, the young man looks at Qiao Yu. He nervously asks if the great corpse god has any questions. Qiao Yu demands directions to Lingshu Mountain. The boy agrees, mentioning he and his master were already heading there. Just then, Guzie Yuzian returns. He proudly shows off the 2 corpse gods he captured. Surprised by the kid's skill, the master says they must hurry. After a few hours of traveling, they finally reach Xiaoxing village, situated right near the base of Lingshu Mountain. He observes the land's energy. The dragon vein ends here, creating an unholy burial ground where dark energy gathers. The geomantic energy suggests the coffin must be placed deep within this high tomb to properly seal its dark power. They must prepare the ritual site. Strange talismans are scattered everywhere across this eerie, isolated mountain path. Upon arrival, a bald master instructs them to wait inside, noting that the other brothers should arrive shortly. The master tells his disciple to keep a close eye on the corpse gods while Qiao Yu's classmates wait outside. Yang Xiang and Qiao Yu are thrilled to reunite. Meanwhile, the young NPC guide is completely overwhelmed by the sight. He panics. Why are these corpse gods suddenly alive? Inside, the 5 lords hold a meeting. The leader asks if the corpse gods are ready, reminding everyone this is their 5th ritual, so mistakes are unacceptable. Once everyone confirms they are prepared, the Grand Master decides they will finally enter the Emperor's tomb tonight. Under the cover of night, they lead the silent zombies deep into the eerie talisman-covered Emperor's tomb. One master asks if they can leave now that the corpse gods are delivered, but the leader clearly disagrees. Demanding to know where they think they are going, he suddenly kneels down and begins chanting a dark spell. He offers the yin corpses as a medium and human blood as a sacrifice to welcome back the Heavenly Emperor. This sudden betrayal leaves the other masters completely speechless and utterly shocked by their senior brother's trap. Realizing they are meant to be sacrifices, the terrified masters refuse to die easily and instantly turn to run. The bald leader sneers, asking where they think they can possibly run in a place like this. Suddenly, a horde of vicious corpses rises from the ground, confirming this death trap was planned all along. Watching from the shadows, Qiao Yu's classmates notice the infighting and ask him what their next move is. Qiao Yu reminds them of their main quest. They must stop the resurrection of the drought demon Hanba. Realizing Hanba is likely the Heavenly Emperor, the senior brother mentioned the students immediately charge into battle. The The system alerts player Qiao Yu that defeating the vicious corpses in melee combat grants him attribute points. He gains 5 attribute points and 25 experience points. Meanwhile, the bald boss laughs maniacally as the ritual progresses. He gloats that his master will finally resurrect, but his triumph is cut short when he turns around. Qiao Yu's squad is absolutely demolishing his horde of corpses. Shocked, the boss wonders how they are still moving. Furious that they dare ruin his plans, the old man immediately begins drawing a powerful talisman to cast a spell. While fighting, Qiao Yu suddenly notices a chilling sensation as his movements and reaction speed drastically slow down. Fearing his zombie transformation has worn off, he looks back at the boss, who continues chanting and casting. By the master's touch, divine forces are summoned and cosmic soldiers deployed to banish evil. What corpse or demon would dare oppose? The moment the final command drops, Qiao Yu and his friends find themselves completely frozen. The old man is utterly exhausted, yet still. He smiles smugly. "Don't worry," he sneers. "You corpse puppets are perfect nourishment for my master, so I can't let you run free." Qiao Yu's mind is racing. If they stay paralyzed like this, that crazy old guy is actually going to wake up the legendary Hanba. He quickly shouts over to Gu Shushin. "Hey, are you still breathing? We have to stop that monster from waking up right now. Don't you guys have some way to break this seal on us?" Gu Shushin looks completely taken aback. "Wait, did you say Hanba? Are you saying the emperor corpse in that stone coffin is Hanba?" Well, obviously. Is he really that strong? Of all the worst-case scenarios, and of course the worst happens, Cheng Longqi returns to the mortal world and the system announces Hanba's resurrection, instantly updating the quest. Quest updated successfully. The target is to defeat Hanba with a difficulty of D class. The boss info shows he is an epic threat. Level 24,000 health, 223 strength, 177 defense, 158 agility, and deadly poison skills. His presence is overwhelming. Everyone panics, screaming that Hanba has awakened. The monster immediately targets the loudest guy in the room. The guy panics, screaming why the hell the beast is chasing him. Spotting Qiao Yu, he decides to get some quick payback by leading the monster right to him. He even smirks, saying, "Better you than me, buddy." Qiao Yu is absolutely furious at the sudden betrayal, just minding his own business, and now he is forced to fight. As Hanba lunges, Qiao Yu welcomes him with a devastating punch. Hanba crashes violently into the church wall. Enraged, the beast spits out toxic sludge. His teammate panics, screaming a warning to Qiao Yu. "Watch out, that is corpse poison." Thankfully, Shi Xiaorong activates her eternal ice wall, blocking the toxic spray just in time. Another teammate steps up to help, casting a healing spring breeze spell to restore Qiao Yu's health. The second his bar is fully topped off. Hanba shatters the ice wall. Another classmate activates his shadow dash technique, launching a swift lethal strike on the raging monster, shaving off exactly 36 health points. The zombie freezes for a moment, utterly enraged, and screams to unleash his ultimate skill, the terrifying ancestor pressure. Under the crushing weight of this skill, every player's stats are immediately cut in half. Qiao Yu is absolutely livid. Damn it, does that mean his own max health is slashed in half too? No wonder this challenge is rated D class. The top-knot guy who just used his shadow technique is completely panicking. With their stats cut in half, he realizes there is no way he can even scratch Hanba anymore. They must coordinate their strategy and not let the monster run wild. Suddenly, Qiao Yu charges in and lands a devastating punch, instantly stripping 398 health. The bun-haired teammate gasps in utter disbelief. What kind of necromancer is this guy? His stats are halved, yet his damage is 10 times my strongest skill. Qiao Yu stays completely focused, but unfortunately he gets overpowered as Hanba's insane brute strength begins to push him back. Yang Xiang shouts in worry, asking if he is okay, and wonders what they can do since nobody else can break Hanba's defense. Qiao Yu tries to keep his cool, telling them he is fine. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Gu Su from the Second Academy. With a mischievous grin, Qiao Yu rushes straight toward him and lands a massive punch that sends Gu Su rolling away. Caught completely off guard, Gu Su thinks Qiao Yu is just using this chaos to get petty revenge, but his intentions are actually good. Look right in front of you. It turns out Hanba had already targeted Gu Su, and Qiao Yu's hit actually triggered a defensive skill, creating a dark shield that blocks all of Hanba's attacks. Qiao Yu stands back with folded arms, observing the spectacle. Who knew this guy's shadow shield would be so incredibly useful here? Thwarted, Hanba rolls away and tries to attack from another angle. Gu Su quickly turns to activate his shadow sacrifice, but he is too slow, eating a brutal punch straight to the face from Hanba. Hanba does not stop there, wasting no time in delivering another massive slap right to Gu Su's other cheek. Talk about a literal face rearrangement. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu prepares to seize the opportunity to strike, urging his team to get ready. Zhao Ziyue needs a bit more time. Once she recovers, she immediately unleashes her Icy Fury spell. Right after that, Yang Xiang supports with a Binding Earth spell. The two forces combine to temporarily freeze Hanba in place. Qiao Yu watches and evaluates. Gusu is actually pretty tough. Hanba thrashed him so many times, yet he only cried out once at the start. After that, he stayed completely silent. Suddenly, Yang Xiang calls out, warning that his mana is drained due to the stat reduction. Qiao Yu does not hesitate and gets straight to business, leaping high into the air to close the distance instantly. Now, all that is left is to feed Hanba another fist. Right on cue, the monster tastes another critical blow, losing 398 health. While the beast spins in midair, Qiao Yu unleashes a barrage of rapid follow strikes, shaving off 396 health repeatedly. Hanba struggles to stand, roaring in anger as he braces his legs and raises his arms, preparing to unleash his full power. Hanba charges, and though Qiao Yu takes a hit, he refuses to back down, punching back instantly. He lands another critical hit fueled by pure anger. "You dare punch me? Go to hell." Hanba is completely finished. He can barely stand, gasping heavily in his weakened state. Qiao Yu leaps high. "It is time to end this." Gu Shushan is shocked and yells at Qiao Yu to stop, warning him not to destroy Hanba. But Qiao Yu completely ignores the old man. Either that or he just pretends to ignore him as he delivers a massive punch. As the thick smoke clears, Hanba lies completely motionless. Suddenly, the system alerts that player Qiao Yu has defeated the regional boss Hanba using nothing but basic physical combat. He receives 20 free attribute points and 200 experience points. Congratulations to player Qiao Yu for successfully defeating Hanba. This successfully clears the Lingku Mountain dungeon with an impressive grade A rating, rewarding 50 experience points and 5 free attribute points. His current experience is now 10 out of 1200, earning another 10 free attribute points. Gu Xian rushes over in a pure panic. He yells that Qiao Yu was too reckless because whoever defeats Hanba gets cursed, but Qiao Yu just stands there looking completely clueless. What curse is he talking about? Before Qiao Yu can even finish, something dark rises from below. The curse has officially struck. In 30 days, player Qiao Yu will die. Yet he remains calm and asks Gu Xian if there is any way to lift it. Gu Xian replies with absolute seriousness that there is no way. Historical records show that no one has ever survived Hanba's deadly curse. His classmates, still completely clueless, run over in high spirits. They ask if Brother Yu is okay, and he calmly tells them he is fine. He says that, but his mind is racing. Surely Capital University will have some way to handle a curse from a level 20 boss. While Qiao Yu is distracted, that shameless Gu Su sneaks over to steal the soul core, laughing and thanking him for defeating the boss. He boasts about getting even after being tricked before. The item he just snatched is the grade A zombie ancestor ring, capable of stealing stats. It steals 50% of an opponent's agility for 10 seconds, has a 20-second cooldown, and features 0 class restrictions. Gu Su shamelessly slips it on, grinning from ear to ear over his new grade A gear. Yang Xiang is absolutely furious at this sight. He was nowhere to be found during the fight, yet here he is stealing the loot. Gu Su arrogantly turns around and tells them to shut up. He activates his underworld swamp skill. Yang Xiang frantically tells Qiao Yu to run, but Gu Su sneers, saying he simply didn't want to fight. Do they really think a bunch of beaten-up losers can take him down? But Qiao Yu slowly turns around, looking ready to strike. Gu Su remains arrogant, mocking Qiao Yu for wanting to fight after exhausting himself against the boss for so long. He calls him naive, saying if Qiao Yu wants to die early, he will gladly test his brand new ring on him right now. He activates the zombie ancestor ring, instantly stealing 4.5 agility points. Suddenly, Gu Su's face completely twists in shock. He cannot believe Qiao Yu only has 4.5 agility points. What a joke is this idiot, basically a slow-moving turtle. Qiao Yu refuses to let him slide, delivering a devastating uppercut right to the chin that deals 520 damage. Without the boss's pressure, his basic stats are more than enough to handle a weakling. Gu Su falls flat, completely stunned. How can this guy still hit so hard? Just how much health does he have? Gu Su struggles to his feet once more. He sneers that without speed, Qiao Yu can never catch him outside the exam. He vows to repay this humiliation in the future. But right then, Shi Xiaorong freezes him in his tracks, with her ice powers calling him out for his shameless behavior. She asks Gu Su how he can even dare mention the exam. Qiao Yu smiles coldly, noting that Gu Su has offended many people. Gu Su tries to use his sacrifice skill, wrapping himself in dark shadows, but Qiao Yu immediately hits him with another heavy blow. This strike deals 335 damage. In a flash, Qiao Yu snatches the ring back, leaving Gu Su spitting blood in anger. He couldn't care less about Gu Su's empty threats, focusing instead on his shiny new loot. The zombie ancestor ring is incredibly useful. Stealing speed is a fantastic crowd control skill. Realizing how valuable it is, he doesn't forget to thank Shi Xiaorong for the assist. The girl warns him that Gu Su is extremely vengeful and that he must stay on high alert from now on. Shortly after, the system teleports all players out of the dungeon. Qiao Yu has now reached level 12, cementing his status as a powerhouse. They return in absolute triumph. Outside, several ambulances are already on standby, prepared for the worst. Finally, they are back. The authorities quickly reassure them that Sioux City will definitely provide a full explanation and hold those responsible accountable. They promise not to let those culprits get away. This incident was incredibly severe, and the higher-ups are absolutely furious about it. The grand exam has been suspended, and they will be escorted directly back to their universities. Shi Xiaorong approaches Qiao Yu once more. She warns him again that Gu Su will surely seek revenge. But the young man just slips his hands into his pockets, acting completely nonchalant. He tells her not to worry, confident that Gu Su can never touch him. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark and eerie castle, Hua Si reports back in disappointment that everyone managed to escape the inner world. A mysterious voice laughs, repeating Qiao Yu's name. They admit they met him once and found nothing special, but now it seems he truly is worthy of being his father's son. He found Qiao Anqing increasingly intriguing. Fortunately, the student group from Capital University was finally able to return. Qiao Yu walked down, hands in his pockets. A true top student, immediately greeted by Peng Liangji. The teacher welcomed them warmly. They had finally made it. Qiao Yu immediately asked a question. Could Peng Liangji take him to see Principal Ji Pingyang right away? He had extremely urgent news. They went straight to the office. Principal Ji Pingyang was already waiting. He heard Qiao Yu was looking for him. Qiao Yu nodded and showed his hand. The dungeon boss had cursed him, right before taking his final breath. The principal panicked. This curse meant certain death. Within 30 days. Teacher Peng Liangji stood there completely frozen. 30 days. That was it. Peng Liangji desperately asked if there was any cure, but Ji Pingyang only sighed. The principal thought hard. The safest bet was a sage protection charm, an S-tier item not sold on any market. Qiao Yu turned pale. That exact lifesaver was already gone. He had used it during his battle against Sun Dong. It was gone. And even if another existed, nobody would sell it. Principal Ji Pingyang immediately made a call. He dialed all his contacts, but none had a spare sage protection charm. Qiao Yu asked if there was any other way. There was one other option, but with Qiao Yu's current strength, attempting it was practically a direct death sentence. The principal suggested the boy just enjoy his last remaining days instead of throwing his life away so easily. Qiao Yu turned pale. He tried to joke about needing emergency help, but the principal remained dead serious. Going there meant absolute death. Still, Qiao Yu insisted. He would never know the outcome unless he tried. He knew the place. It was a D-tier dungeon. Arms crossed, Qiao Yu argued he had beaten tough D-tier quests before. Principal Ko remained highly skeptical. A D-tier quest inside an E-tier dungeon was nothing like a real D-tier dungeon. The two simply could not be compared. Real D-tier dungeons were strictly for mid-level veterans with serious gear. The principal eyed him carefully. He noted that Qiao Yu's own equipment was actually pretty high tier for his level. Qiao Yu suddenly turned away defensively, as if someone was trying to rob him. This paranoid reaction deeply offended the principal. He snapped. Why would he ever covet a student's gear? An embarrassed Qiao Yu immediately scratched his head. It was just a conditioned reflex. Laughing it off, he quickly asked for the name of that dangerous dungeon. Principal Ko closed his eyes in defeat, then unleashed a sudden, powerful wave of spiritual pressure that shook the entire room. The pressure instantly drained 500 of Qiao Yu's health points. His eyes bled from the intense stabbing pain. It felt like swords were shredding his mind. This was the terrifying power of the world's top sword cultivator. The principal was secretly impressed. A low-level rookie could actually withstand his aura without immediately collapsing to the ground. Little did he know, Qiao Yu was gritting his teeth and enduring this torture purely to prove his resolve. Bleeding from his eyes, Qiao Yu weakly asked if he was worthy now. The principal relented and began healing him. The D-tier dungeon was called Du Hon Ho, a mystical place that could cleanse any active debuff from a player, but he warned Qiao Yu. Almost no low-level players survive there, so he must keep an absolute low profile. Qiao Yu promised to be careful and turned to leave for Du Hon Ho, but the principal called him back. He tossed him a small item. This would definitely help him survive his trip. He told him to wear it. It was an enhanced A-tier accessory that boosted skill power by 30% and increased casting speed by 20%. It also granted complete immunity to mental control with zero class restrictions. Qiao Yu stared at the artifact in awe. He protested that it was too valuable, but the principal grumbled that it was just a temporary loan for the trip. Despite his blunt words, the principal genuinely cared about his safety. Grinning, the young man quickly equipped the powerful accessory. He thanked his mentor and immediately set off toward the dangerous B-tier Du Hun dungeon to cleanse his soul curse. With very little information available, the system immediately began matchmaking, welcoming him to the eerie soul-washing rainforest. The system laid out several strict rules. First, if a voice calls out to you from behind, never look back. Second, if a teammate vanishes from sight for more than 1 minute, you must remain extremely wary of them. Third, quickly memorize how your allies talk and behave. And fourth, if you hear strange whispers in your ears, immediately scream out the most toxic insults you can think of until the haunting sounds finally fade away completely. Fifth, if a strange creature asks you a question in the jungle, you must never answer them. And finally, player feedback claimed the soul-washing rainforest was completely safe, which sounded highly suspicious given these bizarre rules. Surely nothing unexpected will happen. Finally, she wishes them a wonderful time in the soul-cleansing rainforest. Right after that, an angry guy snaps back that safety is a total joke. Anyone who ran into trouble died here, so they couldn't even report back. The white-haired girl, Qin Tiangshui, mid-tier level 22 water mage, smiles warmly as she speaks. Okay, she says. According to the rules, we should introduce ourselves first to get familiar. She starts by stating her own name, mid-tier level 22 water mage. Cao Zhao then introduces himself as a mid-tier level 22 saber cultivator, followed by wood mage Tang Lan and mid-tier level 25 sword cultivator Mi Yuan. With everyone boasting impressive profiles, it is Qiao Yu's turn, who confidently announces he is a beginner tier level 13 necromancer. Cao Zhao flinches in disbelief. What on earth is this A-class D dungeon? Matching them with a beginner teammate, Wu Chengfu mutters in agreement, warning that this kid is definitely going to hold them back. Mi Yuan, however, does not look down on him. She points out that although he is only beginner tier, his necromancer class only needs to summon enough undead to match any mid-tier fighter. Cao Zhao sneers, asking if the girls are just falling for his pretty face. Before he can finish mocking, Mi Yuan draws her blade, pressing it right against his neck, threatening to cut out his tongue. Seeing her fierce resolve, Cao Zhao quickly backs off with an awkward laugh. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu watches them argue over him and feels smugly amused. He sighs dramatically, wondering aloud if being handsome is truly a crime. Qin Tianshui warmly waves him over, inviting him to join their side instead. The young man happily rushes right on over. Cao Zhao, boiling with silent rage, glares at them. He warns himself to bide his time until an opportunity arises to make them pay. As the group begins to move, Qin Tianshu explains that the legendary soul-cleansing lake lies in the deep center of the forest. They must strictly follow the system rules. She then asks how a beginner like him ended up in a dangerous Class D dungeon. Qiao Yu flashes a confident smile, unsure how to explain. But suddenly something bizarre happens. Two identical Qiao Yus are now standing before them. Wu Chengfu panics, shouting out to ask why there are suddenly 7 of them. The necromancer has cloned himself. Mi Yuan stares in disbelief, unable to tell the real one apart from the duplicate. Even Qin Tianshu is baffled. Cao Zhao, sensing an opportunity for payback, eagerly suggests executing them both, but Tianshu comes up with an idea. Since Qiao Yu is a necromancer, the real one must be able to cast undead spells. The fake Qiao Yu instantly smirked, confidently claiming he can easily summon spirits. The real Qiao Yu is absolutely furious that the imposter can pull off the same trick. If a necromancer resorts to a physical brawl, nobody will believe he is the real deal, but he decides to throw caution to the wind. He lunges forward while cursing the fake, yelling at him for daring to steal his identity. In a flash, he strikes, shearing off half of the imposter's skull with a single blow. The shocked fake gasps at his terrifying strength before shedding its human disguise. Still boiling with anger, Qiao Yu refuses to let this monster off easily. He charges forward once more, delivering a lethal slice that tears the creature to shreds. It turns out to be a level 22 evil spirit wooden puppet with under 3,000 health. Its stats are average, but it possesses a high-level disguise skill. According to the system, defeating it triggers a special event. The moment the beast crumbles, Qiao Yu feels a strange energy surge straight into his green dragon crescent blade. The onlookers are left completely stunned as the fake dissolves. They stare in confusion, wondering why a necromancer wields such a massive weapon. More importantly, he just soloed a level 22 monster. How can a beginner-tier mage obliterate a high-level beast with raw physical strength? Qiao Yu sighs, closing his eyes to deliver a highly dramatic, overly serious speech about how his body was uniquely built since childhood. He boasts about his superhuman constitution at age 3, but before he can finish bragging, a dark force erupts from the slimy mud. Qiao Yu tries to shove Mi Yuan out of harm's way, but he is a second too late. The possessed Mi Yuan immediately unleashes a devastating strike, instantly draining 1980 of Qiao Yu's health points. He reels back, completely shocked by the massive burst damage. This mid-tier sword cultivator's damage output is absolutely insane. Fortunately, his massive health pool saves him from being sliced in half right here. Mi Yuan charges again, completely out of control. The team yells out that she is possessed by the evil spirit and must be stopped. She has gone completely mad and they will all die if they do not act. Reacting quickly, Qin Tianshui unleashes her water magic, conjuring a liquid prison to trap the rampaging sword cultivator. The others prepare to strike a lethal blow, but Mi Yuan merely sneers. Shrugging off the trap, she activates her ultimate dragon slash. The devastating shockwave blasts the team backward, leaving only Qiao Yu standing. Seizing his chance from behind, he lands a heavy blunt blow straight to her face. In an instant, she drops to the ground unconscious. The surviving team members stare with wide eyes. A mere beginner-tier necromancer just knocked out a mid-tier sword cultivator with a single punch. Suddenly, the dark evil spirit escapes from Mi Yuan's body. Seizing the moment, Qin Tianshui shouts for everyone to finish it off immediately. Qiao Yu instantly readies his massive blade, locking his eyes onto the fleeing spirit. This is his target, and he is not letting it escape. Qin Tianshui anxiously wonders if some demonic entity is controlling her mind. Mi Yuan is the strongest among them, yet even she could not resist. If even she is helpless, what can they do? As the evil spirit flees her body, Mi Yuan slowly begins to regain her senses. Though she is conscious, her condition looks pretty rough. Qin Tianshui immediately steps up to heal Mi Yuan, activating her water blessing skill. Mi Yuan is completely shaken. She admits having absolutely no control over the strange entity that invaded her body. Once she recovers, the team sets off again. Qiao Yu makes sure to warn them all to stay alert because this soul snatcher rainforest is highly dangerous. Mi Yuan turns to Qiao Yu to express her deep gratitude, telling him she would still be possessed and probably dead without his help. She might have perished at the hands of those two other swordsmen, but adds that his raw physical punch really hurt. How is a necromancer so ridiculously strong? In that moment, they all honestly thought Qiao Yu was the imposter. The young man looks pretty embarrassed and fake coughs to change the subject, claiming he was just born with insane natural strength. Meanwhile, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu have managed to get lost. They realize they are completely separated. One complains that those girls did not even bother checking if everyone was following them. Right then, a raspy voice echoes from behind, asking if they think it looks more like a human or a god. This is a rare level 29 wilderness monster, a yellow weasel whose main skill is deception. Cao Zhao turns around in shock. He snaps back, telling the beast it does not look like a human or a ghost, but rather complete trash. Hearing this, the beast is incredibly fierce, launching a deadly swipe. Do not talk to it. The system warned not to answer blindly. But a furious Cao Zhao charges straight ahead anyway, shouting that a real man like him would never fear a mere beast. The yellow weasel flashes a wicked smirk, effortlessly dodging his charge and preparing to counterattack with terrifying precision. It claws a deep bleeding gash right across Cao Zhao's stomach, leaving him heavily wounded. Seeing the beast close in, Wu Chengfu instantly draws his blade, but the monster bites it right in half. Then it unleashes a horribly toxic, foul-smelling gas, disgusting and highly toxic. Luckily, Qiao Yu's incredibly sharp hearing picks up the faint sound of a distant struggle. Qin Tianshui realizes the noise is coming from those two swordsmen. Looking back, she confirms they definitely ran into some trouble. Qiao Yu immediately leads the group toward the commotion. They find Cao Zhao barely clinging to life, desperately calling for help. Qiao Yu immediately spots the yellow weasel standing right there. Once again, the monster rasps its signature eerie question. "What do you think?" he says, completely ignoring the system's warning. Qiao Yu crosses his arms and confidently responds. To him, it looks like a helpless, cute animal-eared girl with red eyes and white hair standing at exactly 1.5 meters. The creature freezes in absolute confusion, trying to process his words. Once it realizes it has been mocked, it attacks in a blind fury. Qin Tianshui warns him to be careful since this monster easily took down two powerful physical attackers. Tang Lan, a wood mage, steps in to support, casting binding vines to trap the creature, but the beast easily bites them apart and lunges forward. The strike lands on Qiao Yu, shaving off 369 health points and leaving a small scratch on his face. Seeing him stand firm, the monster is completely stunned. Qiao Yu just smirks, asking if it forgot to eat before winding up a devastating explosive punch. The massive punch connects, dealing over 1,042 damage. The two strongest girls stand frozen in pure disbelief. They wonder if Qiao Yu is really just a beginner tier. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu manage to push themselves up, absolutely flabbergasted. How could a beginner possess such monstrous physical strength? Is he not supposed to be a necromancer? How is this even fair? Is it just because of his handsome face? After a massive explosion, the yellow weasel is left completely crushed under Qiao Yu's foot. Stepping on its head, Qiao Yu sighs, muttering that this dungeon has some incredibly bizarre creatures. But in the eyes of his teammates, the dungeon is not the weird part he is. They start to wonder if he has been possessed by some unknown monstrous force. Cao Zhao starts plotting, urging them to remember how easily Qiao Yu defeated a powerful mage without uttering a single word. He suggests this current Qiao Yu might not even be the real one, leaving the rest of the team looking incredibly tense. Completely unaware of their suspicions, Qiao Yu cheerfully runs over. "Is everyone okay?" Cao Zhao instantly panics, yelling at him to stop. He yells at him to stop and stay away. Clueless about what is going on, Qiao Yu asks what is wrong. Cao Zhao suddenly points his sword at Qiao Yu, demanding to know if he is a monster disguised in human skin. He questions how a mere beginner necromancer could defeat a level 20 monster barehanded. Qiao Yu can only sigh in frustration. He asks why a monster would ever bother saving them, but Cao Zhao refuses to back down, claiming it could all be an act. He warns that this soul snatcher rainforest is full of illusions. Unless Qiao Yu can prove his identity, he wants him out of the group immediately. He demands solid proof, or else Qiao Yu must leave their team right now. Qin Tianshu, however, still has complete faith in him. She argues that Qiao Yu was by their side the entire time, so it is impossible. Could he really be a monster? Mi Yuan agreed, saying she also felt he was the real deal. Wu Chengfu was completely useless, only good at giving others a hard time alongside Cao Zhao. Still, how else could they explain the existence of a necromancer? With this level of insane power, Qiao Yu immediately pulled out his gear. "Check these out," he said. Qin Tianshu agreed right away. No monster could ever have access to player-only items like these. Qiao Yu is definitely human. That settled it. Cao Zhao still smirked in absolute denial, but his smug expression shattered when he looked closer at the gear. He realized Qiao Yu was actually wearing A-rank equipment. Suddenly, a dark scheme began brewing inside his mind. He and Wu Chengfu exchanged a knowing look. They instantly put on a friendly act, pretending it was all a mistake. They told Qiao Yu not to take it to heart. He did not look like a necromancer, so suspicion was natural. Now his identity was clear. They could keep moving forward, but Qiao Yu remained highly alert. He easily saw through their sudden change in attitude. The group resumed their journey, completely unaware of the looming betrayal. As they walked, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu lagged behind. "Did you see that gear?" Cao Zhao whispered. Wu Chengfu nodded eagerly, noting he saw 2 A-rank items. How does a basic beginner get his hands on such high-level equipment? It made absolutely no sense to them. However, this dungeon was turning out to be a massive jackpot. Taking down a weak beginner would be incredibly easy. It was basically a free handout waiting right there for them. Once they took his gear, they would split the loot 50-50. However, Wu Chengfu still felt slightly uneasy. He pointed out how easily Qiao Yu had defeated the yellow weasel beast, wondering if they actually stood a chance. Cao Zhao brushed it off. They were only weakened by poison. As mid-tier players, they were far superior. There was no way they would lose to a mere beginner. They quickly began plotting the best time to strike. Cao Zhao took charge, instructing his partner to simply wait for the perfect moment and follow his lead. Suddenly, the party stopped. Dead halt. Ahead of them lay a shocking sight that made everyone freeze. Countless spirits of fallen players hovered in the air. Mi Yuan turned pale, recognizing the lost souls. None of them had survived the soul-silencing trial. This place was proving to be far more terrifying than imagined. Tang Lan urgently called the group over. She had just discovered an ancient altar with mysterious text carved into stone. The ancient text declared that only by sacrificing a living soul could they ever hope to clear this dungeon. Those wandering souls across the lake were lake slaves, doomed to serve this waters eternally as a result of sacrifice. Hearing this, the 2 skimmers behind realized this was their perfect excuse to sacrifice Qiao Yu and steal his gear. They charged forward with clear murderous intent. Qin Tianshui gasped in horror, demanding to know what they were doing. They shamelessly claimed they were just doing what was necessary to clear the dungeon, instantly turning on their own teammate. Shoving Qiao Yu onto the altar, they caught him completely off guard. He cursed, reminding them he had just saved them. Cao Zhao laughed wickedly, shouting back that friendship did not exist in dungeons and nobody would care once they left. Blaming his weakness, Cao Zhao forced him right into the center of the active sacrificial circle. Cao Zhao excitedly ordered Wu Chengfu to activate the mechanism, but doing that was far easier said than done. Wu Chengfu froze, admitting he had absolutely no idea how it worked. Cao Zhao immediately turned to demand answers from Mi Yuan. She stared back coldly, her hands slowly sliding down to grip her sword as she asked why she would ever help them. Cao Zhao threatened to deal with her next, asserting that they would just have to kill Qiao Yu directly to trigger the sacrifice. Qiao Yu stood quietly in the center, closing his eyes and letting out a soft sigh. Though his principal had warned him about trash like this, he still did not expect to run into such despicable scum so early in the run. Wu Chengfu mocked him, asking what a low-level necromancer could possibly do against 2 mid-tier players without his summons. Fighting them bare-handed was pure delusion. A beginner challenging 2 mid-tier experts was just a joke. Qin Tianshui watched in terror, unable to stand by and see Qiao Yu get hurt. She asked what they should do. Mi Yuan declared that since he saved her life, she was going to save his. Just as the 2 traitors lunged forward to strike, Qiao Yu stopped holding back. Pure blazing energy suddenly erupted from his body as he prepared for battle. He effortlessly blocked their joint assault with his weapon. Wu Chengfu grimaced, urging him to surrender and hand over his gear. If Qiao Yu complied, they might actually spare his life, but he was not about to give up without a fight. Easily pushing them back with one hand, Qiao Yu realized their greedy intentions had been focused on his gear all along. Cao Zhao attacks from behind with his fallen soul dragon slash, but before he can execute it, Miu Yuan completely blocks his path. Upset by this, Cao Zhao demands to know what she is doing and why she is getting in his way since the boy helped them. Since he helped me, what is wrong with me helping him back? Sacrificing him is our only ticket to clear this dungeon quest. Mi Yuan just glares back with absolute coldness, stating that if they must rely on such a cowardly betrayal, she would rather fail. Besides, she points out that the stone tablet only demands a living sacrifice. It never said they had to offer up their teammate. Living like a coward is pathetic. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Qiao Yu sweeps in and completely knocks down Wu Chengfu. Cao Zhao spins around in utter disbelief, unable to accept what is happening, while a stunned Wu Chengfu is frozen in sheer panic. Furious and radiating intense killing intent, Qiao Yu steps forward asking if they really thought they could sacrifice him without his permission. Though visibly shaken, the two cowards still try to act tough, sneering that he is nothing but a low-tier novice mage anyway. Cao Zhao urges Wu Chengfu to charge together, but Mi Yuan steps in to block them, teaming up with Qiao Yu in the battle. The enemies vow to take her down too. Seeing her allies fighting in chaos, Tang Lan quietly slips away toward the stone monument. She reaches the monument and activates a hidden mechanism, causing the ancient magic array to shift and instantly freezing everyone in place. The system announces that the sacrificial altar is starting up, sending an agonizing soul-crushing pain shooting through their minds and physical bodies. Yet Qiao Yu stands completely unaffected by the activation, realizing it must be a mental attack that his Qi pendant is shielding. While the others writhe in pain and enraged, Cao Zhao glares at Tang Lan, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Tang Lan simply offers a calm smile, explaining that she merely wants to complete the dungeon quest and nothing more than that. Writhing on the cold ground, the two men scream furious curses at Tang Lan, utterly enraged by her sudden, unexpected betrayal. In response, she instantly activates her wild vine growth, binding both of them so tightly they can barely even gasp for air. She is usually quiet, but she coldly asks why she shouldn't attack them when they dared to target Qiao Yu first. Although she is clearly defending him, Qiao Yu cannot help but wonder how she even knew the method to activate the altar. Think about it. She barely stood out along the way, yet she never faced any real danger and easily found this hidden altar. It is almost as if she knew exactly where the altar was located from the very beginning of their quest in here. A sudden thought strikes Qiao Yu. Could this actually be her second time entering this exact dungeon? Meanwhile, Tang Lan is completely ruthless. She decides to eliminate everyone, sending her massive vines wrapping around all four of them, creeping onto Qiao Yu as well. But he easily shatters the constriction and breaks free, leaving Tang Lan utterly shocked that he remains completely unaffected by the altar. Standing tall, Qiao Yu laughs and says he has a few questions of his own regarding how she knew the activation sequence. He guesses that from the very moment they entered this dungeon, her plan was always to sacrifice the entire team for herself. Smiling coldly, Tang Lan activates her reinforced vines, telling him he is free to guess while her power surges even higher. Refusing to let them bind him, Qiao Yu unleashes his chaotic windblade technique to shred the incoming waves of tough roots. Yet these magical vines are incredibly tough and quickly wrap around his weapon, prompting Tang Lan to smirk in smug triumph. She mockingly asks if a mere low-tier novice truly believes they can overpower a higher-ranked mage like her. Then she attacks. She launches her parasitic wood seed straight onto Qiao Yu's neck, startling him as the seed instantly takes root on his skin. She warns him to stop struggling and become her sacrifice, but Qiao Yu spots a perfect opening to turn the tables. He instantly activates his Corpse Ancestor Ring, slashing Tang Lan's speed by 50% in a sudden, brilliant burst of power. With only a 10-second window of opportunity, Qiao Yu knows he must strike now and give it everything he has. Activating his Qiongqi necklace boosts his overall skill power by 30%, allowing him to prepare an absolutely devastating blow. Tang Lan just laughs mockingly, asking how a low-tier novice like him could possibly hope to slow down her movements. But her smile instantly vanishes as Qiao Yu's energy skyrockets and he tells her to take his ultimate serious blow. As Qiao Yu charges forward with absolute force, Tang Lan still tries to mock him, completely underestimating his true combat strength. Mocking him as a mere novice who thinks he is a chosen genius, she immediately conjures her Guardian Vine armor shield. The armor forms a shield to block his strike, but his powerful punch completely shatters her defense, piercing right through it. Qiao Yu delivers a devastating critical blow that drains 1,314 of her health points, sending her flying. Struggling to stand, she cannot comprehend how a novice necromancer deals such insane damage, desperately summoning her Guardian Vines again. At this point, Qiao Yu shows absolutely zero mercy, pressing his advantage with another heavy fist aimed straight at her face. Her defense crumbles completely. Those who try to betray others have absolutely no right to complain when they get beaten. Are you even a man? Do you have any respect for a lady at all? Qiao Yu keeps throwing heavy strikes while shouting right back, you tried to kill me. If I do not take you down, I am the one getting erased. I might be handsome, but I am not stupid. Mi Yuan and Qin Tiang Shui watch with pale faces. Neither of them dares to jump in and help. Just as they are pumped up, the system announces the play. Corpse Ancestor Ring has worn off. Tang Lan seizes the chance to break free. Is the skill really over already? But, looking at her battered state, she does not seem able to attack anymore. Tang Lan growls, her face pale with rage. Are you, Qiao Yu? I will definitely remember you. Even my own father has never dared to lay a hand on me like this. This is not over between us. Right then, a teleport spell triggers and whisks Tang Lan away. Qiao Yu feels incredibly lucky. Without the headmaster's necklace, he might have been dead by now. The moment he turns around to check on the situation of the two girls, Qin Tiang Shui and Mi Yuan, they both jump back in pure terror. Hey, do not you dare come any closer. Qiao Yu is completely speechless, quickly explaining that he does not just go around beating up girls. Afterward, they head to the center circle to check on Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu. But honestly, there is absolutely nothing left of them. Judging by the look of it, they were sacrificed to the altar. Qiao Yu suddenly summons his weapon again, making Mi Yuan panic. She asks what he is doing, but Qiao Yu just walks to the center altar. It should not exist here. The girls freeze and watch him closely as he stabs his heavy blade straight down. Instantly, the system congratulates him for absorbing the altar energy. He has successfully absorbed the life energy of the enemy soul altar, gaining 20 free attribute points and 1,200 experience points. The system congratulates him on leveling up. His current experience is 95 out of 1,400 with 10 free attribute points rewarded. Qiao Yu sighs. It was just leftover energy, yet it pushed him up a whole level. Plus, he got a ton of attribute points. No wonder that crazy woman Tang Lan was busy sacrificing people. He wonders what that strange power was that entered his green dragon crescent blade earlier. Qin Tian Shui hesitantly runs over, thanking Qiao Yu for saving them. Without him, the two of them would have likely ended up as sacrificial offerings for that dark altar. So they have decided to abandon this dungeon quest. Qiao Yu smiles warmly, telling them not to mention it since everyone knows he is a good guy. Soon after, they reach Daihan Lake. The water is crystal clear and shining, so this is the place. The souls of the players trapped here have finally been freed along with the destroyed altar. Without waiting, Qiao Yu strips off his shirt, catching both girls completely off guard. Mi Yuan awkwardly draws her sword, asking what he is trying to do. Qiao Yu is startled, realizing they completely misunderstood. He explains he is heavily cursed and came to the lake to cleanse it. He tells them to look closely if they do not believe him. Mi Yuan blushes with embarrassment, realizing her mistake. She thought he was about to unleash his wild side. Not wanting to waste any time, Qiao Yu leaps right in. Qin Tian Shui does not want to miss out either, suggesting they go in as well. In a creepy place like this, who knows what kind of hidden curses might be clinging to their bodies. The moment Qiao Yu submerges himself in the water, his curses vanish completely, leaving him with his shredded muscular physique. It is working. The dark marks are rapidly fading away. But the wood seed Tang Lan planted earlier just won't wash away. Oh well, he will cross that bridge when he gets to it. Meanwhile, the two girls have stripped down to take a dip as well, treating this creepy place like a casual bath. They sigh in relief. This dungeon was too crazy, but luckily they had Qiao Yu. Mi Yuan suddenly warns her friend that the kid might not be a good guy. Right then, Qiao Yu swims up right beside them, making them scream in sheer panic. See, I told you he is a creep. Qiao Yu immediately gets a massive bump on his head, though he insists they were the ones who swam over to his side first. After that awkward mess, they finally get dressed and head to shore. Qin Tian Shui shyly asks Qiao Yu and Mi Yuan to add her as a friend, but suddenly a system alert pops up. The dungeon is still not cleared. Leaving now means forfeiting all rewards. The system asks if they are absolutely sure about exiting. Hearing this, Qiao Yu agrees that this dungeon is way too bizarre for them to push through right now. He decides to come back and explore it when he is stronger. After leaving the dungeon and returning to the real world, he immediately goes to see the headmaster. The old man stands up in shock, completely stunned to see the kid alive. He looks at Qiao Yu with total disbelief. This kid is definitely far from ordinary, managing to survive a D-rank dungeon as a mere low-tier necromancer. But business is business, and the headmaster immediately demands his item back. He is glad Qiao Yu is safe, but wants to make sure his precious necklace is intact. Qiao Yu nods, saying that it was only thanks to the necklace that he survived the lake. He holds on to it tightly, reluctant to give it back. Of course, the principal snatched it back. That brat seriously eyeing my gear too. Fine, if you can actually beat me now. I will give you this rare necklace as a gift. Qiao Yu scratched his head sheepishly after getting smacked on the crown. Ouch. That bump really hurt. Hey principal, what does the +5 sign on your necklace mean? Oh, that is enhancement. Items above rank A can be upgraded using enhancement stones, making them far more powerful. Qiao Yu was left speechless. He realized his own method of upgrading the Blue Dragon Crescent Blade was completely different from what the old man described. Then the principal asked about his Drought Demon curse. Don't worry, Qiao Yu replied, it has been fully purified. Good. Now get lost and stop bothering me, the principal grumbled. But the moment the young man stepped outside, someone was waiting. A flashy, handsome blonde guy greeted him warmly as junior brother Qiao Yu. The dense protagonist stood there completely clueless. He wondered how this stranger knew his name. The guy introduced himself as Long Xiang, a fellow native of Su City. He mentioned taking the grand exam there. Qiao Yu finally clutched onto the memory, recognizing him as senior brother Long Xiang. This guy was actually the top scorer of the warrior class exam. Qiao Yu had seen him on television before. Why was he acting so friendly, though? He offered to help if Qiao Yu ever ran into any trouble. He even asked to be friends. Qiao Yu found it a bit strange because this senior brother was way too eager. Our hero is way too naive, and honestly, things are rarely as they seem in this place, right? After leaving, Long Xiang's warm smile twisted into pure malice. Later that night, Qiao Yu lay awake, lost in thought. The curse was gone, and he could temporarily ignore the wood seed. For now, his priority was simple: get stronger. He needed to raise his power. Let's look at his current stats, showing he has reached beginner level 14. Strength 369, health 4630, and experience 95. His gear includes a rank C Withered Bone King Ring, rank C Brass Knuckles, a rank D Blue Dragon Blade, rank B Armor plus a rank A Corpse Ancestor Ring. On his second day of school, instructor Zhang immediately cornered him. The teacher demanded to know why an undead necromancer like him was trying to specialize in physical combat. Qiao Yu clenched his fists with absolute determination, stating he had no interest in being a fragile glass cannon mage. Without a solid, indestructible body, there was simply no way he could protect himself out there in the world. The teacher sighed, explaining that the academy system required specialization, even if his profile claimed he possessed insane natural strength. As a necromancer, there was no way he could survive the brutal training of the physical combat department. But our main character stood his ground, refusing to let his resolve be shaken even a single bit. He insisted on choosing physical cultivation. While he sounded completely confident internally, the poor guy was sweating bullets. If the school found out he could not even summon a basic skeleton, they would probably kick him out. Teacher Zhang scoffed at his stubbornness before handing over the student IDs. Yang Xiang stared at his card, completely baffled. The instructor explained that Capital University runs on a credit system, meaning everything revolves around these points. Each card starts with 10 basic credits. Here, everything from food to weapons, skills, and gear requires credits. Hearing this, Ma Fei smugly asked how much cash was needed to purchase 100 credits right away. He wanted to flex his wealth, but the teacher immediately shut him down. What are you thinking, kid? Credits can only be earned by completing dangerous academy quests or passing tough instructor evaluations, not bought. Hearing this, the wealthy student froze in pure horror. What? So his family fortune was completely useless here. While he panicked, a booming voice echoed across the courtyard, ordering the class 2 physical combat warriors to gather. Meanwhile, from a distant balcony, the creepy, dark-eyed necromancy professor Shen Jianshu watched Qiao Yu's every single move. Qiao Yu shivered suddenly, sensing something ominous. Why did he feel like some creepy stalker was watching him? Once the class assembled, their imposing instructor introduced himself as Wan Lihao, a high-tier level 35 combat specialist. He made it clear that he did not train garbage. He was about to release a massive wave of pressure. Anyone who could withstand his aura for 5 minutes without collapsing would earn a spot in his elite class. A student nervously asked what would happen if they failed. The instructor smiled coldly, promising to personally transfer them. No second chances. The ruthless instructor unleashed his suffocating aura, and the air instantly grew incredibly heavy. Several students immediately fell to their knees. How could anyone survive this insane gravity for 5 whole minutes? Hang in there, someone grunted to the group. The instructor might be high tier, but he was standing completely still. He suggests they work together to stand a chance of winning. Wan Lihao looks amused at his courage. Lin Yi hasn't been eliminated, truly a promising student. The other guy steps forward and proudly introduces himself as Lin Lang. He gathers everyone. No one wants to fail, but fighting the professor head-on is purely suicide. Why don't they split into 2 groups to withstand Teacher Wan and try their best to survive for 5 minutes? If there are no objections, they should start dividing now, making sure both teams have equal strength. Only then can they pass. The other students agree, looking around to quickly pick their teammates. Once the teams are mostly set, Lin Lang approaches Qiao Yu, asking if he wants to team up. Qiao Yu is pretty laid back, so he easily agrees. But then Lin Lang asks about his exact level. And why did he choose to be a body cultivator when he looks so fragile? Qiao Yu responds flatly. He explains that he is actually a necromancer, not a body cultivator at all. Lin Lang instantly freezes on the spot. Lin Lang is completely frozen. He literally thinks his ears are playing tricks on him. Is this random kid seriously a level 14 necromancer? Poor Lin Lang instantly starts sweating buckets. A squishy mage. Nearby students fold their arms, staring and whispering snide remarks. Lin Lang facepalms in deep disappointment, sighing that Qiao Yu has completely dragged him down this time. But Qiao Yu is totally confident, claiming he is much stronger than most physical cultivators anyway. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd bursts into laughter, mocking the tiny necromancer and predicting Lin Lang's doom. Honestly, Qiao Yu has never bragged. This is his first time telling the truth, but absolutely nobody believes him. Being honest is tough. Lin Lang has to quickly come up with an alternative plan, though it feels hopeless. He offers to shield Qiao Yu later, trying to buy him some time to summon his undead. Qiao Yu stands dazed. Before he can reply, Wan Lihao announces that their time is officially up. The students quickly shout their readiness. Wan Lihao smiles, eager to jump straight into action. His crushing pressure erupts like a roaring tiger heading straight for the unsuspecting Qiao Yu. Panic sets in. The first punch is coming right at him, but Lin Lang selflessly blocks it. He gets blown away. Lin Lang is strong, yet he is easily sent flying like a rag doll. This test is brutal. If Lin Lang cannot even block one hit, what hope does Qiao Yu have? Wan Lihao wants to teach these arrogant freshmen a lesson so they will behave in the future. He ramps up the pressure, forcing Qiao Yu to face a massive wind strike head-on. Just one wind palm drains so much of Qiao Yu's health. Is this the power of a high-tier cultivator? But seeing Qiao Yu still standing strong, Wan Lihao is stunned. How is this even possible? He wonders how a mere mage could tank his wind palm without breaking a sweat. His pride will not let things slide. He must change his tactics to make a point. Once again, Wan Lihao launches an even heavier attack. Qiao Yu is just standing there. He blocks it. In a split second, Qiao Yu uses raw strength to stop the strike. His health sits at 3,175. Everyone is left utterly speechless. Isn't he supposed to be a squishy necromancer? How is he tanking these wind palms? Even Lin Lang got wiped out instantly, yet Qiao Yu blocked them cleanly. He is still standing. Qiao Yu feels slightly dizzy, wondering if the teacher is using him to make an example. He decides to go all out, looking up to defiantly ask Teacher Wan why he is holding back. Lin Lang panics in sheer terror, shouting that provoking Teacher Wan is a total suicide mission. Wan Lihao smirks, amused that a low-level necromancer has the audacity to look down on him. How did this kid survive 2 attacks? The professor tells him he is actually quite impressive. He challenges Qiao Yu to take his next hit, promising his personal backing if the kid survives. With lightning speed, Wan Lihao instantly appears right in front of Qiao Yu, unleashing his full physical force. Qiao Yu clenches his fist to trade a direct punch. Their immense physical powers collide violently. Qiao Yu is sent flying back, coughing up blood. The other students watch in absolute terror. Blood is everywhere now. Seeing Qiao Yu completely collapse and lie motionless, the teacher finally stops. He calls out for Lin Lang to step forward. Take 2 others and carry Qiao Yu to the infirmary, he orders. At this moment, Wan Lihao finally realizes how reckless he has actually been. Why on earth did he lose his temper with a student like that? It seems like it is all over, but as blood drips onto the floor, Qiao Yu stubbornly pushes himself back up to his feet. Although he is completely unstable, he manages to gasp out that he successfully took the hit. Qiao Yu is down to just 240 health points out of 4,630. This insane resilience leaves everyone wondering if this guy is actually a squishy necromancer. Qiao Yu, however, is only focused on getting final acknowledgement from his teacher. He asks if the teacher heard him asserting that he withstood the strike before collapsing while defiantly flipping him the middle finger. In a hazy, half-conscious state, he hears the 2 teachers arguing, with one blaming Wan Lihao for completely overdoing it. How could a teacher use such raw force on a student, he yells, while Wan Lihao defends himself, claiming the kid wants this. He argues that the boy is determined to join the body cultivator class. When Qiao Yu finally wakes up, he is resting in a hospital bed. Sitting right next to him is Wan Lihao, who tells him not to worry. He promises to keep his word since Qiao Yu survived. The teacher vows to protect him from now on, but the necromancy department professor Shen Jianshu suddenly pops out of nowhere to interrupt. He tells Wan Lihao that the boy doesn't need his protection and tells him to get lost, but Wan Lihao refuses to budge. He insists that since the boy passed his test, he is officially a student of the 2nd body cultivation class now. The 2 teachers immediately start bickering over him, with Shen Jianshu firmly pointing out that the kid is a registered necromancer. Wan Lihao snaps back that he doesn't care about his class because with a physique this strong, he is destined for physical training. Shen Jianshu ignores him and turns directly to Qiao Yu, asking why on earth he would reject being an elite necromancer. Caught off guard by the sudden pressure, Qiao Yu nervously replies that he feels physical cultivation actually fits him much better. He explains that he was born with insane physical strength, driving Shen Jianshu absolutely crazy as he rejects the ridiculous excuse. To prove his point, the professor summons a shadow minion right in the middle of the room, demanding respect for their profession. He brags that wiping out an entire army with a single wave of his hand is much better than charging in blindly as a physical brawler. Wan Lihao just stands there in silence, giving the passionate old professor a highly judgmental and unimpressed look. Shen Jianshu keeps showing off, promising to personally teach the boy everything, including the most advanced and rare summoning techniques. He claims that one day Qiao Yu will be able to summon a massive dark dragon with a simple gesture. It sounds incredibly tempting, but Qiao Yu is crying on the inside. Only he knows his mana and mental stats are literally flat zero. He cannot even summon a basic skeleton soldier. Left with no choice, he politely declines the incredibly tempting offer. Apologizing to Professor Shen, he insists on staying with the physical class. The professor sighs and accepts his decision, handing him a card. He tells Qiao Yu that he can find him at the faculty housing if he ever changes his mind. As soon as the professor leaves, Qiao Yu instantly feels a pang of deep regret. Necromancy actually looked incredibly cool, making it a real shame he cannot use it. Wan Lihao looks highly smug, noting that the boy is almost fully healed and instructing him to report to Class 2 tomorrow. He promises to take them somewhere very interesting. The next day, the entire class is led straight to a C-rank dungeon. This is a massive dark forest. Their task for today is simply to sit cross-legged in the spooky woods until sunset. Some students immediately start complaining, wondering how hard it could possibly be to just sit around. To show them the truth, Wan Lihao chucks a pebble into the air. What happens next completely shocks the students as the stone is instantly shredded. Wind blades are flying everywhere, making them realize they are expected to survive a full day in this absolute death zone. Wan Lihao calmly reassures them that they won't die on his watch, though they are certainly going to suffer. When the students ask what the actual point of all this pain is, the teacher explains that it builds immense willpower. Second, they will understand the benefits once they experience it. Lin Lang bravely steps forward first and immediately gets hit. Wind blades swirl around him, but he calmly sits down. Wan Lihao watches closely, analyzing his student's performance. He is impressed by the boy's sheer courage and determination, wondering just how long he will be able to last. It seems Lin Lang already feels the benefits of the training, so the teacher orders the rest of the class to head in. He asks if everyone has a defense stat of at least 100, but Qiao Yu hesitantly speaks up to ask a question. If it is below 100, he asks, will they die? Wan Lihao casually replies that there is a high chance of death. He asks if Qiao Yu's defense is really that low, but the boy casually replies it is just in the double digits. Wan Lihao is completely stunned, wondering how on earth the boy survived past battles with only massive raw strength and zero defensive capabilities. What kind of person could survive 3 of my punches? Qiao Yu casually responds that his health pool is just slightly higher than average. A bit higher. How much is a bit? Try around 4,630. Teacher 1 freezes as his brain tries to process that number. Once it finally clicks, he practically jumps out of his skin. What the hell? How is a beginner running around with over 4,600 health? Is this kid actually a fragile necromancer? Or is he a boss in human skin? Wasting no time, Qiao Yu steps inside as wind blades begin shaving down his health. He takes damage, but it is not too bad. He quickly figures out the trick does. Taking damage actually boosts his defense. His health drops, but his defense rises. Looking around, everyone else is sweating bullets, clearly feeling the intense pressure. Qiao Yu figures they must be building up their defensive stats too, so he decides to take a gamble and see what happens. He sits there completely unfazed. Teacher 1 is stunned. How is this kid doing fine when his base defense is so low? The teacher decides he needs to keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, as the students focus, a giant spider drops from above. Tasked with keeping everyone safe, Teacher 1 immediately leaps into action, yelling at the vile beast to get lost. This common dark spider is level 33, boasting 5,000 health, 396 strength, and a love for sucking human blood. Qiao Yu looks up and curses under his breath, wondering how on earth this thing is considered just a common mob. Before the spider can strike, Teacher 1 intercepts it, unleashing his physical might to smash the beast into absolute paste. Qiao Yu watches closely, realizing this is the true strength of an elite physical instructor. The man definitely held back during their duel. With the threat turned to dust, Teacher 1 turns around to keep his students calm and focused on their training. He tells them to relax and focus on cultivating, but warns them that leaving early is absolutely not an option. No matter how tough it gets, they are stuck here. Hearing this, Qiao Yu nods, actually feeling pretty safe with him around. This is the luxury of a top-tier academy. Without their powerful instructor, cultivating in a C-rank dungeon would be pure suicide. 2 hours fly by in a flash. Gradually, a few students hit their limits and are forced to tap out. Qiao Yu keeps pushing forward even as his health steadily drains away. His defensive stats are simply too low to sustain this. Just when he thinks he can't last, the wood seed on his neck suddenly flares up, acting like an instant wave of healing. This is the special seed Tang Lan placed inside him, and right now it is draining energy directly from the surrounding forest. Qiao Yu breathes a sigh of relief. He is lucky that crazy woman marked him, otherwise he would have missed this massive opportunity. Far away, Tang Lan suddenly senses the shift and lets out a series of sneezes, knowing her little trick is working. She mutters that no matter where Qiao Yu hides, that seed will always trace him. He better be ready for her. Now, only a handful of students are left. The ones watching from the sidelines are completely blown away by their endurance. They have actually survived the relentless wind blades for an entire day now. Everyone is talking especially about that guy Qiao Yu. Rumors say he is just a squishy necromancer, so nobody expected him to hang in there for this long. Teacher Wan looks on with immense pride at his promising students. Still, he is genuinely surprised Qiao Yu made it this far. How is he even managing this? Either way, the teacher knows the trial is rapidly drawing to a close. Lin Lang has incredible talent, but he is barely keeping pace with Qiao Yu. Suddenly, another student calls it quits. Now only Qiao Yu and Lin Lang remain. Lin Lang glances over, utterly baffled by how a necromancer is matching him. Is he really about to lose to a support class? The entire class watches with bated breath, wondering if Qiao Yu can actually win. Side bets start flying. Most assume Qiao Yu will break first since he is not built for direct physical endurance. Everyone knows Lin Lang is a proven powerhouse. But as they look closer, they notice something highly unusual about Qiao Yu. The kid shows zero signs of pain or fatigue. In fact, he looks completely relaxed while Lin Lang is visibly struggling. After pushing for a few more brutal minutes, Lin Lang finally collapses, feeling deeply embarrassed under his teacher's gaze. Teacher Wan tells him to step out since he hit his limit. As Lin Lang walks away, the crowd erupts. Everyone is whispering in disbelief. How could a top physical cultivator like Lin Lang be the one to yield first? Teacher Wan keeps his eyes locked onto Qiao Yu, silently challenging the boy to show him his absolute limits. Hours pass and the sky turns pitch black, yet Qiao Yu remains perfectly still, meditating without a care in the world. The other students are totally stunned that he is still holding on. Teacher Wan grins, growing more impressed by the second. But since night has fallen, the teacher officially calls an end to the training and tells Qiao Yu to step out. The sun is completely down and the dangerous forest is waking up. Even a teacher cannot guarantee their safety after dark. Qiao Yu stands up with confidence, his heart racing with pure excitement. This dark forest is proving to be absolutely incredible. After a day of hard grind, his defense stat hits 23, boosting by 17 points. It completely blows everyone else away. Honestly, if night had not fallen, he probably would have kept going. Nobody knows just how far his limits actually go. The teacher dismisses the class, telling them to rest up for tomorrow. A few days fly by and Qiao Yu progresses rapidly. Thanks to the wood seed, his physical defense has skyrocketed over the last few days. He is getting ridiculously sturdy. He plans to keep training tomorrow, but Yang Xiang and the guys suddenly run up, shouting out his name. They suggest starting a guild together, pointing out the major perks like exclusive guild dungeons and epic guild wars. Plus, guild members can never attack each other, or they will end up with a massive bounty across the entire world. Qiao Yu thinks it sounds like a solid plan, but he has to head out for his physical training class first. The group decides to submit the application right away, telling Qiao Yu to catch up later. Then Ma Fei steps up, acting smug. He crosses his arms and demands that if they make a guild, he absolutely has to be the leader. Yang Xiang rolls his eyes and fires back, saying that having Ma Fei as a leader would be deeply embarrassing. Meanwhile, rumors about Qiao Yu spread to other departments, with teachers asking Wan Lihao if his class got a physical training genius. Wan Lihao smiles with pride, noting that while the kid is a genius, he is actually a necromancer. Back in the C-rank dungeon, Qiao Yu is still grinding away like a madman to build up his strength. His defense stat has surged to 500, hitting the absolute limit. Suddenly, the system summons a gorgeous girl. He stares at her in shock. Is she the Machine Queen? But why on earth is she appearing right here? She explains that an energy-absorbing item on him will help her construct a brand new physical body. He is completely stunned. He never expected the wood seed to have this kind of power, let alone awaken the legendary Machine Queen. Cutting straight to the point, he asks what she plans to do next, reminding her about observing the outside world. She tells him it is time to fulfill that promise as a massive wave of energy flows directly into his body. The soul of the Machine Queen is merging with him. As he groans in pain, her voice tells him to relax. She reassures him that the pain will pass quickly, adding that she can now hear, see, and think what he does. This immediately makes Qiao Yu deeply uncomfortable, hating the creepy sensation of having his mind constantly monitored. Having zero privacy or secrets for the rest of his life is a terrifying thought he simply cannot accept. He tries to block it, but his brain immediately jumps to a highly inappropriate mental image of her. He pictures her taking a bath and blushes hard, which instantly freaks the Machine Queen out completely. She snaps at him to stop those dirty thoughts, promising she will stop reading his mind. Finally, the heavy pressure fades. Qiao Yu smirks, proud of his quick fix. Since his defense is maxed out, he decides to check on Qiao Yu. He heads over to see how his friends are doing, only to find the entire group in deep trouble. They are taking a severe beating. The guy leading the assault is actually the vice leader of the Zihua Guild. He arrogantly explains that upgrading a guild requires honor points, which they plan to steal from the rookies. Every new guild starts with 1,000 points, and he mocks them for being too weak to defend theirs. He promises not to kill them, just to beat them down and take the loot. Yang Xiang looks devastated. He blames himself for naming their brand new group the God Slayer Guild, which painted a massive target on them. Ma Fei panics, yelling that they already messaged Qiao Yu and just need to hold on until he arrives. He desperately tells the team to stay strong, promising that their absolute powerhouse is on his way right now. Even while getting thrashed, Ma Fei refuses to lose face, claiming Qiao Yu is only slightly stronger than him anyway. He recklessly charges forward to strike, but his desperate attack is easily shrugged off by the mocking vice leader. The bully laughs, asking Ma Fei if he is punching thin air before brutally smashing him into the dirt. Qiao Yu watches in pure horror. The vice leader steps right on Ma Fei, wearing a sickening, arrogant grin. He sneers, asking if this pathetic loser is actually the legendary guild leader and their absolute strongest member. The rest of the Zihua members laugh completely, mocking their weak opponents for trying to form a guild. But right at the critical moment, Qiao Yu finally arrives, sending a sudden wave of hope through his battered friends. Yang Xiang gasps out in relief as the Zihua vice leader slowly turns around with a cold smirk. "Wait, are you a fist cultivator too?" Qiao Yu ignores the question, giving him a cold, sinister look, telling him to guess who he is instead. The guy mocks him for playing mysterious before they both clash. After taking a direct punch right to the face, it is hard to tell if Qiao Yu even felt it. He immediately starts teasing, asking if that light tap was all he had and offering to order him some food. This sends the Zihua vice leader into a total frenzy. He screams at Qiao Yu to die, but deep down panic is rising. That strike carried 80% of his full power, yet it did absolutely nothing to the boy's defense. How is that even possible? Instantly, he activates his 7 kills fist to launch a rapid barrage. Yu panics, screaming at Qiao Yu to dodge the oncoming blows. Meanwhile, the Zihua lackeys are already celebrating, laughing that the brat is done for because no one can survive this technique. They boast that even a same-level body cultivator would crumble, but the reality is completely different and only the vice leader knows it. He feels the terrifying truth firsthand. His ultimate move did not even budge the kid. Just how high is this monster's defense? Watching from the sidelines, Yang Xiang realizes Qiao Yu has grown astronomically stronger in just a few short weeks. Talk about a massive power jump. The smugness of the Zihua Guild instantly vanishes. Shock takes over as they wonder how the 7 kills fist failed so miserably. Not a single scratch on the kid. While the vice leader struggles on the ground, the Zihua Guild master quietly observes from above. He sits calmly, watching the show unfold. After letting his opponent burn through all his energy, Qiao Yu decides it is time to act. Mockingly, he asks if he is done before announcing his turn, sending the Zihua members into a total panic. They yell for their vice leader to keep attacking, assuming someone with such high defense must have weak physical attacks. Desperate, they beg him not to fall. Forcing himself to stay calm, the vice leader clenches his fists and charges. He yells that he won't be fooled, refusing to believe Qiao Yu's offense could ever match his insane defensive capabilities. But Qiao Yu is ready to teach him a lesson. He unleashes a brutal strike, dealing 2,200 damage and sending him flying. The beaten man crashes down with smoke rising from his body. Qiao Yu walks over, sighing about how reckless the youth are these days. He notes they have zero respect for true strength. Seeing their second-in-command utterly crush, the remaining guild members go wild with rage. They scream insults and prepare to swarm him together, hoping to take him down through sheer numbers. That is when the Zihua Guild master finally steps in, telling his men to back down because they are no match. As the leader approaches, Qiao Yu senses an overwhelming aura, instantly recognizing him as a mid-tier expert at the very least. Standing face-to-face with Qiao Yu, the man asks if he's the master of the God Slayer Guild. He introduces himself as Lu Tuo. Hearing this, Ma Fei immediately snaps, shouting that he is actually the true leader of the guild. Nobody pays any attention to his shouting. Lu Tuo ignores him completely, proposing a deal directly to Qiao Yu instead. He suggests a duel to settle things. The loser's guild must surrender completely and hand over all their honor points to avoid further bloodshed. Qiao Yu instantly objects, calling him out for being a mid-tier warrior trying to bully a low-tier fighter in a solo match. He yells that Lu Tuo's skin is thicker than Yang Xiang's stomach. Ignoring the noise, the two leaders lock eyes to finalize the deal. Qiao Yu accepts with a confident smile. But the moment he agrees, Lu Tuo moves like lightning, launching a sudden vicious strike. His weapon slashes right across Qiao Yu's face, injuring his eye. The boy realizes too late that his opponent is actually an assassin. The dagger is poisoned, blurring his vision completely. Seeing this, Qiao Yu and Yang Xiang explode with rage at the cowardly move. They scream that he has no shame using a mid-tier level and dirty tricks like hidden weapons against a lower-tier fighter. But Lu Tuo just licks his lips like a bloodthirsty killer. To him, the only thing that matters in a fight is winning. He does not care about honor or underhanded methods. As long as he stands victorious, any trick is perfectly fair game. Now that the kid is blinded, he is nothing but easy prey. Capitalizing on his advantage, Lu Tuo prepares to finish it. He unleashes his Gale Fist in a relentless barrage. Qiao Yu is forced onto the defensive, leaving his friends watching in sheer terror. Lu Tuo moves in for the final blow, thrusting his weapon directly at the boy's face. Victory seems to be within his grasp, but out of nowhere, Qiao Yu counters. A single powerful flick of his finger sends the assassin flying back across the field. The Zihuo members stand frozen in disbelief. Lu Tuo slowly pushes himself up his face, charred black as he tries to process it. He stares in utter shock, wondering what kind of attack just took out half of his health pool in a single instant. Little do they know the Machine Queen had helped him from within. She warns him to stay alert because this opponent is dangerous, but the outcome is already set. Grudgingly admitting defeat, Lu Tuo turns to leave, muttering that he concedes the match for today. However, Qiao Yu is not about to let him just walk away after pulling a dirty stunt like that. Activating his corpse ancestor ring, he prepares to fight, hurting his friends and thinking a simple apology is enough, not on his watch. Does he really think he can just walk away whenever he wants? Life is not that easy. As Qiao Yu charges forward, Lu Tuo completely panics. He screams in terror, asking if this kid wants to force him into a life-or-death battle. Immediately after, Lu Tuo takes a massive hit. The punch lands right on his face. The Zihuo Guild panics with their leader thrashed. Retreating is their only hope. But Lu Tuo decisively forces himself back up, staggering and shouting that the kid forced his hand. With bloodshot eyes and his tongue lolling out, Lu Tuo looks like a demon as he plots his next move. That creepy entity from before seems to have vanished. It looks like he has no choice but to use his ultimate skill. He needs to make him pay. Lu Tuo opens his mouth and shoots a toxic blast straight at Qiao Yu, catching him completely off guard. The poison hits his arm. Infuriated by this cheap trick, Qiao Yu realizes there is no point in holding back anymore. He is ready to end this. He delivers a crushing blow right to the center of Lu Tuo's face, yet the stubborn leader desperately struggles to stand back up. Screaming that a mid-tier player like him could never be humiliated by a beginner. Refusing to back down, Lu Tuo continues to activate his Gale Fist, unleashing a torrent of poisonous attacks at Qiao Yu. Faced with this overwhelming barrage, Qiao Yu tries to figure out how to dodge the deadly mist. He spins and evades with everything he has, but only lands in a worse spot. Lu Tuo immediately activates his sagacity, restraint, and laughs triumphantly. He mocks Qiao Yu, bragging that no matter how good he is, evil always wins. Any warrior-class player caught in this restraint will lose all ability to move completely at his mercy. They become helpless prey. He boasts about how a beginner almost turned the tables on him, mocking Qiao Yu and calling him a loser. He asks how it feels to be trapped. He jeers at the kid, asking where all that confidence from earlier went. He demands to see more of his tough attitude while repeatedly slapping Qiao Yu's face. Watching this, the Zihuo Guild members cheer in triumph. They praise their mighty leader, laughing at Qiao Yu's stupid look. Did this rookie actually believe a mere beginner could defeat a mid-tier player? It is pure foolishness. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu and Yang Xiang look completely devastated, unable to believe what they are seeing. They worry if Qiao Yu is done for. Lu Tuo puffs out his chest, admitting the kid was surprisingly strong for a beginner but still too green. However, he is still no match for him. But then, Qiao Yu's expression shifts completely, his gaze turning incredibly cold. He asks Lu Tuo if he ever considered the possibility that he is not actually a warrior. Hearing this, Lu Tuo freezes up. Not a warrior, he snaps, calling it a bluff. With Qiao Yu's insane attack and defense stats, what else could he be? He refuses to waste any more words and charges forward like a complete madman, determined to end this. Lu Tuo rushes in blindly. The Zihuo members cross their arms and smirk, mocking yet another so-called genius, falling before their boss. They laugh, saying he was foolish to ever challenge their guild. Meanwhile, Yang Xiang and Si, you can only pray. They desperately call out to Qiao Yu, hoping for a miracle. But they do not realize Qiao Yu is far from defeated. With just one hand, Qiao Yu stands his ground and easily blocks the attack, delivering a cold warning to Lu Tuo. He tells him again that he is not a warrior, wondering why he refused to listen. And now he has him. Qiao Yu lands a brutal kick to the stomach, followed by a direct punch to the face, sending Lu Tuo flying. Lu Tuo looks half dead, completely unable to comprehend how Qiao Yu is still moving after getting hit by his skill. Qiao Yu looks down at him calmly, repeating that he already warned him about his class. He explains that he is not a warrior, just someone with an incredibly sturdy body. he is actually a necromancer. That is right, a necromancer. One final strike drains Lu Tuo's remaining 1,233 health points, leaving him completely defeated. With the guild leader down, Qiao Yu looks around ready to teach any other troublemaker a lesson, asking who is next. The entire Si Huo guild immediately drops to their knees and surrender. The system announces that the God Slayer guild wins the match. All honor points are transferred to them. After this satisfying victory, Qiao Yu's friends cannot help but feel incredibly proud. He asks if they are all right, and they assure him it is just minor injuries that will heal in a few days. Qiao Yu closes his eyes in thought, realizing his defense has reached a bottleneck. It is time to change his training routine. He no longer needs to grind in the dark forest. Instead, he plans to enter a dungeon to search for his shield. Inside his mindscape, Qiao Yu starts a conversation with the Machine Queen, asking her for advice on which dungeon to target. He asks if she knows of any specific dungeons that tend to drop high-quality shields, since she's a world boss. After thinking for a moment, she tells him there is one, but warns him that he is far too weak to survive. She jokes that even a dog in there could easily beat him. Hearing this, Qiao Yu is not pleased at all. He demands the coordinates to prove her wrong. Afterward, he confidently turns to his friends, assuring them he has a plan. He tells them to leave the shield search to him, promising he knows a dungeon that is guaranteed to drop exactly what they need. Apparently, he could get some solid shield gear there. Qiao Yu insisted on joining Qiao Yu, but he still wanted to get the opinion of the Machine Queen. According to her data, that dungeon required at least 2 participants to enter. Hearing this, Qiao Yu decided to let Ce tag along. Yang Xiang, on the other hand, had his mind straight in the gutter, giggling like a total creep. A lone guy and girl entering a dark dungeon together, ripe for some sparks. Ce Yu instantly snapped at him, telling him to shut his filthy mouth. Yang Xiang, wait till I get back from this dungeon. I'm going to sew your rotten mouth shut. Welcome to the D-rank pseudo-underworld dungeon. Zuo. Yu was getting a bit anxious, asking if he was absolutely sure since it was a D-rank dungeon. He told her to relax with him around, she had nothing to fear. True, he had plenty of experience, even surviving that brutal B-rank Soul Tiger boss in the previous dungeon, but they still couldn't let their guard down. He had almost bit the dust back then. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu had her own fears, worrying that clinging to him would only drag Qiao Yu down. After all, she had no shield and basically zero combat power, but the optimistic guy just patted her head, making her blush, though she finally agreed to dive in. The underworld is a domain forged by Hades where all souls must go after their departure from the living. This pseudo-underworld mimics that legendary world, and inside the foggy haze, Qiao Yu drifted off into a deep sleep, without even realizing it. After she frantically shook him and screamed his name, he finally opened his eyes groggily, asking if this was the underworld. Legend has it that this place is strictly for the deceased. Qiao Yu looked incredibly tense, wondering if they should consider themselves dead. Yet, Qiao Yu noted that this felt a lot like the Lingshu Mountain dungeon, meaning things might not actually be that bad. If so, it was likely a hint that they were in some sort of special state. Qiao Yu blinked in confusion, asking if they were still technically alive. Suddenly, Qiao Yu's eyes locked onto Xiu's necklace, causing her to jump back. She thought he was staring at her chest, calling him a total pervert and asking where he was looking. But Qiao Yu remained completely calm, telling her to hold still while reaching out to touch the mysterious pendant. He pointed out she wasn't wearing it before they entered, and Qiao finally realized she had a necklace on. She admitted she definitely wasn't wearing one and that it only appeared after they entered the dungeon. She told him to check his own neck to see if he had one too. Qiao Yu felt around his throat and discovered that he was also wearing one. It seemed to be a key quest item. Right then, the system pinged, announcing the first stage of their underworld quest. They had to pass the gates of hell, reach the Acheron River, and protect their crosses from being lost. Completing this would unlock stage 2. Only by clearing every single phase of the quest could the participants successfully complete the dungeon and claim their ultimate rewards. The system even dropped a friendly yet slightly ominous tip: participants must trust their teammates 100%. Qiao Yu suddenly adopted a serious expression, warning Qiao Yu that this legendary gate was indeed the main entrance to the underworld. Legend says once a dead soul crosses it, they reach the true underworld. But from that moment on, they will be trapped down here forever. Qiao Yu just nodded, saying if the quest required them to cross, they had to move forward. But Qiao was incredibly anxious, having no clue which direction they should take. To be fair, even Qiao Yu couldn't pinpoint the exact path, but he felt an urge to follow a mysterious invisible figure ahead. They were soon led to a gathering of countless wandering spirits. This was indeed the fabled entrance to the underworld, and it wasn't just human ghosts floating around, there were monster spirits too. A low growl echoed coming from the epic wild beast itself, Cerberus, the legendary 3-headed hellhound. Checking its stat screen, Cerberus was level 29, with 6,000 health, 379 strength, 288 defense, and 233 agility. This gatekeeper loved eating the dead. In the past, any mortal foolish enough to trespass here was devoured instantly. Qiao Yu broke into a cold sweat staring at it blankly. He nervously asked the queen if this was the local dog she had warned him about. Peeking out the machine, Queen explained that Cerberus was a beast born and bred in the depths of hell. She reminded him she had explicitly warned him he couldn't even beat a local dungeon dog. She lightly mocked him for doubting her. Meanwhile, Qiao was trembling, pointing out that even though the system quest only required them to pass through the gate, actually doing it seemed completely impossible. Seeing his companion turn completely pale with fright, Qiao Yu tried to reassure her. He flashed a confident grin, telling her to trust his incredible luck. With so many souls wandering around, surely they wouldn't be that unlucky. But right as those words left his mouth, Cerberus lunged straight at Qiao Yu and swallowed him whole. Talk about an instant jinx. As if that wasn't terrible enough, one of the three heads spat burning toxic acid directly onto Zuo Yu, sending her health points into a free fall. Unable to stand by and watch her friend get eaten, she snapped and charged forward in a rage. Screaming for the beast to give Qiao Yu back, she struck. Right at that critical second, her mysterious necklace finally flared to life as the system chimed. Due to surviving Cerberus's toxic venom for over 100 seconds, she had successfully unlocked a passive skill called Poison Adaptation. This, a rank skill, completely nullified all incoming damage once the user was exposed to the same poison for more than 10 seconds. Soon, the venom would no longer hurt her at all. Qiao Yu watched in shock as the burning purple poison slowly dissolved, leaving her completely unharmed. The three-headed dog continues to rampage, completely losing its mind. After a brutal, frantic struggle, the beast is finally forced to act. It violently spits Qiao Yu out. Apparently, our guy was wreaking absolute havoc right inside its stomach. He catches his breath, utterly shaken. Luckily, he wedged his blade into its throat. Talk about a close call, he was almost eaten alive. No time to celebrate. Qiao Yu quickly grabs Qiao Yu, telling her they have to run right now. As they sprint blindly, Qiao Yu is racked with anxiety. Talk about bad luck, he might have just lost his legendary weapon forever. Luckily, they make it through the massive gate, just in time, stepping into a brand new zone. Right on cue, the system alerts them. Congratulations on completing the first quest. The second quest is to cross the river Agon and prevent the Holy Cross from being lost. As they step up, a boat slowly drifts over. The creepy ferryman introduces himself as Chazin, the guide of this gloomy river. He asks if they want to cross, but warns that passage comes with a price. For Qiao Yu, dealing with cash is easy work. He drops a handful of coins. Take this and get us to the other side. The ferryman instantly changes his tune, bowing politely. Welcome aboard, dear guests, he says warmly. But right then a swarm of frantic souls rushes forward, desperate to climb on with them. Chazin immediately turns cold, sneering at them with pure disgust. He barks at the souls to beat it, calling them broke peasants. You have no right to step foot on my boat, he snarls. Once they drift far from shore, Qiao Yu asks a curious question. Why can't those dead souls just swim across on their own? Chazin scoffed at the idea. Swim across the legendary Agon River. He challenges Qiao Yu to put his hand over the edge. The second Qiao Yu does, pale hands erupt from the dark water. Shaken, he pulls back. Chazin explains that those are the failures who tried to cross. They are doomed to rot here forever. Anyone who touches the water gets dragged down. Honestly, things are about to get extremely ugly. You two will join them soon, he sneers. You are clearly alive, not dead. Yet you dared to deceive me with human money. He yells at them to get off his boat. Without warning, the greedy ferryman turns on them and shoves Qiao Yu overboard. Hit with the freezing foul stench of the river, Qiao Yu struggles. This is his first real taste of the underworld's terrors. Dozens of hungry, rotting hands instantly swarm him, dragging him downward. Up on the boat, Qiao Yu desperately tries to help. She clings to the edge, reaching out to grab Qiao Yu's hand. But Chazin raises his heavy oar, aiming straight at her. Go join him, the old man cackles as he shoves her over too. To stop things from getting worse, Qiao Yu acts fast. He activates his corpse ancestor ring, leaps back onto the boat, and lands a brutal punch right through the old ferryman's chest. Qiao Yu is actually surprised by how fragile the old man is. But despite having a hole in his chest, Chazin just sneers. He warns them that sneaking across as living souls and harming the ferryman will bring down immediate divine judgment upon them. Qiao Yu couldn't care less about his threats. He kicks the old man overboard, letting the hungry spirits rip him apart instantly. Yu stares at the water, looking visibly shaken. Qiao Yu, she whispers, we just killed the ferryman. Is this going to be okay? Don't worry, Qiao Yu replies calmly. Even if this is the underworld, it is still just a dungeon. We just need to beat it. The boat finally reaches the far shore. But to their absolute surprise, a group of people is already waiting for them there. Among them stands an old man who looks exactly like Chazin. CA. Yu instantly tenses up, getting into a defensive stance. She gasps, wondering how on earth he's still alive. The man just smirks, explaining that he isn't the ferryman they encountered. He asks if they already finished off the other ferryman. Although Qiao Yu doesn't know him, he decides to explain anyway. He tells him they had no choice since the crazy old ferryman tried to drown them. But something else catches his attention. This guy has the guts to enter a D-rank dungeon, meaning he must be a high-tier player. But then he laughs mockingly. He calls them fools who fell for a trap. Killing the ferryman comes with a massive penalty. He warns them that the first level of hell ahead will be absolute chaos now. Qiao Yu just blinks, completely oblivious. He asks what is waiting for them on that first floor. The stranger just laughs, saying they aren't even friends. Why should I share valuable info with a total stranger? But the moment his eyes land on C, Yu's attitude flips. He approaches her with a greasy smile, saying she looks familiar. He offers to explain everything about the first floor. He explains that the first level is called the Hall of Judgment, where all souls are tried for their sins. Since they killed Chazen, the system will brand them as evil criminals and condemn them to endless torture. But he tells her not to worry. As long as they stick with him, he promises to keep them completely safe. After all, he has cleared this dungeon multiple times. Yu plays along, putting on a friendly face to gather intel. She asks what he means by clearing it so many times, subtly trying to use him for their own benefit. What is this? A dungeon cleared multiple times usually does not give any rewards. To please the girl, he introduces himself. With total confidence, introducing himself as Wang Dafu, a guide hunter. Hearing this, Qiao Yu thinks to himself, a guide hunter. Is that some kind of shady gray market job where they make money by carrying people through dungeons? If so, that purple-haired girl is definitely his client. He basically confessed without even being asked. Then Wang Dafu introduces her as his client for this run, then asks the other girl if she wants to join them. At that, the purple-haired client snaps. She asks Wang Dafu if he is out of his mind for being so friendly to strangers. After all, she is the one paying him. But instead of pleasing his client, he snaps right back at her. He tells her that he is only paid to guide her through the dungeon, not to make her happy. If she does not like it, he can give her a full refund so she can clear it all by herself. The purple-haired client fumes, telling him to get moving. He agrees, telling the younger girl to follow him close, while Qiao Yu agrees with Yu that they should tag along to see what is happening. This area represents the first layer of the netherworld. Wang Dafu asks if they find it terrifying. This is indeed the first floor, the judgment hall of the underworld. He warns them not to talk nonsense once inside. As the doors slide open, a figure is already sitting there waiting for them. Before anyone can speak, they are met with a loud shout ordering silence from the netherworld judge Yun Yu. He announces that their judgment is about to begin. Wang Dafu confidently steps forward, first turning back to proudly tell the rest of the group to watch his actions very closely. With that, he approaches Judge Yun Yu, bowing deeply. He respectfully declares that Wang Dafu has never committed a single sin. Suddenly, the book in the hands of Judge Yun Yu begins to glow with a strange purple light, its pages flipping rapidly. The intense purple glare from the pages startles Wang Dafu, forcing him to stand up straight. He grips a stone tightly in his palm, squeezing it so hard that the rock cracks with a sharp, audible snap. Deep cracks spiderweb across its surface. Judge Yun Yu looks down at his book, his voice filled with confusion. He mutters in disbelief, seeing that Wang Dafu has no recorded sins. If that is the case, he declares him innocent. He then calls for the next person. Relieved, Wang Dafu turns around with his hand in his pocket, secretly passing the stone over to Hezi. He whispers for her to take it and simply claims she is innocent. Sure enough, Hezi steps up and does exactly the same thing quickly, receiving an innocent verdict. Wang Dafu laughs, turning to tell Qiao Yu and Yu that he is sorry, but he can only use his cheat item one more time. He says he cannot help Qiao Yu, but if the Ice Dragon girl relies on him, he will use it for her. She looks at him coldly, bluntly telling him that she does not need his concern. Up above, Judge Yun Yu calls out for the next person. Qiao Yu steps forward, placing a hand over his chest with a highly determined look on his face. He dramatically declares that although he had no choice before, he now wants to be a good person. Standing in the distance with crossed arms, Wang Dafu scoffs, mocking him by saying he will burn plenty of paper money for him next year. But privately, he knows that just the sin of killing the ferryman will drag Qiao Yu to hell. Suddenly, a dazzling multicolored light erupts from the judgment book, shining brighter than anything they have seen. Judge Yun Yu gasps in shock at Qiao Yu's name, his face suddenly turning incredibly grim as he yells, "You! How can you be such a cruel and vicious person? This is absolutely unforgivable." At that exact moment, the book shoots out a beam of light, projecting a spectral image of Qiao Yu fiercely battling a massive dungeon monster. Judge Yun Yu booms, declaring his first sin as disrespecting the bones of the dead. Then the large screen shifts to show Qiao Yu leading his group into a brutal clash. Seemingly unable to tolerate it, the judge slams his book shut angrily, shouting that his second sin is destroying their peaceful, quiet life. Once again, the projection shifts rapidly. The judge calms down slightly but continues to coldly list out even more sins. He accuses him of cruelly killing harmless creatures and desecrating corpses. Watching Qiao Yu stand there completely unfazed, Wang Dafu cannot help but wonder what kind of absolute monster this kid really is. Meanwhile, Judge Yun Yu is pushed over the edge, roaring that his fifth and most severe crime is slaying the three-headed hellhound. He even killed Ferriman Chazen, reaching out with long, dark, shadow-like hands. The judge barks that for a violent maniac like Qiao Yu, this hellish place is perfect. He's officially sentenced to the pool of blood, the first valley of the seventh hell. He stared at Qiao Yu, who was completely surrounded by a blinding red energy. He added that the boy should feel eternal pain in this boiling blood sea. Suddenly, Qiao Yu's entire body floated up. The ground cracked open. A massive sea of blood appeared, filled with countless blood-red skulls reaching up desperately. They clawed toward him. Up high, Yun Yu coldly declared that sinner Qiao Yu must fall directly into the pool. He wanted the boiling blood to burn his skin, melt his flesh, and wash away every trace of his sins. But then a sudden flash of light cut through the dark. Yun Yu gasped as the system screen flickered. The Ring of the Corpse Ancestor activated. Yun Yu stared in utter shock as Qiao Yu shot out like lightning. Charging straight out of the bloody pool, Qiao Yu raised a fist, yelling that this ridiculous hell pool meant nothing. How could a simple dungeon NPC pretend to be some grand judge of the underworld? Now he would add another crime. He was going to beat this judge to death. A split second later, his fist connected directly with his face. The judge had no time to react. He flew backward completely, shattering a massive stone wall upon impact. Honestly, watching this kid take on a literal underworld judge is absolutely wild, leaving old Wang Dafu completely speechless. He panicked. Attacking a judge seemed like suicide, but then he remembered Qiao Yu's insane track record. Squinting, the old man realized that yes, this crazy kid actually had the guts. Meanwhile, in the rubble, Yun Yu crawled out. He laughed like a madman, asking if Qiao Yu really thought he could beat a judge. It had been ages since someone possessed this kind of courage. He stretched out his long arms, shooting a bright light. The blinding purple energy quickly reshaped itself into a massive spear. This was a battle he was taking very seriously. Outraged, he screamed that he would condemn them to eternal torment. He lunged forward, refusing to show any mercy. He charged at Qiao Yu with blinding speed. The young man quickly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the heavy thrust. The weapon slammed into the floor, shattering the stone and sending sharp debris flying everywhere. Yun Yu glared at his target. Seeing Qiao Yu land effortlessly, he sneered, asking if the boy had somehow managed to steal his speed stat. Qiao Yu just smirked, admitting that the stolen agility stat was indeed coming in pretty handy right now. The judge stomped his foot, shattering the ground to launch himself forward. He gripped his massive purple spear tight. He soared into the air, locking his eyes on the boy. Then, like a rocket, he plummeted downward. A brilliant streak of purple light flashed violently. A thunderous explosion followed immediately, shaking the entire chamber. Dust flew everywhere. A dark shadow managed to escape the blast radius just in time. That was Qiao Yu. He skidded backward across the floor, barely regaining his footing. Wang Dafu watched anxiously, realizing the kid was hurt. Confused, he frowned, asking why that was possible. Didn't the boy just dodge the direct hit? Clutching his chest, Qiao Yu grimaced. Just the shockwave from that blast had dealt some pretty serious damage to him. With his defense stat sitting at a solid 500, he should have easily brushed this off. Back when his defense was only 6 points, he would have been vaporized instantly. Suddenly, the Machine Queen warned him. She pointed out that the judge's weapon had a passive armor-piercing effect. He glanced over, asking if she could help. The queen flatly refused, explaining that as a boss, she was restricted from interfering in other dungeons. Doing so would get her completely erased from existence. But she paused, offering to teach him a special skill instead. The system screen popped up right in front of Qiao Yu, showing his mental energy was currently at 0. Having heard her offer, he immediately turned it down. He claimed he had absolutely no need for another skill. She did not get angry. She calmly reminded him that he was still carrying her actual heart inside of him. Back in the real world, Yun Yu raised his purple spear high. Thick, dark smoke began swirling around his body. He glared at Qiao Yu coldly, telling him to prepare for his ultimate atonement. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. The judge promised to personally send him straight to hell. Qiao Yu stood silent, watching the dark energy gather. Blinding purple sparks crackled violently around the spear, filling the entire chamber with an oppressive sense of dread. Before he even realized it, this heavy, suffocating pressure had completely pinned him down to the spot. Grimacing, he realized this boss was on an entirely different level. Nearby, He could barely watch. Sensing the immense danger, she turned to the old man and urgently asked why he was not helping. If that kid died, they would definitely be next on the chopping block. Wang Dafu simply stroked his beard calmly. He turns to reply that he is in no hurry and to take things slow when a foot suddenly stomps down, shattering the ground. Qiao Yu then builds momentum and charges straight for the Yuba staff in Yun Yu's hands, making Qiao Yu immediately panic. She calls out to Qiao Yu in worry while Wang Dafu crosses his arms, wondering if the kid still has an ace up his sleeve. Even Yun Yu is completely frozen by this sudden move, stopping dead in his tracks and failing to react in time. Seizing the opening just as Qiao Yu closes in, he tries to spin away and retreat from the incoming strike. Below them, Wang Dafu and He Zi stand stunned by the sheer speed of the clash, though they quickly snap out of it. Wang Dafu mutters to himself that he might have to step in, but his eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock. His voice stammers as he witnesses something unbelievable and look at what is happening over on Qiao Yu's side right now. He recklessly drives the sharp Yuba staff straight into his own chest before pulling it out with a brutal jerk. He hurls the staff right back at Yun, sending him crashing down like a broken kite into a cloud of white smoke. As the dust settles, Qiao Yu lands softly on his feet, while an eerie silence completely takes over the entire room. Yun Yu lies there, motionless, pinned by his own weapon, leaving Wang Dafu utterly speechless at what he is seeing. He wonders how the kid's power spikes so fast just as the machine queen glides past with a smug smile. She mockingly asks if the skill is to his liking while Qiao Yu clutches the deep wound on his abdomen. He glares at her and mutters that the skill works great, though it definitely costs him a bit too much life. A smug smirk plays on his lips as a game system notification suddenly flashes right in front of his eyes. The Machine Queen's wrath triggers a rage state, boosting his attack, defense, and speed by 0.5% for every 1% of health lost. A friendly system reminder warns that staying in this enraged state for too long will trigger mysterious side effects. Completely ignoring his bleeding chest wound, Qiao Yu stands tall with clenched fists and a wild, excited gleam in his eyes. He loves the rush of this power, realizing the skill is perfect for him, just as Yun Yu slowly regains consciousness. Hearing the kid boast like that, the judge grips the heavy staff still impaling his own chest with a sudden vicious grip. He laughs that this is getting interesting while the system screen quickly displays his dangerous combat profile. It lists him as an epic tier boss, Netherworld Judge Yun Yu wielding the 8-directional strike and the devastating peak force. The system warns that Netherworld Palace judges possess the absolute coldest hearts as Yun Yu pulls the staff out of his chest. Standing face to face with Qiao Yu, he mockingly asks if a lowly criminal actually thought they could hurt him. With a furious roar, he raises his arm and unleashes his devastating 8-directional strike straight at the challenger. Qiao Yu does not back down, activating his Mecha Tiger Claw and charging head-on to meet the attack. Their powerful auras collide with absolute fury, pulverizing the solid stone ground beneath their feet with every single step. Right at the moment of impact, Yun Yu pulls a fast one and suddenly switches up his entire battle strategy. Activating his peak force, his staff thrusts forward like lightning, but Qiao Yu raises his armored fist to block it. Watching closely from afar, Qiao Yu feels a wave of guilt wash over her as Qiao Yu is pushed back. She hates how useless she is, knowing her role as a shield defender means she should be taking these hits instead. Qiao Yu gasps as the staff grinds against his iron ring, emitting a deafening metallic screech that echoes through the room. Yun Yu puts his entire weight into the weapon, cold and mechanical, declaring him a sinner under his authority as judge. He pauses before adding that death is his only sentence while Qiao Yu grits his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. The battle is clearly taking a turn for the worse as a blinding flash of purple light pierces the darkness. Panicking at the sight, Qiao Yu rushes forward with a pale face, desperate to reach her companion in time. She screams his name as thick pillars of white smoke continuously billow up from the devastated battlefield below. Qiao Yu's arm drops limp to his side, his iron ring completely shattered under the judge's devastating final strike. A cold system notification rings out, confirming the Mecha Tiger Claw has been destroyed while Yun Yu stands wrapped in purple energy. He casually walks over to stand over Qiao Yu as Qiao Yu grits her teeth to stop her face from trembling. Tears well up as she blames herself, crying out in her mind over how useless she has been to him. Turning his cold gaze toward the remaining 3 allies, Yun Yu declares that they are next on his execution list. But a weak, raspy voice suddenly calls out from the dust, making the all-powerful judge freeze in complete disbelief. Qiao Yu struggles to his feet, telling the judge that since his gear is ruined, he better drop some legendary loot. He pauses. Only after standing all the way up does he speak again. "You and I are not done." A notification flashes. Berserk state is active. Yun Yu sneers, his voice dripping with utter contempt. He asks if a dead man standing thinks he can actually make a difference, but before he finishes speaking, he attacks. Yun Yu suddenly lunges, thrusting his massive trident straight at Qiao Yu. Yet the young man stands completely motionless. Not a single twitch. The weapon should have pierced him, but with lightning speed, Qiao Yu tilts his head. He easily dodges the strike and grabs the weapon barehanded. Suddenly, Qiao Yu seems like a completely different person. A heavy aura wraps around him. With a single arm swing, he throws Yu completely off balance. Yu is absolutely stunned by this sudden counter. He cannot even process what is happening before him. A massive explosion erupts, sending a pillar of purple light skyward. Qiao Yu charges forward like a wild beast. His face is dead serious. Pulling his fist back, he channels every single ounce of his raw power. He flashes past Yun. You like lightning. When the dust settles, the enemy is sliced clean in half. Wang Dafu is completely stunned from below. Honestly, can you blame him? This kid is just absolutely ruthless. Meanwhile, Yu stares at his heavily damaged body. His arrogant attitude is instantly replaced by pure panic. He screams in absolute disbelief. How could someone like him possibly die at the hands of a mere criminal? His body rapidly disintegrates into a single glowing blue gem. Then the system notification pops up. He has slain an epic non-player character, earning 26 free attribute points. His battle finished, Qiao Yu leaps down. He hits the cold ground, shattering the earth beneath his feet. Suddenly, a tense silence falls over the battlefield. The only sound is the rush of hurried footsteps. Wang Dafu runs over with a wide grin on his face. He yells out that Qiao Yu is absolute peak, but notices his severe wounds and tells him to heal up. But wait, Wang Dafu isn't actually helping him. He is sneaking right past him. What a shady move. A beam of light zips by, grazing Wang Dafu's arm. He jumps back in shock. Qiao Yu is already sitting up. Looking incredibly cold, Qiao Yu warns him, take one more step toward that soul core and see what happens. Trying to break the awkward tension, Wang Dafu laughs it off. He claims he only wanted to help out. He tells Qiao Yu to claim it himself. But Qiao Yu's gaze locks onto a specific tattoo on Wang Dafu's arm. His face darkens with deep shock. Why on earth does this man have a tattoo of the mythical Bai Zi? Qiao Yu stares intensely at him, suspicion growing deep within his mind. Who is this guy really? What is his connection to Bai Zi? Is this meeting a pure coincidence, or did he search for them on purpose? Qiao Yu grows increasingly vigilant. Bringing Yu to this Wei Ming dungeon was a completely spontaneous decision. If Wang Dafu is truly aligned with Bai Zi, then their information network is absolutely terrifying. Right at that moment, Yu runs over in a panic, desperately asking if Qiao Yu is doing all right. Still kneeling, Qiao Yu coldly replies that he is fine. He is just wondering what the judge's soul core drops. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Qiao Yu reaches his hand out and touches the glowing soul core. In an instant, the core shatters, revealing a single stone. The system immediately displays all of its details. It is an upgrade stone, a B rank consumable that can upgrade any gear to B rank with a special bonus. Holding the stone, Qiao Yu yells in frustration. What use is this when he desperately needs weapons and shields? Ignoring his complaints, the system proceeds with the next alert, confirming that Quest 3 is finally complete. A new quest is dispatched. Qiao Yu walks back to the group with Qiao Yu. He immediately asks them a question. He wonders if they also received the new quest notification. Wang Dafu quickly throws his cloak over his shoulders and smiles. He announces that it is time to move out, and Qiao Yu coldly agrees. Just like that, the entire majestic team departs. As they leave, the system issues quest number 4, pass through the hell ahead to reach the underworld temple. They must also guard the sacred cross at all costs. Sometime later, the group finally arrives at their destination. The sky above is painted a bloody, eerie red. Wang Dafu confidently takes the lead, looking up at the sky. He announces to the group that the path ahead leads straight into the hell of gluttony. Suddenly, Wang Dafu looks grave. Turning around, he warns them that gluttons end up in this terrible place, though it should be fine for them. They only need to watch out for the legendary three-headed hellhound. Hearing this, Yu raises an eyebrow in suspicion. A voice asks in confusion, isn't the three-headed hellhound supposed to guard Hell's Gate? Why is it here in the Gluttony District? Dafu laughs out loud and tells her she's got it all wrong. The gates of hell are just where that beast goes to work. The Gluttony District is its actual home. Sos has absolutely no interest in the living. As long as we do not wake it up, we should be perfectly safe. Suddenly, Qiao Yu notices something off. Startled, he immediately spins his head around to stare in one direction. Floating right above their heads, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes have appeared out of nowhere, staring straight down at them. Dafu quickly snaps out of it and screams to the others to run because Cerberus is wide awake. Everyone scrambles in pure panic. But before they can even make any real distance, a massive shape plunges right down from the sky. It is a giant 3-headed beast. Nobody wastes a single second. They immediately bolt at absolute full speed. Even so, it is already too late. The ferocious monster closes the distance in just a few short seconds, snapping right at their heels. Dafu screams in utter confusion while running. What is going on? He has been here plenty of times, and that beast never attacked the living before. Qiao Yu looks back and says with a bit of sympathy, well, he did not expect it to be this mad just because he killed one of its heads. Dafu spins his head around in total shock. He killed a head of Cerberus. Is this guy completely out of his mind? Suddenly, Qiao Yu skids to a halt, standing completely alone to face the massive three-headed hound. Before making his move, he does not forget to tell Yu to run ahead first. Mid-stride, she looks back and shouts to ask what about him. Qiao Yu just smiles with excitement and says he still has items left on that beast that he needs to get back. Yu nods and shouts that she will wait for him up ahead. Without another word, she dashes off. In no time, the three-headed hound catches right up. Seeing Qiao Yu standing there completely still, it lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight toward him. He coldly throws a heavy punch directly at the monster, but unexpectedly, the sheer impact blows him, flying straight backward. Qiao Yu ignores the blood, slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth as his eyes flash with a cold, crazy glint. He mutters with a wild grin that it is finally time to settle their old score. With that, a massive wave of purple energy erupts from his body. The beast has no clue what is coming, and keeps charging. It opens its massive jaws, looking to swallow him whole, but he swings his arm and delivers a brutal smack right to its face. Not letting up, Qiao Yu stomps the ground hard and launches himself straight at the beast. Moving like a flash of lightning, he rains down rapid-fire blows on Cerberus before it can even react. Each strike triggers the system sound of HP dropping from the monster, but Cerberus is no pushover. Realizing this opponent is no easy target, it triggers its special move, gathering a toxic green sphere of energy right inside its jaws. Qiao Yu tilts his head coldly, analyzing the beast and muttering about how tanky it is. Cerberus suddenly spits a massive glob of green acid directly onto Qiao Yu. The moment that burning green liquid splashes across his body, damage numbers start popping up rapidly. He lowers his head, growling out that he is not going down like this. Until he looks up, his aura burning way hotter than before. Qiao Yu locks his gaze on the beast, swearing that there is no way he gets beaten by a giant dog. He stands tall, his imposing aura flaring against the massive, three-headed beast as it roars savagely. His expression instantly hardens his entire body, shifting into a solid battle-ready stance as his hand tightly grips the massive chain slung behind him. The very second he spots an opening in the farther hound, he whips the heavy chain to wrap tightly around its body. With his sheer strength, one violent pull binds the beast completely, locking it in place so it can't move. But one of Cerberus' heads refuses to yield, snarling and snapping frantically as it tries to break free, but he won't give it any chance to escape. Leaping high into the air with the chain, Qiao Yu suddenly senses something off and whips around with a look of pure shock, shouting out. Just one split second of distraction and a massive force slams him down, throwing him right into the stone wall, shattering it completely. The beast seizes the opportunity. Even while chained, it violently starts thrashing around, throwing Qiao Yu on the other end of the chain against the ground, but refusing to stay down for long. He quickly regains his grip on the chain, screaming in rage for this damn dog to just die already. He whips the chain to hurl the beast away, yelling at it to stop. Realizing words are completely useless, he clenches his fist tight and throws a massive punch without any hesitation. From his knuckles, a bursting wave of bright blue energy erupts. By the time the beast realizes what is happening, it is already too late to react. In a split second, Qiao Yu delivers a heavy punch that sends it flying backward. The three-headed beast shrieks in absolute agony. It lunges like a bullet. Qiao Yu, holding the other end of the chain, gets dragged a long distance. Seizing the perfect opening, Qiao Yu leaps directly onto the back of the rampaging Cerberus. Watching its wild thrashing, he feels completely baffled. Is this dog crazy, he wonders. Meanwhile, Dafu and his group keep running until they finally arrive at a cleared area. Catching his breath, the old man glances back at the empty space behind them and confidently declares that they are safe now. Classic Dafu. He sees Qiao standing completely alone and can't help but walk over with a smug grin. Hey, little sister, don't worry. He says that guy is definitely monster food by now. If you need a shoulder, mine is wide open. Qiao is furious. Shut your mouth, she snaps. But right then, a massive dark silhouette appears in the distance. The giant shadow charges frantically right toward their position. Recognizing the oncoming threat, Qiao Yu lets out a startled, instinctive shout. Qiao Yu is actually the one riding the beast. He is wrapped in chains but still thrashing with pure, untamed rage. Terrified by its sheer violence, Dafu and his crew scramble to escape, but the beast suddenly leaps high into the air. It sails clean over their heads. Dafu's jaw drops in absolute disbelief as he watches the insane spectacle unfolding right above them. He is casually riding the monster like a horse. What kind of crazy move is this? The old man yells while Qiao cries out in worry. She asks if Qiao Yu is okay. Holding tightly onto the chains, he barely manages to look back and shouts that he is fine before disappearing. Watching them fade into the distance, Dafu panics. This is bad, he screams. That monster is taking him straight to the seventh hell. Cerberus accelerates even faster, hopping over massive boulders with terrifying agility. The beast is moving way too fast now. Suddenly, it lets out a deafening roar and slams headfirst into a giant boulder, instantly shattering it into tiny pieces. It finally stops right in front of a massive gateway. Qiao Yu quickly stands up, scanning his new surroundings with deep concern. He wonders where they are. Suddenly, a rectangular pit opens up in the ground, emitting a bright, glowing red light. Cerberus seems very familiar with this place, walking straight up to the edge. Soon a deep crimson energy completely envelops its body. Sensing extreme danger, he immediately tries to jump off its back, but the beast has absolutely no intention of letting him escape so easily. The beast thrashes its heads, violently growling with pure malice. Qiao Yu struggles just to maintain his balance on its back. The moment the monster leaps into the air, heavy chains wrapped around it unravel, throwing Qiao Yu violently off his feet. It doesn't stop there. Opening its massive jaws, it fires a devastating beam of crimson light directly at him, sending him crashing down. He slams down, creating a giant crater. Cracks spread everywhere. Struggling to open his eyes, he mutters a curse. "This dog is literally using cheat codes," he groans. Without giving him a moment to recover, Cerberus roars and lunges straight down. Qiao Yu sits up in a panic. "Where's my blade?" he shouts out. But Cerberus exploits this opening. It snaps its massive head down, swallowing him whole in a single lightning-fast gulp. Then, it tilts its neck back to finish the job. But before the beast can even digest its meal, blinding red light suddenly starts bursting out from deep inside its stomach. The monster shrieks in excruciating pain, thrashing wildly. Just seconds later, Qiao Yu tears through its flesh with his sword and lands safely. He stands victorious on the bloodied ground. Just like that, the massive, terrifying Cerberus is forcefully brought down by his blade. Standing with his back to the corpse, he speaks coldly. "Swallowing me once is fine, but twice, you must be crazy. You really have a death wish, you stupid mutt." But while he is completely distracted, a dark change occurs. The fatal wound on the beast heals instantly, leaving no trace of damage. Qiao Yu remains entirely unaware of the looming threat. He wonders why the system notification hasn't popped up yet. Last time was the same one had died but came back. Does this thing actually have an immortal body? He ponders. Right on cue, the giant beast rises to prove his theory correct. It roars with absolute fury and lunges straight at his back. Qiao Yu frowns, his mind quickly calculating his next move. He realizes he might have to chop off all three of its heads to actually kill it. Time to test that theory. Making up his mind, a dark, terrifying aura erupts from his body. His expression turns bone-chillingly cold, like an angry god of death. "You stupid mutt," he growls out. Without a single second of hesitation, he launches himself forward like a bullet. He clashes head-on with its chest, his voice echoing through the cavern. "Take this," he yells, drawing his sword from his back. Cerberus remains completely oblivious to the danger, charging forward with wild aggression. In a mere fraction of a second, everything changes. Deep, bloody slashes cover its entire body. Qiao Yu leaps high into the air, cleanly slicing off one of its massive heads. Meanwhile, Dafu and his group struggle to stand against the violent shockwaves generated by this insane high-speed battle. "Holy crap," Dafu screams in absolute terror. He honestly never expected that this mysterious young kid could be so powerful. Why is that old man so interested in him anyway? This kid always knows how to pull off a surprise. But first, back to the fight. Between Qiao Yu and the three-headed Cerberus, one head has already been sliced clean off. Right now, Qiao Yu is locking in. He makes a quick calculation, finish this beast off before that head can regenerate. Dark blood keeps pouring out of the severed neck. It completely soaks the ground below. Infuriated by the loss, the remaining two heads glare right at Qiao Yu, snarling in absolute rage. They let out an ear-piercing howl. But before the sound even clears their throats, Qiao Yu swings his blade again and takes off another head. He flips mid-air, landing right next to the final head. He whispers a cold warning, "Only you left." The last head refuses to go down quietly. It growls, lunging forward to swallow him whole, but Qiao Yu kicks off the air to dodge. He uses the momentum to dive headfirst straight into the beast's gaping maw. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts right in front of him. The blast shakes the entire area. Immediately, the system interface pops up to announce his hard-won combat victory. He has defeated the epic monster Hades, three-headed Cerberus. Reward is 29 free attribute points and 145 experience. Level up successful. Current experience is 20 out of 1500 with 10 more free attribute points. Qiao Yu grips his blade tightly. The weapon begins drawing and a bright blue energy swirling around them. Once the absorption wraps up, the magic settles down. A system notification pops up to announce a weapon upgrade. Qiao Yu stares in awe as new details materialize next to his weapon. It is now the B-rank Golden Dragon Crescent Blade featuring Dragon Roar Consecutive Slash. If a player's attack gets blocked, it automatically triggers a follow-up. This follow-up attack boosts damage by 5%, stacking infinitely. The enchantment also adds 20% bonus damage against the opposite gender. Talk about a wild buff. Qiao Yu mutters to himself in disbelief. Can this weapon actually upgrade itself on its own? Right then the other three catch up with Qiao Yu looking the most panicked. She runs over yelling if Qiao Yu is alright. He just smiles, saying it is fine and that a mere dog could never take him down. Standing nearby, Wang Dafu overhears this and stands there in absolute shock. He really just soloed the legendary three-headed Cerberus. After chatting for a bit, Qiao Yu finally reaches out to touch a glowing red orb floating in front of him. Immediately, details pop up for the soul-snatching rejuvenation pill. This B-rank single-use consumable boosts all attributes by 100 points for 1 minute, but there is a slight catch to it. There is a 10% drop in mental energy after use. Qiao Yu cradles the orb in his hand with a smug grin, quietly celebrating. An extra 100 points to every single stat is an absolute steal, and that minor side effect is basically harmless to him. Meanwhile, Wang Dafu notices his happy expression and asks with a curious grin what has him smiling so much and if he found loot. Qiao Yu quickly slips the gem into his shirt, casually brushing it off as trash, but in his mind he is planning ahead. He keeps up the act but secretly plots his next move. If Wang Dafu really is a spy for the Baizi faction, then this special pill is going to give him a massive surprise. Suddenly, Qiao Yu walks over and pulls him aside with a serious look. She tells him to come over because she has something to say. Once they are safely away from the other two teammates, Qiao Yu finally speaks up. She mentions asking Wang Dafu on the way over, and he had never seen those cross necklaces before. Qiao Yu is genuinely puzzled. He asks if she means these specific crosses only showed up once they entered this exact dungeon instance. He wonders what kind of hidden meaning lies behind this strange detail. But suddenly, the two crosses around their necks begin to float. They rise into the air as the system panel flashes to life. It congratulates them for successfully completing the 4th mission. Now the final mission is about to be revealed. Out of nowhere, a massive pillar of light shoots down from above, enveloping them. The beam carries them upward while the system text updates. The final quest requires inserting both crosses into the God King Temple slots. They must defeat the Underworld King and escape before this entire false Underworld dungeon collapses, or else they will be buried alive with it. They will be buried forever. Nearby, Wang Dafu and Qiao are startled by the massive shockwave. Wang Dafu cries out in horror, "What on earth is that, and what are you doing?" Qiao Yu frowns and quickly fires a question back, asking Wang Dafu about his previous quest inside this false underworld dungeon. Wang Dafu shouts back, explaining that they just needed to enter the God King Temple. Once inside, the dungeon run would normally count as cleared. Hearing this, Qiao Yu gets a highly concerned look on his face. He realizes that he and Qiao Yu must have triggered a hidden condition causing this whole dungeon instance to completely change. Suddenly, Qiao snaps at the group, urging them to get moving and end this annoying dungeon run because he is sick of staying there. He does not want to waste another second. Wang Dafu quickly speaks up, offering to lead the way since he has been here before. He promises to guide everyone safely to the temple. They trek through the darkness under the high moon until they finally arrive right at the massive gates of the underworld temple. Wang Dafu lets out a grunt as he throws his entire weight against the heavy doors, but the gates do not budge. He calls out in confusion, questioning why the doors are locked when they previously opened with a gentle push. "We got it open." Suddenly, Qiao Yu notices something on the nearby wall and curiously calls out for Qiao Yu to take a look. He instinctively looks where she is pointing. Qiao Yu stares in confusion at two cross-shaped slots carved right into the stone wall. Slots. Dafu quickly speaks up, explaining that this makes no sense because those holes definitely were not there the last time he visited. Before he can even finish, Qiao Yu cuts him off, noting that the shapes look like they perfectly match the crosses they are carrying. With that, the two work together to slot their crosses into the openings on the wall. In the blink of an eye, it triggers. The heavy gate before them slowly creaks open, letting a freezing draft sweep over them. The four stand in absolute silence, staring inside. They peer into the gloomy room ahead. Suddenly, Qiao Yu loses consciousness, his eyes shutting tight as his mind goes completely blank. When his eyes snap open again, he is staring at a mountain of skulls floating directly above a massive swirling ocean of blood. Confused, Qiao Yu asks where he is, but his attention is instantly grabbed by a dark figure standing atop the mountain of bones. The figure stands tall as the howling wind whips his tattered cloak around. Qiao Yu mutters to himself, wondering who this guy is. The stranger does not answer, only tilting his head slightly with a cold, mocking smirk. That single look turns Qiao Yu completely pale. Terrified, he lets out a sudden gasp. Snapping back to reality, the group approaches a grand coffin containing the dormant underworld king's seed. Qiao Yu bites his lip, realizing that the corpse inside is him. Was that vision his last moment alive before dying? Seeing Qiao Yu pale, Yu asks in concern if he is doing okay. He immediately tells her he is fine, then asks if she saw any weird visions just now. Ta Yu shakes her head no. Qiao Yu looks down, realizing that he is probably the only one who saw it. Right then, Dafu suddenly yells out in shock. What on earth is going on? Dafu gasps, claiming he has been to this temple many times and it was always completely empty. Why is there a massive coffin sitting here now? Qiao Yu calmly walks up to the container, silently staring at the resting figure. He watches the motionless man inside. And then, of course, because nothing is ever easy, those eyes snap wide open. Qiao Yu flinches his instincts, screaming as he leaps backward, but not before shouting out a warning to the rest of the team. He warns them of a corpse reanimation, but in a flash, the inside of the coffin is suddenly empty, as if nothing was there. Turns out the entity inside has already broken out and is hurtling straight toward Qiao Yu at terrifying speed. Qiao Yu plants his feet firmly on the ground, bracing himself directly in the creature's path. But the specter simply glides forward. Like a bodiless ghost, it passes straight through his chest. Suddenly, the system chimes, congratulating him on acquiring the Underworld King Seed. The figure vanishes into thin air as the system narration continues, describing the seed as a single-use item with no special effects. Qiao Yu is caught off guard. He silently wonders why a single-use item cannot even be activated right now. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Ta Yu shouts his name repeatedly until Qiao Yu finally snaps out of his trance, looking utterly lost. He asks what just happened to him. Ta Yu explains that the moment he touched the crystal coffin, his entire body froze up. He would not respond no matter how much they called out. Qiao Yu finally gets it. That makes sense. The vision must have been a message that the strange man deliberately wanted him to see, but now is completely gone. The system identifies the stone container as a grade B coffin. Lying inside paralyzes the user but preserves the body forever. Wang Dafu suspects this is the Underworld King's coffin, noting legends say the pseudo-underworld dungeon leads to the real underworld. It seems highly likely to be true. The actual underworld is notoriously terrifying, a place where nobody ever makes it out alive. Qiao Yu asks why anyone would even want to go to such a dangerous real world, and Dafu explains the reason. It is for the Underworld King's legacy, of course, because otherwise nobody would ever risk their lives in that terrifying place. Qiao Yu wonders if this powerful legacy has something to do with the Underworld King's seed he just acquired. Wang Dafu points to the bottom of the coffin. Look at that, 2 keyholes. Qiao Yu and Ta Yu stay silent. The boy grips the cross around his neck, and they both slide them into the matching slots. Suddenly, a massive earthquake shakes the room. Watching from a safe distance, Huazi asks what is happening. The system chimes, announcing they completed the final quest, and warns them to escape before the dungeon collapses. Qiao Yu and Ta Yu receive grade A rank. Qiao Yu earns 200 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and grade C gear. Specifically, the Staff of Wisdom. Nearby, Ta Yu calls out to Qiao Yu, excitedly shouting that her reward is a shield. Qiao Yu urges her to hurry, stating they need to get out immediately before the whole place collapses. Dafu demands answers. He asks what they did. Dafu yells in anger that this dungeon is his main source of income. Destroying this place is ruining my business, he screams, refusing to let them walk away. Qiao Yu asks Wang Dafu in sheer shock, are you crazy? If you want to settle scores, wait until we get out. Otherwise, once this dungeon collapses, we will both be buried here. But the man stubbornly sneers back, oh really, you guys? Ruin my way of making a living, so whether I get out or not doesn't even matter anymore. Nearby, Huazi can't help but shout, Wang Dafu, if you want to die, do not drag me down with you. Without hesitation, the man spins around and kicks her brutally. He snaps, shut up, you annoying woman. Huazi takes the full force of that kick and man that had to hurt. She is sent flying backward. Qiao Yu keeps his cool, asking you did not just block our way over some petty grudge, did you? Wang Dafu casually laughs it off. Oh really? Do you honestly think I would have any other reason to come after you? Qiao Yu replies, absolutely. The traitor lets out an amused sigh and tells him to go ahead and speak, so Qiao Yu lays it. Right out, it is because you are with the Baize faction. Wang Dafu laughs, noting no wonder the Lord specifically ordered your capture. He admits Qiao Yu is sharp for exposing someone who hid so well and asks exactly when the suspicion first started. Qiao Yu calmly tells him ever since you accidentally showed off that Baize tattoo. Hearing this, the old villain freezes in sheer panic. Just like that, he stammers, and you were sure? Qiao Yu nods. The traitor is left utterly speechless by how easily he got caught. Qiao Yu tosses 2 heavy crosses right at the man's feet. He asks if my guess is correct, these crosses also belong to the Baize faction, right? Wang Dafu looks down his face, twisting into a wide dark grin as he starts laughing out loud. You are a smart kid, he sneers, but since you know everything, you must realize there is absolutely no escape for you today. Qiao Yu speaks up. I still have one question. If your only goal is to capture me, why go through the trouble of destroying this entire dungeon? Wang Dafu mockingly chuckles. Look at that, there is actually something the genius does not know. He generously explains that collapsing this zone completely wipes out his trace, ensuring the inner world can never track Qiao Yu down again. Spreading his arms, he gloats that once the boy goes missing, Ji Ping Yang will definitely lose his mind and mobilize all his forces. But with the dungeon turned to absolute rubble, even he will never be able to find a single trace of where you went. Qiao Yu mutters, "I see. But honestly, you are so incredibly weak. What makes you think you can actually capture us?" Dark menacing energy erupts around Wang Dafu. He sneers maliciously, "Oh, you do not need to worry about that at all." In a flash, he lunges forward, slashing Qiao Yu and instantly stealing 193 of his HP. Qiao Yu is stunned. How on earth is he this fast? Even the power of his zombie ancestor ring completely failed to lock onto the target. Suddenly, the villain whispers right behind his ear, "Keep acting smug, brat." But Cie Yu quickly rushes in to shield him, screaming for Qiao Yu to watch out. Wang Dafu claws savagely at the barrier, but the shield does not even scratch. An A-rank shield, he thinks in shock before marveling out loud at their absolute heaven-defying luck to pull this kind of gear. Getting an A-rank drop in a D-rank zone is insane, but too bad, it is about to belong to me now, see you. Simply cold snorts. "How about you taste your own attack?" She promises herself she will not just be a useless burden this time. Her glowing shield vibrates violently, reflecting the exact strike Wang Dafu just unleashed right back at his face, sending him flying. Yet the old killer quickly digs his feet in managing to stabilize his body before hitting the ground. Watching this play out, Qiao Yu is deeply impressed by how powerful Cie Yu actually is. She locks her eyes on the distant villain and challenges him to bring it on. He simply draws his sword, laughing maniacally at her confidence. He sneers with absolute contempt at the two low-rank beginners. "Did you seriously think you could stand against a mid-tier expert like me?" He blitzes forward like lightning, daring them to try and block his next move. Qiao Yu gasps at his incredible speed. He is an assassin class. In the blink of an eye, he slips behind her defensive barrier. He whispers that if she wants to protect him so badly, he will gladly cut her down without a second thought. With that, the villain ruthlessly swings his sword right at her. Qiao Yu watches the horror unfold, and this is getting intense. He screams her name in pure panic, then immediately whips out a glowing red pill and shoves it into his mouth. It is the soul-snatching pill, boosting all stats by 100 points at the cost of 10% of his spirit. A massive surge of power floods his veins, unleashing the terrifying mechanical queen's wrath. With eyes burning with pure murderous intent, he channels all his force into a devastating punch. The heavy blow connects, blasting the assassin back with insane force. Qiao Yu roars at him to get lost before spinning around to check on Cie Yu, who quickly gasps that she is fine. But suddenly, she looks up and screams a warning. She quickly raises her shield once more to block a surprise attack. The sheer power of the blow is so overwhelming that she absorbs the brutal shock, badly injuring her arm as her sleeve is completely shredded. Seeing her struggle, Qiao Yu does not hesitate for a second, rushing over to prop up Cie Yu's shield. On the other side, Wang Dafu watches this in sheer disbelief. He pulls back his strike, landing firmly just a short distance away. Cie Yu weakly calls out Qiao Yu's name. He glances back, telling her to rest since she is already injured. Then a C-tier wisdom staff materializes in Qiao Yu's hand, boosting his spirit stat by 20%. It grants 30 bonus skill damage restricted to beginner-level mages. He is currently at level 11. Clutching the weapon, now wielding two staves glowing with intense golden light, Qiao Yu tells Cie Yu to leave this to him. Wang Dafu stares utterly baffled. "What is with this look, kid?" he asks, demanding to know if Qiao Yu is supposed to be a necromancer. But Qiao Yu ignores him. He lightly pushes off the ground, shattering the earth beneath his feet, and charges straight toward Wang Dafu. Qiao Yu strikes downward with a roar, calling out his ambush skill. Wang Dafu sneers, mocking a mage who thinks they can ambush an assassin. Qiao Yu simply asks what is wrong with being a necromancer. Suddenly, he morphs his staff into the Dragon Roar Multi-Slash. Qiao Yu swings his weapon in a decisive sweeping strike, though Wang Dafu manages to block it just in time. Still, Wang Dafu is shaken. What is going on, he wonders, feeling the kid's speed and raw power suddenly shoot up. Aren't necromancers supposed to be the absolute weakest class in this world? How is this kid hitting this hard? Meanwhile, Qiao Yu triggers his ancestral corpse ring. He knows that with his stat boosts and the Dragon Roar skill stacking up, he can completely overwhelm his opponent. He just needs to keep the momentum going. Wang Dafu stares at a sudden flash of crimson light, shouting out in absolute panic, asking what the hell this is. Before he can react, Qiao Yu leaps through the glow. Wang Dafu realizes his own movements are sluggish. It is too late to dodge. He raises his blade to block Qiao Yu's incoming staff strike, but his heart sinks. His own physical strength is draining away fast. Sensing his advantage, Qiao Yu yells out the name of his ultimate skill. Dragon Roar Multi-Slash. The sheer impact of the blow cracks the earth beneath Wang Dafu's feet, pinning him down. Qiao Yu unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, shifting seamlessly from one posture to the next. All Wang Dafu can do is desperately twist and turn to avoid the blows, but Qiao Yu prepares to end this with his final most devastating strike. Another dragon roar multi-slash crashes down. Wang Dafu's sword finally gives out, shattering into countless tiny fragments. Wait, Wang Dafu screams in panic. He cannot believe a mid-tier assassin like him is being pushed to the brink by a beginner mage. Desperate to survive, he tries to bargain, asking Qiao Yu if he wants to know about the mysterious entity Bai Zi. Doesn't he want to know what happened to his parents? He warns that if Qiao Yu kills him, those secrets die with him. But Qiao Yu's attack has already taken the shape of a massive golden dragon roaring straight toward him. Terrified, the assassin screams out, telling the kid to think this through. If he dies, Qiao Yu will never get another chance to uncover the truth. Before he can even finish his warning about Bai Zi's reach, Qiao Yu unleashes the full force of the dragon. The golden beast slams directly into Wang Dafu. Fading fast, the dying assassin rasps out a final threat, asking if he really dares. Bai Zi will never let him get away with this. He collapses into the fractured earth, slowly dissolving into nothingness. Qiao Yu stands there in silence, his expression dark. After a tense moment, he finally snaps and screams in pure frustration. Why didn't he speak up sooner? The dragon roar skill literally cannot be cancelled once it starts. A sudden wave of laughter echoes from the shadows. A mocking voice speaks, calling Wang Dafu a useless waste of space. The voice belongs to Hua Si. She has already knocked Xie Yu unconscious and is holding a blade directly against her throat. Qiao Yu is stunned. He demands to know if she is also with Bai Zi. Hua Si smugly confirms it, asking if he is really that surprised. She reaches up slowly, pulling off her mask. She reminds him that they have actually crossed paths before. As the disguise falls away, Qiao Yu gasps in shock. Recognizing her real face, he blurts out her name. Hua Si smiles, amused that he actually remembers her. Qiao Yu quickly tries to play it cool. Of course, he remembers her. He asks if she can let his friend go so they can have a proper chat. Hua Si bursts into mocking laughter, asking if he thinks she is stupid. She admits he was quite clever last time, managing to lead so many examinees to safety. But she doubts he can pull off another escape. Qiao Yu remains quiet, thinking to himself that running is no longer necessary. His current strength is on a completely different level now. He tightly grips his staff, ready for the clash. The effects of the soul-seizing great tonic pill still haven't fully worn off. Right then, Hua Si calls out from across the room, warning him that if he tries to fight, he better think twice. Right then, the system window pops up to display her identity, showing she is Hua Si, an assassin class player, with a high-tier realm at level 35. Qiao Yu is completely stunned. High tier, she's actually showing off her stats on purpose. How is he even supposed to fight her? Even with 10 more great tonic pills, he wouldn't stand a chance. Hua Si casually twirls the dagger in her hand, asking if he is shaking in fear. She presses the blade against Ta Yu's neck again, saying that, as long as he behaves and comes with her, she might consider letting their past grievances slide. But suddenly from the ceiling, powerful tremors shake the room as the walls begin to crumble. The entire place is showered with falling bricks, filling the area with a thick cloud of dust. Qiao Yu grips his staff, replying that it looks like he has no choice but to obey her orders. But then he adds that he's curious why the Bai Zi faction would go through so much trouble to destroy a D-rank dungeon just to capture a beginner like him. Is it really worth it? Hua Si just smirks, telling him that he is no ordinary beginner. A novice necromancer who can kill a mid-tier expert with his bare physical strength is definitely worth the trouble. She adds that once he sees the grand ideals of the Bai Zi faction, he'll practically beg to join them. Qiao Yu watches her, thinking this kind of crazy fanaticism is exactly like the zealots of the mechanical kingdom. He silently begs for the queen to hurry up and make her entrance. Staring at the crazed woman, he knows that if the queen doesn't show up right now, he's absolutely dead. At this moment, she bids him to follow her so she can show him the true glory of Bai Zi. Suddenly, Qiao Yu raises his weapon, swings it, and shouts for Ta Yu to make her move. Having pretended to be unconscious in Hua Si's grip, she snaps her eyes open. She quickly breaks free from the assassin's restraint, and in the blink of an eye, Qiao Yu swings his staff right toward Hua Si. But she easily dodges the strike, coating her blade in a dark purple aura as she warns him that if he still wants to fight, she'll just have to break all his limbs to drag him back. She unleashes a brutal downward slash, but Ta Yu swiftly blocks it with her shield, yelling at her not to even think about it. Hua Si smiles, noting that she didn't expect the two of them to still be so close. She suddenly shifts her weight and throws a vicious kick, sending Ta Yu flying into the stone wall with a shattering impact. Watching her crash, Qiao Yu screams out her name in panic, while desperately swinging his staff, thinking that if his Dragon Roar combo can just stack up to 1,000 times, he might actually stand a chance at winning. But reality is brutal, and you won't believe how easily Hua Si evades his attacks with effortless grace, closing the distance between them in a flash. With a dark smile, She plunges her energy-infused blade straight into Qiao Yu's body. Though the vicious blow hits hard, he can only quickly retreat to steady himself. Huasi casually comments that one limb is down, leaving only 3 more to go. Clutching his shoulder, Qiao Yu jokes, asking if they can stick to just 4 limbs and spare the 5th. Huasi lets out a soft chuckle, saying she'll think about it. But without a second of hesitation, she lunges forward like lightning, slicing deep into his arm. Qiao Yu is horrified to find that his defenses are completely useless against her, and her speed is so fast he cannot even react. Huasi reappears right behind Qiao Yu, unleashing a flurry of rapid, brutal slashes into his back. Overwhelmed by the raw power, Qiao Yu's knees buckle and he crashes hard onto the ground. Huasi calmly points her blade at his face, asking why he insists on struggling when cooperating from the start would have been so much easier. Without another word, she delivers a brutal kick straight to his stomach, and honestly, you can almost feel the impact as he goes flying. Qiao Yu hurts through the air, crashing hard onto the lid of a stone coffin. He lands flat on his back, instantly triggering a strange flow of energy that binds him to the surface. He tries to move, but he is completely locked down. Desperately struggling, he wonders what kind of magic this coffin has. But suddenly, a wave of intense drowsiness washes over him. As his eyes grow heavy, Huasi looks down with a sinister smile, whispering for him to have a good night's sleep. She promises they'll be home when he wakes. But suddenly, a cold voice echoes through the dust, commanding her to put Qiao Yu down. Huasi spins around in utter shock to see Ta Yu standing there, stammering in disbelief. She looks at Ta Yu's shield, which is now burning with a brilliant blue fire. This can't be. How could she possess the flames of the underworld? With one eye glowing with that same eerie blue flame, Ta Yu glares at the assassin, growling for her to release him. Lying helplessly on the coffin, Qiao Yu watches the scene unfold, thinking to himself that Ta Yu is truly something else. Thick dust still blankets the entire battlefield, swirling with the eerie blue energy radiating from Yu's flaming shield. Waves of raw power surge everywhere, forcing Hoa-Tu to dodge, but when the flames catch her, she screams in agony. Hoa-Tu glares at Qiao Yu, screaming in pure disbelief that she is actually facing the legendary underworld fire right now. Otherwise, that shield in her hands would have crumbled instantly. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu calls out in worry from another dimension. He desperately calls out into the dark void, asking if Qiao Yu is okay and wondering what is happening out there. Qiao Yu is deeply anxious, knowing a low-tier fighter like Qiao Yu should never be able to survive a clash with a high-tier powerhouse like Hoa-Tu. How could this even be happening? Meanwhile, back on the physical battlefield, Hoa-Tu is absolutely losing her mind with pure rage. She screams that Qiao Yu is completely insane. In her eyes, the deadly underworld fire reflects brightly as she stares in horror. With another shriek, she kicks up a massive cloud of dust, blinding the area. Inside his dark void, Qiao Yu panics. He screams her name, desperately asking where she is and if she is safe while still trapped in the pitch-black darkness. He begs her not to scare him like this. Suddenly, his consciousness snaps back to reality, leaving him completely disoriented. Qiao Yu approaches his stone coffin and softly reassures him that she is right there. A relieved Qiao Yu sighs in comfort. He quickly asks if the villain Hoa-Tu got away. Qiao Yu hesitates for a moment before quietly confirming that she fled. Hearing this, Qiao Yu urges them to escape quickly since this dungeon is collapsing. But watch this, Qiao Yu gently places her hand on his head. Her hand on his head makes him fall completely silent. Qiao Yu whispers a tearful apology, saying she cannot escape with him. A confused Qiao Yu desperately asks why. She refuses to give a clear answer and only keeps repeating her tearful apologies. He grows incredibly anxious inside his dark confinement, begging her to stop crying and to help him escape from this coffin. He begs her to let him out first. Outside the stone coffin, Qiao Yu gently bends down and kisses his forehead. Heavy tears stream down her face, dripping onto him as she prepares to finally reveal the truth of her hidden feelings. She admits she has been watching over him for a very long time. There is so much she wants to say, but time has run out. This dungeon will collapse at any moment and she must get him out. Frustrated by her silent sacrifice, Qiao Yu demands answers. He screams, begging her to tell him what is happening. Just then, massive bolts of lightning violently crash down from the ceiling. Massive lightning strikes smash directly into the ground, completely obliterating the giant stone buildings all around them. Amidst the absolute chaos, Qiao Yu safely drags Qiao Yu and his heavy stone coffin toward the glowing exit portal. Sensing their presence, the dimensional portal activates and begins drawing him in. Suddenly, Qiao Yu snaps, fully awake in terror. His eyes fly open in shock. As the vortex drags him in, he desperately calls out for Qiao Yu one last time. But as his vision finally clears, the words die in his throat. He can only stammer Qiao Yu's name in complete shock. Qiao Yu stands right there beside her flaming shield, but half of her body is now covered in a bizarre glowing pattern. She looks up at Qiao Yu with tear-filled eyes, and guys, this is where it gets tragic. He can only reach out in vain. He reaches out screaming in his mind, wondering how everything went so horribly wrong and why it had to end like this. Even with only his head remaining outside, he screams her name. Before the portal seals shut, she whispers her final wish. She softly tells him to survive and live a good life. Later, we find Qiao Yu resting quietly in a hospital bed. Nearby, someone asks if they are really going to keep the truth from him, calling it completely unfair to Qiao Yu. Yang Xiang snaps back, asking if they think he wants to hide this. The doctor warned that Qiao Yu cannot handle any shock. After all, the dungeon collapsed and Qiao Yu is gone. On the hospital bed, Qiao Yu slowly begins to stir and open his eyes. Confused about his surroundings, he sits straight up and asks what happened, clutching his pounding head in deep pain. His friends are startled to see him awake. Yang Xiang quickly forces a fake smile and makes up a story. He laughs it off, claiming they drank way too much last night, and Qiao Yu accidentally crashed into a telephone pole. Qiao Yu frowns, suspecting his friend is lying because there is absolutely no way he would do something that incredibly stupid. Yang Xiang acts hurt, asking if Qiao Yu seriously doubts him. Beside him, Ma Fei chimes in to support the lie. Qiao Yu clutches his head in deep frustration, feeling deep down that he has somehow forgotten something incredibly important. The scene shifts to a desolate, silent castle. A powerful figure stands tall, raising his voice at his subordinate. He booms that he gave her a second chance, yet she still failed. Kneeling before him is none other than Hoa Tu. She desperately pleads that it was an unexpected accident, claiming that strange girl somehow possessed the deadly underworld fire. Begging her lord for mercy, she pleads for just one more chance, promising she will absolutely succeed this time around. Success. The other person says absolutely nothing, just slightly turning his head to reveal an incredibly sharp gaze. Right then, Qiao Yu's status screen pops up and he calmly reads through everything from his stats to his gear. He quickly notices that his level has suddenly jumped by quite a few tiers. His stats are way higher, and even his legendary Azure Dragon Crescent Blade has now upgraded into the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade. But at the exact same time, he realizes something is very wrong with his memories. Important things and key people in his life have completely faded away. Just then, Long Tuong pushes the door open to greet him. Senior brother Long Tuong welcomes Qiao Yu, mentioning he heard about the hospitalization as he sets a bag of fresh apples down on the table. He asks if Qiao Yu is doing okay, and Qiao Yu answers that he is fine before asking what brought his senior brother here today. Long Tuong wonders if he has ever heard of the massive global university martial arts championship that is held worldwide. Qiao Yu is pretty surprised, pointing out that usually only the elite upperclassmen get to participate in those kinds of events. Long Tuong confirms that this tournament runs once every 4 years, co-hosted by both the Eastern and Western Alliances as the ultimate stage. It is the absolute best arena for young geniuses to show off, and getting a good rank brings insane life-changing benefits. He adds that last year's grand champion even scored an S-tier gear piece as a reward, and the next competition is happening in just 9 months. Qiao Yu wonders if his senior brother is actually inviting him to enter the tournament. But Long Tuong shakes his head, explaining that his real goal was to invite him to clear a specific dungeon first. He explains that only players who conquer this dungeon can qualify for the selection. He stands up, adding that if Qiao Yu is still hurt, he won't force him, but if he wants to join later, he should get in touch. Qiao Yu watches his senior brother say goodbye and head out the door, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He wonders why an elite would invite a mere freshman like him to such a tough dungeon. Something feels off. He can't shake the feeling that he's being set up. Suddenly, 2 battered guys burst through the door, yelling out for Brother Du. Qiao Yu stares at the bruised faces in front of him, hilariously wondering why he is seeing double of his friend Yang Xiang. The guy quickly points to his swollen friend, explaining it's Ma Fei, leaving Qiao Yu completely shocked at how beat up Ma Fei is. Yang Xiang finally decides to come clean, and trust me, the real story is wilder than any telephone pole. The truth is, he had actually entered a dangerous hidden dungeon, but nobody knows what exactly happened to him inside. By the time they finally tracked him down, he was just lying unconscious by the side of the road. Qiao Yu immediately sits up, asking for the name, and Yang Xiang tells him it's the Wei Ming Underworld. The Wei Ming Underworld. He searches his brain, but there isn't a single trace of memory about that place. Yang Xiang explains that he and Ma Fei tried to investigate, only to find the Hunter Guild doing the same. He adds that these guys call themselves professional dungeon hunters, basically making their living by guiding people through the danger. Apparently, one of their own high-ranking members, Vuong Dai Fuck, also went missing inside that very same underworld. The guy running the local branch is incredibly arrogant and demanded that our school representatives investigate the zone for them. Ma Fei, being his usual stubborn self, basically told them he didn't owe them any explanation for his actions, but the hunters pushed back way too hard. A dozen of their guild members ganged up and jumped the 2 friends. Ma Fei took the worst of the beating, leaving him completely black and blue. Hearing this, Qiao Yu immediately gets up. He unbuttons his shirt, determined to hunt down that arrogant guild, feeling deeply responsible for his friends getting hurt. He can't just let this slide. But Yang Xiang quickly warns him that it's way too dangerous. He estimates that the guild has over 100 members, and being high tier, they definitely have elite high-level players. He doubts they can win, but Qiao Yu calmly replies that he doesn't believe the entire guild is made of elites. Sure, they might not be able to crush the top-tier bosses, but they can easily handle the low and mid-level members. Ma Fei immediately jumps on board, declaring that he has never let anyone walk all over him like this before. With Qiao Yu leading the charge, the trio heads out. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Hunter Guild headquarters. A group of guards standing outside are busy flattering their leader, young Master Hoang, calling the two boys fools. They mock the students for not knowing their place and acting tough when they are nothing but weaklings. Young Master Hoang casually waves it off, saying those two nobodies aren't even worth mentioning in the first place. He says their main focus must be finding Vuong Dai Fuk as quickly as possible, dead or alive. He aggressively declares that he wants to see exactly who would dare to lay a finger on his guild members, to mess with members of our Hunter Guild. His subordinate immediately replies, "Do not worry, young Master Huang, we will handle this. We will definitely hunt down Wang Dafu even if we have to dig 3 feet deep." But then one of them asks, "Young Master Huang, do you not need us to protect you?" Huang Ying snorts and fires back, "What is that? Do you actually think someone dares target me?" Another lackey quickly agrees, saying that they are just overthinking it, because after all, who would be stupid enough to try? Not everyone is as dumb as those two idiots anyway. Huang Ying shrugs it off, telling them to focus on finding Wang Dafu. Just as his men disperse, Huang Ying notices 3 figures walking right toward him. The moment he spots them, his smug attitude returns. "Look who we have here," he sneers, "if it is not the pathetic loser we just finished beating to a pulp earlier." Grinning, Huang Ying mocks them what brought backup. "Before trying to get revenge, you might want to look up our guild name. It is for your own good." But Qiao Yu just keeps his cool, telling him that if he apologizes right now, things will go easier. Hearing this, the arrogant heir bursts out laughing. "Apologize? What kind of joke are you trying to pull here, kid? Getting beaten up by me is a total honor for garbage like you. You should be thanking me, not demanding an apology." He points a finger, shouting that they should just shut up and take their beating like good little dogs and enjoy the privilege. Since the Hunter Guild president is his dad, whatever Huang Ying says goes, and his word is practically the absolute law. Qiao Yu casually points at the raging clown. He tells Ma Fei that this right here is a masterclass in showing off. He jokes that Ma Fei still needs to work on his flexing skills. Ma Fei just scoffs, completely unimpressed by the display. "This guy is just trying too hard," Ma Fei mutters. Xiao Sai acts completely nonchalant, while Huang Ying is absolutely losing his mind. Hearing them chat like he is a joke makes Huang Ying explode in rage, screaming at them for daring to mock him. Qiao Yu suddenly charges forward. He tells the young master that since he thinks it is a joke, he is about to get wrecked. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu slams him straight into the dirt, joking that punching this guy feels just like hitting their chubby friend Yang Daifei. Huang Ying gets thrown back, screaming in disbelief, "Are you insane? How dare you actually strike the heir of the Hunter Guild?" Yang Daifei just stares at him casually before turning to Ma Fei, asking if that poser over there has a completely broken brain. The insult pushes Huang Ying completely over the edge, and he roars like a madman, asking if they have a death wish. He stops shouting and braces his feet, sliding backward to set up his next move. In a flash, he pulls out a massive weapon. Brandishing a colossal hammer, Huang Ying leaps high. He swings it down with a savage yell to drop dead already. Qiao Yu reacts instantly, swinging his spear upward to intercept the heavy, crushing blow. He notes that the pampered young master is not completely weak. This spoiled brat actually has some decent power behind his strikes. But Qiao Yu's parry is too strong, blasting Huang Ying right back. Losing his footing, the young master crashes backward. He glares up at Qiao Yu, grinding his teeth in sheer frustration and rage. How can a mere freshman be this insanely powerful? Grasping for control, he quickly unleashes his deadly yellow spring mud technique. Red energy wraps around his entire body, and hammerous, thick, dark mud begins rising up like waves around his feet. Unfazed by the swampy waves, Qiao Yu delivers a swift vertical slash. The powerful strike cuts right through the space. The attack lands cleanly, slicing right across Huang Ying. The arrogant heir looks down in shock at 2 fresh bleeding slashes on his chest. Touching the bloody cuts, his face instantly darkens as he stares down at his crimson-stained fingers in absolute disbelief. He slowly raises his hand to examine the blood. It is hard to tell if the deep cuts are on his fingers or his chest. Suddenly, he bursts into a manic laugh. Back when he entered a dungeon at 18, some idiot tried to ambush him. The guy clenched his bloody fist. Covering his eyes, he tilts his head back and lets out a wild, creepy laugh. Once they got out, he had the guy captured, sliced off his flesh piece by piece, grilled it, and forced him to eat it. That poor soul completely lost his mind. Ever since then, nobody has dared to hurt him, making him mockingly praise their bravery. He slowly lowers his head, brushing his messy hair back. A chilling, murderous look suddenly creeps into his eyes. He vows to give them his personal, torturous attention, but Qiao Yu calmly suggests he should focus on trying to escape first. It is sound advice, but his opponent is far too gone. Huang Ying descends further into absolute madness, swinging his massive hammer wildly. He screams in fury, asking if they genuinely believe 3 weaklings can keep him trapped here. It is absolute wishful thinking. He immediately unleashes his Blood Chaos Strike skill, but Qiao Yu has absolutely no intention of backing down from the clash. Leaping into the air, Qiao Yu swings his weapon down, shouting to let him see what this hyped-up hammer strike can actually do. Qiao Yu brings his weapon crashing down. Huang Ying raises his heavy hammer to block, but the raw impact is incredibly devastating. The ground beneath them completely shatters from the force. Strangled under pressure, the young master spits out another threat. I completely underestimated you. But since it's come to this, you're about to taste the true power of Huang Ying. They leap back in opposite directions. Between them, the shattered ground is heavily cracked from their massive exchange of blows. Huang Ying raises his massive hammer again. The red aura swelling around his weapon is far more intense than before. A crimson pillar of light erupts from his body, shooting straight into the heavens as he spreads his arms wide. Yang Xiang screams out in panic, warning brother Qiao that the bastard is actually sending a distress signal. Meanwhile, Huang Ying unleashes his binding mud spell, whipping up a massive tornado of dirt that towers over everything. He grips the weapon with both hands for a finishing blow, shouting that it is too late and he should just die. With that, he leaps into the air, aiming his chaotic blood hammer strike directly at Qiao Yu as he crashes down. The impact triggers a massive explosion of blinding light, leaving Yang Xiang and Ma Fei watching with pure dread. While Yang Xiang desperately screams out for brother Qiao, Ma Fei draws his sword and gets ready to fight. A smug laugh echoes from the thick dust cloud. Oh no, is that Huang Ying's voice celebrating his hit? He mocks his opponent for being unable to take a single hit, but Qiao Yu instantly appears right behind his back. He asks if it is his turn now. Huang Ying glances over his eyes, filled with shock and absolute terror. Before he can react, Qiao Yu's weapon smashes directly into his face, shattering his cheek as blood splatters everywhere. He gets sent flying through the air, completely off balance. Before he crashes to the ground and loses consciousness, Huang Ying manages to croak out a weak threat, warning that his father will peel his skin and break his bones. Qiao Yu rests his weapon on his shoulder, looking down at his falling opponent with a smirk of absolute contempt. As for Huang Ying, he blacks out the second he hits the pavement. Yang Xiang and Ma Fei joyfully run over. Yang Xiang calls out his name while Ma Fei asks how they should handle this unconscious bastard. Qiao Yu replies that it should be obvious before grabbing the unconscious guy and bolting right past them. He leaves them completely stunned, shouting that they need to run since that massive noise will attract the Hunters Guild. They will definitely rush over here any second. Behind him, his friends desperately yell for him to wait up. Shortly after, a mysterious man stops in front of a fresh trail of blood on the street where they fought. Covered in a glowing blue aura, he mutters that this is definitely the young master's fresh blood trail. With that, he blasts off at incredible speed, leaving only a streak of light in the air. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Hunters Guild's president, a man stands solemnly in front of a desk in a spacious room. An urgent messenger bursts through the door, frantically shouting that the young master has suddenly gone missing. Hearing this terrible news, the normally stern president immediately spins around with a look of absolute panic. He demands to know who had the absolute and reckless audacity to commit such an outrageous act. The messenger offers to investigate, but before he can even finish, the president completely bolts out of the room. He vows to rip the culprit to pieces. This is the furious president of the Hunters Guild, Huang Xiuqiang. Elsewhere, Qiao Yu is running down the road carrying the captive Huang Ying slung tightly over his shoulder. Suddenly, Huang Ying snaps awake, visibly startled to see Yang Xiang and Ma Fei right in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Xiang quickly warns brother Qiao that their little captive has finally woken up. Despite his situation, Huang Ying barks out threats, admitting they have skills but demanding they release him immediately. If they do not release him, they will face the endless wrath of the entire Hunters Guild. Hearing the annoying threat, Qiao Yu slams the brat to the ground, sending him sprawling on his back. He firmly reminds him that he is a prisoner and needs to start behaving himself right now. Lying in the dirt, Huang Ying weakly snarls that they are dead meat once his father finds out. Ma Fei gives him a sly look, asking why he is not acting so tough anymore. Yang Xiang joins in with a smug smirk, mocking him that the tables have now completely turned. Huang Ying curls up in terror weakly, begging them not to hit his face as Ma Fei steps closer. Ma Fei boasts that he has been waiting for this exact moment while Yang Xiang raises a fist. He jokes about giving the brat a warm splash to wash his face when a blue energy streak flashes. This sudden and massive burst of blue power shoots right between them, leaving everyone completely shocked by the shockwave. It flies right between them and smashes into the railing just above Huang Ying. Qiao Yu, standing in the distance, turns. He turns around warily, demanding to know who is there. It turns out to be a light mage, the newly arrived butler Charlie. In his right hand is a long blue weapon ending in 4 sharp prongs, while his left hand rests behind his back. He stands tall and proud amidst the dust and smoke. Coughing lightly, he remarks that the 3 of them were indeed extremely hard for an old man to track down. Qiao Yu stands facing him directly while Yang Xiang and Ma Fei guard his rear. They are on absolute high alert. Struggling to lift his head, Huang Ying screams, urging Charlie to kill them right now. Charlie remains completely unbothered, calmly telling his young master to rest easy because he has absolutely no intention of letting these 3 devious criminals get away. As he speaks, he slowly begins channeling raw magical energy into his weapon arm. His advice sounds more like a threat, warning the trio to surrender quietly if they want to avoid some serious physical pain. Yang Xiang immediately swings his weapon and charges forward. Leaping high, he curses and unleashes his powerful earth explosion spell. A massive blast erupts, sending violent shockwaves through the ground as fire rages everywhere. Yet Charlie remains completely unfazed. He effortlessly holds his weapon across his chest, his expression unchanged despite being swallowed by a sea of smoke and fire. Yang Xiang stares in utter disbelief at the sight. Across from him, Ma Fei watches, looking just as stunned by the outcome. Qiao Yu frowns, realizing that even if this old man is not a high-level powerhouse, he is pretty close to it. Meanwhile, Charlie swings his weapon to his right side. Calmly, he warns them that since they chose to fight back, they cannot blame him for showing no mercy. Instantly, the trio charges forward together as Yang Xiang raises his staff to strike. Aiming his Earth Dragon Bullet staff directly at Charlie, a violent vortex of swirling sand rapidly forms around Yang Xiang. Charlie calmly raises his own staff toward the sky, and a blinding orb of light suddenly flashes at its tip. He speaks to his holy light, asking if it sees the enemies before them. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu and Ma Fei continue, charging toward Charlie at full speed. The old butler keeps his head lowered calmly, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The magical light on his staff grows increasingly intense. Just as Qiao Yu and Ma Fei close within a few feet of him, the blinding flash reaches its peak. The overwhelming radiance immediately washes over the 2 attackers, throwing them completely off guard. Ma Fei cries out that he is completely paralyzed. In an instant, the butler's staff transforms into a brilliant holy sword. Holding the golden blade before him with a tip pointing down, he unleashes a devastating ground-shaking strike. Instantly, columns of terrifying light engulf the area, forcing Qiao Yu and his friends to desperately scramble for safety. Though Qiao Yu dodges the blast, he loses his footing and slides heavily across the pavement. Ma Fei, however, is less fortunate, crashing violently into a nearby building and shattering the concrete wall. Qiao Yu frowns at this incredible power. Realizing the butler is incredibly dangerous for suppressing all 3 of them instantly, Charlie speaks up, sounding mildly impressed with them. He notes that for low-tier fighters, surviving his attack is impressive, which explains how they managed to beat the Hunter Guild's young master. Then his expression turns to pure contempt as he declares, "This is where they die. Before him, they are merely ants." Hearing this, Yang Xiang mockingly calls him an old man, promising to show him that they are anything but weak. He laughs loudly and looks over at Ma Fei, who is currently buried under the heavy rubble of the shattered wall. He teases Ma Fei for being weak compared to Qiao Yu, since Qiao Yu only took a few steps back while Ma Fei got blasted away. Hands on his hips, Yang Xiang continues to mock him, claiming that Ma Fei will never stand a chance of surpassing Qiao Yu, let alone carrying his shoes. Now watch, the pile of shattered rubble is actually starting to shift. He yells out, asking why there is such a massive gap between them, questioning if Ma Fei missed out on human evolution. While some are born in luxury, Ma Fei was clearly born to be a beast of burden destined to serve others. He jokes that Ma Fei should just become Qiao Yu's lapdog to get protected. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy explodes from the debris, sending shattered stone flying. Ma Fei stands tall in the center, his eyes glowing red with pure rage. Surrounded by a crimson aura, he stands completely unharmed, as if the butler's attack had never even touched him. Charlie watches in shock, sensing an incredibly terrifying sword intent. Meanwhile, Ma Fei's system screen pops up, displaying his stats. His damaged self-esteem has hit 100%, triggering a 10,000% damage boost. Ma Fei coldly growls at Yang, calling him a bastard and promising to slaughter this show-off old man for him. Raising his right hand, he commands his to return, and his sword instantly flies directly into his grip. Clenching his other fist, Ma Fei glares ahead. Charlie is filled with deep shock and fear, wondering what is happening as his right hand instinctively raises his sword to defend. He raises his golden barrier to defend. But then he realizes something is terribly wrong. Charlie's pupils shrink and pure panic fills his eyes. Somehow, Ma Fei has already closed the distance. He's right there, just a couple of steps away. Ma Fei unleashes his world-splitting sword strike. Charlie's blade instantly reverts into a staff, which he raises to block his face. Charlie begs for the holy light to shield him. Meanwhile, Yang Xiang triggers his fat-burning skill, making his body look visibly thinner. He mocks his opponent for trying the same old trick. Suddenly, an earth-shattering shout erupts as the ground begins to tear apart. Massive chunks of dirt explode into the air, completely tearing the battlefield apart. Each of Ma Fei's sword strikes hits with insane force. Every single strike slams hard against the golden barrier surrounding Xiaoli. Inside that shield, the old man is starting to sweat. Xiaoli desperately begs his holy light for protection once more, but Ma Fei's blade is already breaking through the barrier. Cracks spider web across the golden surface before it completely shatters. Ma Fei drives his sword straight through the crumbling defense. The blade impales Xiaoli straight through the stomach. The impact blasts the old man backward, crashing directly into the broken wall from earlier. He crashes right into the crater Ma Fei made earlier. Yang Xiang calls out and asks Ma Fei if the old man is finally dead. Qiao Yu, Yang Xiang, and Ma Fei stare intensely at the dust cloud. Ma Fei admits that he has no idea. Qiao Yu senses something and narrows his eyes at the rubble. Suddenly, his instincts scream danger, and he yells out a warning. He steps forward to shield his friends. Suddenly, two beams of golden light flash out, striking his right arm and his torso. His health bar drops by 692 points. Xiaoli steps out of the wreckage, completely losing his cool. He scowls, muttering a dark threat under his breath. Slowly, he reaches down to retrieve his fallen staff from the dirt. Standing back up to his full height, he declares that they will all die. Qiao Yu glares right back at him. He thinks the old man is about to go berserk. But suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Qiao Yu's head, making him clutch his temples. Yang Xiang panics, asking if his friend is okay. Meanwhile, a sudden, vivid vision flashes inside Qiao Yu's mind. It is a memory of a young girl. He wonders why someone is always standing in front of them to block the danger. Who is she, and why can he not remember? Just then, Xiaoli unleashes a golden holy sword that flies right toward them. The attack pierces straight through Qiao Yu's chest. Yang Xiang and Ma Fei watch in horror as Qiao Yu gasps in pain. Even as he bleeds, his mind is still stuck on that mysterious girl. Yang Xiang screams his name in absolute terror. He lunges forward to catch his falling friend. Luckily, he grabs Qiao Yu's arm just in time to stop him from collapsing. He throws Qiao Yu onto his back and yells to Ma Fei that they have to retreat immediately because that old butler is way too dangerous. Ma Fei, spitting blood with a bruised face, grunts that if he were the same age as that old man, he would have trashed him. But when he turns around, Yang Xiang is already booking it down the street with Qiao Yu on his back. Ma Fei curses and yells for them to wait up. As he runs, he grabs their captive Huang Ying by his bound hands. The captive is dragged along so fast that his feet barely touch the ground. He has no choice but to literally fly behind them. Huang Ying screams in terror, demanding to know where they are taking him, and begs Xiaoli to save his life. Xiaoli chases close behind, shouting for his young master to hang on because those ruffians will not get away. The chase is so blindingly fast that they look like streaks of light flashing between the skyscrapers. Soon they reach Kyoto University. Ma Fei is still swearing up a storm as they sprint across campus. By now, Qiao Yu has finally opened his eyes. Yang Xiang looks back and realizes Xiaoli is still right on their tails, even inside a university campus. Students on campus watch in absolute shock, recognizing the captive as the wealthy young master of the Hunter Guild. They cannot believe someone actually dared to kidnap him. Xiaoli is still charging right behind them, his face red with anger. He screams out, demanding to know where they think they are running. Honestly, I have never seen anyone this furious. A security guard tries to step in and block his path, shouting for him to halt, but Xiaoli completely ignores him. He shoves the guard aside like a rag doll. Looking back, Yang Xiang realizes they are dealing with a total madman. Qiao Yu silently watches from his friend's shoulder. Distracted by the chasing butler, Yang Xiang does not see what is right ahead. He slams face first into a broad chest and tumbles backward, though Qiao Yu manages to leap off and land gracefully. Standing before them is teacher Wan Lihao, recognizable by his bright red hair. He crosses his arms, demanding to know what they are doing. Yang Xiang groans, rubbing his sore forehead, while Qiao Yu quickly points behind them to warn his teacher of the danger. Wan Lihao turns around and spots the furious Xiaoli charging straight at them. The teacher immediately narrows his eyes. He is stunned that someone actually has the nerve to hunt down his students right on the Kyoto University grounds. Then his hand grips the collar of his cloak. Seriously, chasing someone right onto school grounds. Wan Lihao throws away the cloak and charges straight ahead. His entire body erupts with a blazing, fiery orange aura as he roars out. He mocks their sheer guts. Quickly, Charles activates his holy light shield, a shimmering barrier of interlocking hexagons. Wan Lihao puts his massive, heavily muscled arms to work, slamming a devastating fist directly into that hexagonal shield. The brutal impact triggers a deafening explosion. In an instant, Charles is sent flying back 10 meters, crashing hard into a distant wall. He lies heavily injured amidst the rubble, utterly stunned. Is this really the true power of Kyoto University? Wan Lihao approaches the fallen threat, Looking down coldly, he demands to know who he is and why he caused chaos here. Wan Lihao clenches his fist, giving him a terrifyingly intense stare. If he refuses to speak, he will end his life right now. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from behind him, forcing Wan Lihao to halt. Multiple figures emerge from the shadows. It is none other than Huangxi Yuqiang and his personal squad. With a dark, menacing face, he steps forward majestically. A thick, threatening purple energy wraps around Huangxi Yuqiang. He frowns deeply, his gaze filled with pure malice. He demands Charles be released. Wan Lihao glances back with a mocking smirk, asking what happens if he says no. Huangxi Yuqiang repeats his command, his voice dropping into a deadly serious tone. Let him go or get buried right alongside him today. Wan Lihao merely raises his fist, thick energy instantly coating his arm. Oh, is that how it's going to be? With absolute zero hesitation, Wan Lihao drives his fist straight down, smashing Charles even deeper into the broken rubble. Huangxi Yuqiang screams out in absolute panic. His eyes betray his deep worry, his brow furrowing with heavy wrinkles. Wan Lihao stands tall and readies his battle stance, throwing a highly provocative look back at Huangxi Yuqiang. Come on then, let us see exactly how you plan to bury me. Enraged, Huangxi Yuqiang orders his men to kill him. The loyal underlings immediately charge forward to strike. Yet Wan Lihao stands completely still, showing no intention of dodging. Wan Lihao clenches his fists, completely calm. He slowly pronounces each word of his technique, Tai Zhen. As the word Zhen escapes his lips, he swings his fists straight forward violently, blasting the attackers backward. One of the blown-back lackeys suddenly realizes something terrifying. Wait a minute, that man is the battle maniac. He is the legendary battle maniac Wan Lihao. He went missing so long ago that everyone assumed he was dead. Who knew he actually became a simple teacher at Kyoto University? Another thug asks if this guy is really that famous. The first thug quickly explains that famous is a massive understatement. He envisions Wan Lihao as a blood-drenched beast in battle. He was literally born to fight. Back when he was only at peak mid-tier, he fought a level-up battle alone. He single-handedly slaughtered a highly renowned high-tier swordsman, a true lunatic. Huangxi Yuqiang steps forward as well. So you were the battle maniac. You actually managed to survive. Wan Lihao merely flashes a bright, highly confident grin. Not only am I alive, but I really must thank you. Ever since taking this boring teaching job, I never get to go all out. So thank you guys for showing up to cause some real trouble. Huangxi Yuqiang pulls out a massive, intimidating war hammer. It looks exactly like the one Huang Ying used, only vastly larger. He speaks with arrogant pride. Then he swings. The massive hammer sweeps in a wide arc, narrowly missing Wan Lihao. The force of the swing carves a deep, long trench. It leaves a massive scar across the schoolyard, shattering the nearby walls. Wan Lihao rises calmly from the dust. He stares at Huangxi Yuqiang holding his imposing weapon. A nearby lackey mutters that this legend does not seem that strong. The other warns him to just wait and watch because a true battle maniac is absolutely terrifying when unleashed. Wan Lihao squeezes his fists tight. Veins pop across his arms as his muscles visibly swell. He readies his ultimate move. His eyes turn a bloodthirsty predatory red. Bringing his palms together, his cloak flutters wildly in his exploding aura. He looks exactly like a roaring tiger. Wan Lihao moves with blinding speed so fast that Huangxi Yuqiang barely reacts. Before he knows it, Wan Lihao is already hovering directly above him. They clash violently as Lihao throws a heavy punch. Shi Yuqiang raises his massive hammer to block the incoming strike, but the sheer raw power behind the punch is overwhelming. It blows Xie Yuqiang backwards, slamming him hard against a wall. Dragging his crackling, lightning-infused hammer, he slowly stands. He channels his energy into the weapon as thick smoke rolls around him. Outside, Ma Fei and Qiao Yu watch. Both of them are completely stunned by this intense display of power. Ma Fei suddenly recalls another hammer with this energy. Brimming with pure murderous intent, Xi Yuqiang takes heavy dramatic steps toward Lihao. The onlookers begin to panic. Oh no, the association leader is truly out for blood this time. But Wan Lihao remains completely unfazed. But he does not look scared at all. He just laughs with amusement, asking if a single blow was really supposed to kill him. This is a bold challenge from Lihao, telling him to bring it on. Just as their battle is about to erupt, a bizarre object streaks down. The mysterious object slams violently into the dirt right between the two combatants, unleashing a massive shockwave that ripples across the entire battlefield. It is a massive sword radiating a terrifying dark aura. Even the spectators standing far away can feel its overwhelming, oppressive power. The onlookers shiver in absolute terror, muttering that the pressure is so heavy a single breath might slice their heads clean off. Seeing this sudden interruption, Lihao completely loses interest and mutters that this has become boring. But on the other side, things are different. Guildmaster Tu Qiang is breaking into a cold sweat, recognizing the legendary S-Rank Xiangwu sword. He knows it only serves one master. That blade only obeys the #1 sword cultivator in the entire world. Seeing this, Qiao Yu also begins to realize who is arriving. He senses the familiar aura and wonders if it could really be his old principal. Right on cue, an elderly man stands atop the blade with a majestic presence. It is Ji Pingyang. He frowns, delivering a cold, devastating threat to the guild. He demands a full explanation immediately, or the Hunter Guild gets wiped out today. But one foolish member arrogantly scoffs at him. Calling him a useless old man, the fool asks who he thinks he is to threaten them instantly, whipping a glowing rope forward. Seeing this absolute peak stupidity, Tu Qiang frantically whips around and screams at his subordinate to stop. He yells at the idiot to stand down, but it is already too late. The mystic rope tightly binds Ji Pingyang's body. The arrogant fool laughs, bragging to his guild master that his B-rank spirit whip has the old man completely locked down. But Ji Pingyang remains completely unfazed. With a simple, effortless flick of his finger, the legendary sword master begins to move. The unbreakable binding rope instantly shatters into a million tiny pieces. Staring at his destroyed weapon, the hunter completely loses his mind. He screams in utter disbelief, wondering how his precious B-rank spirit whip could be disintegrated so easily. A devastating wave of pure energy instantly swallows him whole. He begs for mercy, screaming for help as his body begins to dissolve. In a blink, Ji Pingyang completely vaporizes the foolish hunter into nothingness. Nearby guild members begin to shake in absolute terror. Defeating a high-tier player with a casual gesture is insane. This is the true power of the world's greatest sword cultivator. He did not even need to draw his sword. With the trash cleared, Ji Pingyang demands an explanation once more. Guildmaster Tu Qiang quickly points towards Ma Fei and the others, claiming their students kidnapped his son first, forcing his hand. Ji Pingyang narrows his eyes, asking if this petty excuse is why they dared to bring trouble to his prestigious academy. Tu Qiang nods, insisting that if they just hand over his son, they can put this whole mess behind them. He promises to drop the matter and leave immediately. But before he can finish warning the principal about the consequences, Ji Pingyang unleashes a suffocating wave of pure murderous intent. He cuts him off with a chilling low growl. The principal offers two choices: leave now or die. Watching from afar, Ma Fei's eyes light up with absolute fanboy excitement. He fanboys over the principal, muttering that this is a real sword master flexing, making his own life look totally wasted. Yet Tu Qiang refuses to back down. He reminds Ji Pingyang that as a respected figure, he should at least show some reason. The principal scoffingly fires back, asking if Tu Qiang ever thought about reason when he brought his armed thugs to terrorize students. Tu Qiang continues to argue, stubbornly pointing out that the academy's students were the ones who kidnapped his beloved son. He demands to know if the principal intends to blindly shield his students, no matter what crimes they commit. From the sidelines, Xiu Mi angrily yells back at Tu Qiang, reminding him that their guild attacked them first. Ji Pingyang takes a step forward and calmly declares that he is indeed shielding them and challenges Tu Qiang to do something about it. The guildmaster is completely speechless. Seeing this, Ji Pingyang slowly begins to draw his legendary sword and issues a final warning. He tells them to get lost and starts counting down from 3. Tu Qiang stands frozen in fear, breaking into cold sweats. Before the principal even reaches 1, the terrified guildmaster quickly spins around and orders his men to retreat immediately. But just then, Qiao Yu walks up, dragging a hostage behind him. He calls out to Tu Qiang, telling him not to rush off. Flashing a friendly smile, Qiao Yu casually proposes a trade. To Tu Qiang's ears, this sounds like pure mocking provocation. He roars in anger, demanding to know if the kid is trying to blackmail him. But a cold glance from Ji Pingyang instantly forces him to swallow his rage. Gritting his teeth, Tu Qiang demands to know his terms for releasing his son. Sensing his hesitation, Qiao Yu tells him that a little compensation will settle everything, specifically his A-rank great hammer. Outraged by this greedy demand, Tu Qiang snaps that there is absolutely no way he is handing over his prize weapon. It is a highly enhanced plus 8 A-rank weapon. If they insist on that they can keep his son, he will just make another one tonight. Stunned by the man's sheer determination, Qiao Yu stays completely silent while young Master Huang stands there frozen in shock. After a tense moment, he takes a cautious step back and tries to negotiate in a low, trembling voice. He demands a complete set of C-tier gear before he will hand the boy back over. Since this deal is highly doable, the older man agrees without a single second thought, immediately demanding that they release his kid. But Qiao Yu snaps back fast. No way, hand over the gear first and then I will release him. Tu Qiang glances over toward Pingyang, who is standing in the distance lost in thought. Finally, the man tosses a set of gear right in front of Qiao Yu. With the deal done, Qiao Yu casually lets his hostage go, telling young Master Huang to run along back home. Just when it looks like everything ended smoothly, a heavy voice cuts through the air, calling them absolutely reckless. Pingyang looks incredibly stern, warning them that they are far too weak to be picking fights with powerful guilds. This guild runs dungeons for a living, making it easy for them to ambush the kids later on. Ma Fei immediately protests, but before he can even explain that the guild started it, Ping Yang cuts him off. Right or wrong does not matter. Even if you are in the right, that won't stop a hunter guild from crushing you. Only power talks here. Qiao Yu, who has been quiet this whole time, suddenly speaks up, asking the principal if he thinks they did wrong. Wrong. The principal scoffs. Your only mistake was leaving a messy trail and getting chased right back to your own doorstep. He growls, if I did this in my youth, Huang Tuqiang would be dead without ever knowing who hit him. With that, he turns around and sighs, muttering that they are miles behind his younger self before walking away. He leaves behind 3 youngsters staring in absolute awe. They simultaneously give their principal a huge thumbs up. Sometime later, the group heads back to their dorm room, setting their newly acquired loot on the table with great excitement. Xiangdi beams, telling Qiao Yu that those guild guys must be incredibly loaded. But Qiao Yu just urges them to hurry. Stop talking nonsense, he says. Everyone pick 2 pieces. Instantly, the stats for the Swift Wind coat and Silver Lion helmet pop up. He quietly evaluates the gear. The passive on the Lion helmet is honestly pretty useless. It blocks headshots but has a massive cooldown. Meanwhile, Ma Fei and the other guy quickly finish picking their own equipment. Xiangdi cannot help but cheer. Shaking down those bullies felt incredibly satisfying. Then he asks what their next move is. Qiao Yu responds immediately, they keep going to class, obviously. Beyond that, he needs to find a way to recover his lost memories. That empty void in his mind feels incredibly important. The other 2 stay silent, understanding his pain. The very next day, a massive crowd gathers at the training grounds. A lively discussion breaks out among the students. They wonder just how powerful the principal really is, and someone immediately chimes in with an answer. To be considered a true powerhouse, you must solo a Dark World Serpent. Last year, the principal took 1 down in just 5 strikes. Right then, Li Hao steps onto the stage to cut through the chatter. All right, quiet down, everyone. The first phase of training is complete and you all did exceptionally well. He grins with sudden excitement. Now it is time to kick off phase 2. Hearing this, Qiao Yu's expression instantly grows serious. Phase 2 already, Li Hao quickly reassures them not to worry too much. The first phase focused entirely on building up defense. This next step is all about raw agility training. He goes on to explain the crucial mechanics. For physical cultivators, strength and defense are simply not enough. Without proper speed, you are basically a giant sitting duck. You will get wiped out easily. That is why physical cultivation is the hardest class to level up. Balancing strength, defense, and agility is nearly impossible, which is why true masters of this path are incredibly rare. Qiao Yu is secretly thrilled. Agility training is exactly what he needs since his base speed stat is pretty low. He cannot constantly rely on the passive boost from his ancestor ring. Suddenly, a bright green light envelops the entire group. Standing high on the platform, Li Hao keeps shouting down reassurances, telling them that this phase will be much easier. Before long, they are teleported into the abyss of the deep sea, a C-tier dungeon filled with floating landmasses and crystal-clear water. Landing on a small floating island, Qiao Yu immediately looks around to take in their dangerous new environment. The students immediately start gossiping, wondering if their instructor is going to make them dodge giant waves. Knowing exactly what is on their minds, Li Hao clears up their confusion. This second phase is incredibly simple. All you have to do is climb those stone pillars and reach the opposite side in under 5 minutes. Qiao Yu stares ahead in grim silence. Those wet mossy pillars are constantly lashed by waves, making it nearly impossible to stand. Some pillars are heavily eroded by seawater, ready to collapse at any step. Crossing to the other side doesn't just test agility. It demands quick reflexes and sharp judgment. That's when Li Hao speaks up, asking if anyone is brave enough to try first. Hearing the explanation, Lin Lang is already confident in his victory. He boldly steps up, eager to go. He shouts for the teacher to let him go, then steps onto the nearest pillar without hesitation. Immediately, his body wobbles over the water. Seeing this, the crowd yells out for him to be careful. But without pausing, Lin Lang keeps moving his body, swiftly gliding across the pillars. He confidently thinks he has already mastered the art of balancing on water. With him handling the test so easily, the crowd begins to murmur, wondering how it could look so simple. But just as Lin Lang prepares to take another step, the water violently churns from a sudden disturbance below. A split second later, a massive fish leaps out of the water, brushing right past him as he desperately tilts to dodge. Sure enough, his balance breaks and he splashes straight into the water. Watching him struggle, Li Hao calmly tells him to climb back up on his own. It takes a grueling 15 minutes before Lin Lang finally manages to crawl back onto the shore. Only then does Li Hao explain that the strange creature is a gray swordfish, a unique local monster in this dungeon. It will attack anything trying to reach the opposite side, but there are no other dangers to worry about. This news immediately sends a wave of panic through the crowd as they look at Teacher Wan. His expression turns serious and he lowers his voice to warn them that down below is a massive nest of these beasts. At a rough estimate, there are at least 100,000 gray swordfish down there, a number that leaves everyone completely terrified. Before they can even process this, Li Hao drops another bomb. The first person to complete this task will get a very special reward. Hearing about a prize from the teacher instantly gets everyone pumped up. A reward from Teacher Wan is bound to be amazing. A split second later, the students start pushing each other to rush ahead, desperate to complete the training first. Soon, several students are already hopping across the floating pillars. A chaotic race begins with everyone yelling that the reward is theirs and telling the others to get out of the way. It is absolute chaos as they push forward, shouting that they will be the first to make it across. But away from all the noisy shouting, one student steps forward with absolute calmness, whispering softly to himself that it is finally his turn to try. Out of nowhere, Qiao Yu suddenly bursts forward with incredible speed, catching Li Hao completely off guard. The teacher keeps his eyes on the boy's back, quietly impressed by his sheer speed as Qiao Yu leaps effortlessly from pillar to pillar, gliding across the water without facing a single obstacle. This incredible display leaves the other students staring in complete awe of his crazy speed. Within seconds, Qiao Yu is already catching up to the student ahead. The panicked boy screams at him to stay away, warning that the pillar cannot support two people. If it collapses, they will both plunge into the sea. But Qiao Yu has no intention of stopping. He charges right ahead deftly, tilting his body to slide past the terrified student without losing his balance. With a swift leap, he continues forward, leaving the spectators absolutely speechless by his insane movement. They wonder how he could possibly move that fast. Honestly, even Qiao Yu is surprised by the power of his new Galewind boots. The system description says that when an enemy is within 1 meter, he can instantly slide behind them. It is an incredibly broken evasion skill. Just then, another gray swordfish leaps directly toward Lin Lang to stop him. Without a single second of hesitation, he raises his fist and punches the attacking fish with incredible power. Seeing this decisive strike, the students watching from behind realize they can actually fight back against these monsters. While Qiao Yu continues his rapid advance, the voice of the queen suddenly rings out in his mind, warning him. She tells him that something extremely powerful is waiting on the mountain. Hearing this, Qiao Yu asks if she is finally back. The queen quickly responds that she has always been right beside him, never once leaving his side as he steps onto another pillar. He asks what is waiting on that peak, demanding to know what happened to the underworld dungeon. The robotic glowing projection of the queen floats directly in front of him, looking slightly hesitant. She apologizes and tells Qiao Yu that she cannot share that information. Disappointed by this answer, he demands to know why she is keeping secrets. The queen whispers that the sudden collapse of that dungeon had caught the attention of the great ruler of the underworld. To avoid detection, she was forced to enter hibernation, leaving her completely blind to what followed next. However, she promises that the crucial memories he lost are actually... Qiao Yu mumbles as if to confirm, wondering if it really was a human's doing. At that moment, the gaze of the machine queen remains completely firm. Yes, that girl named Qiao sealed his memories, seemingly never wanting him to think about her. Qiao Yu's hands tighten as his mind spins in circles, asking why this happened and why things turned out like this. Suddenly, countless gray swordfish leap from the water, charging straight toward his position. At that moment, one of his eyes flashes with a creepy red light, and he completely loses his mind. Crouching down, Qiao Yu begins unleashing a ruthless flurry of punches on the fish. This sudden burst of madness completely shocks the group watching from behind. Hey, why is he so aggressive? Even Li Hao senses something is off, wondering why the kid is acting so incredibly worked up. He ponders, remembering he only brought them here to train their agility, not to watch this boy beat the fish to a pulp. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu seems completely lost in his own world, numb to everything as he keeps punching and kicking blindly. But why, finally, the fish are cleared. He lowers his voice to ask the machine queen if there is any way to break the seal. Her answer is yes. Qiao Yu gets anxious, pleading for her to do it right away, but before he can even finish his sentence, the machine queen cuts him off. He must retrieve something first, even as dark markings begin creeping onto his face. Wondering what it could be, he hears the name of the object, the ghost eye. The dark lines spread rapidly. Clutching his head in agony, Qiao Yu struggles to ask what the ghost eye is and where to find it. The queen quickly tells him to calm down. Forget the ghost eye for now, his body is failing. Her desperate voice calls his name over and over. As his physical form collapses entirely, before anyone can react, he sinks directly down into the pitch-black ocean depths. Countless gray swordfish swarm around him, but in his fading vision, the blurry figure of a mysterious girl suddenly appears. She gently takes his limp hand in hers. Who knows how much time passes, but when Qiao Yu finally opens his eyes, he finds himself lying safely in a bed. Looking around, he raises a hand to rub his aching head, whispering and wondering if he ended up in the hospital again. Suddenly, the door swings open and Shi Xiaorong walks right in. Asking if he is awake, she catches him off guard. He asks Shi Xiaorong why she is even here, and she softly explains that his friends Ma Fei and Xiang Di told her what happened. Handing him a warm glass of water, she gently warns him to be careful since it might still be hot. Gratefully accepting the cup, Qiao Yu mutters a quick thanks. Suddenly, the hospital room door is kicked open with a massive crash shattering the quiet room. Both of them stare at the entrance, completely bewildered by the sudden intruder. The guy Liu Yanhang storms in and immediately demands to know what is going on. He yells, demanding to know if Shi Xiaorong came all this way just to visit a pretty boy. While Yanhang rants, Qiao Yu just sips his water, utterly confused, while Shi Xiaorong glares back at the intruder with a deadpan expression. Qiao Yu silently puts down his cup, watching Shi Xiaorong immediately order the guy to leave, asking him what he wants. Unwilling to back down, Liu Yanhang scoffs and points at Qiao Yu, complaining about what makes a guy like him so special. He continues to insult him, calling him a weak gigolo and claiming Qiao Yu's entire leg is thinner than his own arm. Shi Xiaorong keeps her face completely blank, telling him it is none of his business and demanding he leave. Yet Yanhang refuses to listen, stubbornly turning to challenge Qiao Yu, demanding they step outside for a duel if he is a real man. Whoever loses has to stay away from her forever. Qiao Yu finally speaks up, asking who this loud newcomer even is. Smiling with blinding confidence, Liu Yanhang points at himself, calling Qiao Yu an idiot for not recognizing someone as legendary as him. He proudly introduces himself as the strongest male genius from the prestigious Kanglong Normal University of the imperial capital. Qiao Yu sweat drops, remembering that this school has an overwhelmingly female population with a male-to-female ratio of about 1:9. Shi Xiaorong covers her mouth and whispers to Qiao Yu, telling him not to bother with this guy. He might have a screw loose, but his power is actually the real deal. Nodding, Qiao Yu slowly gets out of bed and points out that he has never once actively sought out Shi Xiaorong. Hearing this, Liu Yanhang smirks. He crosses his arms, snorting that at least the boy knows his place before eagerly turning back to Shi Xiaorong. He boasts that a weakling like Qiao Yu could never match her, and only he, the great Liu Yanhang, is worthy. She immediately tells him to shut up, showing zero interest. That is when Qiao Yu tilts his head with a smirk, leaving Yanhang completely baffled. Qiao Yu clarifies that there seems to be a misunderstanding, as Shi Xiaorong was actually the one who came looking for him. His playful grin makes Yanhang turn absolutely pale with pure boiling rage. To make things even sweeter, Qiao Yu proudly adds that she even poured his water and tucked him into bed. Liu Yanhang was furious. He even knew her secret thoughts about him not being handsome and short. Shi Xiaorong blushed, wondering how on earth he knew what she was thinking. Furious, Liu Yanhang screamed and lunged forward. "Die, you bastard," he roared, throwing a massive punch right at his face. Qiao Yu calmly erected an ice shield, smiling faintly from behind his defense. Liu Yanhang's punch shattered the icy barrier instantly. Before he could strike again, Shi Xiaorong quickly stepped in to stop him, shouting that he had had enough. Liu Yanhang gritted his teeth in anger. He growled at Qiao Yu, asking if he dared to fight him one-on-one, promising not to bully him and to wait until he fully recovered. Ignoring the challenge, Qiao Yu casually pulled out his phone and called security. 2 guards quickly arrived to drag the screaming Liu Yanhang away. The hothead kept struggling and yelling for Qiao Yu to fight him like a man. Shi Xiaorong then turned to Qiao Yu with an apologetic look. She apologized, telling him not to listen to that lunatic's nonsense, as the guy simply refused to stop bothering her. Qiao Yu politely replied that it was fine and he would help her deal with him. Now let us look at their battleground, the legendary duel arena. This special duel instance is protected by absolute battle rules, meaning players can never actually die here. Once a fighter's health drops to 1, their health bar automatically locks and they are declared the loser of the match. It is the perfect place for players to settle their personal grudges. Soon enough, gossiping voices began echoing through the stands. Word got out that Liu Yanhang from Kanglong Capital Normal University was about to duel a genius from Capital University. A black-haired spectator tilted his head, wondering if the genius was Ji Longxiang, a name that sounded incredibly familiar. Another bystander chimed in, correcting him and revealing that the opponent was actually a brand new freshman named Qiao Yu. The crowd gasped. A freshman? Liu Yanhang was already a third-year student. How could he shamelessly bully a newcomer like that? Soon, the spectators rushed to place their bets on this highly anticipated showdown between Liu Yanhang and Qiao Yu. The odds for Qiao Yu were a massive 5-1. Someone immediately dropped 200,000 on Liu Yanhang to win. As both fighters stepped into the arena, Liu Yanhang smirked, admitting Qiao Yu was impressive for a freshman to have made it here. He acknowledged that Qiao Yu was far better than he ever was during his own first year at Capital University. But with a broad, confident grin, he reminded Qiao Yu that he was still just an inexperienced rookie. He vowed to beat him like a dog right in front of Shi Xiaorong. Liu Yanhang was a level 26 mid-tier heavy warrior. Qiao Yu remained deadpan, introducing himself as a level 17 low-tier necromancer. The entire crowd instantly went dead silent. Then the arena erupted with laughter and disbelief. A low-tier necromancer trying to take on a mid-tier heavy warrior, that was pure madness. No wonder Qiao Yu had such terrible odds. Honestly, even with a 1 to 100 payout, nobody in their right mind would bet on him, except for one desperate gambler who threw $50 on him, praying for a miracle refund if things went south. Still, a few spectators argue that heavy warriors were notoriously slow, meaning an upset might not be entirely impossible. If Qiao Yu could keep his distance and summon a horde of undead, he might actually stand a fighting chance. Hands on his hips, Liu Yanhang laughed, mocking a mere necromancer for thinking he could fight a warrior close range. He joked that Qiao Yu was probably just looking for insurance money but warned him that he had absolutely no cash. Suddenly, Qiao Yu lunged forward with a clenched fist. Liu Yanhang gasped in sheer shock at the sudden charge. He quickly decided to hold back his strength, worried that a full power block might accidentally kill the fragile mage. The crowd gasped in horror and some even cried out in despair at what looked like a suicidal move. They wondered if a fragile necromancer was really about to throw a physical punch at a heavily armored tank. Everyone assumed the match was already over, but Shi Xiaorong quietly smiled, knowing they had completely underestimated Qiao Yu. As the fist flew toward him, Liu Yanhang lazily prepared to take the hit, expecting zero physical damage from a mage. Before he could even finish that thought, Qiao Yu's fist connected, sending the heavy warrior flying backward. The arena erupted. Spectators rubbed their eyes, unable to believe a low-tier mage had just sent a heavy warrior flying. They whispered in awe, wondering if Capital University students were truly this insanely overpowered right out of the gate. Furious gamblers began screaming, suspecting that Qiao Yu had lied about his class and demanding their money back. Some even laughed out loud at Liu Yanhang, mocking him for being a total embarrassment to mid-tier warriors. They jeered mercilessly, calling him trash for letting a low-tier rookie knock him flat on his back. Slowly, Liu Yanhang struggled back to his feet, his face dark and his eyes burning with pure malice. He growled, admitting that the punch actually stung, but warned Qiao Yu that the real fight was starting now. He told him not to underestimate him, but Qiao Yu was already closing the distance, ready for round 2. Liu Yanhang blocks the punch and yells to not underestimate him, as Qiao Yu pours all his strength into another strike, but Liu Yanhang catches it with his other hand. The two lock in a struggle of pure force before Liu Yanhang unleashes his signature move and Qiao Yu cannot dodge and takes the hit head-on. The crowd erupts in disbelief over his famous technique, sending Qiao Yu flying backward. Qiao Yu looks stunned and frustrated. What kind of trick is this? Liu Yanhang leans forward with a smug grin, reminding him that he warned him not to underestimate him. His eyes suddenly widen as Qiao Yu charges with a blade. Liu Yanhang raises his massive muscular arms to block the downward swing. Qiao Yu exerts all his force to pull his weapon back, but his effort seems completely in vain. Can he not pull it out? Liu Yanhang yanks the weapon with one hand while unleashing a powerful counterstrike with his other fist. The heavy blow sends Qiao Yu sliding across the arena. Regaining his footing, he realizes this opponent is far stronger than he initially anticipated. Luckily, the effect of his silver lion helmet just kicked in. Meanwhile, Liu Yanhang casually rotates his arm with a sinister smirk, boasting that his opponent's strength attribute must be exceptionally high, judging from those last two attacks that felt like at least 500 points. The shocked crowd in the stands gasps in absolute disbelief, their faces turning completely pale at the absurd revelation. How can a mere necromancer possess a physical punch stat of 500? Liu Yanhang slowly approaches his opponent, mockingly explaining that raw stats alone are completely useless. Even with 500 points of pure strength, not everyone can channel that power effectively. Some elite fighters can master and utilize every single point of strength, while others cannot even unleash half of its true potential. Liu Yanhang shakes his wrists, clarifying that this comes down to the conversion rate, and Qiao Yu's rate is downright pathetic. Qiao Yu realizes why he always felt lacking despite his incredibly high stats. His conversion rate is indeed way too low. That is why he struggled to completely dominate his battles. Liu Yanhang continues with a confident grin, breaking down the mechanics simply. The conversion rate determines how effectively stat points translate into actual combat power. If two players share identical stats, the one with the higher rate will always dominate. Right now, Qiao Yu does not even have a standard 1-to-1 conversion ratio, making his title as a top student from the prestigious Capital University look like a complete joke. But Qiao Yu only smiles back undeterred. He tells him not to worry about that, thanking his opponent for clearing up his questions. Then Qiao Yu strikes his own chest to activate the Mechanical Queen's Rage, immediately forcing himself into a wild berserk state to gain a massive power boost. In return, he decides to strike himself first. Seeing this self-inflicted action, Liu Yanhang is visibly taken aback by the bizarre display. He warns Qiao Yu to stop playing tricks in front of everyone. Shi Xiaorong watches with deep concern, wondering what he plans to do. The spectator sitting beside her crosses his arms, questioning if the boy is some kind of masochist. But Qiao Yu now overflows with power. His eyes gleam with a sharp purple light. Surrounded by a faint purple mist, he realizes conversion rates do not matter if stats are high. With enough sheer attribute points, everything becomes equal. Ready for the next move, he activates the powerful zombie. Ancestor Ring, he lunges forward like lightning at Liu Yanhang. He delivers a heavy blow to his opponent's stomach, which gets blocked. Qiao Yu instantly slips behind his foe, unleashing a rapid barrage of heavy fists that shatters the surrounding ground into flying debris. The loud crowd that was demanding refunds is now completely silent and pale. What a wild turn of events. How is a low-level necromancer overwhelming a mid-tier heavy warrior with just his bare fists? This seems absolutely impossible. Liu Yanhang slowly struggles to his feet, coughing heavily as he angrily gasps out that this fight is far from over. He is currently preparing to represent Kanglong Normal University in the highly anticipated global combat tournament across universities. There is absolutely no way he can lose to a guy like this. Power surges around Liu Yanhang as intense wind whips up. He was planning to save this trump card for the main tournament, but now he has to use it early. Activating his ultimate technique, 3 heads and 6 arms, he laughs maniacally and charges forward, yelling for the kid to witness his true strength. A rapid succession of punches rains down on Qiao Yu so fast that he can barely keep up with the onslaught. The Berserk mode is reaching its absolute limit as Liu Yanhang relentlessly batters his opponent with overwhelming force. He taunts Qiao Yu, asking where all that arrogant talk went and mocking him to keep up the attitude. He raises his fist for the final strike, declaring victory, but Qiao Yu suddenly catches the blow with ease. Liu Yanhang stares in shock. Qiao Yu smirks, noting his rage state has reached its peak and agreeing the fight is over. Holding Liu Yanhang tight, Qiao Yu calmly remarks that having too many arms is just scary, so he offers to remove some. Sweating profusely, the terrified opponent desperately asks what he plans to do right before one of his arms is cleanly torn off. Liu Yanhang screams in rage, vowing to kill him, but Qiao Yu moves so fast he cannot even track the strikes. The crowd is left sweating in disbelief, calling this absolute madness as the pure force on display is just terrifying. Can a necromancer's physical strength really reach such a terrifying level? Hiding in a corner with a wicked grin, Hua Zi says, "Found you." Liu Yanhang stands completely frozen, staring at Qiao Yu as if looking at some massive monster. "Get ready, it is time to end this." Liu Yanhang stands frozen in sheer panic. Across from him, Qiao Yu radiates a terrifying pressure and growls it is all over. Even though his opponent raises a defense, Qiao Yu lunges forward, instantly landing a brutal punch straight to the face. A single brutal strike. The impact sends him flying back 100 meters, pinning him flat against the stone wall. His health points drop straight down to 1. Up in the stands, the entire crowd is in absolute shock. A newly enrolled freshman necromancer just beat a level 53 mid-tier heavy warrior in a pure physical brawl. A guy training for the global championship. Honestly, can you blame the crowd for losing their minds? Meanwhile, Qiao Yu walks away. Leaving everyone completely stunned, he slowly steps outside. But as his pace slows, he suddenly coughs up a pool of blood. With his face contorting in pain, he remembers taking countless heavy blows just to fully charge up the Mech Queen's Rage skill. The skill is incredibly powerful, but it severely drains his life force. Right now, he is running completely on empty. Ding! A system notification flashes the Berserk state is deactivated, but because he maintained it for way too long, it has triggered a mysterious side effect. For 1 entire hour, the player is completely immobilized and loses all ability to act. Shocked by this, he lets out a curse and collapses backward. But suddenly, someone leaps over to catch his falling body. Using his last bit of strength, he asks who she is. This scent is wrong. She suddenly smacks him hard on the head. His eyes grow dim. Before passing out completely, he hears her whisper that she finally found Qiao Yu. When he wakes up again, he finds himself lying in a completely unfamiliar room. Sitting up quickly while clutching his head, Qiao Yu wonders where he is. He remembers his fierce battle with Liu Yanhang, followed by a strange girl knocking him out. Suddenly, 2 maids appear out of nowhere. They politely call him master and say he is finally awake. Completely bewildered, Qiao Yu asks whose bedroom this is. He leaps out of bed, making them panic. They cry out that he cannot leave without the lady's permission. Hearing this, he frowns and demands to know who this lady is. The 2 maids look completely taken aback. They ask if he has amnesia, wondering how he forgot her. Ignoring them, Qiao Yu storms toward the door. He grumbles about some rich lady and demands to leave immediately, while the 2 maids desperately try to stop him. Begging him not to go, they fail as he flings the door open. Standing right outside is a white-haired girl, Tang Lan. She smiles and notes that he is finally awake. Remembering her instantly, Qiao Yu gasps in shock at her presence. Tang Lan is absolutely delighted, teasingly asking if he is really that surprised. She reminds him they were bound to meet and steps inside. She dismisses the maids, leaving them alone. When he suspiciously asks what she wants, she slowly raises her hand to cast magic. She tells him not to rush, saying she will explain everything. Suddenly, she extracts a strange floral sprout right from his body. Leaving him in utter shock, she plucks the small plant and steps back. He watches her closely, realizing his wood seed has vanished. He demands to know what she means and why the servants are calling him master. Tang Lan simply keeps her sweet smile. She explains that as the lady of the Tang family, since he is her husband, he is naturally their master. Qiao Yu panics. Raising his hands defensively, he shouts, reminding her that he beat her up last time, yet now she kidnaps him for marriage. He asks if she is completely out of her mind. Infuriated, she snaps back, screaming that this is all his fault. She yells that if he had not ruined her plans, she would have had no reason to kidnap him. Qiao Yu quickly fires back. He argues that while he ruined her plans, he only did it to survive. But how does that justify kidnapping him? Her expression turns serious as she explains. The Tang family rules state that if you fail to reach high tier by age 25, you are treated as a political marriage tool. She almost succeeded using the soul-cleansing lake altar, but he ruined it. Her smile turns devious as she explains that if she can find her fated husband, she avoids that fate entirely. Even without reaching high tier, she will not have to marry some stranger. But the original suitor will be furious, and they will surely direct all of that rage straight at him. Hearing this setup, Qiao Yu is absolutely furious. He yells in fury, realizing she set him up to take the fall for her. But just a second later, he calms down completely. Since she already stole his wood seed, he has nothing to worry about anymore. He apologizes but refuses to play along. Seeing him head for the exit, she asks if he is really leaving. As he reaches for the door, she sighs with mock sadness. She tells him the entire family already knows Qiao Yu is the new son-in-law. I mean, talk about an absolute masterclass in trapping a guy. Her sad face hides the ultimate grin of a victor. She warns him that if he walks away now, not only will her arranged marriage partner come after him, but both of their families will target him too. He slams the door shut with a loud thud, helplessly giving in while calling her absolutely cruel. Seeing him stay, Tang Lan immediately approaches. She grabs his arm with that same innocent look, asking if being her husband is really such a raw deal when countless others would die for the chance. He shoves her back, totally annoyed. He promises to handle her arranged marriage once and for all, if she agrees to set him free and treat him like a total stranger afterward. Seeing him agree, her face lights up as she seals the deal, telling him he must first pass her family's trial and solve the arranged marriage problem before they can both go free. Smiling, she extends her hand for a handshake to make it official. But Qiao Yu hesitates, realizing he just walked straight into her trap. Solving this arranged marriage was her plan all along. Now bound by this forced agreement, Qiao Yu has no choice but to help her handle it. Tang Lan turns around and heads for the door, telling him to clean up and dress sharp because their family banquet starts at 7 p.m. tonight. She promises to pick him up later. But suddenly, a hand slams onto the doorframe as Qiao Yu calls out for her to wait. Tang Lan spins back her face, a mix of pure panic and rising anger as she stutters, demanding to know what he is doing. Standing there shirtless, his sharp green eyes gleaming with mischief, Qiao Yu chuckles and asks if she really thinks she can control him. He bluntly reminds her that she needs to remember who her husband is now. Terrified and flustered, Tang Lan shoves him away. She wraps her arms protectively around her slender body, warning him not to cross any lines since they are still in the Tang estate. They lock eyes in a tense standoff. While Tang Lan fumes with anger, Qiao Yu's dangerously calm expression makes the air turn icy cold. It feels like a spark could set off a war. But then he suddenly shoves past her, sending her anger through the roof. She screams that he is absolutely out of his mind. Qiao Yu just runs a hand through his hair, looking completely exhausted. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he is dragged into another massive headache. Outside, the sunset paints the sky in warm colors. Night is quickly falling as Tang Lan stands right outside his door, calling out to ask if he is finally ready. His muffled voice calls back that he is ready, and a moment later, a ridiculously handsome guy steps out of the room. With his sharp black hair and striking green eyes, he is wearing a crisp white shirt, a sleek tie, and a sharp suit. Tang Lan is momentarily stunned by how good he looks, but her stubborn pride quickly takes over to hide her flustered reaction. She clears her throat and casually mutters that he looks decent enough, telling him it is time to go as evening settles in. They arrive at a massive, luxurious estate, blending modern and traditional styles. Holding Qiao Yu's arm tightly, they step inside together. Servants line up to greet them warmly. Tang Lan quickly whispers for him to keep his mouth shut and follow her lead. She demands to know if he understands, and Qiao Yu just flashes a confident grin, telling her not to worry at all. They enter the dining hall, where servants are busy serving food. A middle-aged couple is already standing there waiting for their arrival. A warm voice calls out, welcoming Lan back and telling her to sit. This gentle-looking woman is none other than Tang Lan's mother, Kong Yun. Keeping a firm grip on Qiao Yu's arm, Tang Lan introduces her mother to him, keeping up the loving act. Qiao Yu immediately bows politely, greeting her, and instantly pouring on the charm by telling her how incredibly young she looks. He smoothly claims he almost mistook her for Tang Lan's older sister, standing there in a stylish slit dress and white fur coat. Kan Yun giggles shyly, covering her mouth and claiming she is far too old for such compliments. Tang Lan just watches in annoyance, wondering how this brat dares to call her Lanner so casually. But their brief peace is shattered by a cold, loud snort. A middle-aged man mutters in disgust, calling Qiao Yu a smooth-talking, useless playboy. Qiao Yu merely smiles and turns to him, cheerfully asking if he is Tang Lan's grandfather and saying it is an absolute honor to finally meet him. Tang Lan panics, quickly correcting him that this is her father, Tang Dingshen. Qiao Yu keeps smiling, apologizing for his terrible eyesight. He jokes that at first glance he genuinely thought the man was her grandfather. Tang Dingshan's face twists with pure rage as he fumes silently, thinking he would have slapped the brat into next week if he was not the father of his unborn grandson. Tang Lan quickly drags him aside, desperately whispering for him to behave, but Qiao Yu just flashes another wide, innocent smile and tells her to relax, though he is secretly plotting sweet revenge for her trapping him in the first place. He promises himself that the real show is just getting started and he fully intends to ruin her family's dinner party. Suddenly, a pair of black shoes enters the room, making Tang Lan tense up. An old man with long white hair approaches. This is Tang Wumu, the absolute patriarch of the Tang family. Servants bow and both Kong Yun and Tang Lan respectfully greet him. But the second Qiao Yu lays eyes on this powerful elder, his instincts instantly scream that this old man is highly dangerous. "Hello, sir." The moment the old man appears, his very first thought is that this old guy is far from simple. Still, that is her exact expression when the old man makes his entrance. She quickly tells Qiao Yu that this is her grandfather, the Tang patriarch. The old man unleashes sharp gusts of wind as his eyes glow a bright white. While everyone squeezes their eyes shut, Qiao Yu keeps his wide open. His fearless stare immediately earns the silent praise of the patriarch. Not bad at all, he really is a bold young hero. This kid definitely shows flashes of old Tang Jiaxi back in his prime. Tang Lan quickly steps up to explain. She apologizes to her grandfather, explaining that Qiao Yu has never been to a grand family banquet like this, so he might seem a bit rude. She apologizes on his behalf. The old man just chuckles. "It is perfectly fine, there is no need to be polite, just take a seat." During dinner, he stuffs massive chunks of meat into his mouth, using both hands to hold 4 chopsticks, skewering 2 large pieces of pork. Amidst the sheer embarrassment and silent rage of Tang Lan and her parents, Qiao Yu happily wonders how long they can actually hold it in. Staring at the massive stack of empty plates in his fully bloated stomach, Tang Wuyu finally speaks up. He asks if everyone is full, then tells them to dismiss themselves first, because he wants a private chat with young Qiao Yu. Tang Lan looks deeply worried. Her father, Tang Dingshan, also hesitates, warning his dad about what this suspicious kid might do. But ignoring the clear anxiety of his family, the old patriarch remains firm, demanding everyone leave without making him repeat himself. As everyone files out, Tang Lan casts one last, anxious glance back, and he simply flashes her an okay sign to ease her mind. Tang Wuyu speaks up, telling young Qiao Yu not to worry, as this old man has no ill intentions whatsoever. He says that while he is old, his mind is still sharp, guessing that Qiao Yu is indeed the one Tang Lan brought back. That girl has been spoiled by the Tang family since childhood, so it is only natural for her to be a bit willful and stubborn. He claims she has a good heart, though remembering everything she has done, Qiao Yu seriously doubts that is true. Granted, those other guys were no saints either. Cutting off his train of thought, the old patriarch continues speaking. He explains that he kept him back to ask for a favor, as the Tang family younger generation is currently severely lacking. Tang Lan is their only decent contender, but the capital holds an annual grand tournament to decide the new 4 great clans. Only youth under 25 can enter, and the old patriarch hopes Qiao Yu can represent the Tang family in this battle. Hearing this, Qiao Yu acts completely indifferent and flatly refuses, stating he will not get involved in their family business. Why should someone named Qiao bother? But Tang Wuyu quickly counters, pointing out that he is their son-in-law, so he is qualified. He promises this won't be for free either, offering to make an exception and let Qiao Yu enter the sacred grounds of the family. That sacred place holds the ultimate secrets to the power of the family, an offer that definitely gets Qiao Yu thinking. As one of the 4 major clans of the capital, their ancestral grounds must be packed with incredible treasures and ancient secrets. After the rules are finally laid out, Yu steps up to announce the start of the tournament in the Shankui instance. With the official announcement made, the crowd of eager competitors below begins teleporting straight into the dangerous dungeon. Soon only Yu remains on stage as Shale calls out loudly, urging him to bring out his legendary divine artifact. The old man obliges, raising his hand to summon a shimmering mirror that lights up the massive stage with glowing light. The mirror reflects Shale before the portal slowly closes, cutting away to a dark, eerie place lit only by pale moonlight. They call this cursed place Ghost Mountain. Deep in the misty cliffs, some stubborn climbers still attempt the treacherous ascent. Unfortunately, one unlucky soul slips, leaving behind nothing but a fading scream. Qiao Yu doesn't seem bothered by it at all. He simply frowns at the terrifying ghost fog, realizing his own luck might actually be pretty decent. Outside, the giant screen continues to show the fallen cultivator, making someone in the watching audience cry out in agony. They scream for Tenger, weeping over his wasted talent, but the person next to them just sneers with utter contempt. They mockingly tell the old man to save his tears because anyone climbing before the fog clears is basically dead anyway. Suddenly, another spectator gasps, pointing out how incredibly lucky the Tang family is to have gathered 4 members already. Tang Wu Yu watches and silently prays for heaven to favor them, but his hopeful thoughts are cut short. The old man starts coughing violently and cursing out loud. Meanwhile, on Ghost Mountain, Tang Aoshin and Tang Xiao approach Qiao Yu. Aoshin demands to know if his name is Qiao Yu before proudly stepping forward with a very arrogant grin. He boldly introduces himself as Tang Aoshin, stating that no matter how Qiao Yu managed to fool Tang Lan, or won the trust of the patriarch in this dungeon, he must obey. Qiao Yu does not really care about any of this, but he still turns back with an annoyed frown and asks why. The guy just scoffs, asking how he dares to question him. He snaps that securing the demon eye for the Tang family and cementing their place in the 4 great clans is all that matters. Most importantly, he claims to be the only intermediate-tier fighter in the Yang Xiang family, boasting the highest damage output, so he should absolutely lead the team. Right on cue, Hu chimes in, calling Angao Thian their family's top genius. She sneers, asking why they would ever listen to a freeloading son-in-law instead of their family's #1 genius. She claims she despises freeloaders more than anything. Hearing this, Qiao Yu does not even bother to argue. He simply shrugs and agrees to hide in the back. This makes Hu even more smug about his lack of spine. Watching from outside, Yang Xiang Vomu is literally shaking with rage, squeezing his cup so hard his knuckles turn white. He mutters curses under his breath, absolutely furious that they completely ignored his strict orders to let Qiao Yu lead. Back inside, Ngao Thian barks out orders like some grand boss, telling everyone to double their pace right now. They need to secure the ghost eye before anyone else. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is lost in his own deep thoughts. He needs just 1 ghost eye to restore his lost memories. The Yang Xiang family has 1, but with only 4 total now. As the team slowly makes their way forward, they suddenly spot a strange figure sitting directly in their path. An old white-haired woman is resting on a wooden chair. Hu lets out a loud, sudden shriek of terror. But the woman remains completely motionless. Gao Thian quickly warns them to stay back, assuming she is just a dungeon NPC. He advises them to sneak past quietly without making a scene, immediately steering the team in a completely different direction. A relieved Hu lets out a soft sigh. But just then, the old woman suddenly opens her eyes, calling out a chilling warning. She croaks that the living should never enter this mountain ghost hell, for entering means certain death. The team instantly freezes. A trembling Hu asks what she means, but the old woman just stands up, letting out a deeply unsettling laugh. She refuses to give them any straight answers, only whispering that there are indeed real ghosts haunting this dark mountain peak. Before she can even finish, a flying sword sweeps past. Qiao Yu leaps high, pinning her down with his blade. He commands her to stop playing tricks and spill everything she knows. Below, his teammates stare in utter shock. They are completely speechless with terror. Meanwhile, outside the screen, Yang Xiang Vomu grins and turns to the person beside him. He proudly asks Yang Xiang Lam if Qiao Yu is always this brave, but she just offers an awkward smile. Back inside, the old woman is furious, glaring daggers at Qiao Yu before she suddenly receives a heavy slap in return. He asks if she is still going to play hard to get while his teammates watch in terror. They are breaking out in cold sweat. Surprisingly, the battered old woman refuses to back down, screaming and trying to strike back. So Qiao Yu cracks his knuckles, muttering that she brought this on herself. After a thorough beatdown, she is finally done. With her face bruised black and blue, she completely submits to Qiao Yu, who looks extremely pleased with himself. She begs him to stop, promising to tell him everything, so Qiao Yu politely helps her back to her chair. He smirks, telling her she should have just cooperated from the start to save herself a massive beating. Now she needs to start talking. Rubbing her sore jaw, she explains that the mountain ghost is a cursed realm. It is the boundary between the living and the dead, crawling with countless vicious souls who are blocked from reincarnation. They are trapped on this peak for eternity. Qiao Yu listens carefully, but his eyes keep scanning their dark surroundings. The old woman warns that the thick, eerie fog covering the mountain peak is actually a hiding place for vengeful spirits. The moment they catch a whiff of living breath, they will strike. Right on cue, countless dark shadows begin to swarm. Horrifying voices begin to echo all around Qiao Yu, screaming and pleading for him to give their lives back. They wail about their unjust deaths, slowly drifting toward him like mindless puppets. Honestly, this place is beyond creepy. The cold voice of the system goddess rings in his ears, commanding him to wake up immediately. That voice snaps him back. He breaks out of the illusion, genuinely surprised that the mountain's psychic influence is already reaching him from this distance. This place is clearly far more dangerous than he originally anticipated. Turning his attention back to the old woman, he presses on. He asks if she knows anything else, demanding she keep talking, but she just weepingly begs him to let her go. His eyes flash with sudden impatience as he leans in closer to continue his aggressive line of questioning. He demands to know where the ghost eye is. She can only stutter the words back in absolute terror. Meanwhile, outside, the audience is completely dumbfounded. Two Thean-Sak gasps, wondering if interrogating dungeon NPCs like this is even allowed. Others wonder if Qiao Yu can actually locate the ghost eye this way. Yang Shangvo Mu is also highly confused. He asks Yang Xiang Lam why a wind spirit mage like Qiao Yu is using a sword. Yang Xiang Lam just covers her face. How could he let her off that easily? He grits his teeth, threatening that if she really cannot remember, he will gladly help her. Definitely not hesitate to use this blade to slice her apart. Trembling, she raises her hands to stop him, pleading that she knows. But she only knows the location of one ghost eye. As she speaks, she recalls a terrifying bald monk with fierce red eyes. She continues, explaining that the ghost eye is held by the ghost monk. He simply needs to slay him to claim it. Qiao Yu asks in surprise, repeating the name Ghost Monk. She nods eagerly, confirming that yes, it is indeed him. She explains that the monk was once a holy master who vowed to save every wandering soul on this cursed mountain. One day, he bathed, burned incense, donned his golden robe, grabbed his crystal staff, and bravely ascended the mountain alone. In an instant, a brilliant holy light erupted over the peak, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha statue. It looked like a true divine descent. However, before long, that majestic golden Buddha statue was completely swallowed by the demonic mist. When people saw the holy master again, he had already transformed into a monstrous ghost monk. Finishing her story, she points ahead, explaining that there is a ruined temple on the mountain where the ghost monk resides. To defeat him, he must feed his blade with more killing intent. Only pure malice can suppress the ghost monk's demonic energy. Hearing this, Qiao Yu turns, deciding to trust her, just this once as he heads toward the ruined temple, to see what is what. But taking advantage of his distraction, her eyes gleam with malice as she curses him in her mind. The next second, she lunges with her sharp claws, an eerie green light slicing toward his neck. But Qiao Yu will not tolerate this. He whips around instantly, his weapon slashing right through her as he scoffs that he knew she was dishonest from the start. Before she can react, she screams in shock and is sent flying by the brutal strike. As his weapon comes to a halt, the system notification chimes. Player Qiao Yu has defeated a common NPC, increasing his blade's killing intent by 1 point. The value is now 1 out of 100. Once fully charged, the Golden Dragon Crescent Blade will unlock a special demon-slaying effect. Hearing the announcement, a smirk plays on his lips. So this is how he harvests killing intent, he notes. After wrapping up the fight, he finally sheathes his weapon and turns back to face the other 3 companions. Their arrogant attitudes vanish instantly. When they feel his cold gaze land on them, they flinch in pure terror. Xiao Xiao asks in a trembling voice, wondering to Aotian if Qiao Yu has been possessed by some evil spirit. Aotian is also scared out of his wits but still acts tough, warning Qiao Yu not to do anything foolish. Qiao Yu flashes a sly smile, asking what he means since they are teammates, and he would never turn them into demon bait. Hearing this, they flinch in fear yet again. After a long, tense silence, their leader Aotian finally softens his tone. He slowly introduces the team, stating that since they are still allies, they should stick together. He points to each person, gesturing to Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Long, suggesting they continue their journey up the mountain if there are no more issues. With that, the 4 of them head deeper into the territory. Eerie, unidentifiable noises echo all around them. Seeing Xiao Xiao's rising anxiety, Ao Tian quickly reassures her, telling her to ignore the sounds and keep moving forward. Meanwhile, observers watching the broadcast begin discussing the situation, with one pointing out Ao Tian's redeeming qualities. Although Ao Tian is a bit arrogant, he behaves very professionally in dangerous situations without any typical youthful recklessness. Another observer agrees, noting that the base of the Ghost Mountain is crawling with countless minor ghouls. It is far easier to face the Yama King than to deal with petty pests, so messing with them brings massive trouble. But suddenly, everyone's attention shifts back to the massive screen as they scream out in pure shock. They shout, demanding to know what Qiao Yu is doing. Right there on screen, the young man is actually provoking the monsters. He playfully coos, telling his little darlings to stop hiding because he still needs plenty of demonic energy. Standing nearby, Aotian panics and screams, warning him that if he angers the local spirits, they will all die horrible deaths. Hearing his direct provocation, a demon finally emerges from the shadows, lunging directly at Qiao Yu. But his efforts are useless. Qiao Yu effortlessly dodges its claws, smirking that his target has finally arrived. The next second, he cleanly swings his blade, a flash of light erupting as the system announces another point added to his killing intent. But before he can even celebrate, a massive endless swarm of demons starts flooding and terrifying the three companions. Ao Tian screams in pure rage, furiously blaming Qiao Yu for the disastrous mess he has just created. But Qiao Yu remains completely unfazed, his eyes suddenly glowing with a golden light of pure determination. He excitedly notes that they arrived at the perfect time and his blade's power will surely be maxed out now. He charges straight ahead. One slash, another monster falls. Absolute chaos. Dead quiet. He successfully wiped them all out. Qiao Yu mutters, wondering if his killing intent is charged. The notification pings, confirming his killing intent is at 100 out of 100. He unleashes a powerful slash as the system continues. Stage 1 enchantment unlocked. Ghost Slaying increases damage by 50% against creatures with souls. Players holding this weapon gain 30 strength points against souls. The ghosts are so terrified they turn and run. Witnessing this bizarre, confusing sight, Tang Long and Ao Tian gape in shock, demanding to know why on earth these ghosts are running from him like they saw a ghost. The viewers watching the screen are just as shocked as those two. Only Tang Wumo smiles with satisfaction, quietly pleased. He thinks this kid is even stronger than he imagined. Even Qiao Yu is surprised by this sudden power, muttering to himself that he did not expect this killing intent to have future stages. Still, he keeps chasing the fleeing ghosts, refusing to stop, shouting out for them not to run. But a second later, a hand reaches out and begins casting a spell, forcing all the monsters and ghosts to back away. With an urgent command of the heavenly decree, roaring flames incinerate the swarming ghosts. As they burn, Qiao Yu yells in absolute frustration, demanding to know which bastard just stole his precious killing intent points. A man in Taoist robes appears right in front of him. Zhang Erhe speaks up first, checking in on them. He asks if they are all right, which immediately sends the viewers outside into a frenzy, recognizing him as the Zhang family Taoist. Someone explains that he is a crucial non-playable character on this mountain. Getting his help lowers the difficulty by at least one level. For the Tang family to cross paths with him like this, talk about a massive stroke of luck. Tang Wumo frowns at the news, wondering if this stroke of fortune will actually secure their position among the four great families. Meanwhile, Ao Tian steps forward to express his deep gratitude, thanking the priest for lending them a helping hand. The Taoist tells him to drop the formalities and just call him Zhang Erhe, warning them that this mountain is extremely dangerous. He urges them to leave quickly, but Ao Tian steps up to explain that they have no choice but to proceed. They have their own complicated reasons, but going up this dangerous ghost mountain is something they absolutely have to do. Understanding their plight, he pauses for a moment before offering to let them tag along up the mountain with him. But he warns them to stay alert, as he cannot protect everyone if things get too chaotic on the way up. When the time comes, they will have to rely on themselves. Hearing this, Ao Tian is absolutely thrilled and thanks him. Tang Long calculates their chances, confident that with the priest's help, things are finally secure and they can breathe easy. They no longer have to worry about Qiao Yu dragging them down. The path ahead is pitch black and swarming with crows. Following closely behind Zhang Erhe, the group of four is eventually forced to a halt as they hit a complete dead end. Xiao Zhao shivers in pure fear, asking Ao Tian if they truly have to climb this terrifying, god-forsaken mountain. He gently pats her head to comfort her, promising to protect her as she looks up, feeling slightly more reassured. She begs him for protection. Qiao Yu rolls his eyes. They better not cry for help later. Without another word, he suddenly steps forward and unleashes a massive horizontal slash right through the dense overgrowth. Clearing a path safely, he watches his movements from behind silently, noting how much heavy killing intent clings to that blade. Curious, Erhe steps up to ask the young man what exactly he is doing, but Qiao Yu barely pays him any attention. He coldly replies that he is just slaughtering pigs. Unconvinced by such a bizarre answer, Erhe starts putting the pieces together. That massive aura of death is far too heavy for a simple butcher. He wonders what this kid is truly up to. With a few swift strikes, Qiao Yu cuts down the blocking trees to reveal a hidden trail. Ao Tian excitedly shouts that there is a path, meaning someone else has overtaken them. He urges the group to pick up the pace. Hold on. Eri stops him instantly. A confused Ao Tian spins around, asking what is wrong. The Taoist points to the side where a horrific scene of countless bloody corpses strewn across the ground awaits them. Xiao Xiao turns pale, and honestly, seeing other clans slaughtered like this would make anyone freeze up. Eri whispers a quick prayer for the dead, urging the rest of the group to keep moving forward. But after only a few steps, a creeping specter nearby catches their attention, and the terrified Xiao Xiao is the first to shriek. Ao Tian panics as well, desperately asking the Taoist if that creature is human or ghost. Finding this highly amusing, Qiao Yu eagerly steps forward, ordering everyone to get out of his way because, whether it is human or ghost, a single slash will settle it. Sensing the threat, the creature slowly turns around. Facing the monster directly, he wears an excited smile. Qiao Yu quickly slashes down right at the ghost's head while He watches from behind, realizing this young man's strength is totally off the charts. The terrifying sight completely freezes Xiao. Xiao. She clings tightly to the man beside her, desperately begging Ao Tien to take her down the mountain. But Ao Tien can only try to calm her down, insisting they must find the ghost eye first. Right after, that eerie, sorrowful cries echo through the desolate wilderness. A woman's voice weeps, asking where her beloved Ling Jun is enjoying himself. She laments her broken heart, claiming only the moon knows her grief. Hearing this, a panicked Ao Tien screams that someone is putting on a show. But the haunting singing continues, weeping about a husband who abandoned his loyal wife. Now it says, regret comes far too late. Xiao Xiao suddenly looks down to find the ground covered in rising water. Terrified, she screams out to Ao Tien. Look at all this water, she cries, wondering what on earth is happening. Ao Tien quickly rushes over to check on her. He reassures her that she is safe with him. But Xiao Xiao stares right past him, pointing and stammering. Behind you, right behind you. Sure enough, a horrifying specter has materialized right at his back, staring as if ready to devour him whole. Yet when Ao Tien spins around, the space is completely empty. Swallowing his growing dread, he acts tough and asks what she is seeing. He tells her she must be hallucinating. Panic-stricken, Xiao Xiao turns to Taoist Zhang, begging him to look. She points out the female ghost right there. A highly confused Taoist Zhang repeats the words and immediately clasps his hands to chant a quick spell for protection. He brings his fingers to his eyes and roars for his heavenly eye to open. Golden light sweeps across the dark water. Now watch, the spectral woman suddenly materializes right before them. She fires a massive blast of dark hair straight at Taoist Zhang. The sudden brutal strike catches him completely off guard, hitting his face. Blood streams down his tightly shut eyes. He grits his teeth in shock, unable to believe he was blinded before even seeing her face. Just how powerful is this vengeful spirit? Qiao Yu leaps forward from behind, urgently asking where the target is. Taoist Zhang ignores the question quickly, pulling out another sacred talisman and muttering a powerful Taoist incantation. Calling upon divine protectors to purge the evil before him, he unleashes his ultimate technique and screams out the divine Ghost 7 kills decree. The paper talisman erupts with blinding energy, flying straight into the chest of the screaming specter. It shrieks in pain, but just when they think it's over, the creature lunges forward, charging directly at Taoist Zhang with terrifying speed. Shocked, he yells that it is impossible for any spirit to survive his 7 kills decree. But before he can even react, her sharp claws pierce right through his stomach. Coughing up blood, Taoist Zhang desperately raises his hand to cast another spell. He summons the devastating 9 Heavens Thunder spell, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning directly at the vengeful ghost. Ao Tien cheers in excitement, praising the Taoist for his incredible power and his ability to summon actual heavenly lightning. But Qiao Yu sees right through the smoke. He shouts a warning to the group that the ghost is still standing. Sure enough, her chilling voice echoes through the mist once more, weeping about her agonizing heartbreak and unexpressed grief. Hearing this, Taoist Zhang turns and screams for everyone to run. This ghost carries a terrifying level of resentment from her past life. Her pure dark malice is unlike anything he has ever encountered. Prompted by his desperate warning, the group immediately takes off. But no matter how fast they run, the dark water keeps rising around them. Ao Tien panics, wondering why the flood is following them. He screams that running is completely useless. Realizing they are trapped, his fear quickly morphs into desperate rage. Cursing under his breath, he spins around with his weapon drawn, charging forward with a furious war cry. He vows to take her down with him. Thrusting his spear forward, he aims a deadly strike right at her chest. The specter easily dodges, prompting Ao Tien to mock her, daring her to face his legendary weapon head-on. With a roar, he leaps high into the air as dark waters rage below him. He swings his spear with full force. He unleashes his signature heaven-soaring spear. But the ghost vanishes into thin air, leaving him swinging at empty space. Behind him, Taoist Zhang screams a desperate warning. But it is already too late. The ghost appears right behind Ao Tien. Her razor-sharp claws rest gently on his shoulder. Shivering in pure terror, Ao Tien realizes his entire body has been completely frozen solid. With a lazy flick of her wrist, she sends him flying through the air. Watching this, Taoist Zhang realizes they are out of options. He prepares to use a forbidden spell. But right beside him, Qiao Yu calmly steps forward with an unbothered expression. Sensing an immense pressure, Taoist Zhang realizes it's coming from Qiao Yu. He desperately urges the young man to run. He warns him that normal spells won't work against a spirit with this level of overwhelming monstrous power. But Qiao Yu simply looks back with a cold, confident smirk. He tells Taoist Zhang that times have changed and, "I will show you how raw power crushes any spell," he says, stepping lightly across the water and launching himself high into the air. He charges at the female ghost, slashing his spear with absolute precision. Watching this, Zhang Erhe squints his eyes and lets out a gasp. Qiao Yu quickly sweeps his spear across, but his blade slices through nothing but empty air, leaving him wondering if she vanished again. Behind him, Xiao Xiao gasps in sudden terror while he instantly feels a strange chilling shift in the air right next to him. He turns his head and finds a horrifying pale face staring right at him, but Xiao Yu does not show a single hint of fear. Instead, he just mocks her, commenting on how incredibly pale she looks. The enraged ghost lunges forward, but a sudden flash cuts her off. A majestic lion mask materializes as the system announces his new wind helmet, giving Qiao Yu the perfect momentum to pivot. He launches a counterattack, forcing the panicked ghost to flee. The system chimes continuously as he unleashes his dragon roar consecutive slashes. He delivers one final heavy slash, and his spear dissolves the female ghost into a cloud of black smoke that drifts away. Qiao Yu laughs and yells out for her not to run until he gets one more hit. Meanwhile, the crowd watching from outside gasps. They can barely believe their eyes, wondering why Qiao Yu is the one chasing down a terrified ghost. What kind of monster is he? Another onlooker agrees, admitting that for some strange reason, Qiao Yu's cocky attitude makes them just want to punch him. Right now, Qiao Yu is too busy hunting down the fleeing trail of black smoke to care about what anyone else thinks. The smoke plunges straight into the nearby water, but Qiao Yu raises his weapon, shouting that there is nowhere left to hide. He hurls his spear, grazing right past the ghost's face before pinning itself deep into the ground as water splashes everywhere. The surrounding water rapidly recedes, leaving only his spear standing. The system chimes, awarding him 100 malice points. Qiao Yu walks over and rests his hand on the spear. Seeing the danger is over, the rest of the group finally approaches. Zhang Eri steps forward, first thanking him for the crucial help, but Qiao Yu politely shrugs it off with a smile. He credits Priest Zhang for weakening the ghost first. Even the arrogant Ocean walks up now, looking completely humbled. He quietly thanks Qiao Yu, who simply waves off the gratitude and laughs, telling him that they are all family here anyway. Outside the dungeon, Xiao Tians confronts Elder Tang Wumo, demanding to know how his apparently weak son-in-law is pulling this off. He asks how a mere beginner could possess such power, but Tang Wumu simply casts an annoyed glare in his direction. He chuckles mockingly, asking why he would ever need to explain his actions before unleashing a swift, silent warning strike. The attack grazes right past Xiao Tian's face, leaving him absolutely furious but far too terrified to take another step forward. He can only shout in shock, asking if the old man has truly reached that level. Tang Wumu merely snorts in response. Left with no choice, Xiao Tian storms off in frustration. His servant asks if they should put their plans on hold. Their plot against the Tang family is put into question, but Xiao Tian frowns, saying there's no need for that. The old man might have reached a higher tier, but he is like a dying flame and will not survive past this year. Back inside the dungeon, Xiao Xiao cozies up to Qiao Yu, quickly wrapping her arms around his in a sweet gesture. She whines, asking why he is ignoring her when she is so terrified of the ghosts begging him to protect her. Watching from outside, Tang Lan scowls in anger, but luckily Qiao Yu immediately shoves the girl off with a stern warning. He tells her to keep her distance and even raises a fist, threatening to punch her if she does not back off. Xiao Xiao freezes in total shock. Seeing this, Aoshian steps in to ask if she is okay, and she instantly switches targets. She clings to Aoshian, whining that she was just temporarily possessed and that he is truly the only one who cares for her. Flattered by her sweet words, Aoshian smiles and says he does not mind at all. Up front, Zhang Erhe looks highly annoyed. He sternly tells them to shut up, warning that the dark energy ahead is incredibly thick and there is fighting nearby. He turns back with a cautious look, wondering if they are dealing with friend or foe, but mid-sentence he suddenly freezes. He realizes their lineup is missing someone and shouts, asking why they are short-handed and where Qiao Yu went. Before the question even leaves his mouth, a shadow flashes ahead as Qiao Yu eagerly charges toward the noise. He leaps down with excitement, shouting that helping others is his greatest joy and telling his fellow cultivators not to fear. He introduces himself as a master demon slayer here to save them, looking incredibly heroic, but his internal thoughts are entirely different. All he really cares about is farming more malice points. Landing like lightning, Qiao Yu crashes right in front of them. In front of the group stands a shadowy, faceless monster facing off against Xiao Zun from the rival Xiao family. Beside him is a fierce wolf with piercing eyes. The monster has absolutely no facial features, just a blank, smooth surface. Catching up, Zhang Erhe screams in terror, warning everyone that it is a face-stealing demon that peels skins to transform itself. He realized it had taken over that body, boasting power far beyond the previous female ghost. Shielded behind Qiao Yu, Xiao Zun slowly regained his composure. He introduced himself as Xiao Zun of the prestigious Xiao family, begging brother Qiao Yu to lend a hand in subduing this vicious demon. Hearing that name sparked a brief flash of memories about the Xiao family in Qiao Yu's mind. He turned around, casting a razor-sharp glare at them. He coldly refused, saying if it was the Xiao family, he would not help. With a quick farewell, he simply turned on his heel to leave. Xiao Zun's face turned completely pale. Outside the trial, Xiao Tian's watched this unfold and ground his teeth in pure frustration. "That brat," he growled. Back in the dungeon, Xiao Zun desperately lunged forward to stop him, pleading for brother Qiao Yu to wait just a moment. He promised a hefty reward if Qiao Yu helped them escape this painted skin demon. Hearing the mention of money, Qiao Yu stopped. Intrigued, Qiao Yu turned around asking if such a sweet deal was actually real. Since his new friend was being so generous, he had an offer. He demanded a cool 5 million. Surely such a tiny drop in the bucket would not hurt the wealthy Xiao family at all. Xiao Zun agreed instantly without a second thought. This easy compliance actually made Qiao Yu pretty suspicious, wondering if there was a catch. There had to be a trap. Still, he shrugged it off, turning back to face the painted skin demon as he prepared to chant his spell. Telling them to watch closely, Qiao Yu invoked the spirits of the left and right mansions, summoning divine wrath to strike down all evil. While Zhang Erhe frowned in deep suspicion, Qiao Yu unleashed his final command word and readied his weapon for a decisive strike. Charging forward with lightning speed, he swung his heavy spear with devastating force, aiming a clean horizontal slash directly at the demon's torso. The painted skin demon barely managed to block with its hands, but Qiao Yu immediately pushed his spear down, pinning the beast firmly in place. Xiao Zun watched in absolute disbelief. Their team of 5 could barely hold this monster, yet this guy was suppressing it all on his own. He remembered Qiao Yu being a squishy necromancer, so how on earth was he trading physical blows with a high-tier demon like this? Could he be possessed by some other powerful entity, he wondered? That was when Xiao Yu suddenly turned back to order them around. He barked at them, asking why they were just standing there like idiots instead of drawing their weapons and striking. Xiao Zun snapped out of it. Quickly taking his stance, he ordered his team to charge. Following his command, all 5 members of the squad lunged forward at once. They struck in unison, their blades cutting deep into the painted skin demon as dark blood sprayed violently into the air. Surrounding the beast, they aimed to finish it off. Xiao Zun held his sword, watching closely as a deep gash opened on its face. A single crimson eye suddenly stared back from the wound. Xiao Zun shuddered, feeling the terrifying sensation of thousands of eyes locking onto him, but his fear instantly flipped into pure excitement. Believe it or not, this distinct, overwhelming sensation could only mean one thing. It was the legendary demon eye. He laughed like a madman, celebrating his insane luck that the prize had basically delivered itself to him. Heaven was truly blessing the Xiao family today. Listening to him ramble, Qiao Yu quietly began to formulate a plan of his own. A demon eye was exactly what he needed. With the one he already had and the other on the ghost monk, this would be perfect. Knowing this, he decided to dial back his efforts. Meanwhile, Xiao Zun barked out another order, completely oblivious to his partner's schemes. He commanded them to rip off the demon's outer skin to verify his prize. Obediently, his lackeys renewed their assault with vicious cuts. As their swords carved up its face, the fake skin slowly peeled back, sending Xiao Zun into a state of absolute euphoria. He cheered, knowing that bringing this treasure home would guarantee him the top spot as the family's primary heir to be nurtured. He turned back to Qiao Yu, eagerly urging him to help slay this painted skin demon as fast as possible. He promised a reward 10 times larger once the deed was done. Qiao Yu flashed a warm, friendly smile, immediately agreeing. He told Xiao Zun to lead the charge while he covered him from behind. Taking the bait, Xiao Zun summoned his beast. The beast entered a frenzied state and lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to swallow the demon's head whole. But right then, the painted skin demon's crimson eyes snapped open to its absolute limit, releasing a shockwave that blasted the beast backward. Xiao Zun cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Prince Lan Qiao Yu narrowed his eyes closely, observing the demon as its shape began to shift. The painted skin transformed into a swirling mass of dark mist with glowing red eyes, releasing a terrifying wave of oppressive energy. The dark void threatened to pull everyone in. Standing beside him, a panicked Xiao Zun muttered that they were in deep trouble. Outside the dark gates, Zhang Erhe watched from a high cliff and screamed for his young friend while spectators stared at their screens. Everyone watching the broadcast murmured in anxiety, realizing the situation was dire. The Xiao family squad and the Tang family's son-in-law had been dragged together into the Demon Eye domain. Unfortunately, the projection mirrors couldn't penetrate the interior of that cursed space. With malevolent energy rampant inside, the Xiao family was in extreme danger. Yet, entering that space was the only way to gain recognition. Anyone wishing to claim the Demon Eye had to survive its trial first. Back inside the domain, the entire world had turned into a crimson wasteland. Sensing the bizarre shift, Qiao Yu muttered to himself, wondering where they had been taken when suddenly, out of the woods, a girl in a white dress emerges and calls out to Qiao Yu, instantly putting him on guard. Her stunningly beautiful face shows a mix of softness and worry as she speaks, remarking that this place is incredibly dark and gloomy. She claims she is lost and terrified. She begs the young master to escort her to safety. Qiao Yu merely plays along, asking what kind of reward she can offer him. Secretly, he is highly alert, wondering what game she is playing. Hearing this, she coyly replies she has nothing to offer except her own body and starts revealing some skin. In a flash, she wraps herself tightly around Qiao Yu, offering her body as repayment. But Qiao Yu just stands there. With a pitch-black face, he immediately delivers a brutal, skull-shattering punch right to her face. Absolutely satisfying. She flies back several meters. Qiao Yu mockingly apologizes, claiming he just could not help himself. Clutching her wound in agony, she asks why he is suddenly so cold to a damsel in distress. She asks if he dislikes this look, suggesting she can easily change, and immediately begins to transform. Her arms shift. She slyly glances at Qiao Yu and asks if the young master likes it. But Qiao Yu does not care at all. Instead, he immediately summons his golden spear right into his hand. Seeing his reaction, she drops the act, knitting her brows together with a frown. "Oh, so we couldn't catch you after all," she snarls. Then she unleashes her true power, her hair flying wildly as one arm turns completely blood red. "You don't like young girls nor mature ladies," she sneers, "so let me see what's really hidden deep in your heart." Qiao Yu calmly delivers a serious warning, telling her that she had better not do that. Ignoring his warning, she lunges forward in a sudden, vicious ambush. As she strikes, she can't help but mock him further. "Looks like I guessed right," she boasts. "You must have someone incredibly important locked in your heart to ignore such physical temptations." They clash violently. She manages to impale Qiao Yu right through the chest while he doesn't even flinch at the pain. Instead, he swings his spear and slices her clean in half, but something bizarre is going on. "It's completely useless," she laughs. "In this space, I am the ultimate god, and you're just a puppet on my strings. Come on, let me see who's inside. Who on earth are you hiding in your heart?" As she speaks, her form suddenly begins to fade away, transforming into a tiny figure with a mischievous smile, none other than Qiao. She teases, "Who would have thought you actually liked this Lolita?" The sight catches Qiao Yu completely off guard as he mutters "Qiao." She asks who this person is to him, teasing that they must be pretty important, chuckling softly at her own twisted little game. He directly angered Qiao Yu, whose face darkens as he growls that his opponent is dead meat, immediately unleashing a deadly slash. Again, slicing right through her body, but it has no effect. She even has the nerve to leisurely tell him to give up, claiming he cannot even hurt her at all. She even mockingly asks how he could possibly bear to hurt someone looking like this. Hearing this, Qiao Yu just sneers. He laughs right in her face. "Did you seriously not realize," he asks, "that inside my heart, I actually have someone else hidden inside? No, to be more precise, an entity far more terrifying than you will ever be." The second those words leave his lips, a massive golden leg suddenly erupts from his body. It catches her completely off guard, the Machine Queen. The figure that just emerged from Qiao Yu's body glares with glowing red eyes, sending her tumbling to the ground in absolute terror. She stammers, calling the entity a demon, then bolts to leave Qiao Yu and the beast far behind while screaming at the top of her lungs. Screaming, "There is a demon." But from afar, the mechanical queen already controls her threads, sending them flying fast toward the demoness, surrounding her completely and catching her off guard. In a flash, the mechanical queen's sharp threads wrap tightly around her body. Once the demoness is completely bound, the mechanical queen finally speaks to Qiao Yu, telling him it is time to strike. He can injure it now. Standing behind with his spear ready, Qiao Yu does not hesitate for a second, immediately lunging forward to slash a powerful blow across the demon's body, instantly boosting his murderer's aura points by 200. That is not all. He also receives an item, the Demon Eye. Holding the eye in his hand, Qiao Yu asks if getting this will break the memory seal. The mechanical queen immediately confirms it. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, massive cracks begin to web across the horizon. Qiao Yu looks up and tells the queen to act quickly before this entire demon realm completely collapses around them. He is counting on her. She quickly agrees, taking the glowing demon eye into her hands to begin the process. Seeing her prepare, Qiao Yu asks with concern if doing this might actually cause her quite a bit of pain. But the queen keeps a highly serious gaze, thrusting the demon eye forward as she responds to his worry. "This won't hurt at all," and with that, the mechanical queen shoves the demon eye straight into Qiao Yu's eye before stepping back. She watches from a distance, calmly noting that she has no concept of pain even as he clutches his eye in absolute agony. Screaming from the sheer torment, his right eye turns a deep bloody red while bizarre veins spread rapidly across his face. Suddenly, a flood of forgotten memories from his past begins flashing before his eyes, dragging him into the dark. Floating gracefully in the air, the Machine Queen remarks that his memory seal seems to be much stronger than she expected. The demon eye cannot fully break the seal, leaving him to clutch his splitting head in utter misery. "How do we fix this?" he groans, but the queen quickly reassures him that more demon eyes exist out there. Finding the other 3 remaining eyes will completely break the curse, and besides, this agonizing process has a hidden benefit. His vision is now heavily enhanced, meaning the thick demonic fog will barely even affect his sight from now on. If he can successfully gather and master all 4 eyes, he might unlock a legendary special skill tied directly to them. Soon, Qiao Yu's face and eye return to normal. He mutters that if that is the case, he will get them. He promises to hunt down the rest. Right then, a massive crack tears open across the sky, growing wider. Instantly, it pulls him right back to his original spot in the forest, just as Xiao Zun creeps up behind him. Xiao Zun demands the demon eye immediately, acting glad that his brother Qiao finally made it out alive. Surrounded by bloody corpses, the guy and his giant wolf block the path, claiming his fallen family members died inside. With a pale, desperate face and bloodshot eyes, he hysterically begs Qiao Yu to hand over the powerful artifact. He promises to pay any reward once they escape, but right as tension peaks, Qiao Yu simply flashes a smug smile. He innocently acts dumb, asking what demon eye he is even talking about, which instantly pushes Xiao Zun over the edge. Snapping completely, he warns Qiao Yu not to do this the hard way, while his wolf stealthily creeps behind him. The beast suddenly springs forward for a lethal strike, but Qiao Yu shifts his weight and dodges in a split second. His expression turning cold, Qiao Yu demands to know what he thinks he is doing, but the traitor just sneers. He screams at Qiao Yu to stop playing dumb and threatens to tear it from his corpse before unleashing his beast. He orders the Wolf King to rip him apart, and the massive predator leaps, bearing its razor-sharp fangs at his throat. But Qiao Yu does not even flinch calmly, summoning his spear and locking his gaze right onto the charging beast. With one lightning-fast strike, he cleanly decapitates the creature, sending a fountain of dark blood spraying across the forest floor. The warm blood splashes all over his stunned Xiao Zun, while Qiao Yu stands tall as the system registers the kill. A notification pops up confirming he defeated the fierce beast and gained 100 slaughter points, leaving Xiao Zun broken. The devastated tamer collapses by his dead wolf, wailing in despair, while Qiao Yu watches coldly, planning his next move. Knowing the Xiao family is no longer a threat, he decides to get out of there and begins running through the trees. He wonders where the Tang family went as the scene cuts to a furious Xiao Tians, who has just discovered something. He roars in anger at Tang Wumo, accusing the old man of slaughtering his family and promising to make him pay today. Though slightly anxious, Tang Wumu sips his tea, calmly pointing out that everyone who entered understood the risks of the valley. Once they step inside, life and death are determined by fate, and he asks if Xiao Tians really wants to break rules. Breaking rules established by the 4 great families would be foolish, forcing the raging patriarch into a tense, dark silence. Under the watchful gaze of the Ji and Qin family representatives, the frustrated leader merely scoffs and turns away in anger. Meanwhile, Tang Wumo wonders what Qiao Yu is up to, noting that the kid seems to be slipping out of control lately. Cutting back to Qiao Yu, deep in the woods, he leaps through the trees and lands gracefully on a thick branch. He calls out for Taoist Zhang and Tang Aochen, but his shouts are suddenly interrupted by a weak, familiar cry. A soft voice begs Aoshen to save her, prompting him to rush toward the desperate sound without a second thought. Instantly recognizing Tang Xiaoxiao's voice, Qiao Yu drops into a clearing only to find a badly battered body lying there. Staring at the bloody, mangled corpse, he frowns in total disbelief, wondering how things could have ended up this bad. Even though she was a shallow kiss-up, she definitely did not deserve a gruesome death as terrible as this. Eyeing the mist with cold determination, he silently vows to slaughter every single monster hiding in this thick fog. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts in the distance as a powerful protective spell echoes through the trees. Instantly recognizing the speaker as Taoist Zhang, he leaps into the air and heads straight toward the source of light. Over where Zhang his group is standing, Qiao Yu calls out to the Taoist master. Instantly recognizing him, the man replies. He tells him it is great to see him safe before turning toward Tang Aoshin with a look of pure worry. Where is Tang Xiaoxiao? The sudden question makes Aoshin freeze, forcing Qiao Yu to raise his voice even louder. Was she not always with you? Aoshin breaks into a cold sweat under the pressure, stammering as he hangs his head. He apologizes, claiming it is all his fault before explaining that the thick fog separated them when Xiaoxiao was following right behind. She suddenly let out a sharp cry and completely vanished. But with the mist being so incredibly dense, he did not dare go in. He clutches his head, crying out and blaming himself for failing Xiaoxiao. That is when Zhang Erhe steps up. The Taoist priest consoles them, explaining that Aoshin is not to blame. The monster that took Xiaoxiao must be a skin flayer, a terrifying demon lurking deep within the heavy mist. Qiao Yu frowns, questioning what exactly a skin-flaying ghost is. Eri confirms it is the most terrifying type of wrathful spirit born with hideous features that drive them to steal beauty. They target beautiful victims, waiting for them to lower their guard before ruthlessly flaying the skin right off their bodies. The demons try to wear this stolen flesh, but as spirits they cannot handle the burning warmth of human energy. Draping it over themselves brings agonizing pain, so they turn the human hides into glowing lanterns instead. This allows them to eternally preserve a beauty that was never theirs. Hearing this, Tang Long speaks up in horror, wondering if Xiao Xiao has already met this gruesome fate. Zhang Erhe frowns, noting that she had unfortunately split from the main group. Left entirely on her own, she is likely dead. Suddenly, Tang Long points into the distance with trembling fingers, anxiously asking the master if those are the lanterns he described. Qiao Yu turns around to look where he is pointing. A row of eerie glowing lanterns has appeared. Zhang Erhe immediately leaps forward to shield the group. He warns Qiao Yu to stay sharp as the floating lanterns suddenly charge. The priest immediately begins chanting a holy spell, unleashing a sacred barrier to purify the restless dead, channeling his spiritual energy to shatter the underworld ties. Focusing every ounce of his power, a massive wave of destructive energy erupts, obliterating the cursed lanterns in an instant. He follows up by firing razor-sharp sword energy at the remaining targets. Seeing this, Qiao Yu springs into action. He jokingly screams to leave some killing points for him, desperately trying to steal some kills before they are gone. Charging directly into the fray, he slashes wildly through the demonic crowd, successfully racking up a massive chunk of killing points. In the middle of the chaos, Zhang Erhe shouts a warning. These skin lanterns are merely a small trick. The real threat is the painted skin demon lurking in the shadows, and trust me, this creature is pure nightmare fuel. A crushing aura of pure malice washes over him. Sensing the massive threat, he spins around to face the danger. A strange black mist has gathered behind him, and out of nowhere, a grotesque arm shoots forward like a spear, aiming directly for Qiao Yu's head. He narrowly dodges the surprise attack, gritting his teeth in sudden frustration, calling the hidden beast a cheap backstabber. The mist blow tears past him, lodging itself deep into a nearby tree. Out of the swirling darkness, a creepy humanoid creature leaps out, landing right in front of the young warrior. Its body is humanoid but covered in repulsive wrinkled skin. The demon grins, offering a sickening greeting. He compliments Qiao Yu's beautiful skin and politely asks if he can have it for his collection. Creeping closer, he notes that this skin is far better than his other victims, declaring that silence will be taken as absolute consent. He vows to take it by force. Qiao Yu does not hesitate, swinging his spear in a powerful downward arc, telling the monster to get lost. The devastating strike slices the demon's mask clean in half, exposing a grotesque face. Crimson eyes glowing, the demon unleashes dark energy. Watch how easily the sheer pressure forces Qiao Yu backward. Clutching his ruined face, the demon roars in fury, cursing the human for ruining his hard work. He complains that he offered a polite request, yet the boy dared to damage his precious skin lanterns. Screaming that he will skin him alive and consume his soul, the monster lunges forward in a blind rage. Qiao Yu firmly grips his spear as a vibrant golden aura erupts, allowing him to deliver a powerful counterstrike. The clash is intense, and the demon actually catches the spear. Qiao Yu realizes this beast is insanely tough. He concludes that only pure killing intent will deal real damage. Suddenly, the demon launches another lightning-fast strike. This time, the fiend stretches his arm to massive lengths. Qiao Yu realizes he cannot win this without a boost. Without entering his rage mode, he stands no chance. He immediately triggers the state, ready to unleash absolute havoc. Just as the demon is about to reach Qiao Yu, a voice rings out shouting, "Frozen Dome," as a massive pillar of ice suddenly shoots up from the ground, completely blocking the demon's strike. Qiao Yu is totally caught off guard by what just happened. From a distance, a group rushes in shouting that they are here to help their friend. They land instantly and launch a devastating attack right where the demon stands, forcing it to leap into the air to dodge. To push the monster back, successfully, they quickly group up and take their battle stances. The young man who just arrived is none other than Qin Hao, the family's young sword god. Watching from a distance, Qiao Yu can't help but marvel at the sight, thinking that this newcomer's destructive power is absolutely insane. The demon charges in to attack once more, but this time it targets Qin Hao directly. Sensing the monster's incredible speed, the girl in the back immediately triggers her Frozen Dome skill. Her defense technique instantly creates a thick dome of ice, completely shutting down the demon's strike once more. Without wasting a single second, they charge right into the fray. Watching them fight, Qiao Yu notes how perfectly coordinated they are. Plus, their timing is way too convenient. Have they crossed paths with a skin-peeling demon before Qiao Yu narrows his eyes in deep thought? He gets it now. This skin-peeling demon must have a demon eye on it. Otherwise, why would these rivals ever jump in to help him out? Right on cue, Tang Erhe appears from a distance and asks where Brother Aotian went. Since the demon is occupied, they should leave. Hearing this, Qiao Yu turns around to reply. He tells Priest Zhang to go ahead and that he will follow shortly. Hearing the youth's reply, Erdi hesitates for a brief moment before finally nodding in agreement to head out first. He says he will wait up ahead. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu keeps close watch on the fierce battle unfolding right before him. The group is incredibly strong. No wonder that skin-peeling demons struggled so hard to escape their grasp earlier. Suddenly, Qin Hao unleashes a flurry of slashes, completely decapitating the demon. He yells out to the group, urging them to strike together. They cannot let it open the demon eye space. Upon hearing his order, everyone behind him surges forward in unison. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. A young warrior with a ponytail and a sharp, serious gaze charges forward. He unleashes a crushing blow right onto the demon, forcing one of the precious demon eyes to pop right out. Reaching out to snatch it, he shouts that he got it, but the eyeball suddenly vanishes into thin air. Before he can react, Qiao Yu snatches the demon eye from right under his nose and quickly bolts away from them. Qin Hao notices this instantly and barks out orders for everyone to stop daydreaming and start chasing him down. The whole squad immediately dashes forward to hunt Qiao Yu down. Running for his life, he glances back with a smirk. The second demon eye is finally secured. Now only 2 more remain. This Ghost Mountain dungeon was always a race between them. Since they decided to plot against him first, they have no right to complain now. Right behind him, Qin Hao hurls his sword, commanding the guy with the ponytail to grab onto the flying weapon so he can close the gap. The warrior catches it mid-flight and gets pulled forward at high speed. The flying sword rapidly closes the gap on Qiao Yu. Startled by this ridiculous trick, Qiao Yu can barely react before the ponytailed youth lands right in front of him. He blocks the path in a fighting stance, warning Qiao Yu that running is useless. All he needs to do is stall. Qin Hao will catch up in no time. Qiao Yu remains completely silent, but right at that moment, 2 shadows emerge. 2 mysterious masked figures step forward, their eyes glowing a deep crimson beneath their hoods. One of them holds a massive mace. While Qin Hao is also suddenly surrounded by a crowd of strange masked individuals, he demands to know who they are. He asks which family they belong to, demanding to know how they dare violate the established rules of the Ghost Mountain dungeon. He starts to panic, realizing these people are all mid-tier. If they make a move, his group is completely done for. Outside the dungeon, watching the events unfold on a large screen, Qin Shangxian remarks that someone has set an ambush. They are targeting their juniors inside Ghost Mountain. The elder next to him adds that this acts as an open challenge. Such a bold move is basically declaring war on every single noble family in the capital. Back at Qin Hao's location, he demands to know what they are really after. One of the masked figures steps forward to answer his question. He calmly says it is nothing major, he has just heard of the young sword god and wants a friendly duel. Confused, Qin Hao clarifies if it is a simple one-on-one. The masked man confirms that is exactly what he wants. Sizing up the situation, Qin Hao instantly draws his sword, confidently telling him to bring it on. Meanwhile, back with Qiao Yu and the ponytailed warrior, the two find themselves cornered by a pair of masked foes. The young warrior speaks up, demanding to know their identity. He asks if they are seriously brave enough to cross someone from the prominent Qin family. "Aren't you afraid of the Qin family's revenge?" One of them snaps back, demanding his life. Right away, the ponytail guy charges in, screaming to show off, absolutely determined to end this fight right here. He immediately pulls his fist back, charging up a devastating strike. He throws it straight ahead with absolutely zero mercy. He fires off a barrage of punches at the black-robed man, confidently shouting to see how many times he can dodge. But the mysterious opponent easily slips past every single strike. Another heavy punch flies forward, aiming straight at the stranger's face. This time he doesn't dodge, he stops it, mocks his attacker as trash, and suddenly lowers his stance to drive a brutal fist right into the ponytail guy's face, making his eyes bulge. The sheer power of this punch creates a massive shockwave upon hitting the ground. Immediately after, he follows up with another devastating blow to finish him. Watching from afar, Qiao Yu's face turns grim, realizing this guy is barely human, but why does he look so familiar? With the fight over, the ponytail guy lies completely unconscious on the ground. Another cloaked figure steps up to stop him, reminding him not to forget their main mission. Then he points his heavy mace right at Qiao Yu, threateningly asking if the kid is going to surrender quietly or if they will have to beat him half to death first. Meanwhile, the cloaked partner behind him prepares to strike, but suddenly he drives his fist right through his partner's stomach. Talk about a brutal backstab. The mace holder gasps, looking back in absolute shock. He groans in agonizing pain, calling out Lin Lang's name, but the betrayer, Lin Lang, remains totally calm, softly apologizing as he drops the lifeless body. Watching this from a distance, Qiao Yu calls out, asking if he is really Lin Lang and how he changed so much. But Lin Lang cuts him off, calling Qiao Yu classmate, and promising not to make things difficult. He warns him that many cloaked figures are currently inside this Ghost Mountain dungeon, all hunting for him. He warns Qiao Yu to be careful, sparing him this once, but promising they'll be enemies next time. With that, he leaps away. Qiao Yu frowns deeply, unsettled by the warning of these cloaked hunters coming for him. Just then, Qin Hao and his group arrive at his location. They stop in their tracks, their eyes locking onto the dead body lying right next to Qiao Yu. Shocked, they demand to know what happened as Qiao Yu goes completely pale. He realizes that even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away this suspicion. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Qin Kangqian confronts Tang Wumo, demanding that if his son-in-law killed a junior of the Qin family, he must pay. Tang Wumo remains completely silent. Nearby, Jin Yixu watches, anxiously convinced that Qiao Yu could never do such a thing. Back in the dungeon, Qiao Yu tries to reason with Qin Hao's hostile group, asking if they would even believe him if he said he did not kill this man. But Qin Hao's face darkens as he draws his sword, asking what he thinks. Unwilling to back down, Qiao Yu tells him he is forcing his hand. He pulls out a beautifully carved red ring. Immediately, the system alerts him that the corpse ancestor ring is active. With his escape route set, Qiao Yu bolts deep into the forest. Spotting him running, Qin Hao instantly roars for him to stop. Qiao Yu dashes ahead with Qin Hao hot on his heels, desperately yelling back as he runs that he did not kill that guy. But Qin Hao is not buying it, shouting back that if he is innocent, why is he running? Qiao Yu fires back that Qin Hao needs to put his sword away first. Without stopping, the two kick off a high-stakes chase through the dense woods. A while later, Qin Hao and his men are still searching, completely unaware of where he went. They rush off in the wrong direction while Qiao Yu actually hides behind a nearby tree. The pursuers dash right past him. Peeking out after they leave, he sighs in massive relief. He curses Lin Lang for leaving him with such a huge mess, knowing life outside Ghost Mountain will be chaotic. But since Taoist Master Zhang is waiting, his priority is still to retrieve the demon eye and restore his lost memories. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Tang Erhe, who stands before a bizarre ancient tower. He recalls his master's words, that Master Yuan Kong's remains and their sect's sacred treasures are hidden right inside this temple. He whispers an apology to his friend Qiao Yu for leaving without a word, knowing this mission is far too dangerous. With a deep breath, Erhe steps into the ancient tower. Once inside, he is greeted by the sight of a massive Buddha statue looming in the grand hall. Approaching it, he reaches out to grab the sacred artifact in its hand. This is indeed their sect's lost treasure. But suddenly, a terrifying chill washes over him, signaling a massive threat. He immediately leaps back to escape the statue. Looking up anxiously, his eyes widen at what stands before him. Right in front of him, a massive wave of dark energy erupts from the Buddha statue, followed by a creepy, mocking laugh. Ha ha, it has been so many years since any Taoist priest managed to find this place. Zhang Erhe stands before the bizarre Buddha statue, feeling a bit anxious as he raises his voice. Who's playing tricks here? Show yourself. Right after the metallic clinking of a staff echoes, along with a calm, steady voice. No need to rush. Yuan Kong steps out in simple monk robes, holding his staff, looking completely dignified as he speaks with deep meaning. Whether following Buddhism or Taoism, it is all about bringing blessings and saving sentient beings. Taoist Master Zhang is completely shocked to see the old man step out from behind the Buddha statue. Are you really Grandmaster Yuan Kong? Are you still alive? Yuan Kong puts on a pious, holy facade, every word sounding like sacred Buddhist scripture. Amitabha, until the Ghost Mountain is empty, I shall not attain Buddhahood. Only when all souls are saved will I achieve enlightenment. The monk stands tall with his majestic staff, looking down at Erhe and asking Patron Erhe, what brings you to this mountain today? When asked, Erhe quickly bows and replies, I have been entrusted by my master to retrieve the Singla astrolabe of our sect. Hearing this, the monk's face darkens with displeasure as he asks, oh, so you did not come to join our Buddhist fold? These words leave Erhe deeply confused, and he absolutely cannot help but question the old monk right away. What on earth are you saying, Grandmaster Yuan Kong? I respect you as an elder, but asking me to convert is completely out of the question. I was born a Taoist and I will die as one. Yet Yuan Kong merely ignores his words and continues to tempt him, saying, Patron Erhe, you are destined for our Buddhist path. It is the will of heaven. As he speaks, the majestic staff in his hand suddenly glows, releasing a blinding, brilliant golden light that fills the room. At the same time, Yuan Kong's expression turns twisted and strange. He grips the glowing staff tightly as his voice rings out. He commands him to submit to his Buddha. The powerful light shining from the staff instantly begins to affect Erhe. His face turns completely pale with shock, and his legs begin to tremble uncontrollably under the intense spiritual pressure. Seeing this, Yuan Kong smirks in pure satisfaction. Yes, just like that, kneel down and submit to my Buddha now. The moment those words land, Erhe loses all his strength, completely unable to control his own body as his knees buckle. But right then, a strong hand reaches out, holding the paralyzed Erhe up and stopping him from hitting the ground. Qiao Yu lands smoothly, grabbing Erhe by his collar to snap him out of the trance. True Buddha does not save corrupt souls. Taoist Zhang is young, but his Taoist skills are profound, and since this fake monk probably has not read a single holy book, how can he teach? Zhang Erhe quickly snaps out of Yuan Kong's powerful mind control, turning his head to look beside him in utter shock. Brother Qiao Yu. Recalling how he almost lost his mind just a second ago, a cold shiver runs down his spine. That was incredibly close. He almost got brainwashed by this supposed grandmaster. Seeing another intruder arrive, Yuan Kong looks incredibly annoyed. He forces a fake, rigid smile and asks, "Patron Qiao, do you also wish to submit to my glorious Buddha?" Qiao Yu does not show him an ounce of respect, chuckling as he replies, "Sorry, master, I am a simple guy, so do not let me ruin your god's face." Yuan Kong completely ignores the sarcasm. Suddenly, his entire body begins to glow brightly as the dark chamber lights up. Amitabha, my Buddha, is highly merciful, wishing to save all those who carry deep obsessions and suffering in this world. A beautiful white lotus slowly blooms right beneath his feet, and his glowing aura grows even more intense by the second. He looks down and arrogantly claims that absolutely no one can ever refuse his supreme and merciful Buddha. But instead of being awed, Qiao Yu just stares blankly and casually picks his nose, leaving the old monk completely dumbfounded. Completely ignoring the monk's stunned silence, Qiao Yu casually flicks his finger and speaks with absolute smug arrogance. "Grandmaster Yuan Kong, your little light show is pretty neat. Heh, please keep going." But looking at Qiao Yu's stats, with a spirit stat of exactly 0, Yuan Kong is filled with deep confusion. How is this even possible? Anyone with a spiritual root should have been instantly converted by the Buddha, so why is this kid completely unaffected? He, watching closely from the side, finally realizes what is going on. He tightly grips his sword and yells out fiercely. "This is not Buddhist magic at all. It is just a deceptive spell to control minds. You are not Grandmaster Yuan Kong. Who on earth are you?" The imposter remains incredibly calm as he answers, "Patron Erhe, you are sorely mistaken. Buddha has no true form, physical appearance is just a shell." But suddenly, a wave of demonic energy erupts, from Yuan Kong's body surging directly toward Eri. Reacting instantly, the young Taoist burns a yellow talisman to block it, using the magic to ward off the encroaching dark mist while shouting out, "Evil monster, do you still refuse to repent?" Meanwhile, Qiao Yu remains entirely relaxed, lazily chipping in. Of course, he is not the real Grandmaster Yuan Kong. To be precise, calling him the Ghost Monk is far more accurate. Qiao Yu then turns back to Yuan Kong, who is relentlessly unleashing his dark energy. "Right, Ghost Monk," hearing Qiao Yu call him that makes Yuan Kong furious. The dark energy surrounding his body begins to grow heavy. The surrounding demonic energy grows thicker as his eyes glow with a bizarre green light. He demands to know who dares call him a Ghost Monk. He warns that whether human or ghosts, they will all have their souls scattered. His entire body erupts as powerful, dark energy explodes in every direction. Facing this insane pressure, Qiao Yu instantly feels a heavy weight. This dark energy is far more terrifying than even the skin-peeling ghost. Soon enough, Yuan Kong fully reveals his horrifying ghost monk form. Everything from his skin color to his cassock has completely transformed. A strange mark even appears right on his forehead. Standing amidst the suffocating dark energy, Taoist Master Erhe calls out with a warning. He warns Qiao Yu to be careful. In life, Master Yuan Kong possessed boundless Buddhist power, and now his spirit is dangerous. His lingering obsession makes this wrathful ghost 10 times more terrifying than normal. Even in this horrific form, he still speaks with absolute self-righteousness. Yuan Kong still maintains a pious mask, claiming that while humanity suffers, the distant gods and Buddhas of the heavens do absolutely nothing. But he quickly descends into madness, screaming at the top of his lungs. He vows to be the one to deliver all living souls. He yells that he will slay gods, demons, and even Buddha himself. Even if he must make the entire world his enemy, he has zero regrets. Unleashing a massive wave of dark energy, the ghost monk targets both Qiao Yu and Zhang Erhe, claiming he is the only true Buddha. The sudden violent blast of energy catches them completely off guard. They are sent flying backward before they can even try to react. Talk about collateral damage outside the temple. The sheer force of his raging dark energy triggers a terrifying shockwave. Suffocating energy spreads across the entire mountain. Nearby, the mysterious men dressed in black can feel the sheer horror of this legendary power. They shout in absolute shock and confusion, demanding to know what on earth is happening right now inside the temple. Back inside, Qiao Yu and Erhe manage to quickly regain their footing. Qiao Yu cannot help but admit this guy is tough. Erhe's expression turns incredibly serious. His gaze sharpens as he gives Qiao Yu another urgent warning to stay on high alert. He tells Qiao Yu to watch his own back because he will not be able to protect him. Erhe then pulls out a talisman. Channeling his energy, he rapidly chants a powerful spell, summoning the divine guardians of the heavens to aid his blade. With a fierce swing, he unleashes a devastating slash toward the ghost monk, activating the 7 slaying order of gods and demons. The massive blast of sword energy slams directly into Yuan Kong, triggering a colossal explosion that fills the room with thick dust. As the dust settles, Erhe spots blood leaking from the ghost monk's eyes and mouth, sparking a sudden surge of excitement. He actually managed to hurt the beast. However, the monk acts completely unfazed by the blood dripping down his face. Instead, his voice turns cold and angry, demanding to know how a mere mortal could dare to wound a true god. He commands Erhi to kneel. Instantly, the Taoist master is trapped in a horrific sea of blood, his legs beginning to buckle. Erhi struggles as his knees slowly give out. Across from him, Yuan Kong presses his hands together and speaks with narrow eyes. He declares that anyone who dares to harm the true Buddha will be cast straight down into the blood sea hell. There they will suffer for eternity to atone for their sins. He offers them one single path to escape this torment. They must submit and take refuge in his corrupt teachings. Facing this unbelievable arrogance, Erhi quickly reaches his absolute limit. He begins channeling his spiritual energy once more, cursing the monk as a pathetic excuse for a fake deity. He channels the heavenly Tao of thunder. Instantly, a massive surge of crackling lightning completely envelops his entire body. Seeing this terrifying technique, Qiao Yu's eyes widen. He realizes there is a major problem with this plan. He shouts for Erhi to wait, reminding him that he is still standing inside the blood sea. But it is too late. The wild, furious lightning arcs directly toward the ghost monk, since they are trapped in a literal sea of conductive blood. Qiao Yu is caught right in the crossfire. The stray currents electrocute him, leaving him in absolute agonizing pain. Eventually, the lightning fades and the sea of blood vanishes. However, Qiao Yu's appearance has taken a dark turn. His expression is grim and the system suddenly chimes in, announcing that his berserk state has officially been activated. Meanwhile, Erhi continues to weave hand signs, chanting another ancient spell to prepare his next grand strike. He calls upon the sacred thunder seals to banish the dark souls of the underworld into eternal peace. Activating the ultimate hell-breaking spell, he grips his lightning-infused sword and charges straight toward the demonic monk. He yells out a command to unleash the blast, but the moment his weapon is about to strike, a massive shield instantly manifests in front of the ghost monk, completely blocking every bit of Erhi's ultimate attack. Erhi watches in absolute horror as his sword shatters into tiny pieces. The ghost monk is far too powerful. He reveals a single demon eye, smugly mocking him as a mere mortal who dared to strike a true Buddha. With that, he strikes, his staff overflowing with dark energy thrust straight at young Erha. The brutal blow sends the Taoist crashing backwards, slamming hard into the wall in sheer agony. He looks completely knocked out cold. Still, Yuan Kong refuses to stop. He advances, weapon raised, but right at that moment, a sudden powerful force sweeps right past him. The old monk gasps at the suffocating killing intent. Suddenly, Qiao Yu charges. He lunges forward, swinging his massive long saber with majestic force. The demon monk is forced to retreat. Though he dodges, he still loses 100 health points. A clean wound opens on Yuan Kong's shoulder. Immediately, the system displays his detailed epic stats. He is a level 30 boss with 7,900 health. His strength is 463, defense is 192, and agility is 344. The system also shares a friendly note. Yuan Kong was once a brilliant, enlightened monk, but a dark obsession corrupted him, dragging his soul into evil after death. Seeing these stats, Qiao Yu feels a sudden chill. This demon monk is dangerously close to reaching the high tier. The young man's expression grows grim. The enemy's power is basically at the absolute ceiling of the mid-tier. Without his golden dragon saber, if that ghost lantern keeps feeding on killing intent, he and Taoist Zhang have zero chance of survival. Behind him, Zhang Erha slowly drags himself up. Gripping his sword, he shouts that things are too desperate. He has to risk his life. If he dies, he begs Qiao Yu to carry his body and soul compass down the demon mountain. He refuses to become a walking corpse. He whispers a weak thank you. But Qiao Yu remains completely calm. Smirking slightly, he reassures the Taoists that neither of them is dying today. With that, Qiao Yu launches himself off the ground. Blade in hand, he closes the distance in a flash. He sweeps right beside the demon monk, bringing his saber down. But the corrupted monk reacts with insane speed. He raises his staff, blocking the blow effortlessly. At the same time, he mutters some creepy Buddhist chants. He warns Qiao Yu that his heavy killing intent will drag his soul straight to the deepest abyss of hell. But Qiao Yu quickly spins his blade, thrusting downward. The monk parries easily. Meanwhile, Zhang Erha takes action. He sneaks right behind Yuan Kong, forming hand seals to strike. But even while fighting Qiao Yu, the monk senses him. He suddenly spins his head a full 180 degrees, utterly terrifying the poor Taoist. Right then, the monk reveals his true horror. Both of his eyes are actually glowing crimson demon eyes. They radiate a sickening, ominous light. Swinging his heavy staff, he strikes Zhang Erha once more. The poor Taoist flies backward, crashing hard. Watching this unfold, Qiao Yu quickly recalculates the situation. Wait, those are 2 demon eyes. If he kills this monk, Ming can finally collect 4. But in that split second of distraction, the monk snaps his head back around. Folding his hands, he thrusts his heavy weapon forward. Qiao Yu feels a sudden heavy pressure, locking him in place. His body completely refuses to move. Seeing him frozen, Zhang Erha screams out his name in pure panic. but the monk's weapon is all ready, striking Qiao Yu directly, sending him flying backward. His entire body slams violently into the solid stone wall. The sheer impact shakes the entire room. After taking that devastating blow, Qiao Yu lies completely motionless. But right behind the distracted monk, Zhang Erha stands up. Pressing his sword to his temple, a brilliant, golden light begins to radiate around him. He roars Yuan Kong's name, startling the monk, and drives another strike straight into his chest. His voice echoes with a forbidden incantation to borrow the ultimate law of heaven and earth. A blinding golden light erupts from him, illuminating the dark, dusty chamber. He looks grimly at his opponent. Yuan Kong gasps in absolute horror, calling him an absolute lunatic who wants to drag them both to the grave. But Zhang Erha completely ignores the monk's panicked words instead, gripping his sword tightly and chanting the final verses to unleash his ultimate devastating demon-slaying magic. With a loud roar, he unleashes his blazing sword, directing the blinding golden light straight toward the monk. The terrifying surge of energy travels way too fast for Yuan Kong to react. He can only let out a desperate scream as the sword impales his chest. The weapon explodes with pure energy, causing immense agony. Having poured every ounce of his remaining life force into that strike, Zhang Erha begins to wobble weakly. Qiao Yu rushes forward again quickly, catching Zhang Erhe before he falls. The priest looks up at him, totally caught off guard. He struggles to speak, asking if Qiao Yu is actually still alive. Qiao Yu just gives a faint, mysterious smile and replies that he got lucky. But inside, he is letting out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that silver lion helmet passive, or he would be severely injured too. Helping the priest stand, Qiao Yu asks if Yuan Kong is finally dead. Zhang Erhe struggles to catch his breath before responding. He says he is not sure. Any normal demon would have turned to ash, but since Yuan Kong is a fallen Buddha, one strike might not do it. Once Zhang Erhe is steady, Qiao Yu grips his long saber tight and starts walking toward the blast zone to finish the job. He decides to deliver one final decisive blow. But as Qiao Yu gets closer, he realizes the ghost monk is completely gone, leaving him startled. Only Zhang Erhe's sword remains deeply embedded in the wall. Right then, from a dark corner nearby, a massive surge of demonic energy erupts. Cold, murderous eyes glare through the gloom, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice declaring that they are both going to die. A swirling cloud of purple energy begins to gather directly above Qiao Yu and his companion, spinning faster and faster in the air. The dark mist slowly disperses, but the entire temple around them has warped into a completely different, horrifying dimension. Now sitting before them is the demon monk on a dark lotus throne, surrounded by tens of thousands of mindless chanting worshippers. The sight leaves both Qiao Yu and Zhang Erhe utterly speechless. Yuan Kong sits high on his lotus, radiating absolute malice. He asks in a deep, echoing voice why they do not bow before the true Buddha. Instantly, Zhang Erhe loses control of his own body. The crushing pressure forces the priest to his knees, unable to resist. Qiao Yu also feels the heavy weight pressing down on him. Somehow, he manages to stay upright, but he knows he cannot hold out for much longer. He immediately calls out for help. Qiao Yu asks the Machine Queen what to do since the demon eyes forming this domain are just too insanely powerful. The mechanical voice of the Machine Queen echoes in his ears, suggesting he use his own pair of demon eyes to counter the domain. That way he can break this space. Qiao Yu pulls out the two demon eyes he has, holding them tight as he prepares to make a move. Deciding to risk everything, he quickly jams the two terrifying eyeballs straight into his own empty sockets. Aggressive burning pain surges through his mind and his eyes begin to glow with a strange, eerie red light. At that exact moment, the demon monk glares down and swings his hand forward, calling Qiao Yu a vile beast. His hand swells to the size of a mountain, slamming down directly onto Qiao Yu with a violent, earth-shattering impact. Rocks and debris shatter into tiny pieces, but as the massive hand slowly lifts, revealing a giant crater, Qiao Yu is still standing there. He is completely unharmed without even a single scratch. The demon monk gapes in sheer disbelief at the sight. He frowns deeply, screaming that this is impossible. Meanwhile, a brilliant golden light shimmers right above Qiao Yu's head. The Machine Queen has deployed a golden barrier shielding him from the monk's devastating attack. Slowly, Qiao Yu begins to adapt to his new eyes. He slowly opens them. But the protective shield around him is already cracking and on the verge of collapsing from Yuan Kong's power. But Qiao Yu has fully integrated the demon eyes. His gaze now radiates a thick, suffocating aura of pure, cold, killing intent. He thinks to himself that the world looks completely different now. The level of detail he can perceive is absolutely insane. He can see every single speck of dust floating in the air. Talk about a crazy power-up, and that is just with two of them. Qiao Yu stands tall, completely fearless, as he faces the demon monk. When Yuan Kong looks at him, he immediately senses the change. Shocked, the monk exclaims that the other two demon eyes are actually in Qiao Yu's possession. Qiao Yu just gives a smug, teasing grin. He arrogantly asks the monk if he wants them, Hearing this, Yuan Kong becomes ecstatic, completely losing his mind with greed. He charges forward with his staff, screaming that he will take them by force. But even though the monk moves incredibly fast, to Qiao Yu's new eyes, every single movement looks like it is running in slow motion. His dynamic vision is off the charts. Not only is his sight enhanced, but he can easily predict the monk's next move. Yuan Kong's heavy staff swings down, carrying massive destructive force behind a powerful temple-style strike. Even with the weapon right in his face, Qiao Yu remains entirely calm. Just as the blow is about to connect, he finally activates his speed-boosting boots, effortlessly slipping away. With a quick swipe, Qiao Yu unleashes a counterattack with his long saber. The monk reacts fast and barely manages to dodge. Qiao Yu's gaze turns ice-cold as he tells him that running is useless. Right then, the system announces his signature skill. Dragon Roar Consecutive Slash is now active. He casually swings his blade again, which the monk barely blocks with his staff. The system alerts chime again as the skill stacks. Qiao Yu gradually ramps up his speed and power, striking repeatedly. The slash is stacked 5 times now. On the receiving end, the demon monk is struggling hard, sensing something is horribly wrong. Every single strike is getting faster and hitting way harder. And right on cue, another devastating wave of attacks is coming. But this time, the emerald staff in the ghost monk's hand shattered into a million pieces. Just then, the system chimed in. The Dragon Roar combo had repeated 20 times, conjuring a terrifying, overwhelming pressure right in front of the ghost monk. The strike surged forward, forcing the old monk back in pure terror. His gaze filled with utter confusion at what was happening. Qiao Yu did not give him a single second to recover. With a cold, brutal slash, he cut the monk down. The blade sliced the enemy into pieces. Even as his body crumbled and dissolved, the monk still refused to believe it. How is this possible, he wondered. Once the ghost monk completely dissolved, a glowing sphere of light appeared in midair. At the same time, the system pinged. Killing intent value plus 400 player has obtained 2 demonic eyes. Qiao Yu calmly walked over to the floating light and reached out to touch it. Within the glow, 3 cards materialized. He quickly snatched them up. The system mechanical voice chimed in, "Congratulations, player has received an A-rank item. The player has received 3 Adopt Enemy as Father cards. This special card is a single-use tactical item. When activated, it ignores the opponent's will and forces them to become your foster father." Reading this made him absolutely furious. He threw the ridiculous cards to the dirt, cursing under his breath about what kind of garbage item this was. "What a load of trash," he muttered. Wait, just as another weapon dropped out of the glowing sphere, catching him by surprise. Qiao Yu spun around in disbelief, shocked to see another loot drop. He picked it up to inspect it closely. But after analyzing the item for a moment, he noticed something very strange. Right then, the system displayed the weapon details. "Congratulations, player has acquired the D-rank weapon, the Sky-Piercing Halberd." A sky-piercing halberd in a place like this. Equipped with this halberd, the player can bypass all defense to attack their own foster father. He immediately pictured forcing his worst enemy to be his dad, then impaling him with this weapon. Just thinking about it made his eyes light up with pure joy. This exact weapon rule meant he could execute a fatal strike at least 3 whole times. He immediately scrambled right back to scoop up the discarded cards, grinning like an absolute madman. You can't blame him. Not bad at all, he thought. Then pulling out the 2 demonic eyes, he whispered that it was time to reclaim his locked memories. Without hesitation, he shoved the creepy demon eyes directly into his own sockets. The moment they fused, Qiao Yu's entire body erupted in a violent crimson aura. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette flashed deep within his mind. He gasped as the memories flooded back. A figure stood far away, her back turned toward him, yet he recognized Qiao Yu instantly. Qiao Yu's expression turned incredibly dark, his eyes colder than winter ice. Right then, the system chimed again. "Congratulations, player has unlocked a hidden S-rank skill, Ghost Pupil Warpath. By consuming his own health points, the player can instantly analyze and counter any visible skill or melee attack. The total amount of health consumed depends entirely on the sheer power or level of the skill he mirrors." Shattered fragments of his past slowly knitted back together. At the very end, the face of the person closest to him appeared. Qiao Yu. As the memory sharpened, the atmosphere around him grew violently turbulent, boiling with pure hatred. Seeing this terrifying murderous aura, the injured Taoist Zhang Erhe watched from the side and called out to him. He asked Qiao Yu if he was all right. Hearing the voice behind him, Qiao Yu suppressed his aura, his face grim. He turned and replied that he was fine and that the ghost monk had been taken care of. Behind his calm facade, he connected the dots. It seemed highly likely those black-clothed assassins came from the Bai Zi faction. It looked like Lin Lang was just a sacrificial pawn for Bai Zi's experiments on the outside world. Suddenly, a noise echoed. Hostile forces emerged from the dark forest, shouting that they had found them. Several black-clothed figures slowly surrounded Qiao Yu. One of them ordered the others to notify the other 3 squads to regroup immediately. Qiao Yu stood tall in the shrine. He watched them approach as one of the men issued a cold threat telling Qiao Yu to come along quietly. Qiao Yu merely sneered, mockingly challenging them to try. At the same time, he silently evaluated their combat strength. They were all mid-tier fighters. Enraged by his sheer arrogance, the assassins drew their weapons and charged. Calling him a reckless brat, they went in for the kill. But Qiao Yu had no intention of standing there like a target. A long spear materialized in his hand, and he instantly lunged forward to meet their assault head-on. As they clashed, a massive fireball suddenly erupted right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. The attack was simply too fast. Qiao Yu was forced to retreat, but the explosive impact still blew him backward. Through the heavy smoke, an assassin wielding a sharp sword lunged forward to finish him off. But Qiao Yu reacted instantly. He reacts instantly, raising his long spear to block the incoming attack. The black-robed man's sword clashes with the spear in Qiao Yu's hands, sending screeching sparks flying. Instantly, he counters with a devastating sweep, blasting the black-robed assassin back and shaving off 505 points of his health. As the attacker staggers back, immediately steps up to heal him, but the man is left completely bewildered. How is this possible? How could I lose so easily to a kid? Giving them no time to recover, Qiao Yu springs forward, lunging straight at the group. A shield-bearing enemy steps up to block him. Qiao Yu slams his weapon down hard, but the shield holds firm, leaving him quite impressed. That shell is pretty tough, he thinks. Right then, a blazing fireball shoots toward him from the side. Qiao Yu reacts in a flash, gripping his spear tightly to swat the massive fireball out of the air. But another black-robed assassin creeps up right behind him. Seizing the perfect moment of distraction, the enemy prepares to strike, leaps high into the air, ready to strike from above. Sensing the danger right behind him, Qiao Yu channels his inner energy, pivots on his heel and slides backward to dodge the deadly blow. His expression slowly grows incredibly serious. Individually, they are just as strong as he is, but their team coordination is simply too tight. Unless he can take down one of them first to disrupt their formation, there is simply no way to break through their defense. With that in mind, Qiao Yu pulls out a card while instantly swapping his weapon to the Fang Qin Torrential Strike. If that is how you want to play, he mutters, do not blame me for using my trump card. He raises the card up high. The recognized thief as father card and roars out, if you do not cast me aside, I wish to call you father. The shield wielder stares at him in utter confusion, completely frozen. As the card in Qiao Yu's hand fades away, the defender suddenly feels a strange change. What is this? He wonders, why do I feel so incredibly close to him? Realizing the trick worked, Qiao Yu moves before the enemy can snap out of it. Lunging forward with his halberd, he shouts, how can a true man spend his life serving under others? Old bastard, you and I stand on opposite sides. The defender senses the incoming threat and barely manages to raise his heavy shield. But this time, his turtle shell defense fails him completely, as Qiao Yu's weapon completely shatters the barrier, impaling him right through. His health points drop to 0. Killing intent value plus 150. The remaining assassins turn pale in sheer terror, trembling as they stammer out. He just instantly killed a mid-tier defensive cultivator in a single blow, giving them absolutely no time to think. Qiao Yu leaps forward again, charging his spear directly toward the enemy's healing mage. The healer's magic has already anticipated this. A nearby assassin quickly summons a blazing fire dragon ball to protect him, but Qiao Yu reacts in an instant. He slips past every single attack and delivers a clean slash right into the healer, making him shriek in pain. A system alert chimes, killing intent value plus 150. Right then, a blonde assassin charges at his back, unleashing his ultimate move, the Heavenly Shadow Slash. He moves incredibly fast, instantly releasing dozens of sharp sword waves that rip into Qiao Yu's body. He laughs in triumph, mocking that Qiao Yu cannot possibly keep up. But to his absolute horror, Qiao Yu remains completely unharmed. Eyes glowing a deep bloody red, Qiao Yu charges right at him, stopping mere inches from his face. Wearing a cold smirk, he coldly whispers the killer's own words, Heavenly Shadow Slash. Instantly, the system triggers the Demon Eye Heavenly Soldier path, draining 1,200 health points and activating his rage state. Suddenly, the blonde fighter finds himself surrounded by the exact same sword waves, leaving him frozen in shock. How could this kid possibly copy his signature move? Standing amidst the swirling storm of sword waves, he suddenly realizes something. Where are the attacks? He wonders, why are they not hitting me yet? Just as the thought crosses his mind, he senses a dense wave of killing intent. He turns and gasps in sheer terror. Qiao Yu swings his giant blade, slicing the staff-wielding assassin right in half. Seeing this brutal sight, the remaining two turn pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Qiao Yu stands there, radiating an aura like a true demon from hell. He curls his lips into a chilling smile, turning his head slowly toward them. Two left, he whispers. Watching him approach with his spear, the survivors grow even more terrified. The blonde one stammers out, calling him a literal monster, but Qiao Yu completely ignores the trembling voice. Flared up in his searing, fiery aura, his eyes burn with pure brutality. "You by Z dogs all deserve to die," he declares. Seeing his explosive fury, the terrified pair quickly turn tail and sprint toward the dark forest, shouting for backup from the other three teams. Qiao Yu slowly tempers his raging aura and deactivates his weapon, breathing heavily. "I have used up all my cards anyway, so chasing them down is not worth it." Nearby, Zhang Ere stands holding his wounds. Watching from the sidelines this whole time, he finally speaks up, calling out to Qiao Yu, but the young man just chuckles and cuts him off. He thanks Taoist Zhang for his help this time, and before the older man can say anything else, he simply bids farewell. Hoping to meet again, he quickly exits the dungeon. Meanwhile, in a dark and freezing cell of another instance, Qiao Yu sits bound in chains. Heavy iron shackles lock her down, but her gaze remains fixed on a mysterious box in her hands, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tears silently stream down her face as she stares at it. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes in her ear, breaking the heavy silence. She flinches as the voice asks if she really went ahead and broke the seal. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the dungeon exit. A massive crowd has gathered here, and the moment Qiao Yu steps out, someone yells that the kid is finally out. A mob immediately rushes over to surround him, with a white-haired guy shouting out Qiao Yu's name. Nearby, the Qin family head observes coldly. Qin Changqian narrows his eyes at the young man, while further away Xiao Tian's glances at the relaxed Tang Wumo sitting nearby. And here is where things start getting tense. Back with Qiao Yu, the angry white-haired man steps up to confront him. He demands to know how Qiao Yu can stay completely silent after ruthlessly slaughtering members of the prestigious Qin family. Unbothered by the hostility, Qiao Yu calmly states that he was not the one who killed them. Hearing this, Xiao Tian snorts. He laughs arrogantly, mocking the kid by asking if they are all supposed to just blindly believe his word. He asks if Qiao Yu thinks they are blind, pointing out that the Qin youth chased after him and died, so who else could it be? Xiao Yu's face darkens and his gaze grows ice-cold as he explains that two black-clad figures had appeared back then. One of them was Lin Lang, a martial arts student from Capital University who has now aligned himself with the Baize faction. He reveals that Baize did the killing, but Xiao Tian laughs it off as a ridiculous excuse. He scoffs that since there were no witnesses, Qiao Yu can easily make up whatever lie he wants to save his own skin. A nearby lackey joins in with a sneer, mocking that if the killer was Baize, then he might as well be the mythical Qilin. Just then, Qin Tianshui steps forward and calls out to him. Sensing her cold demeanor, Qiao Yu feels a pang of doubt. He asks if she does not believe him either, but she only looks back with a face full of sorrow and tearful eyes. She asks how she can possibly trust him when he murdered her family. Hearing her reply, his expression turns completely freezing. He quietly mutters if that is how it is, but before he can even finish his sentence, she abruptly cuts him off with an apology. Wait, she actually draws her sword, and before anyone can blink, she slashes forward, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. Qiao Yu trembles in agonizing pain but clenches his teeth to endure the blow. Qin Tianshu watches him, stunned by his lack of resistance. Shocked that she successfully pierced his chest without him even trying to defend himself, she stumbles back in absolute horror. Her voice shakes as she asks why he did not dodge. Coughing up blood, Qiao Yu clutches his chest and answers coldly. This strike is to repay the debt for her help back at Soul Lake, which is why he stood his ground and took it. But from this moment on, all ties between them are permanently severed. They are now nothing but strangers to each other. In his mind, Ciyu's gentle face flashes, bringing a realization that she would have trusted him no matter what. As he coldly turns his back to leave, Qin Tianshui feels a heavy pang of guilt washing over her. She wonders if she truly misjudged him. But before he can take more than a few steps, a harsh shout demands him to freeze. Instantly, a squad of Qin family experts surrounds him once again, yet his face remains completely unbothered by the sudden ambush. He calmly asks what the Qin family is trying to pull. Standing with his hands behind his back, Qin Kangqian speaks up. He asks who permitted the boy to leave, then turns to Qin Hao, questioning if Qiao Yu was indeed the killer. Qin Hao admits he did not see Qiao Yu pull the trigger, but the victims were already dead when they arrived. Recalling the chaos inside the dungeon, he explains that he also encountered those mysterious black-clad fighters on his way. He notes it was more of a casual clash than a fight to the death and doubts they killed his family. The patriarch's face darkens even further, and he coldly turns to Qiao Yu, asking if he heard the testimony. He points out that regardless of actual guilt, Qiao Yu remains the prime suspect and cannot simply walk away. Still, incredibly poised, Qiao Yu asks what the patriarch is getting at. Qin Jiangqian's brow furrows in pure rage. He barks that the answer is simple: the boy must die and the 4 demonic eyes in his possession must be handed over. Hearing this blatant greed, Qiao Yu's expression turns deadly. He bursts into a mocking laugh at the Qin family's hypocrisy. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupts from his body, his voice laced with pure, unfiltered, murderous intent. He warns them one last time that he did not touch their people and their deaths have absolutely nothing to do with him. If you insist on targeting me at worst, I will drag everyone down to the grave. This bold statement throws the crowd into chaos. Everyone is completely shocked. Has this kid lost his mind? He actually dares to curse at the Qin family head, calling him an old geezer and even threatening him. This is a completely mismatched fight, and the Qin patriarch looks on coldly, frowning as a strange chilling premonition washes over him. To the old man, Qiao Yu currently looks like a monster, a terrifying demon who could crush him with a single hand. If they fight, could this kid actually kill him? But sheer fury quickly pushes those doubts aside. How could the great Qin family be held hostage by a mere brat? He barks out orders to his men, commanding them to attack immediately and capture the kid right now, dead or alive. Following the ruthless command, his subordinates roar in unison and charge straight toward Qiao Yu at full speed. Qiao Yu pulls out 2 cards, recognizing a thief as a father along with a Fangqian halberd strike, unleashing a terrifying pressure. As the explosive energy surges, a devastating battle seems completely unavoidable. But then a voice rings out. Tang Wumo suddenly roars for them to stop. Dripping with heavy killing intent, he descends right in front of Qiao Yu, leaving the young man surprised and confused. Standing firm, Tang Wumo declares that Qiao Yu is the son-in-law of the Tang family. If the Qins touch him, the Tang family will wage an all-out war. Xiao Tianzi is utterly stunned by this unexpected defense. He wonders if old man Tang Wumo has completely lost his mind, risking his entire clan for a mere temporary son-in-law. Meanwhile, Qin Kangqian fumes with intense rage, hissing out that Tang Wumo must want the Tang family destroyed this instant. But the Tang patriarch remains entirely calm. He admits they might not be a match for the Qins if war breaks out, but even in death, they can still bite off a few chunks of the Qin family's flesh without any issue. He asks what would happen once the Qin family is severely weakened and left with only a fraction of their strength. Won't other families act like hungry wolves, smelling blood pouncing to tear the Qin clan apart? At his warning, the crowd shifts. Behind Qin Kangqian, members of other families begin snickering in amusement, making the Qin leader frown even harder in pure frustration. Tang Wumu continues, pointing out that life and death inside the Demon Mountain dungeon are decided by fate and fortune. This has always been the rule, so why should the lives of the Qin family be considered more precious than anyone else? His words hit the mark perfectly immediately, triggering a massive wave of uproar and cursing from all the surrounding clans. They complain that the Qin family is too overbearing, doing nothing when others die but wanting revenge when their own fall, calling them out on their blatant double standards. Seeing the furious reactions around him, Qin Changqian is absolutely livid but utterly helpless. He can only glare and hiss that the Tang family will certainly pay a heavy price for today's defiance. With a dark expression, he angrily leads his family members away, calling for them to leave right now. Qin Hao is also deeply frustrated, but he can only quietly follow his patriarch out. Qiao Yu then turns to Tang Wumo, expressing his deep gratitude to the Tang patriarch. But the old man simply responds with polite grace, brushing it off, saying that protecting Qiao Yu is only natural since he is working for them. He then casually turns to leave, adding that since he promised to let Qiao Yu enter the Tang family's ancestral land, he will not break his word. As for whatever opportunities he might find inside, that will entirely depend on his own luck and destiny. At a magnificent castle bearing the mark of the Baizhe clan, a tense meeting takes place inside the grand main hall. A group is kneeling. Their leader rages, calling them useless trash for sending 20 intermediate-tier fighters, yet they failed. Failed to capture a single beginner. A sub-leader trembles, begging the angry lord. He begs for mercy. Meanwhile, back at the Tang estate, Qiao Yu stands with Tang Wumo. Standing before a hidden door, the old head channels his energy to draw a mysterious magic array. Suddenly, the heavy door slowly creaks open. Blinding radiant light floods out, filling the dark room completely. Tang Wumu turns to Qiao Yu and cordially invites him inside, explaining that their ancestral land lies down below. As the elder leads the way, the robotic queen's voice suddenly echoes in Qiao Yu's ears. A warning sounds. The robotic queen tells Qiao Yu to limit using his special eyes in daily life. That S-grade skill is dangerous. Suddenly, the heavy stone door slams shut right behind his back. He frowns slightly. Understood, he replies. The two silently descend through 9 flights of dark stairs. Finally, they set foot on a vast underground altar surrounded by 5 massive stone pillars and a giant platform. Looking around, Qiao Yu is instantly hit with deep confusion and shock by what he sees. This altar looks exactly like the one back at Soul Cleansing Lake. Sensing something off, Tang Wumu turns around and asks him what is wrong. Is your body feeling unwell? Qiao Yu quickly waves his hands, forcing a smile as he replies that everything is totally fine. He laughs it off, claiming it is just a little hot down here. But right then, the old man finally shows his true sinister colors. Wearing a devious smirk, Tang Wumo glances at him and mutters that very soon he will not have to worry about the heat anymore. Those words send a chill right down Qiao Yu's spine. Old man, he asks in sudden panic, what do you think you are doing? Tang Wumu's smile grows absolutely terrifying, his eyes gleaming with malice. Qiao Yu should have never interfered with Tanglan back at the lake. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts from the old man, blasting straight toward Qiao Yu and catching him completely off guard. Qiao Yu leaps backward to dodge the strike. Since he ruined the old man's original plans, he will make the perfect replacement for Tanglan. Regaining his footing, Qiao Yu quickly pulls out his special card in one hand while his other hand instantly summons his trusty weapon. He starts to yell, the activation phrase. But before he can even finish, a weird sensation washes over him, his body feels totally empty. All strength vanishes. Qiao Yu collapses onto the cold ground, completely knocked out and dead to the world. An endless pitch-black void rapidly consumes his consciousness. For what feels like an eternity, he is trapped in total silent darkness. Much later, Qiao Yu slowly blinks his eyes open to a blinding harsh light. A blurry, unfamiliar figure looms directly over him. A strange voice asks if he is finally awake. Qiao Yu realizes he is tightly strapped down hand and foot to a bizarre machine. Gagged and helpless, he can only let out muffled grunts. Standing right next to him is someone who looks like a mad scientist. Seeing his captive awake, Tang Wumo approaches him with a chilling grin. Stop playing around, he commands. It is time to get to business. He stares at the young man with a creepy, hungry look in his eyes. Truly a perfect body, the old man mutters. He turns to walk toward the neighboring capsule, whispering that he is dying of old age and might only survive another month. But if he wipes Qiao Yu's mind and transfers his own memories into the kid's brain chip, he can live on in his body. Total mind theft. Hearing this terrifying plan, Qiao Yu's eyes widen in absolute horror as he panics internally. Queen, he screams in his mind, you have to save me. Unfortunately, the system's reply is not looking good at all. She explains they injected him with a heavy paralyzing agent. She is helping him neutralize the toxin, but it is taking time. Say what, Qiao Yu is absolutely fuming. Meanwhile, the Tang family head lies down inside, his machine still rambling on and on. He laments that Tanglan was his perfect target since they shared a bloodline, but Qiao Yu just had to show up. You have plenty of juicy secrets, the old man smiles, but very soon every single one of them will belong to me. With a final smug grin, the patriarch closes his eyes and orders the scientist to begin the mind transfer process. The researcher shuts both pods and connects them with cables. Instantly, the terrifying machines hum to life, starting the transfer. Blinding agony rips through Qiao Yu's entire body, forcing muffled screams from his throat as the process tears at his mind. But somehow, Qiao Yu breaks free. Standing tall, with a pitch-black expression, a thick, suffocating aura of pure rage rolls off him. You dared try to wipe my mind, old man. Today, only one of us is walking out of this room alive. Gripping his deadly weapon, Qiao Yu glares at his captor. Tang Wumo just sneers, amused by the kid's sheer arrogance. I have already reached the high tier. The patriarch boasts, what makes you think a weakling like you can beat me? Ignoring the boast, Qiao Yu brandishes his special card, yelling out that if the old man accepts him, he will gladly call him godfather. Tang Wumo blinks in total confusion at this bizarre stunt, completely failing to understand what the boy is trying to pull. What on earth is that, he wonders. But before he can think, Qiao Yu charges ahead with an incredibly heavy, oppressive aura. Godfather, let me send you on your way, Qiao Yu roars. The sheer force behind this desperate strike is absolutely insane. A sudden wave of deep anxiety washes over Tang Wumo. How can a mere low-tier brat trigger such an intense sense of danger? Despite his age, his combat instincts are sharp. He instantly plants his feet, channeling his spiritual energy to trigger his ultimate defense. Golden light flares up, forming an invincible golden barrier around his body that completely blocks out Qiao Yu's devastating heavy slashes. Watching the attacks bounce off, Tang Wumo bursts into arrogant laughter, boasting that this is a rare single-use A-rank shield. Even if someone as strong as Ji Pingyang attacked with full force, they could never shatter this defense, let alone a weakling. But the old man totally underestimates the pure power of Qiao Yu's upgraded halberd as it smashes directly into the barrier. Hairline fractures spider web across the golden shield, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded and staring in complete wide-eyed disbelief. Pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into the weapon, Qiao Yu roars out for the old man to finally die. The devastating force of the blow blasts the old patriarch back, pinning him deep into the shattered wall as his health bar plummets, immediately losing over 9 billion health points. Seeing this insane number pop up makes Qiao Yu pause in pure confusion. What on earth is going on? How is his health pool this massive? He grabs his spear and looks over at the recovering family head, completely stunned by the system notification flashing before his eyes. It shows an S-rank defensive item called Sage Protection, which can completely negate a single fatal attack on its user. Qiao Yu smirks, suddenly very interested. Sage Protection, huh? You have to wonder why an old fossil like him got so lucky. Honestly, using it on you is an absolute waste. Why not just die quietly so I can loot it off your corpse? Meanwhile, Tang Wumo is covered in blood and utterly baffled. Why is this low-tier weapon giving off such a lethal, terrifying pressure? It makes no sense at all. Trying to compose himself, the old man stares at the boy and demands answers. Kid, what kind of dirty trick did you just pull? But Qiao Yu completely ignores him and pulls out another card. None of your business, Qiao Yu says with a grin. Let us see just how many of those protections you have left. Before he can even finish, the old geezer suddenly vanishes into thin air. Qiao Yu glances to the side. There is a giant human-shaped hole smashed straight through the wall. Gone. Is this really a dying man with 2 weeks left? As his card dissolves, Qiao Yu realizes that despite his immense power, the old man is so terrified of death that he fled from a novice. That level of cowardice is almost impressive. Right on cue, a new system notification flashes in front of him. A mysterious power has been detected protecting your adoptive father. Since the attack failed, you may launch another fatal strike. This is getting good. Qiao Yu lets out a soft chuckle and mutters that he can save his last card for now. Next time they cross paths, that old geezer is history. With that, Qiao Yu effortlessly smashes through another nearby wall to head outside. Honestly, with how little lifespan the old man has left, he might not even survive until their next encounter. Then his system interface pops up. The system interface fills his vision, displaying his fully updated character stats. Name Qiao Yu. Class a Necromancer. Level Beginner 18. Strength 504 with Virtue conquers all. Defense 500 with Rock Solid. Agility 9. Spirit 0. Health 6020. Mana 1800. Experience 1800. Talent Brave Heart of a Mage, rank unknown. His current skills include Ghost Eye. Level 5 Soldier Summoning, A rank Miracle Maker, A rank Power Contract, and B rank Wrath of the Mechanical Queen. His current gear includes an A rank Ancestral Corpse Ring, Wind Riding Shoes, a D rank Sky Piercing Halberd, a B rank Golden Dragon Crescent Blade, and B rank Frenzied Spider Armor. Then there is the C rank Skull King Ring, the C rank Staff of Intelligence, and items like the level 5 Pluto Seed, plus the A rank Godfather card. Qiao Yu clenches his fist, deeply determined. The Tang family, the Qin family, the Hunters Guild. Even the Bai Zi. Right now, raw strength is his absolute priority. Offending this many factions means survival will be impossible without power. He stands there reflecting. Though something feels a bit off, like he is overlooking some crucial detail, he decides to shake it off. For now, he needs to get back to school. Meanwhile, back in that ruined room, the mysterious scientist is still hiding behind the wall. He completely conceals his face, remaining in the shadows. Later, Qiao Yu arrives back at school, walking casually with his hands in his pockets. Walking down the path, he thinks to himself that school is much nicer than that incredibly gloomy and creepy ghost mountain. Out of nowhere, a heavy hand grips his shoulder, making him jump. Before he can even react, Qiao Yu vanishes from the courtyard. He is instantly teleported into a secure campus room, and looking at the person standing before him, his anger flares. It is Principal Ji Pingyang. Ignoring the boy's annoyance, the principal glares at him with an incredibly cold, serious expression. Did you murder the heir of the Qin family in Ghost Mountain? Qiao Yu snaps, his temper instantly flaring even worse. I didn't do it, he shouts. But the principal merely scoffs, immediately unleashing a crushing wave of energy. Instantly, Qiao Yu's health drops by 2,090 points, but the countdown does not stop there. It keeps falling rapidly. He is completely helpless against this crushing weight, barely able to raise his arms to block the brutal onslaught. Only when his health drops to a single point does Ji Pingyang finally halt the attack. He draws back his overwhelming aura, leaving Qiao Yu leaning heavily against the wall, swaying as if he might collapse at any second. Once the kid regains his balance, the principal asks him if he has any proof to back up his claims. Gasping for air, he mutters that he does not, but explains Lin Lang from the Bai Zi was the actual killer. Seeing his absolute certainty, the principal decides to offer him a chance. If Lin Lang is the killer, bring him here. Bring him in or show undeniable proof of his guilt. You have 4 months, and during this time I will keep you safe. No one from the Qing family will touch you. Qiao Yu nods. Challenge accepted. Qiao Yu returns to his room and pushes the door open. Inside, his friends are deeply engrossed in research. Yang Xiang spins around and calls out to him with pure excitement, greeting him warmly as Brother Yu. He eagerly shares some fantastic news. Ma Fei successfully activated his money ability, and they finally found a clue about Yu. Caught off guard, Qiao Yu asks what they managed to find. Xiang Di simply points toward a strange glowing orb resting on a nearby table. A beam of light shoots out from the orb, projecting a chaotic battlefield from some ancient dynasty. Right in the middle of the chaos, Qiao Yu's familiar figure appears, and wait, is she trying to escape? Xiang Di explains that the background of this instance is an ancient royal court, recalling what they went through before. He explains how entering the dungeon randomly assigns everyone a specific role, just like how things went during their previous run. Back then, Ma Fei became the chief imperial eunuch facing the extreme danger of a dying war-torn nation. Constant warfare raged inside the dungeon with explosions everywhere as a much stronger neighboring country invaded their borders. No matter what identity a player gets, there is simply no escaping the brutal reality of being dragged into the war. He continues sharing vital details, mentioning that players can level up incredibly fast inside this particular zone. He and Ma Fei were close to breaking through to mid-tier on the battlefield before even clearing the stage. A monstrous overpowered boss wiped them out. Total failure. Hearing this, Qiao Yu grows incredibly serious. He wonders if Yu entered that dungeon specifically to farm experience points and level up quickly. Ma Fei stays quiet, thoughtfully stroking his chin while Xiang Di wonders why she has not come back to find them yet. If she is still alive, why hasn't she returned? Thinking of her, Qiao Yu feels a sharp pang. Perhaps she is trapped in a situation beyond her control. He stares intently at the scenes playing inside the orb. He tells his friends that they should head to the dungeon first, as it might lead them to some clues. Hoping to find something, they head deep into a forest where they eventually stand right before a massive dimensional portal. Seeing the portal, Xiangdi cannot hide his excitement, declaring that they have finally located the dungeon. They need to step inside quickly to avoid being spotted by the Hunters Guild, and all three of them enter. They step through and vanish. Right after they enter, a mysterious figure suddenly appears outside the portal. Once inside the dungeon, Qiao Yu wakes up in the body of a character lying completely motionless on a bed. Nearby, two servants whisper in sheer panic, "We are doomed. It has already been half a month." Ever since the Crown Prince fell into the Queen's bath and was pulled out, he has remained completely unconscious. The other servant warns him to shut up unless he wants to lose his head as a new prince is chosen. He warns him not to call a dead man, the Crown Prince, prompting the panicked servant to quickly correct himself. Qiao Yu slowly opens his eyes and scans his surroundings quickly, realizing that he is inside an imperial palace. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before him, detailing his quest to reclaim the position of the Crown Prince. He must also protect his nation from foreign invasion with a grade D difficulty and rewards based on his final evaluation. The system notes his current identity is the fourth prince of the Qian Empire, urging him to watch his actions. After processing this, he sits up in bed, wondering what Qiao is actually trying to accomplish here. But he quickly pushes those questions aside, focusing on getting himself familiar with his new royal character's life. Based on the background, he is the fourth prince who was stripped of his crown prince title almost immediately. Apparently, he got heavily drunk at a royal feast and was later found completely naked inside the queen's private bath. This scandal forced the emperor to strip his title and plan to select a new successor among his brothers. Connecting all the puzzle pieces, Qiao Yu strokes his chin and carefully analyzes this highly suspicious series of events. It is clear his three brothers framed him. Absolutely classic. A dark, devious smile creeps onto his face. An absolutely wild plan comes to mind. If he simply beats up his three brothers, the crown prince title is his. Smirking, he congratulates himself on being an absolute genius. Classic Qiao Yu. He immediately turns to the servants. He orders them to come over, prompting the two terrified servants to drop to their knees and show respect. One servant happily congratulates the prince on his recovery, but Qiao Yu immediately cuts in and gets straight to business. He demands to know where his other three royal brothers live, ordering the servants to lead him there right away. Trembling with fear, the servant replies that the emperor strictly ordered them not to let him leave. "Then you are strictly forbidden from leaving this place." Hearing those words makes Qiao Yu's face twist with absolute fury, his anger boiling over. He roars out, "What, that old geezer wants to lock me up." Right then, an eunuch's high-pitched voice echoes from outside announcing the emperor. The ruler of the Qian Empire, Jiang Shunzhang, enters. Draped in magnificent imperial robes, he marches into the hall with an incredibly commanding presence. Qiao Yu locks eyes with the man and instantly wipes the anger off his face, frantically telling himself to keep his cool. After all, this guy is his temporary dad in this dungeon. But the moment the emperor steps closer, his face turns dark with rage. He demands answers. "You rebellious brat, are you going to explain why you ended up in the empress's bathhouse after getting drunk?" Hearing this, Qiao Yu suppresses another wave of boiling rage, forced to curse silently in his head about how annoying this situation is. He wonders if summoning his sky halberd and taking the old man out in a single strike would solve everything. Before he can decide, the eunuch cries out again. Consort Yang has arrived, and a stunning, elegant woman walks into the room. This graceful lady is the birth mother of the fourth prince, Consort Yang. The moment she enters, she cannot hold back her tears. She rushes over and wraps Qiao Yu in a tight embrace, her voice trembling as she says it is so good he finally woke up. Though caught off guard, he still stammers out a soft greeting to mother. Deep down, a warm wave of emotion washes over him. Ever since his mother passed away when he was 6, he had never felt such warmth. Jiang Shunzhang quickly loses his patience, barking at them to cut the sweet act. He demands to know if she has any idea what kind of trouble her precious son just got himself into. Seeing his immense rage, consort Yang bows, quickly looking completely distressed as she begs the emperor to calm down his anger. She promises her son had no bad intentions and pleads for mercy, making Qiao Yu's face darken as he watches her beg. Stepping forward to shield consort Yang, he calls out gently to his mother, his expression softening as he looks at her. He tells her that he will take full responsibility for his own actions as there is no reason for her to beg on his behalf. But when he turns to face the emperor, his gaze turns sharp as ice. He states that he has no clue how he ended up in the bathhouse after drinking but begs for a chance. Just give me 3 days, Qiao Yu promises, and I will definitely uncover the absolute truth of what happened. The emperor's anger cools slightly at his bold stance, but he still fires back with a very sharp warning. If the truth is not found within 3 days, he will be exiled to the barren borderlands and disowned forever. After the emperor finally leaves, consort Yang is sick with worry, reminding him that the ruler's words are absolute law. If he fails to clear his name within those 3 days, a life of brutal exile truly awaits him. Yet Qiao Yu remains completely unbothered, calmly telling her to rest easy, because he has everything fully under control. As she turns to leave, his eyes narrow with a cold focus as he asks where the other 3 princes reside. The scene shifts to the first prince's grand palace, where Qiao Yu stands right outside the massive front doors. Determined to find the culprit framing him, he creeps up to the door with a smirk. Muttering that the culprit better not get caught, Qiao Yu delivers a brutal kick that violently shatters the palace doors. He charges inside, shouting that he wants to see what kind of pathetic punk this eldest prince really is. But inside he finds a prince completely relaxed, lounging around on a pile of luxury cushions and endless food. Qiao Yu immediately shouts out his name, Yang Xiang. This chubby guy is actually the first prince. With his mouth stuffed with chicken, Xiangdi leaps up in sheer joy to welcome his good friend Qiao Yu. He excitedly mumbles that this dungeon is amazing but complains about a quest to help some random 4th prince. He is supposed to help this 4th prince take the crown, completely oblivious to Qiao Yu's face turning incredibly sour. Qiao Yu stares flatly, asking if that brainless prince could possibly be him. Xiangdi just cracks up, joking that if they are both royalty, then maybe Ma Fei is one too. Right on cue, a shadow steps through the entrance, as a highly familiar voice echoes into the room. Ma Fei struts inside, proudly announcing that he is indeed the 2nd prince of this royal court. Once they pool their information and realize they are on the same team, Xiangdi gasps in shock. With 3 out of 4 princes being players on their side, the culprit is obviously the 3rd prince. Qiao Yu grunts a single command, move out. They storm forward with pure deadly intent. Arriving at the 3rd prince's majestic estate, the eunuch's loud announcement echoes through the grand courtyard. Inside the palace, the 3rd prince paces back and forth in a panic, desperately trying to calculate his next move. Why are the 1st, 2nd, and 4th princes showing up together? Did his plot against the 4th prince somehow get exposed? No, that is impossible. He covered his tracks perfectly. Reassured, he plasters on a bright smile the moment they walk in. He warmly welcomes them, asking what brings his brothers and the 4th prince here today. But before he can finish, a devastating punch lands squarely on his face. His words instantly turn to mush as the blow sends him crashing down. The 3rd prince hits the floor, his eyes rolling back. Qiao Yu completely ignores his state, calling out to him. Instantly, the 3 of them dive in, unleashing a brutal storm of fists. This little brat is up to no good, they yell, declaring they will beat him until he feels their brotherly love. After a relentless, thorough beating, the 3rd prince is left black and blue, desperately curling into a ball. He weakly asks what they want, but Qiao Yu ruthlessly delivers another kick, demanding a confession. He tells him to confess his crimes, but the stubborn 3rd prince still tries to play dumb, claiming he knows nothing. Seeing his brother still acting tough, Qiao Yu signals the other 2, prompting them to launch another wave of brutal beatdowns. Utterly terrified, the 3rd prince scrambles to get up and begs them to stop, desperately stammering that he will confess. Trembling all over, he apologizes and claims he was momentarily blinded by greed. He promises to make amends during the royal hunt tomorrow. He vows to confess his guilt before the entire court. His face is pale with dread under their murderous glares. Sensing their lingering bloodlust, he quickly adds that he will convince their imperial father to restore Qiao Yu as crown prince. He desperately asks if that is enough. The trio is satisfied, though Yang Xiang still worries the 3rd prince might play dirty. But Qiao Yu remains unfazed, pointing out that with the 3 of them united, they have absolutely nothing to fear. Besides, if they actually end him right here, reclaiming the crown prince title will only become much harder. Agreeing with this solid logic, Yang Xiang casts a cold glance at the trembling figure, deciding to spare him for now. Back at the 1st prince palace, Yang Xiang munches on a chicken drumstick while bringing up a crucial detail Qiao Yu might not know. During their previous entry, he and Ma Fei stumbled upon a group of mysterious sorcerers manipulating lightning. They realized the nation plotting to invade the Qian kingdom is the Great Wu State, a land full of dark sorcerers. These sorcerers can summon storms and command lightning using magic that closely resembles elemental mages. Ma Fei chimes in, warning that based on their past experience, Great Wu will attempt to assassinate the emperor tomorrow. The assassination is set to take place at the hunting grounds, throwing the kingdom into chaos as princes fight for the throne. With Qian fractured by civil war, Great Wu will launch a full-scale invasion, but Ma Fei grins proudly as he continues. Since the three of them have transmigrated into the bodies of the princes, they do not have to worry anymore. Yang Xiang flashes a foolish grin, offering a suggestion that leaves the other two completely speechless. He chuckles, saying once he becomes emperor, he will personally appoint both of them as his crown princes. Instantly, loud smacks ring out, leaving two massive bumps on his head. The next day arrives. A massive crowd gathers at the valley hunting grounds where the majestic emperor sits proudly on his horse. Spotting consort Yang, Qiao Yu immediately dismounts to greet her warmly. She approaches him with deep concern, asking about his health, but he quickly cuts in to reassure her. He thanks her, stating that his body has fully recovered and there is nothing to worry about. Seeing him in high spirits, she breathes a sigh of relief. But their warm moment is quickly interrupted. The Empress of Qian, mother of the third prince, approaches them with a hostile and mocking tone. She sneers, asking why the fourth prince greeted Consort Yang before paying his respects to the emperor himself. She demands to know if Consort Yang holds a higher status in his heart, forcing Consort Yang to quickly defend her son. But Qiao Yu does not care about court etiquette. He boldly asks her who she even is. He points out that everyone else is riding a horse, questioning why she is walking and if she lost hers. The Empress turns pale with sheer rage, sputtering and screaming at his insolence for speaking to her in such a manner. Qiao Yu just rolls his eyes and walks away, muttering that she is crazy and he has no time for her nonsense. Unable to bully him, she turns to Emperor Jiang Shunzeng, putting on a pitiful act and begging him to punish the boy. But the emperor merely dismisses her coldly, reminding everyone that only 2 of their 3 days remain. If the prince fails to satisfy him, the emperor will settle all scores. Right at that moment, a eunuch steps forward. Everything is ready. The hunt can begin. Jiang Shunzeng immediately turns to his massive hunting party and calls them to order. Move out. Riding right at the front, he leads his massive royal hunting party straight into the endless grasslands, yet heavy worries weigh on his mind. Rumor has it that Daowu's crown prince and princess are absolute geniuses. Despite their youth, their mastery of shamanic sorcery is terrifying. The crown prince can summon weapon-proof monsters with a single wave. Meanwhile, the princess can freeze thousands of miles by merely clasping her hands. It is an even more terrifying power. Glancing at Qiao Yu riding beside him, Jiang Shunzeng feels a sudden wave of deep regret wash over his heart. Qiao Yu was once the perfect heir, a master of both scholarship and martial arts. Now he is just lawless. Is heaven truly trying to destroy his beloved kingdom? A moment later, a small deer suddenly appears on the lush hills. Startled by the sudden noise behind it, the creature tenses up. Jiang Shunzeng draws his royal bow and takes aim. He fires, but the nimble deer leaps high, easily dodging the strike. Irritated by his miss, the emperor turns. He orders Qiao Yu to shoot it. Since the prince is allegedly their finest archer, he must prove his skills. Fail and 50 lashes await. Watching the panicked deer sprint away, Qiao Yu calmly asks what his reward will be. The emperor laughs. That prey is already 400 or 500 meters away. Can the prince actually make the shot? If he can, any wish will be granted. Hearing this, Qiao Yu reaches back to pull an arrow, confident as always. Reminding his father that kings never lie, Qiao Yu demands that noble consort Yang be named the new empress. Then he draws his bow with fierce determination, letting the arrow fly directly toward the distant target on the hill. The projectile whistles through the sky right over the silent soldiers. Even the emperor watches the shot fly. He realizes the fourth prince has completely changed since that bathhouse incident. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu calmly pulls out another arrow. His eyes flash with a red glow. Archery is actually pretty fun, he mutters. He's just getting started. Activating his demon eyes, he locks onto his target, determined to hit it. But then his bow suddenly snaps. It breaks clean into 3 pieces before the arrow can even fly, leaving him completely stunned. Nearby, the prime minister bursts into loud, mocking laughter. He sneers that the prince may be strong, but his equipment clearly cannot handle it. From the sidelines, Xiang Di watches with growing anxiety. He knows his friend has absolutely zero experience with archery. Ma Fei agrees, muttering that this is what happens when you try to show off. Their plans are totally ruined. Up on the hill, the little deer stands completely oblivious. But back at the camp, Jiang Shunzeng is absolutely furious. His face darkens with rage. Take him away, he roars, ordering his guards to give the prince 50 brutal lashes. But Qiao Yu remains entirely calm, telling them to wait. The mocking prime minister immediately steps forward and sneers. Qiao Yu merely smirks, a cold gleam in his eyes. He asks, who said a broken weapon cannot kill? A general nearby bursts out laughing, treating his words as a total joke. He has never heard such nonsense. Decades of battle, and he has never seen a broken bow deal any damage. The claim is completely ridiculous. He jeers that the prince must have damaged his brain during his coma. The entire crowd laughs at the ridiculous display. Qiao Yu remains completely unfazed. He grips a single arrow with his bare hand, adjusts his horse, and winds up. With a powerful whip of his arm, he throws the arrow, sending it screaming through the air like a bullet. The deer on the hill stands completely clueless. Even as the high-speed projectile closes in, the creature suspects nothing. Within a second, the arrow strikes true, sending the beast crashing down. The mocking generals freeze in absolute horror. Their jaws drop in absolute shock. Is that even possible? Even the emperor himself is completely left speechless. Keeping his cool, Qiao Yu proudly rides back toward his father with a knowing smile on his face. He calmly asks if the emperor plans to honor his promise. After all, the challenge has been successfully met. His gaze remains incredibly firm. Making his mother the empress is a perfect way to progress this dungeon mission. The emperor hesitates, completely unsure how to respond. Beside him, the prime minister fumes with absolute rage and steps up. "How dare you?" he barks furiously. The empress's throne is a matter of state, not a cheap prize for a game. Qiao Yu remains calm. He simply points out that the bet was strictly between him and his imperial father. He hit the target. The prime minister refuses to back down, arguing that throwing the arrow is outright cheating. But who cares? Xiang Di is absolutely thrilled, unable to hide his excitement over his friend's ridiculous show of strength. Alright, Ma Fei, looks like we still do not fully understand Qiao Du. He is a necromancer, but his close combat is absolutely deadly. Shooting a bow at point-blank range is nothing to him, just basic muscle memory. Ma Fei can only nod in complete agreement. Exactly. Qiao Du retorts, are they really going to make the emperor go back on his word? This leaves the prime minister completely speechless, unable to utter a single word in defense. At that moment, Zhang Shunjing finally speaks. The emperor declares that a king does not joke, since he promised he will deliver. Upon their return, he will make consort Yang the empress. Chancellor Qi tries desperately to intervene, warning the emperor that replacing the empress is a massive affair and cannot be done on a whim. He begs the emperor to reconsider. But the emperor's face grows darker as he knits his brows in absolute fury. He snaps, declaring his decision is final and ordering everyone to shut up and head back to the palace immediately. Though furious, the chancellor cannot protest any further. The scene shifts to the military encampment where the current empress is absolutely seething. She corners consort Yang, spitting out her name with venom. How dare she raise such an insolent undead beast of a son? She screams that they dared to humiliate her in front of everyone. Knowing she has no power here, consort Yang can only swallow her pride. She begs for mercy, pleading with the empress to calm down, explaining her son is still just a child who knows no better. She takes all the blame, saying it is a mother's failure. She begs the empress to show mercy and take it out on her instead. Sadly, the cruel empress does exactly that. Without a second thought, she raises her hand and unleashes a brutal strike. She slaps consort Yang hard across the face, shouting vicious insults, calling her a worthless wench who needs to remember her place. The empress screams that she is the true ruler of the harem. Holding her burning cheek, the consort can only weep and plead. All she wants is for her son to be spared. Right at that moment, Qiao Du gallops in, calling out to his mother. Both women turn to look. Arriving just in time to see his mother humiliated and beaten, the young prince feels his blood run cold. His expression darkens with an overwhelming rage. Seeing her son's terrifying gaze, consort Yang panics, trying to play it down. She nervously asks why he has returned so quickly. But Qiao Du's face remains entirely cold, his anger boiling just beneath the surface. He apologizes, calling himself unfilial for letting her suffer like this. Yet she just offers him a gentle, forgiving smile. She tells her foolish boy that he has nothing to apologize for. If anything, she is sorry for being old and useless to him. Watching this tender mother-son moment, the empress sneers with utter disgust, demanding to know what they are crying about. She rants that their pathetic tears are ruining the emperor's grand hunting day, warning them that even 10,000 deaths cannot redeem their insolence. But Qiao Du doesn't care. He steps forward, staring her down with a cold glare and demanding a single thing: apologize. The empress laughs as if she just heard a ridiculous joke, sneering at him in disbelief. Who does this fourth prince think he is? She yells that she is the empress. She would never bow to a mere consort. But before she can even finish her sentence, a hand flies. A brutal slap lands squarely on her face. The force of the strike sends her flying back, crashing into the dirt in a pathetic heap. Qiao Du stares down at her with cold, murderous eyes. He whispers that this slap is merely returning the favor for his mother. Humiliated and bleeding, the empress explodes in sheer outrage, screaming in absolute disbelief that he actually dared to strike her. She vows to make both mother and son pay with their lives. Moments later, she runs to the emperor, weeping hysterically for justice. She wails, begging the emperor to punish the lawless fourth prince who had the audacity to lay a hand on his empress. Clutching her swollen cheek, she twists the narrative, claiming that his actions insulted not just her, but the emperor himself. She tries to bait the monarch, acting as though Qiao Yu showed utter contempt for the entire imperial crown. Standing nearby, Chancellor Qi immediately chimes in, calling it treasonous behavior that must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. The father and daughter put on a perfect show, feeding off each other's outrage and fueling the gossip of the surrounding crowd. Bystanders whisper in shock, wondering if the fourth prince has truly lost his mind to assault the empress herself. Seeing everyone turn against the mother and son, the empress feels a smirk rising, confident that they are completely trapped. Hearing the cruel whispers around them, Consort Yang frantically tries to defend her son, pleading that he is not a bad person. She begs them to believe her, crying out that there has been a mistake. Emperor Jiang Shuncheng finally looks down from his seat. He demands to know if the empress's accusations are true. Qiao Yu, completely unfazed, maintains his calm composure. He calmly admits that he indeed struck her, but only because she was actively tormenting his beloved mother. He asks how he could call himself a son if he had simply stood by and watched his mother get abused like that. Watching from the sidelines, the third prince smirks inwardly, realizing his golden opportunity to strike has finally arrived. He quickly steps forward, loudly addressing his father, claiming he can verify every single word the empress said. It is true, because your son was also brutally beaten by my fourth brother. He slips off his outer robe, exposing flesh covered in dark purple bruises, and plays the victim to the end, complaining that he tolerated the abuse for brotherhood but never expected his fourth brother would show absolutely no remorse. Instead, he got so arrogant that he even dared to strike the empress herself. It is all my fault for enabling him. Punish me. Watching this play out, Qiao Yu pulls a disgusted face. What a joke. In this weird dungeon, everyone is basically an Oscar-level actor with hundreds of dirty schemes. High on his throne, Jiang Xuanzhang explodes with rage, calling for his guards as strong winds begin to howl. Qiao Yu stands tall in the courtyard, listening to the order to arrest him. Shaking with fear, Consort Yang immediately bows and begs the emperor, crying that her son has been set up and begging for a proper investigation. But Qiao Yu does not show a single hint of fear, clenching his fists and declaring that this is getting pretty boring. He is completely done playing palace games. Totally over it. He recalls Ma Fei and Yang Xiang mentioning the assassins. By now, the Great Wu assassins should be arriving. Seeing his defiant attitude, Jiang Xuanzhang's raw rage boils over completely. He roars at the rebel, asking if he wants to start a coup, ordering the immediate execution of anyone who resists. Watching this play out, the Prime Minister's family is absolutely thrilled, thinking a lowly prince is foolishly seeking his own death. Armed soldiers quickly surround Qiao Yu and his mother, but right at that moment, the sky above their heads warps violently. Suddenly, a massive storm erupts. Violent lightning crashes everywhere, while roaring gales wrap around him in a blinding vortex. Nearby onlookers cannot escape the violent wind, getting swept off their feet as they scream out in absolute panic. Demonic lightning crashes down from the sky, setting the surrounding ground ablaze and turning the courtyard into an oven. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, the emperor turns pale with fright. In the middle of the lightning storm, black-robed figures descend from above, charging directly toward the Emperor Jiang Xuanzhang at an absolutely insane speed to take his life. Seeing them approach, the Prime Minister loses his mind, shouting that they are Great Wu sorcerers and calling for protection. Sudden waves of ice, falling rocks, and scorching flames rain down heavily on the panicked Imperial guards, causing absolute chaos. Chaos erupts everywhere. People scream for the Emperor to watch out as the Imperial guards get totally overwhelmed, crushed under falling rocks and burned to ashes. Watching the mounting casualties, the Prime Minister shivers in absolute horror. Seeing that Jiang Xuanzhang is frozen in place, he desperately screams at the Emperor to run for his life. But the stubborn Emperor snaps back, asking how the destined ruler of the Crimson Flame Nation could run like a coward. He refuses to flee in front of his officials, declaring that a true ruler can die but will never run away. Qiao Yu watches his old man still showing off his royal pride even in this situation, which gets pretty annoying. Honestly, his cheap father acts even better than Ma Fei. But suddenly, the system rings with a loud warning. If the key character Jiang Xuanzhang dies, he will permanently fail to become crown prince, urging immediate action. Hearing this, he freezes in shock. Seriously, is that even possible? But he quickly regains his cool composure. Snatching a spear from a nearby soldier's hand, he dashes straight toward the Emperor's location at high speed. He mutters a quick thank you to the soldier, hoping he can make it to his target in time. Focusing his target, Qiao Yu winds back and hurls the sharp spear forward with deadly, terrifying precision. Bullseye. Just as lightning is about to strike the Emperor, the flying spear hits him, sending him flying back dozens of meters. The spot the Emperor stood on just a second ago gets vaporized by the blast, leaving a massive burning crater. With a clean strike, the thrown spear pins the Emperor safely to a back wall, leaving Jiang Xuanzhang completely dazed. Those masked sorcerers are absolutely furious that their attempt failed, with one of them demanding to know who did it. Meanwhile, the panicked Prime Minister keeps screaming for the guards to capture the 4 shamans before they can escape. Annoyed by his endless shouting, one of the sorcerers flicks his wrist, firing a massive wave of flames right at him. Watching the deadly fireball shoot straight toward him, the Prime Minister stumbles backward in absolute disbelief, crying out in terror. He tries to escape, but the massive roaring blaze quickly wraps around him, turning him into a living torch. The fire burns him to the bone, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain as he desperately begs for help. Seeing this, the third prince and the Empress can only watch in absolute horror as she screams for her father, but there is absolutely nothing they can do. Nearby, a group of Imperial soldiers quickly corners the four enemy sorcerers. Commander Yuan instantly commands his men to seize them. Finding themselves completely surrounded, the sorcerers face a tough fight. One of the sorcerers sneers that dog of an emperor is still alive, so there is no way we survive. For the sake of Dawu, even if we die, we drag that dog emperor down with us. But a soldier charges forward, driving a spear right through his chest. Undeterred, he gathers his energy and calmly addresses the remaining three. Brothers, I am going ahead. With a sudden roar, his body explodes, unleashing a massive shockwave that blows the surrounding soldiers away. Seizing the opening, the other three leap forward, charging straight ahead. Kill the dog emperor, they scream. Qiao Yu does not just sit around, he immediately activates his speed boots. He leaps forward hot on the heels of the three sorcerers, drawing his weapon as he closes the distance. The lead sorcerer quickly notices him, tailing them, and barks an order. That is the fourth prince, kill him. The second brother takes the order, confirming he has got it, and immediately stops to block Qiao Yu. He channels his energy, forming sharp ice shards in his palms, ready to unleash a fatal strike. Die, he snarls. But before he can even launch the spell, Qiao Yu sweeps past with a single spear strike. The sorcerer drops dead. Right then, the system notification rings. Player Qiao Yu has defeated the non-player character Wu Zhao, rewarding 21 free attribute points and 105 experience points. With one enemy down, Qiao Yu draws another weapon. He plans his next move carefully. He cannot let them kill his cheap father, or the quest is a bust. He cannot fail this mission. Gathering his strength, Qiao Yu hurls both weapons straight forward with immense force. Sensing the lethal threat barreling toward them, one of the sorcerers screams out a warning to his leader. The leader reacts instantly, summoning an earthen shield, a massive solid rock block materializing right in front of him. But it is completely useless. Qiao Yu's spear pierces straight through the stone, blasting the man backward. The two remaining Dawu sorcerers are pinned away by the flying spears, with one landing right before the emperor. Startled, the emperor recoils. Before drawing his final breath, the dying sorcerer squeezes out one last curse. You absolute dog emperor, he gasps. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes from another side, begging for protection. Qiao Yu quickly snaps his head toward the noise. The last sorcerer has diverted his target to the queen and prince. The sorcerer charges them like a maniac, roaring that if he cannot kill the king, he will butcher his family. Terrified, the third prince screams out for help, begging Qiao Yu to save them. But Qiao Yu clutches his chest instead. He fakes being in terrible pain, groaning that he is injured. Panic-stricken, his brother desperately begs for forgiveness. He pleads that it is all his fault, promising to explain everything to their father if Qiao Yu saves them. Beside him, the queen hysterically joins in, admitting she should not have framed him and begging for his help. But the sorcerer is already upon them, channeling a massive boulder that hovers threateningly right above their heads. Watching the giant stone drop, they can only stare in sheer terror, trembling as death looms. The rock crushes down like a small mountain, shattering the ground into pieces and obliterating the pair. And just like that, they are gone. But Qiao Yu instantly strikes back, sweeping in directly from behind. A clean slice cuts him in half. The body drops instantly. Qiao Yu calmly walks toward the emperor. Qiao Yu asks if his majesty is unharmed. Jiang Shenzhen looks at him and reassures him that he is fine. With a look of deep guilt, the emperor admits he heard everything the prince and queen said before they died. He confesses he wronged him and promises to grant absolutely any reward Qiao Yu desires for saving his life. Grinning, Qiao Yu tells his father he will not be polite and gets straight to the point. He wants the crown prince position that originally belonged to him. Surprised, the emperor asks if that is really all. Yes, Qiao Yu replies as he turns to leave, glancing back one last time to confirm his only demand. Jiang Shunjin agrees, feeling even more guilt. He cannot believe Qiao Yu only wants his rightful title back. Perhaps he truly misjudged the boy. Right then, the system chimes in with a massive congratulatory notification. He has reclaimed the crown prince status and must now use it to protect the Qian kingdom from invasion. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu mounts his horse. Confused by the sudden move, Jiang Shunjin calls out to him. He asks what Qiao Yu is doing right after getting his title back. Qiao Yu just spurs his horse. He yells back that he is heading to war to prevent Dawu from invading. He will crush them first. When he returns, he expects his mother to be crowned queen. Jiang Shunjin can only watch his departure in silence. He hesitantly repeats the words, fearing a great Wu invasion and deciding to wipe them out first. But once he realizes the gravity of the situation, he changes his mind. He instantly issues a stern command to mobilize the kingdom's entire army. Night quickly falls over the vast and quiet borderlands. Three figures, Qiao Yu, Ma Fei, and Xiang Di, are racing at high speed toward the Great Wu Kingdom. Xiang Di trails closely behind with a worried look, asking if they will really be okay with just the three of them since that boss is tough. Plus, rumor has it that Great Wu has two peerless geniuses. Running slightly ahead, Ma Fei scoffs at his worry. "What are you scared?" Ma Fei asks, telling him to hide behind his back if he is. He says he barely got enough action last time. He only needs a few hundred experience points to reach mid-tier, so he warns Xiang Di not to steal his experience points. Xiang Di fires back, immediately reminding him that he was the one chased everywhere by the boss last time while acting like a tough guy. Up ahead, Qiao Yu suddenly senses something strange. His face darkens as he realizes there is absolutely no mistaking this eerie feeling. The dark aura only grows thicker as they advance. Qiao Yu is absolutely certain now. There is no mistake. Suddenly, a memory of Qiao Yu flashes in his mind. Back then on Qiao Yu's shield, the burning flame looked exactly like this. Running while lost in deep thought, Qiao Yu soon arrives near a cluster of ruined houses. He knows he is getting very close. Right in front of him, a tiny blue flame flickers in the air. Reaching his hand out to touch it, he ponders silently. Logically, once a dungeon resets, everything inside should be completely refreshed. So why is this specific flame still burning here? Could Qiao Yu actually be inside this dungeon right now? Suddenly, the blue fire latches onto his hand. It burns intensely. His health points start plunging rapidly, losing 369 and then 327 points. The agonizing pain completely numbs his hand. With a sharp scream, he collapses. Xiang Di rushes over, completely panicking as Qiao Yu writhes on the ground in pure agony. He yells out, asking what is wrong. Qiao Yu clutches his burning arm and shouts back a warning with whatever strength he has left. He tells him to stay back because this flame is way beyond their current level. Privately, he realizes he made a massive mistake. Qiao Yu is not here. Instead, this bizarre fire is simply so powerful that it can completely ignore the very rules of the dungeon. Turning around, Qiao Yu screams with absolute desperation, begging Ma Fei to strike him down and cut off his arm. Without amputation, his entire body will turn to ash. Hearing this shocking request, Ma Fei hesitates, looking completely lost. Qiao Yu clutches his burning arm and screams, urging Ma Fei to do it quickly if he considers him a true brother. Hearing that, Ma Fei stops hesitating. In fact, he looks strangely excited as he readies his sword to strike. Ma Fei yells that he is coming for real, asking Qiao Yu if he knows how long he has been holding back. But right then, a small round red item appears on Qiao Yu's chest, instantly absorbing the flames and leaving him speechless. With the fire fully absorbed, the red bead releases a tiny puff of smoke. Qiao Yu just stares. He realizes that was the single-use S-class item from the Underworld dungeon, the seed of the Underworld King. It naturally absorbs underworld flames. But while he is lost in thought, Ma Fei's loud battle cry suddenly echoes in his ears. He is unleashing the Pingyang sword art first style. First sword of Pingyang, happily swinging his blade right at him. Seeing the terrifying sword energy flying his way, Qiao Yu gets furious, yelling that the fire is already out, "You absolute idiot." Though caught off guard, Qiao Yu reacts instantly. He raises his defense while system notifications flash wildly before his eyes. Activating his ghost shield, he sacrifices 1,800 health points to launch an identical sword slash right back at Ma Fei. The two identical Pingyang sword art strikes collide violently, creating a massive shockwave that kicks up a thick cloud of dust. The dust settles. Ma Fei stares in absolute disbelief, screaming out and demanding to know how this is even possible. Staring in horror at Qiao Yu, he demands to know how on earth he could possibly master the Pingyang sword art. This is an A-rank skill. He had to beg the principal endlessly after becoming his disciple just to learn it. He practiced all year just to barely execute the very first move. How could Qiao Yu perform it so effortlessly? Besides, Qiao Yu is not even a sword cultivator. Qiao Yu just shrugs casually, asking if this art is really that hard. He says it only takes a single glance to copy it. This savage response absolutely crushes Ma Fei's fragile pride. As Ma Fei practically weeps in despair, Xiang Di stands nearby with his arms folded, offering some rather useless comfort. He tells him that everyone is built differently, so he should not feel too bad about being a slow learner. Learning a bit slow is totally normal. But Ma Fei is still furious, grinding his teeth in sheer frustration. He refuses to believe it, claiming the first move was just too simple. He tells Qiao Yu to just wait. He swears he will master the next moves. Qiao Yu just flashes a smug grin, continuing to tease him. Ma Fei simply did not understand what a real genius was. With enough blood on hand, even Ji Ping, or even Principal Yang's personal Pingyang sword art could be copied. But right then a voice came from behind. Everyone spun around in shock as a voice sneered, calling them three little rats from The Red Flame Kingdom sneaking into Great Wu. The newcomer was a dark sorcerer, his face hidden behind a demonic mask. He stared cold at them, mocking them as the three princes of the Red Flame Kingdom who dared to invade. To think three royal princes from the Red Flame Kingdom would personally grace Great Wu with their presence was quite flattering. He ordered them to come along quietly, but before he could even finish making his threat, a sudden explosion spell cut him off. Boom. Blinding light flashed, followed by a massive violent shockwave. A massive explosion tore through the air, leaving the arrogant sorcerer face down in the dirt, his mask rolling away. Xiangdi sneered, muttering about how arrogant villains always end up dead because they talk too much. What an absolute idiot. Qiao Yu kept a cool head, calling out to Ma Fei and Yang Xiang to keep their focus. And here is where things get wild. Looking at that mask, he got a crazy idea. By the next day, inside the Grand Imperial Palace, the court sorcerers gathered in neat rows, preparing to report some highly urgent news. One minister stepped forward to inform the princess that the Red Flame Kingdom had suddenly mobilized its entire army. They were marching straight toward the border. Surprisingly, this esteemed imperial princess was actually none other than Shi Xiaorong. Sitting on the throne, she stroked her chin in deep thought. The sudden military movement made absolutely no sense. Her system quest was to lead Great Wu to conquer Red Flame, so why was the enemy army coming to them instead? It was highly unusual. Then a proud voice cut through the hall, dismissing the enemy as a minor threat. The ministers immediately bowed in deep respect as the crown prince himself confidently strolled straight into the grand hall. Whispers erupted across the room about how the crown prince was a legendary once-in-a-thousand-years genius of Great Wu. Aside from the formidable Grand State Preceptor, absolutely nobody could touch him. With him, leading victory was practically guaranteed. This arrogant newcomer was Qiao Yu, who loudly declared that the entire empire had absolutely nothing to worry about. With him around, any invasion from the Red Flame Kingdom was basically just a foolish march towards certain death. Shi Xiaorong rolled her eyes. If Qiao Yu said those words, she might believe him, but Qiao Yu no way. At the mention of a hated name, Qiao Yu's teeth ground together in rage before his massive aura suddenly flared. Mocking his rival, he bragged about breaking through to the mid-tier and defeating Qiao Yu in just 3 moves. An image of a mysterious man in red flashed in his mind. Qiao Yu was just a minor stepping stone. A mere hurdle. His true ambition was to challenge that legendary figure on the absolute summit. Spinning around on his heel, he ordered his sorcerers to make the Red Flame Kingdom feel their full wrath. The imperial sorcerers bowed deeply in response. Yet as Qiao walked away, a highly strange feeling washed over him. Glancing back over his shoulder, he sensed a highly familiar presence lingering in the air, but saw absolutely nothing. At the vast front lines, both massive armies stood fully assembled, waiting for the signal to launch an all-out war. Qiao Yu and Shi Xiaorong stood high on a cliff overlooking the vast, tense battlefield as their troops cheered. Eager to show off his power, the arrogant crown prince immediately ordered his forces to launch a devastating attack. Gathering cold, dark energy in his hands, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Shadow Servant, sending waves of black mist forward. The dark energy took the shape of terrifying beasts, charging directly toward the terrified Red Flame Vanguard forces. Panic spread through the enemy ranks as they screamed about the terrifying monstrous creatures summoned by the crown prince. Beautiful white snowflakes began to gently drift down from above, catching the highly confused soldiers completely off guard. This sudden snowfall was actually the work of Shi Xiaorong, who was channeling her powerful ice magic. Sharp, deadly ice shards materialized around her. With monsters and freezing spells fully prepared, their grand assault was ready. Qiao Yu roared the command to destroy the Red Flame Kingdom, sending the sharp ice sheets raining down. Even with their shields raised, the defenders struggled heavily. But the relentless onslaught was only just beginning. Lightning and roaring flames quickly followed, throwing their ranks into total chaos as their commander shouted orders. He desperately tried to stabilize the formation, though he was secretly panicking. Where on earth was their own prince? Their emperor had promised the crown prince would lead them, but there was still no sign of him. Suddenly, over in the Wu Kingdom army, something strange happens. It throws the soldiers off. 3 shadows dart through their ranks. Slipping between the Wu sorcerers, they strike. Down they go one by one. A sudden slash takes both mask and life. Chime. The system notifications keep rolling in. Player Qiao Yu has successfully neutralized a Wu sorcerer NPC bare-handed. He receives 22 free attribute points and 110 experience points. Congratulations, a successful level up. His experience sits at 50 out of 20,000 with 10 attribute points. Qiao Yu smiles. His crew is completely dominant. Finally, level 20 is in the bag. Just one more level and he will finally step into the mid-tier. Sneaking into the sorcerer army, that was a pure genius move. But just then, a sudden shout rings out right behind them. What on earth is happening? Qiao Yu turns around in a panic, completely confused by the commotion. He spots a whole group of his own soldiers lying flat on the ground. This makes absolutely no sense. Oh, here we go, Gushi. You realizes there is a mole in his ranks and he roars an angry order. Take off your masks, every single one of you. The sorcerers immediately obey, pulling their masks off one by one. Soon, everyone's face is revealed, except for three figures. They just stand there completely still at the very back. Gu Xie, Yu zeroes in on them. Suspicion flares instantly. Why are the three of you not removing your masks? The gig is up. Qiao Yu realizes he cannot hide anymore. He reaches up and slips his mask off with a sigh. Man, I wanted to hang out as a regular sorcerer, but I guess some things just aren't meant to be. With that, all three strip off their disguises. Qiao Yu smirks with his usual cocky attitude, tossing the mask aside. Long time no see. Are you surprised? Are you shocked, recognizing that face, Gu Xie? Yu absolutely loses his mind. It is you, Qiao Yu. Gushi. Yu shakes with pure rage, his fists clenching so hard they turn white. Qiao Yu just strolls forward, casually teasing his old foe about somehow becoming the prince of this massive kingdom. Bring it in for a hug. And bam, Qiao Yu buries a massive punch right into Gushi Yu's gut. The surrounding sorcerers panic, shouting out for their prince. Despite taking such a heavy blow, Gushi Yu manages to stand. His face darkens. He lets out a cold laugh. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for you? He reveals he already sacrificed a minion to activate shadow assimilation. Across from them, another figure lands. It is Shi Xiaorong. She drops down to call out Qiao Yu's name, her face entirely calm and unreadable. She points out how crazy it is they ended up in the same instance but as bitter enemies. Qiao Yu completely ignores her. He barks orders to Yang Xiang to handle her, claiming he does not fight women. He directs Ma Fei to fall back with the Qian army. Hearing this, Shi Xiaorong bristles with anger. Past memories flash in her mind, sending her into a rage as she unleashes an ice arrow spell. She curses him. But suddenly, a massive stone wall erupts from the ground, blocking the ice shards. Yang Xiang stands atop the stone barrier, casually telling Shi Xiaorong that he'll be her opponent today. Meanwhile, Ma Fei eagerly charges into the chaotic, messy battlefield where the two massive armies are clashing. He yells for everyone else to take their time while he goes to farm some quick experience points. He boasts he can one-shot any sorcerer in his path. Meanwhile, Gushi Yu recovers his composure and glares at Qiao Yu. Swirling black energy begins to gather around him as he growls that it is time to settle all scores. Instantly, he unleashes his sacrifice skill Shadow Devour, forcing his body to absorb the dark energy floating around him. Even though the process looks incredibly painful, his ego won't let him show it. He wants to crush Qiao Yu completely. Only absolute dominance can wash away his past humiliation. Watching this, Qiao Yu feels a heavy pressure building. Gu Xiyu's aura is incredibly oppressive now, even stronger than Liu Yanhang's. But Qiao Yu won't just stand there. His eyes shift to pitch black with a sharp, murderous crimson glow. Time to activate his Ghost Pupil technique. As the system chimes, the Ghost Pupil Heavenly Soldier Path activates, giving him a perfect read on Gu Xiyu's finished transformation. Thanks to the skill, Qiao Yu can read every single detail of the upcoming attack with absolute clarity. In a sudden flash, Gu Xiyu leaps forward, aiming a devastating high-velocity punch charged with pure killing intent. But Qiao Yu reacts instantly, dodging the strike with a swift slip that puts him right behind his opponent. He whips out his weapon, driving a powerful spear thrust straight into Gu Xiyu's exposed back. Take that, he thinks. Blindside success, stricken from behind Gu Xie. Yu grinds his teeth in fury as he quickly spins around to retaliate. No martial ethics, Qiao Yu does not care at all, casually resting his spear on his hip as he shoots back. Ethics. He is just a law-abiding mage, so why expect martial honor? Besides, in that invincible form, you are completely impervious to normal weapons, so finding a weak point is his only option. This drove Gu Xiyu absolutely mad. The guy charges forward like a wild beast, roaring that he will rip Qiao Yu apart now that he has transformed. He vows he won't lose. But even with boosted power, his desperate strike is still easily read. Qiao Yu easily sidesteps. Then he launches a heavy counterpunch straight into the guy's chest. Flying back dozens of meters, Gu Xiyu is utterly dazed. Impossible, he mutters, charging right back. Qiao Yu simply stands ready. Once again, the brute's direct attack is completely predicted. A brutal kick. Gu Xiyu crashes hard into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Miserable. He drags his battered body up, staring in absolute shock at the boy's strength. Every single move is instantly read. Qiao Yu just folds his hands, leisurely teasing him. Look, it is not your fault, he says. You did well, but some people are just built different. If you were a genius like me, you would understand. These words leave the opponent completely speechless. A genius, he used to be called 1-2, but then a sudden noise cuts in from behind. Qiao Yu spins around. What he sees instantly makes his face flush with pure embarrassment. Shi Xiaorong is tied up in a highly questionable posture. Qiao Yu yells out, asking who taught him that. Exhausted and miserable, Yang Xiang complains about the girl's insane ice magic. After a loud sneeze, he asks what they should do with the captives. Kick them out. But just as Qiao Yu decides, an echoing voice booms from above. A voice begs forgiveness for arriving late. Shandi looks up and instantly freezes. His face darkens. He warns Qiao Yu that this old man is the boss they fought last time. High above floats the Grand Preceptor of the Wu Kingdom, exuding a majestic ancient aura. Right on cue, Ma Fei lands right beside them, boldly announcing his grand return. A level 23 sword cultivator has arrived. Hearing this, his friend is utterly speechless. Just how much experience did he farm out there? Ma Fei merely smirks with absolute confidence. Geniuses level up fast, he boasts. Right then, the powerful preceptor slowly touches down. Tracing a magical symbol in the air, the old man commends the three genius princes. With a gentle wave, he frees Shi Xiaorong. His aura feels incredibly ancient and godlike. System alert, the screen flashes, revealing an epic boss, a level 25 Lich King. Boasting nearly 500 points in intelligence and spirit, his elemental skills are incredibly deadly. A friendly notification warns that this master can easily shatter mountains with a single hand wave. Qiao Yu looks solemn, but inside he is secretly thrilled. Their attributes are completely opposite. Free at last, Shi Xiaorong steps forward to fight, offering to help the preceptor. But the old man declines, telling her to rest. He can handle this entire fight alone. He turns his cold gaze toward the trio. Since they dared invade, they will never leave alive. Sharp water lances rain down on the group like a swarm of deadly arrows. Ma Fei reacts instantly, deflecting the liquid blades before shouting a cocky challenge. He vows to settle the score, unleashing his powerful first sword form. The strike launches a massive wave of sword energy straight at the elder. Calmly, the master raises his hand, summoning a thick wooden barrier to shield himself. Ma Fei's slash crashes in, but it only manages to cut through the very first pillar. Another barrier blocks the way. Without wasting a moment, the preceptor launches a counterattack. A massive storm of golden sword energy erupts instantly, turning the tables on Ma Fei. Seeing his ally overwhelmed, Yang Xiang slams his hands onto the dirt, casting his binding spell. A glowing golden rope instantly materializes tightly, wrapping around the powerful preceptor's body, surrounding him. Seizing this chance, Qiao Yu gripped his spear tightly and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Although the spear is inches away, the Grand Preceptor of Great Wu remains completely unbothered, muttering with pure disdain about petty tricks. He casts Earth Rupture and the ground immediately splits open. As the old man commands the earth to split, crack widens further and further. With a wave of his hand, he forces the ground itself to shift beneath them, pulling himself far away from Qiao Yu. The attack swings wide, hitting nothing but thin air and leaving the young warrior stunned. Keeping his distance, the Grand Preceptor quickly conjures a massive fireball right in front of his blazing goddess phantom, before hurling it straight toward Qiao Yu. Seeing that massive blast of pure fire heading right for him, panic starts to set in. This is bad. The boss has zero agility, meaning his speed can't be stolen at all. But before he can even react, a terrifying explosion erupts. Black smoke blankets the area, but as the dust slowly settles, a shadow begins to emerge. Qiao Yu stands there, eyes glowing a murderous crimson. Suddenly, the system announces that his rage mode has been activated. Fueled by pure fury, Qiao Yu glares straight at the old man. Now he growls, "It is my turn." Gripping his spear, he charges head-on, absolute confidence flooding his mind. This boss only has 1,000 health points left. One clean strike is all it takes to end him. Meanwhile, the Grand Preceptor stammers in disbelief. How is he still standing? After taking my ultimate fire attack. But in a flash, Qiao Yu closes the distance, mocking him. There are plenty of things you do not know, he snaps. Instantly, the old man triggers another earth rupture right beneath Qiao Yu. A massive fissure tears open the ground, but the quick-thinking young man activates his Skeleton King's domain. The same tricks will not work on me twice, he yells, casting his spell. In his mind, he is calculating his next move with Ghost Pupil, locking down the boss. There is absolutely no way the old man can dodge this next strike. He hurls his spear forward with incredible force, but the Grand Preceptor quickly conjures an ultimate metal shield to block the incoming attack. Layering it with an earthen wall, the old man easily disarms Qiao Yu and absorbs the weapon. Qiao Yu yells out in sheer shock. Is that even allowed? Seizing the moment, the disarmed warrior's opponent prepares to unleash a barrage of 10,000 floating metallic swords. Within seconds, a rain of sharp blades comes hurtling down. Talk about a hopeless situation. As Qiao Yu dodges the oncoming steel, he frantically tries to think of a counter. To use his special class-changing card, he needs to get close to the boss, but that is currently impossible. All of the old man's attacks are long-range, and Ghost Pupil only copies close-quarters moves. His fighting style completely counters Qiao Yu, leaving zero opportunities to engage. Thankfully, his ally Xiangdi steps in, raising a massive stone barrier to block the oncoming swords, but the boss merely chuckles, tossing several glowing seeds onto the battlefield. With a whisper of wood seed burst, massive vines begin sprouting rapidly from the stone. They grow at an alarming rate, completely shattering the stone defense. Luckily, Qiao Yu retreats just in time. Regrouping with Xiangdi, he quickly breathes a sigh of relief, thanking his friend for buying him some precious seconds. Without that wall, he would have been a goner. But Xiangdi is sweating bullets, stammering that wood element totally counters earth element. No matter what they try, the old man has a perfect counter ready. Does this monster have infinite mana? Every single spell Xiangdi casts is immediately shut down, draining his remaining mana dry. But right as despair starts creeping and a sudden realization strikes Qiao Yu. Wait, he asks, grabbing Xiangdi's shoulder. What did you just say? Say that again. Confused, the younger ally repeats his complaint, but Qiao Yu shakes his head, telling him not that part, but the one right after. Xiangdi mentions the infinite mana thing again, and Qiao Yu snaps his fingers. That is it. There is no way a boss can cast high-tier skills without cost. Even his own ghost pupil Heavenly Soldier Wei eats up HP. The boss definitely has a limit. But before they can celebrate, Gusu chimes in to crush their hopes, telling them to just yield. The Grand Preceptor might only be level 25, but his mastery of spells is on par with high-ranking masters. Even Gusu himself could barely survive 10 exchanges against the old monster. Hearing this, Qiao Yu scoffs, reminding him that he did not last 10 moves against him either. That shuts Gusu up real quick. But then a vital detail clicks in Qiao Yu's mind. Wait, since they got here, the boss has barely moved from that spot. Every time Qiao Yu tried to close in, the old man desperately pulled back to keep his distance. Is he hiding some weakness? Determined to find out, he commands Xiangdi to launch an Earth Dragon bullet directly under the boss while Ma Fei provides cover fire. The Demon King heard this and said, "You guys think I'm some puss?" Demon King scoffed, "You think I'm some nobody?" Then then he unleashed his skills one after another. Gold Beggar Chi Water Transformation, Fire Body of Violent, Flame shouting, "Let's see how you guys fight this gold." Fire and water all surge at unleash 3 elements at once. Golden Beggar Chi Water Refining Flame burst. "Let's see you handle this," he roared, the combined elements making everyone gasp. While no one was watching, Ma Fei, once astonishing everyone. While no one was looking, Ma Fei tried a sneak attack from behind with his one-sword style. Too bad the Demon King was prepared, putting up a shield behind him, and he taunted pointless. Meanwhile, Ju tried a surprise strike from behind with his sword skill. But the Demon King was ready, his shield already up. Pointless, the king sneered. Meanwhile, Du kicked an enemy towards Xiangdi. Du kicked the enemy in Hung Dic's direction, saying, "Here's your chance, go." Your move was too fast, it caught him off guard. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind Hung Dic. "Here's your chance, go. You were too fast, you almost lost him." Suddenly, a huge explosion behind Xiangdi. He yelled back to Qiao Du, "Brother Du. It's a wall," and he frantically called out to Qiao Du, "Brother Du, it's fire behind me, there's no other way." He had to push forward, thoughts racing. There was no turning back now. "Brother Du, I won't have fire, no choice now." He had to push forward, his mind racing. There was no turning back. "Brother Du, I won't let you down." With that thought, let you down. With that resolve, Hung Dic quickly unleashed Earth Dragon Calamity. The move worked perfectly as the ground beneath the Demon King began to crumble. In an instant, a stone dragon emerged and the Demon King stood. Xiangdi unleashed Earth Dragon Calamity. The technique worked. The ground beneath the Demon King began to crumble. He quickly unleashes his Earth Dragon Calamity technique, causing the ground right beneath the Lich King to suddenly collapse. A massive stone dragon suddenly erupts. The Elder stands triumphantly right on top of its head. Then he looked up stunned. Xiao Du hit by that last, who after that palm strike only had part of his robe singed. "Looks like I guessed right," the Demon King boasted. Hung Dic and Ma Fei realized the Demon King's endless power stemmed from being grounded, and the attack had only part of his clothes burned. The Lich King looks up in utter disbelief, realizing Qiao Yu only got his clothes singed. "Guessing right," he boasts. Meanwhile, the heroes finally realize the true source of his infinite power. Xiangdi used Earth Dragon Blast again, and Ma Fei brought forth his sword skill within his self-created formation. "Humph, you dream," the Demon King sneered. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements merged, chaos without form, the 5 directions heavenly gate. Even Ash, humph, delusional, the king scoffed. 5 elements combine, chaos, unbound, heaven's gate. You think you can break my formation? By combining the 5 elements, he has created the chaotic 5 directions heavenly gate. Still they charge. Defying the barrier, Yang Xiang unleashes his earth explosion technique, calling forth a massive wave of yellow dust. Meanwhile, Ma Fei strikes with the first form of the Pingyang sword, aiming a single swift slash from the side. Defending inside his powerful defensive array, the Lich King mocks their futile efforts and tells them to just give up. But as he spoke, he froze. Below enough. It's time to finish this. Just as he spoke, he looked down in disbelief. Wu Yu Vung stared in horror as Qiao Yu lifted him with both hands. So their attack wasn't meant to break the formation. He saw Qiao Yu lifting him. His attack wasn't meant to break the barrier. It was a distraction. The king got to end Qiao Yu. Dai Wu Yu Vung thought it was a distraction for this kid. Deciding to finish Qiao Yu, he declared die. With that, Wu Yu Vung unleashed a torrent of water. But Qiao Yu held on tight. He screamed, unleashing a tidal wave of water. But then the Lich King suddenly realizes their combined attack was never meant to break his gate. They were just covering for Qiao Yu. Deciding to finish the boy, the Lich King glares forward. Ordering him to die, the Lich King unleashes a raging water torrent. Yet Qiao Yu holds his leg tightly. Ready to fight, Qiao Yu growls that since the old man had his turn, it is finally their time. Pressing the advantage, Qiao Yu battered the Demon King with punches and confidently, this is my home turf. Pressing his advantage, Qiao Yu continued his assault, seeing Wu Yu Vung in danger. Master Tu Zong told Kotup, we need to act too. If the National Preceptor dies, our dungeon mission will be declared a failure. Understood, Kotuk replied. They hadn't gone far when Ma Fei and Duong Hun Dik blocked their path. I don't think you two kicks. Seeing the king in danger, Xiao Rong told Gu Su, we need to move. If the Imperial Advisor dies, our mission fails. Understood, Gu Su replied. But should rush in, Ma Fei warned. They stared back in silence. A second later, Wu Yu Vung roared a threat. Crown Prince of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, I'll take you down with me even if I die before they could go far. Ma Fei and Xiang Dai blocked their path. You too, Ma Fei warned, I don't think you should rush in. They just stared back silent. Prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, the Demon King, boomed, I'll drag you down with me if I die. The five elements warring heaven and earth rejecting. Qiao Yu had, the five elements oppose each other, heaven and earth reject this union. Qiao Yu muttered, not understanding. Wu Yu Vuing then successfully summoned the full power of the five elements. Empowered, he turned to threaten Qiao Yu again, no idea what he meant. The Demon King successfully summoned the full power of the five elements. He turned back to Qiao Yu. Kid, if you let me go now, we can both survive. Otherwise, with the five elements self-destructing, we both die. Qiao Yu swung his fist, his words firm. Only you will die. Both survive. Otherwise, the five elements will self-destruct and we both die. Qiao Yu threw a punch. Only you will die. The power of the elements couldn't save the power of the five elements couldn't save Wu Yu Vung. Qiao Yu shoved him back, the force of his punch driving the Demon King deep into the earth and stone. Finally, Qiao Yu defeated him. The system announced by Demon King. Qiao Yu shoved him back, the force of the blow, burying him deep in the earth. He was defeated. Then the system announced his victory. By defeating the Demon King Wu Yu Vung with bare hands, you have received 25 free attribute points and 125 experience points. The Demon King's five elemental power hadn't fully dissipated, so Qiao Yu activated the Demon King bare-handed. He earned 25 free attribute points and 125 experience points. The five elements' power still lingered on him. Qiao Yu activated the white silver lion helmet. It's all up to you now, he said, and the system provided information about the helmet. The White Silver Lion Helmet, a Class C item, increased head defense by 50 points. No White Silver Lion Hat. It's all up to you now. The system gave him info. The C-Rank White Silver Lion Hat boosted head defense by 50 points, blocking one head targeted attack, coifying one head targeting attack. Its cooldown was 24 hours with no class restrictions. Then the extreme powers of Earth and Fire met. Second after second passed. All down 24 hours. And so the ultimate powers of Earth and Fire met. The Demon King, trapped under the rubble, could only watch as Qiao Yu's fist came down. The king's life ended there, buried deep within the earth. Meanwhile, the system chimed in. Victorious in his bare-handed defeat of the Demon King, he received 25 free attribute points and 125 experience points. The lingering power of the five elements still pulsed within him. It triggers a massive earth-shaking blast. Once the heavy dust finally starts to clear, Qiao Yu slowly emerges from the smoke. He wears the Silver Lion helmet on his head, whispering to himself that his gamble paid off and it actually worked. But right after those words, he is left completely baffled as a tiny crack appears. Before he knows it, the Silver Lion helmet completely shatters. He gasps in disbelief, wondering how this could even happen. The system immediately confirms the Silver Lion helmet is totally destroyed. However, its hidden effect triggers. Destruction of the helmet grants one extra level. Congratulations to Qiao Yu on his successful level up. His experience points sit at 50 out of 21,000, granting 15 free attribute points. Welcome to the mid-tier realm. Your bonus is the rank A passive skill, Herculean Power. Under this skill, every single point in the strength stat can be converted into 0.5 defense and 0.5 agility. A friendly system reminder: massive power demands high physical endurance. Reading the system logs, Qiao Yu stares in absolute shock, muttering to himself if he really reached the mid-tier. That cannot be right. Doubting his own eyes, he pulls up his system screen to verify. Herculean power rank A. Every single point of strength transforms into 0.5 defense and 0.5 agility. Along with his other active abilities, like Miraculous Strength and Great Strength Pact, his unique trait allows each strength point to directly yield 2 physical attack power. Finishing his double check, Qiao Yu can only sigh at his awakened skills. How did he end up becoming such a ridiculous one-man army? High damage, insane defense, lightning agility, and a massive health pool to top it all off. He is supposed to be a squishy necromancer. Shaking his head, he commands the system to open up his full status window. Name: Qiao Yu. Class: Necromancer. Realm level 21 mid-tier. Strength 777. Defense 88.5. Agility 397.5. Spirit 0. Health points 8,780 out of 8,780, plus an extra 7,700 points. Mana 2,100 out of 2,100. Talent: Heart of the Heroic Mage. Rank unknown. Skills: Miraculous Strength Rank A, Phantom Soldier Path Rank A, Herculean Power Rank A, and Great Strength Pact Rank A. Also Mech Queen Rage Rank B, Hades, C Level 5, Call Foe Father Card Rank A and his active gear. The Ancestral Handring Rank A, Gale Boots Rank C, Sky Halberd Rank D, Golden Dragon Crescent Blade Rank B, Frenzied Spider. Armor Rank B, Bone King Ring Rank C, and Staff of Wisdom Rank C. With the Lich King gone, a glowing orb remains. Curiosity getting the better of him, Qiao Yu reaches out to touch it, eager to see what loot the boss dropped. Inside, a glowing book materializes and the system quickly displays the details. He obtained a Rank B skill book, Devouring Barrier. This ability casts a massive barrier that drains the life force of all living creatures trapped inside, converting it into raw power. Targeted creatures can even surrender themselves to the drain willingly, though the player cannot leave the barrier while devouring them. The truth suddenly clicks for Qiao Yu. No wonder the Lich King possessed an seemingly endless pool of mana during battle. The loyal citizens of the Great Wu Kingdom must have offered their own lives to fuel his dark magic. On top of that, he receives a single-use Rank A item called the 5 Elements Heart, granting mastery over elemental forces. Only mage-class players can use it. Qiao Yu holds the pulsing artifact, wondering what would happen if he activates it. Will he become just like the Lich King, commanding all 5 elements with a simple wave of his hand? He ponders for a moment, suddenly remembering the Mech Queen. This item could easily serve as a replacement for her core. In the end, Qiao Yu decides to give it away instead, handing the rare artifact over to Yang Xiang. Deeply moved by the incredible gift, he expresses his gratitude, promising to repay his brother's immense kindness. Right then, Shi Xiaorong approaches with an urgent expression. She asks if he remembers Baizi, the mysterious organization that kidnapped them. Qiao Yu listens to her words but remains slightly confused about what she is trying to get at with this Baizi mention. He prompts her to go on. She reveals that Capital University has already been infiltrated by the group, and it is not just a single spy. Shocked by the news, Qiao Yu asks how she managed to find this out. She explains that an agent from Capital University approached them in another dungeon trying to recruit them into Baizi. Even fighting alongside Gu Su, they could only manage a draw. Qiao Yu asks for the spy's name. Without hesitation, she drops a familiar name, Lin Lang. Hearing this, Qiao Yu realizes his dark suspicions were absolutely correct. He had been struggling to track down the guy's whereabouts, never expecting him to target Shi Xiaorong directly. He asks if she can still find him, but she admits Lin Lang travels with highly powerful protectors. She barely escaped capture last time. To secure her cooperation, Qiao Yu offers a Rank C item as a reward. She quickly agrees to the deal, absolutely thrilled with the valuable gear, and promises to track down the spy. Trace of Lin Lang, and she promises to notify him of the specific time later. She thanks him for his staff. After saying goodbye to her, he feels a bit annoyed. No news on Qiao. Still, he considers this a decent harvest anyway. Right away, Yang Xiang, Dai, and Ma Fei arrive. He explains that the boss is already defeated. The run is a success, so they should just leave. Qiao Yu is surprised. Is it over already? Wait, he wants to check on someone first. That place is the Imperial Palace, where His Majesty has issued a decree. Consort Yang gracefully steps forward to receive the announcement, declaring her the new Empress. The Emperor approaches. He warmly asks if she has anything to say now that she is Empress. She humbly replies that she only basks in her son's glory. Watching from the rooftop, the trio looks on. Qiao Yu quietly tells them they should go, as everything is done here. But Yang Xiang is puzzled. Did Qiao Yu really run all this way just for an NPC? when everything will just reset once the dungeon refreshes. Qiao Yu calmly responds that even if they are data, aren't they? No different from real people, he wonders. If an NPC gains actual consciousness, can they really be called NPCs anymore? At all. Does this connect to his parents' legacy or the ultimate goal of Bai Zi? Meanwhile, Yang Xiang thinks he is overthinking. It is just a game dungeon. Ma Fei agrees entirely, reminding him that a mere NPC is just an NPC, and nothing more. Qiao Yu sighs. Maybe he's overthinking things. Let's go. With that, the three of them vanish from the dungeon. But as they exit, a hostile voice calls out, mocking them for thinking they could hide forever from their pursuers. It is the Golden Eagle Guild. They finally caught them. Qiao Yu, however, remains remarkably calm and friendly, offering a casual greeting. But he quickly senses their power. Every single hunter is at least an intermediate level, or higher, including nearly 10 high-grade combatants. The leader sneers. No coincidence here. He brought a small army, specifically to ambush them right outside the portal. Yang Xiang chuckles, trying to play nice and claiming they're all friends, so there is no need for violence. But the leader snaps. Shut up. He is not in the mood for talk, because 3 nobody trash players made his guild lose face, not to mention losing 2 highly valuable elite members during the clash. He declares that they deserve to die 1,000 deaths, then commands Hacker to beat them down until they are kneeling and begging for mercy. A massive giant steps forward, stomping hard. He is 4 times their size and packed with rippling muscles. He casually introduces himself as Hacker, a level 32 high-grade tank class. Qiao Yu realizes he is dealing with a real elite. The guild leader screams for Hacker to stop talking and just smash him. Instantly, Hacker throws a massive fist, forcing close combat. Qiao Yu blocks head-on. His own physical attributes have passed 2,000, which is already far above normal intermediate fighters. Perhaps he can actually match a high-grade warrior. The 2 beasts clash with absolute earth-shattering violence. The shockwaves are insane. Only a true monster could withstand this crushing pressure. Everyone is blown back in shock. How is this possible? Hacker is a high-grade tank. Isn't Qiao Yu supposed to be an intermediate mage who fights from afar, yet he is going toe-to-toe with him? Ma Fei watches with dropped jaw, realizing just how many secrets his friend holds. He thought they were close in power, but the gap is only growing wider by the second. Qiao Yu feels a surge of thrill. He can actually fight a high-grade tank with bare fists. He kicks Hacker hard, but is instantly shocked by the giant's absurd resilience. Blocking with ease, Hacker chuckles, calling him sweet, and declaring it is his turn now. Powered by overwhelming physical stats, the giant easily blows Qiao Yu back and pins him to the ground. The sheer speed of the assault is hard to endure. Hacker follows up with a devastating punch. Boom! The earth shatters, kicking up massive clouds of dust as Qiao Yu is blasted back. He tries to stay calm. How is this happening? Even with his stats boosted, why can't he gain any ground against this level 32 tank at all? Hacker gives him no room to breathe, launching himself forward with a massive leap. He confidently taunts his favorite little target to try harder. They clash repeatedly, a blur of offense and defense. Hacker laughs, demanding he stop running and fight for real. Qiao Yu finds it incredibly hard to break free. The massive beast dominates the flow and suddenly grabs him by the wrist. Can you block this, baby? With a smirk, Hacker flips him over and prepares to strike. But Qiao Yu is ready. He instantly triggers his Ghost Child Heavenly Soldier path, sacrificing 2,400 health points to survive. The devastating blow. Both fighters are now pouring everything into the battle, but even with his ultimate skill, Qiao Yu is still barely holding on. Hacker laughs, admitting the kid has some real skill. Exhausted, Qiao Yu triggers his berserk state to push past his limits. Seeing him struggle, Yang Xiang calls out in worry, but Qiao Yu insists he is fine, even as doubt creeps in. His stats are monstrously high, so why is he still getting completely overpowered in a one-on-one? Qiao Yu struggles to find a way out. Nothing works. His only choice now is using that absurd adopt the enemy card. Meanwhile, Hacker goes into a complete battle frenzy. He never expected this kid could actually keep standing at all. With a crazy laugh, he mocks that he does not have to hold back anymore, spreading his massive arms wide. The system immediately urges Qiao Yu to strike the beast's wrists. He swings hard, disrupting his ultimate move entirely. Blown back, Hacker completely loses his mind. He screams in absolute rage, threatening to rip Qiao Yu's head straight off. Amidst the insane threats, Qiao Yu realizes his opponent's weakness, the joints. Utilizing his speed, he quickly darts in. He delivers a brutal targeted strike straight to Hacker's leg joint. It dislocates instantly, forcing the giant down onto his knees. Huan Ying stares in absolute shock. Suddenly, a spear-wielding youth approaches while Hacker struggles desperately to force his body back up. The brute swells, his massive frame gathering raw physical power, but Qiao Yu charges straight, entrusting his manga battle logic. He strikes Hacker in the gut to stop the transformation, but the villain's body is too elastic, completely defying his expectations. The impact feels totally wrong. Before Qiao Yu can react, Hacker grabs him by the neck. "Finally caught you, little bro." He slams him mercilessly into the dirt. Ma Fei cries out in absolute horror, screaming at him to stop this madness. Ma Fei warns the giant to release him or die. Desperate to save Qiao Yu, Ma Fei prepares to play his ultimate trump card. The enemies burst out laughing at the warning. They mock Ma Fei, asking if his brain is fried for bluffing like that. A mere mid-tier weakling threatening a master. They laugh hysterically, wondering where he gets his absurd level of confidence. Maybe seeing his friend get beaten so badly scared him stupid. Hacker sneers, finally turning his attention over to them. "Show me how I die," the monster taunts. Ready to fight to the end, Ma Fei prepares his next big move. He murmurs about the profound truth of the sword, calling out for his blade, while the enemies watch in total amusement. They mock him for shouting to summon a sword, laughing at what they think is just a useless theatrical performance. But then, a massive heavenly sword crashes down. The sheer overwhelming impact completely staggers Hacker, shocking everyone else. "Impossible," they scream. Basked in their sudden awe, Ma Fei loves the attention. The exact cool moment of his dreams. A dark, terrifying aura radiates from the Kunmu sword. Terror grips the crowd. Even young Master Huang staggers back in fear. Ji Bingyang is here. Huang Ying is stunned. Suddenly, the headmaster appears out of nowhere and smacks Ma Fei's head. He scolds the brat, saying he only gave him that precious sword pill to save his life in a real emergency. There's not even a speck of dust on him, yet he is already shattering it. He should have fought first. He then criticizes Qiao Yu's strong but unfocused aura. It is hollow inside. Did he completely forget his assigned mission? He demands to know why they are not investigating Lin Lang. Qiao Yu quickly reassures the headmaster not to worry. He has found clues and will get full answers soon, realizing the headmaster knows exactly where he went wrong. Fuming with rage, Huang Ying snaps at him, demanding how he dares to completely ignore the presence of the Hunter Guild. Ji Bingyang glances over from a short distance away. He senses a powerful presence, noting that an interesting newcomer has arrived. Behind him, Qiao Yu, Yang, Xiang, and Ma Fei recover in a cloud of white steam, staring intently at the enemy. He calls for the hidden figure to show himself. A massive muscular man steps forward, leaving the boys completely shocked. Heavy, powerful steps shake the ground. Carrying a colossal war hammer, the legendary former president of the Hunter Guild arrives. This is Huang Huawu. With glowing red eyes, a long beard, and furious flames erupting behind him, he glares ahead. He mocks Ji Bingyang for acting proud, asking if he truly believes the Hunter Guild is completely empty of real fighters. Ji Bingyang calmly watches Huang Huawu approach. The massive warrior rests his colossal hammer casually on his broad shoulders now. When asked, he proudly declares his name. The young men gasp in total disbelief upon hearing the legendary name. They whisper that the legendary former president is still alive. This means Ji Bingyang has finally met a truly formidable opponent this time. He is renowned as the Hammer King among the legendary 8 kings. Huang Ying immediately yells out in pure fury. He begs his grandfather to slaughter these bastards, demanding absolute painful death for every single one of them. Roaring flames explode from his back as he channels devastating elemental power directly into his giant glowing war hammer. He calls out his signature move, the explosive fire divine hammer. In a flash, he teleports behind Ji Bingyang. He swings with terrifying force. A blinding golden light erupts, blasting shattered rocks and debris in all directions. The golden aura burns even brighter, scattering massive stone shards. He stands tall, gripping his heavy weapon with resolve. Looking down through the rising dust, he sneers that Ji Bingyang is widely called the top sword cultivator. Looking at him, he is nothing special. That is what a fraud gets for messing with the Hunters Association. Ji Bingyang stands amid the shattered stone and drifting smoke. He calmly asks, "Oh, is that so?" The old man looks at him. With complete shock, unable to believe his own eyes, gasping, "What is this? Impossible!" He wonders how his full power strike could fail to injure him even a single bit. Ji Bingyang looks right at the old man and calmly speaks. "It is simple, you are just too weak." Back outside, the young onlookers watching the scene gasp in absolute disbelief. How is the Hammer King, one of the 8 kings, called weak? Just how strong has Ji Bingyang actually become? Ma Fei quickly grabs his notepad and pen, muttering, "Write this down, this is the ultimate textbook on flexing." Huang Huawu suddenly bursts out, laughing, his face twisted in a smug, mocking sneer as he asks if he is too weak. "I have not heard a joke that funny in years." Ji Bingyang simply closes his eyes and calmly replies, "It is just the truth." Furious, the old man's eyes flare with power as he challenges him to prove his words. Huang Huawu channels his energy and flies high into the air with his giant hammer, preparing to strike down on Ji Bingyang. Amidst the howling wind, he unleashes the Yama Divine Hammer. Ma Fei and Qiao Yu watch from behind the smoke, as Ji Pingyang holds his sword with absolute composure, instructing Ma Fei to look closely. He says classes like hammer or axe users who rely on raw power are tough for a sword cultivator to handle, but remember, a sword's true strength lies in its endless adaptability. Huang Huawu charges at Ji Pingyang, swinging his massive hammer violently, but the master easily evades it. When facing a hammer cultivator, if your power is equal or lesser, you must avoid clashing directly. First, locate their weakness and only then strike with your sword. Meanwhile, Huang Huawu stands behind him, completely baffled. He has no idea what is happening. Ji Pingyang keeps a watchful eye on his rear while Ma Fei mutters, "This is a live lesson from the world's greatest sword cultivator. Money cannot buy this kind of opportunity." Meanwhile, Huang Huawu grows exhausted, nursing a wounded arm. He snarls that he would rather die than be humiliated, promising to make him bleed. Ji Pingyang simply glances back with a calm, teasing look, replying that he only considers him to be an excellent piece of teaching material. Infuriated, Huang Huawu raises his giant hammer once more, charging straight toward Ji Pingyang, screaming that he is asking for death. Ji Pingyang calmly notes that the sword has 6 major realms as he grips his blade, flashing through multiple afterimages. They are known as Sword Whistle, Sword Chi, Sword Light, Sword Force, Sword Momentum, and Sword Intent. He swings his blade, releasing a purple aura. When swung at high speeds, the blade vibrates, creating a sound called Sword Whistle. The high speed creates damaging airflow, and extending its range is called Sword Chi. When you compress this dangerous energy tightly around the blade to control its range, it becomes Sword Light. Once the Chi solidifies into a physical substance, it becomes Sword Force. When dense, it carries the spiritual will of the master to create Sword Momentum. Only after condensing to the absolute limit does it become Sword Intent. Huang Huawu leaps up, channeling massive power into his glowing golden hammer, his face twisted in rage, screaming that Ji is gone too far. He charges down from above, but Ji Pingyang remains entirely calm, standing his ground, simply watching the attack. Yang Xiang and Qiao Yu shield their eyes from the blowing dust, while Ma Fei mutters in awe, "Such incredibly powerful momentum." Under the orange sky, Ji Pingyang calmly closes his eyes and says, "Ma Fei, every sword cultivator condenses is completely unique. You must discover your own path, but today I will show you what real sword intent actually looks like." As Huang Huawu closes in with his final strike, Ji Pingyang simply prepares to swing his blade, sending leaves and smoke swirling. Deep in the nearby forest, the shockwave from his slash slices clean through massive trees. Qiao Yu watches in sheer disbelief, whispering that while the skill is identical, this slash in the principal's hands feels entirely different. The strike cleanly cuts through Huang Huawu, severing his hand and sending his hammer flying as if breathing life into the skill itself. Across the forest, chopped trees crash down amidst clouds of rising dust. Is this true sword intent? Huang Ying sees his grandfather on the ground and screams in horror. The surrounding disciples gasp in terror, crying out that the former president is actually dead. The legendary Hammer King could not even put up a fight. My God, just what level has Ji Pingyang reached by now? As the smoke clears, coughing sounds echo out. Qiao Yu frowns, shouting that the old man is not dead yet. Ji Pingyang looks over in surprise as Huang Huawu, groaning in pain amidst the smoke, slowly struggles to stand up. Suddenly, sharp wooden spikes erupt from the ground. A glowing green blur shoots directly toward Ji Pingyang alongside a mass of strange vines. Yang Xiang, Qiao Yu, and Ma Fei suddenly shout in panic, warning the principal that some strange vines are wrapping around Ji Pingyang, their sword intent pulsing from afar. But the sneak attack fails immediately because he has already unleashed his power to shred them to pieces. But the remaining vines quickly redirect, shooting straight toward Qiao Yu. Yang Xiang and Ma Fei, reacting fast, Qiao Yu shoves his friends out of the way, but his own leg gets caught by the weird growth. Qiao Yu is yanked high into the air, shocking Ji Pingyang. Meanwhile, Huang Huawu is also completely bound by the vines. Qiao Yu yells down to his principal, saying he is fine and not to worry about him, but to chase the old man instead. Suddenly, the vines wrap tighter around Qiao Yu and hurl him straight toward a massive tree. Qiao Yu looks down in a panic, realizing he is about to crash into a thick branch. He screams for help, apologizing for joking earlier. Ji Pingyang immediately steps in and uses his dark purple energy to shred the wooden traps into pieces, catching Qiao Yu as the boy leaps safely down to the ground. Sighing with relief, Qiao Yu looks at the principal and apologizes, saying he only held him back from catching the old man. But Ji Pingyang simply smiles, replying that saving teammates always comes first. Ji Pingyang then scans the forest with deep caution, wondering if this was the Wood King of the 8 kings. In an endless forest like this, only he could hide his presence so perfectly from him. But then the principal smirks, realizing that making it back safe is enough of a win. Ji Ping Yang swings, his sword unleashing a powerful blast of smoke that blows everyone into the air, landing them in a jumbled pile on the ground. Walking over, Ji Ping Yang scratches his hand and warns Qiao Yu, Yang Xiang, and Ma Fei that the Hunter Guild will now be their sworn enemies. He hopes they will grow strong enough to destroy the guild themselves and defeat Hammer King Huang Huawu. The three boys stare in complete shock, protesting that the Hammer King could easily wipe them out in one shot, but the principal just turns his god back and tells them to face the challenge since pressure is what actually builds character. Their goal is set. Meanwhile, Huang Ying and his remaining men lie defeated on the ground as the smoke clears and the others leave. Trembling, Huang Ying weakly moves his hand and vows to make them pay with a painful death. Later that afternoon in the dorms, Ma Fei sits on his bed watching Qiao Yu search through some books. Yang Xiang lies back with his feet up, enjoying the comfort of the room when he suddenly sits up and calls Qiao Yu and Ma Fei over to look at his phone, pointing out a terrifying piece of breaking news. The Tang clan, one of the capital's 4 great families, was completely wiped out overnight with no survivors and not a single body left behind. Qiao Yu stares at the screen, shocked by the news. He wonders how this is possible. After their trip to Ghost Mountain, the Tang clan's power was secure. Who would dare target them now? Then a chilling memory of a certain man flashes in his mind, and he realizes it must be Tang Wumu himself. Qiao Yu's expression turns grave, wondering if he has truly gone mad, throwing away his humanity just to survive a little longer. He suddenly worries about Tang Lan, and if she is safe. But Yang Xiang shrugs it off, saying great clan gossip has nothing to do with them anyway. Qiao Yu agrees while Ma Fei gets up and says he needs to go find teacher Wan instead. Walking out, Ma Fei hopes the teacher can explain the strange physical issues the principal mentioned. Later that afternoon, Wan Lihao and Qiao Yu meet up in a busy, crowded area of the campus. The teacher teases him, asking if the truant prince finally decided to show up. Qiao Yu scratches his head, telling teacher Wan to stop teasing and explaining that Principal Ji sent him. Wan Lihao signals him to explain. Qiao Yu says his friend is only a level 21 intermediate, but his total attribute stats exceed 2,000 points. Yet his actual combat power doesn't match that score at all, asking if the teacher knows why. Wan Lihao crosses his arms, asking if he's actually some kind of monster disguised as a human. Qiao Yu quickly plays dumb, insisting he's talking about a friend. The teacher laughs and activates his system, offering to show his own attributes instead. His status panel appears, showing his name as Wan Lihao, a body cultivator, warrior king stage level 45 with 1535 strength, 1024 defense, and 89 spirit. Qiao Yu gasps, realizing king stage is above high tier, and asks if teacher Wan has already broken through. Looking at Qiao Yu, Wan Lihao explains that even with a level twice as high as Qiao Yu's friend, his own total attributes are barely over 3,000. For someone to hit 2,000 attribute points at level 21 is highly unusual. He immediately compares it to a young Qiao Yu, a kid holding a massive weapon. He explains there is a conversion rate between raw stats and actual combat power. It is like a toddler wielding an assault rifle. The weapon itself is devastating, but the child cannot unleash its true potential. Realizing the problem, Qiao Yu asks teacher Wan how he can finally tap into the full force of those 2,000 points. Wan Lihao tells him the solution is simple. He either needs to start leveling up much faster to bridge the gap. This will help him master his own physical vessel. Hearing this, Qiao Yu locks in, thinking about his hidden talent. His mage's brave heart talent is his absolute trump card, and choosing to level up now would ruin his growth strategy. The system screen flashes. The mage's brave heart passive triggers whenever Qiao Yu defeats an opponent in close quarters combat. This physical beatdown rewards him with free attribute points. Even better, its unique active effect allows him to balance his stats. He can copy his highest stat across all categories. Eager for alternatives, he asks his teacher if another path exists. With a fierce grin, Wan Lihao clenches his fist. He says if leveling up is not an option, there is another way. Simply keep stacking stats until pure quantity forces a breakthrough. Inspired, Qiao Yu clenches his hand with absolute determination. He realizes conversion rates do not matter. If 2,000 stat points are not enough to crush his opponents, he will simply raise them to 4,000 or even higher. He visualizes a massive explosion tearing through a city. With a weapon of mass destruction, even a toddler can wipe out entire armies because power ultimately solves everything. Wan Lihao crosses his massive muscular arms. He notes that no low-level player in the underworld has ever achieved this. Exceeding 2,000 attributes at mid-tier is unprecedented. Even Principal Qi could not pull off a feat like that. Qiao Yu confidently claims he will be the first. He quickly catches himself, grins, and says he meant his friend. Wan Lihao just stares at him in dead silence. Qiao Yu thanks his mentor, turns to leave, and says he understands. Suddenly, Wan Lihao grabs his shoulder. Stop. His face darkens as he tells Qiao Yu to wait. With a sharp, calculating glint in his eyes, the teacher tells him to enter the upcoming Global Underworld University tournament. This is his chance to bring prestige to the academy. If he does, his constant truancy will be completely forgiven. Qiao Yu turns around, completely stunned. Wait, what? He asks if this competition is really for him. He reminds his teacher that the Grand Combat Championship is usually reserved for the elite 3rd and 4th year seniors. He internally recalls that his acquaintance Long Xiang had previously pressured him to join that exact same championship tournament. Wan Lihao explains that exceptional underclassmen are allowed to enter. The tournament features both team and individual categories. The official school roster for the team events has already been locked in and training for weeks. It would be too disruptive to slot him into the main roster now, but he has another path to qualify. If Qiao Yu wants to enter the team brackets, he can simply form his own squad from scratch. However, the mentor is eyeing the solo division. With over 2,000 stats, a top spot is practically guaranteed. Qiao Yu claps his hands with an eager grin, immediately asking what kind of rewards are up for grabs. His greed earned him a swift, angry punch to the head. The teacher yells at him for demanding bribes. He promises that generous rewards are waiting for a top finish before laying out 2 very simple choices for him. Option 1 is clearing a special solo dungeon to earn his ticket. Option 2 is a direct sparring match. Qiao Yu stares back in silent disbelief, asking if fighting his overpowered teacher is basically a death sentence. Wan Lihao shrugs with a smug grin. No choice. Qiao Yu reluctantly agrees to enter the tournament. He knows that both Principal K and Teacher Wan have done an incredible amount to help him since day one. He truly would not have survived without their guidance, but a pressing matter still needs his immediate attention. Sunbeams filter beautifully through the canopy of the massive endless forest where 2 figures are meeting up. Qiao Yu questions his contact directly, asking if her intel on their target can actually be trusted this time. Shi Xiaorong reassures him, confirming she set a secret meeting with Lin Lang in the forest at 8 p.m. She points out that since she already accepted his rare staff as payment, she would never double-cross him. Qiao Yu nods, offering his genuine thanks. As night falls, moonlight floods the quiet woods at 8 p.m. A young man steps out from the shadows, telling Shi Xiaorong that she made the right choice by meeting him. By joining Bai Zi, you will gain a completely new perspective on the entire world. Shi Xiaorong said this with a dead serious expression. Thank you, she replied, joining Bai Zi is my honor. The black-hooded boy then turned around and called back. Follow me, and I will show you the true face of this world. Suddenly, she called out, summoning a massive cage of ice. The boy's eyes lit up, sensing danger. He spun around as sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground all around him. Shi Xiaorong raised her staff, its glowing gemstone pulsing with light. Qiao Yu, she called out, I have done everything I possibly can. Qiao Yu leaped high into the air, ready to strike with his great sword. The hooded figure pulled back his cowl, revealing himself as Lin Lang. Lin Lang gasped out Qiao Yu's name in utter shock. Suddenly, Lin Lang's arm began to warp, transforming into a bizarre scaly skin. Qiao Yu stood his ground and swung his blade forward, but missed. Lin Lang dodged with blinding speed, clenching his mutated fist tight. Glaring with fury, he spat out Qiao Yu back in the Ghost Mountain dungeon. I spared your life. Why are you turning on me now? You would have been captured ages ago without me. Qiao Yu rested his massive sword over his shoulder and coldly replied, Our next meeting was always destined to be as enemies. Besides, I am not taking the fall for the Qin family disciple's death. Lin Lang clutched his cloak in pure rage. Qiao Yu, do you honestly believe you have what it takes to defeat me? He threw off his cloak, exposing his muscular, eerie blue skin. You understand absolutely nothing, he hissed, flicking his long tongue out. His eyes flared as he boasted about the greatness of Bai Zi. Qiao Yu watched him, realizing he looked even less human than before. Back in Ghost Mountain, he was still somewhat normal. Qiao Yu wondered if throwing away his humanity for power was truly worth it. Is it worth looking like a complete monster? Lin Lang unleashed his hidden strength, transforming into a massive blue-skinned beast with claws. Of course, it is worth it, Lin Lang roared. How can a guy like you ever understand someone who came from nothing? I had no money, no talent, and a dirt-poor background. If I did not change, how else could I obtain this power? You know absolutely nothing about struggle, he screamed. Qiao Yu tightened his grip on his blade, stepping forward with absolute resolve. Lin Lang, you are completely beyond saving. Do not blame me for using force to put an end to this madness. They clashed violently. Qiao Yu swung his massive sword forward with incredible force, unleashing a blinding wave of energy. Lin Lang lunged with his swift shadow dragon claw technique, but Qiao Yu caught his scaly wrist midair with raw strength. You call this pathetic claw a dragon? Qiao Yu scoffed. Instantly, his system screen flashed to activate the Dragon Roar combo strike. He unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, leaving trails of light. Lin Lang retreated in panic as Qiao Yu raised his sword. Bringing the blade down with devastating force, he executed the final blow. Lin Lang grit his teeth, staring in sheer disbelief. "How can this be happening?" he shrieked. Qiao Yu slammed his blade down, triggering a massive explosion that filled the area with black smoke. As the dust cleared, Lin Lang lay defeated on the ground. He struggled to push himself up as his system status screen appeared. He was level 25 with 412 HP, 421 strength, and 235 defense. His agility was 266. Qiao Yu stared suddenly, remembering the strange girl from the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. This was identical to what happened to Sun Dong back then. At that time, she was an NPC merged with a dungeon boss. Could there be a boss living inside Lin Lang too? He wondered what insane plans the Bai Zi organization was actually cooking up. Lin Lang growled in pure madness, his eyes glowing. "Qiao Yu, you forced my hand," he roared, initiating a complete dragonization. He mutated into a massive beast with razor-sharp claws and a grotesque long tongue. His stats surged wildly on the screen. Strength topped 842, defense was over 470, and agility climbed past 532. And get this extreme transformation was permanent, meaning he could never return to his human form. "You forced me to do this, Qiao Yu. I absolutely hate you," Lin Lang screamed, crushing the surrounding boulders beneath his claws. In a fraction of a second, he vanished into a streak of light, lunging forward with bared fangs and glowing eyes. Qiao Yu stood firm, his expression cold. "You are nothing but an ugly monster now, Lin Lang," he muttered calmly. "I have already slain things far worse than you back when I was just a low-level apprentice." He dodged easily, leaping high. Activating his swift wind skill, Qiao Yu plunged his massive blade straight down into Lin Lang's thick, mutated flesh. A deafening scream echoed through the forest as a shockwave erupted. Qiao Yu pinned the beast down, his sword piercing deep. The blade sank deep into Lin Lang's shoulder, locking him to the dirt. "This cannot be happening," he whimpered in disbelief. How could a completely ordinary person suddenly possess this level of terrifying strength? Images of a black dragon flashed in his mind. Writhing in agony, he screamed that it was not fair. He had sacrificed absolutely everything just to gain this power. "I had to endure unimaginable pain just to merge with this hideous flood dragon, so why am I still losing to you? Endless pain." Lin Lang's face darkens as he grumbles about how the strength he risked his life to obtain is so completely useless against Qiao Yu. It is simply not fair. Qiao Yu looks at him, knowing nothing is impossible. Turns out what Master Wan said was absolutely right. His current combat power might struggle slightly against high-level bosses, but crushing a mid-level opponent is practically a walk in the park. Overwhelming force truly overcomes all techniques. Resting his hand on his blade, Qiao Yu stares down at his defeated opponent. He promises not to kill Lin Lang, intending instead to drag him back to clear his own name. But there is a small catch. Qiao Yu asks him to transform back, because carrying a giant lizard is out of the question. Lin Lang snaps back in a panic. He screams that he is a dragon, not a lizard. In response, Qiao Yu punches him right in the head and asks what he said. Terrified, Lin Lang quickly corrects himself and turns back into a human. Qiao Yu nods and tells him it is time to move. But just as they turn around, a cold voice echoing through the dark forest makes Qiao Yu freeze. "Where do you think you are going?" Under the cover of night, a mysterious group of cloaked figures emerges from the deep woods, completely surrounding them in the shadows. Leading them is a masked man who laughs about their sudden luck. They had searched everywhere only to find their target with zero effort. He mockingly tells Qiao Yu that they were struggling to track him down, never expecting him to deliver himself right to their doorstep. Qiao Yu just smiles and asks if they are really sure they can take him. Right on cue, Xiang Di and Ma Fei arrive at his side. Surrounded on all sides, the three allies brace for a tough fight. The masked leader scoffs, calling Lin Lang a complete waste of space. Narrowing his eyes, Qiao Yu guesses these are the same exact troublemakers who previously ambushed them at the Ghost Mountain dungeon. The leader spreads his arms, confirming the guess but noting there are no prizes for being right. Instantly, his cloaked henchmen close in. At his command, they attack. Ma Fei leaps forward with a powerful slash, unleashing his signature move to sweep the enemy line. But a glowing shield easily blocks the strike, leaving Ma Fei completely shocked that his attack did absolutely no damage. Ignoring their shields, Qiao Yu charges ahead, deciding it is much smarter to take out the support mage, hiding in the back row first. Seeing him rush forward, the shield bearers panic and yell to block him. Xiang Di immediately jumps in to assist, drawing his weapon. He activates his underworld clay binding, filling the battlefield with a dense white haze and streaks of ominous red light. The enemy decides to target the big guy first, and three of them leap high into the air to launch a coordinated strike on Xiang Di. Calmly bracing himself, Xiang Di unleashes a massive ground shatter that literally tears the battlefield in half right beneath their feet. Their leader is stunned to see earth magic used so aggressively. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu gathers his energy to strike the front line. The defenders frantically raise their shields, screaming at each other to hold. Just then, Qiao Yu activates his withered bone domain. An armored tank stands confident behind a massive shield, but his defenses prove completely useless as Qiao Yu's spear plunges straight through them. The heavy metal shield shatters into pieces, leaving the entire squad staring in absolute disbelief at the young fighter's insane strength. Realizing something is off about this kid, they hesitate. Qiao Yu calmly demands to know their ranking numbers within the Bai Zi organization. He knows their ranks are determined purely by power. The leader smugly folds his arms, revealing his own designation is 233. The masked leader wonders why Qiao Yu is so resistant to joining them, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light behind his mask. He promises that if Qiao Yu just cooperates and returns with them, all of his burning questions will be answered. But then his tone turns incredibly dark as he drops a subtle threat, mentioning that they even know where his parents are. Qiao Yu's eyes widen in sheer shock while his companions exchange stunned glances. A heavy dark anger slowly washes over him. He demands to know what connection his parents could possibly have with Bai Zi. The leader simply closes his eyes and smiles. They will only find out at headquarters, but a sudden blinding punch from Qiao Yu catches him completely off guard. Stumbling back, the leader struggles to stay upright. Qiao Yu growls that he will discover the truth on his own terms. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Yu wonders why his parents vanished without a trace and what their actual history is with this faction. If his parents are enemies of Bai Zi, marching straight into their base right now would be nothing short of a suicide mission. As the enemy leader hits the dirt, Qiao Yu gets lost in thought, leaving himself completely exposed to the remaining thugs. Seeing him distracted, three mages seize the perfect opportunity to strike, unleashing a flame spear, an auroral holy sword, and a gale blast. Their magical weapons glow as they channel their elemental power, focusing their combined destructive energy onto a single target. A massive explosion erupts in a blinding flash of yellow light. But as the smoke clears, Qiao Yu stands there radiating pure rage. With his Fury State activated, his demonic eyes gleam as he prepares his Ping-Yang sword-style first form Ping-Yang strike. The devastating shockwave sweeps forward instantly, knocking his attackers flat as a holy healing light begins to flicker behind them. Qiao Yu swings his weapon with relentless force, daring the healers to keep up as he slices through their front line. The voice rings out again as he activates his divine pulse, leaping high to strike down at the two targets below. The victims beg him to stop healing them and just let them die. Qiao Yu merely frowns, his hand still swinging his staff. He asks if they are doubting his healing speed before unleashing his dragon roar, leaping even higher to deliver more brutal strikes. Once finished, Qiao Yu turns back with a smirk, mocking them and hoping their healers can keep up with his pace. The terrified enemies flee in pure panic, wondering how on earth this monster is so strong before desperately screaming for everyone to run. Watching them flee, he swings his staff and tells them to take another hit, sending a swirling wave of energy straight at them. They scream in horror as the blast connects. With the threat cleared, Qiao Yu turns around just as a voice calls out from afar. His ally shouts that everything is taken care of, and Qiao Yu nods, telling the group it is time to head back. He adds that they will deal with Bai Zi soon enough, but first they need to get Lin Lang back to Jingdu University. Inside the principal's office, Qiao Yu presents the captured Lin Lang and announces that he has successfully brought the target back. Lin Lang collapses onto the desk in exhaustion while Principal Ping Yang stares at his state, wondering what on earth happened to him. Qiao Yu explains that Lin Lang strayed down a dark path out of sheer anger, but the real issue lies much deeper. He believes the Bai Zi organization manipulated the boy, acting like a cancerous disease that preys on vulnerable students like him. They specialize in dark research to fuse humans with dungeon bosses, prompting Qiao Yu to lay out every detail of his encounter. Listening to the report, Principal Ping Yang narrows his eyes in deep thought, recognizing the threat that Bai Zi poses. Reaching out, a brilliant golden light flashes from his palm as he admits he is too busy with university affairs to protect him. He hands over a sword bead, explaining that if Qiao Yu ever finds himself in danger, crushing it will instantly alert him. A surge of powerful sword energy fills the room as he promises to intervene if Bai Zi dares to show their faces again. Qiao Yu accepts the bead, feeling relieved that having a powerhouse principal on his side will make dealing with Bai Zi much easier. Ping Yang then pulls out another item, gifting him an A-rank Qiongqi necklace that has already been upgraded. It is enhanced to +6, boosting spirit by 150, skill damage by 35%, and casting speed by 30% with absolutely no class restrictions. Qiao Yu is thrilled, asking if the principal is seriously giving him such a prize. Ping Yang gives him a playful smack on the head, telling him it is a reward for a job well done. He explains he has had it since his mid-tier days, and one more upgrade might even awaken its dormant item spirit. Qiao Yu holds the necklace, wondering if giving away such a valuable piece of gear will negatively affect the principal's own power. Ping Yang merely sits back in his chair, waving off the concern and claiming that he will be perfectly fine without it. And get this, a system alert pops up showing he just bound an S-rank gear, gaining 50 free attribute points. Qiao Yu is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, on a peaceful wave-swept island, a lone fishing hook is cast into the deep ocean. A fish quickly bites the bait just as the Sword King approaches, asking Boss Bai why he is in such high spirits. Boss Bai asks about the Mace King, and the Sword King replies that the Wood King saved him, though with severe injuries. In fact, he lost half of his body. Boss Bai notes this proves that defeating Ping Yang in a one-on-one fight is impossible. They must carefully coordinate the right time, the right location, and the right allies to have any real chance of killing him. Ping Yang is a dangerous threat that must be eliminated, and they decide to lure him into a trap located in Sucheng. The city is the hometown of Chao Anxing's son, and the Sword King readily agrees to the plan with no objections. As he turns to take his leave, a sharp fishing hook suddenly flies straight toward his face, stopping him in his tracks. Boss Bai mentions there is one more detail to discuss, asking how many of the 8 kings will actually participate in the ambush. Later that night at Jingdu University, a heavily cloaked figure knocks on a door, startling Li Hao as he opens it. Recognizing Lin Lang, he tells him to follow him since the principal has already briefed him on the entire situation. After a moment of hesitation, the two depart and quickly teleport to a training area designed to avoid gray swordfish attacks. Taking a sip from a bottle, Li Hao solemnly remarks that a student's failure is ultimately the fault of their teacher. He adds that as his mentor, he bears the responsibility for whatever pushed Lin Lang onto this dark path in life. Offering a drink, he watches as Lin Lang grabs the bottle and chugs it down so quickly that he starts coughing. Li Hao reflects on his own flawed nature, admitting he is addicted to fighting and cannot go a single day without it. Known as the Battle Maniac, he caused endless trouble in his youth and constantly found himself pursued by dangerous enemies. No one would have ever expected a wild troublemaker like him to end up becoming an actual teacher for the academy. Lin Lang is stunned to realize his instructor Li Hao actually had such a wild past before becoming a professor at Imperial Capital University. The professor taps him heavily on the head and speaks slowly, saying if anyone had told him years ago that he would end up teaching, he would have slapped them right across the face, because it makes absolutely no sense for a guy like him to ever become an educator. So why frown and worry, he asks, because there is nothing young people cannot overcome, and mistakes are just part of life. You just own up to them and start over, since a truly strong person is someone who dares to face their own failures. Li Hao scratches his ear and admits he is not great at giving speeches, but he is sure his student gets the message. Lin Lang frowns and nods, admitting Teacher Wan is right, he messed up and he will fully accept whatever punishment the academy decides. Chugging his drink, he vows to turn his life around, then tipsily asks Teacher Wan if he could ever reach the same level as Qiao Yu. Hearing that name, Li Hao bursts out laughing, telling him to stop daydreaming because Qiao Yu is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is putting on a mask, prompting Shang Di to ask why he is wearing it. Qiao Yu explains he is entering the upcoming university combat tournament and wants to keep a low profile. Because he wants to avoid getting targeted in dungeons, Ma Fei is thrilled about the global championship. According to him, a massive tournament like that cannot possibly proceed without his own glorious presence. Xiang Di points out they need a team of 5 people, which means they must recruit more members. Ziyue is quite surprised by the news and expresses her worry about dragging the team down in such a high-level competition. Ma Fei confidently boasts that with him on the team they could win, even if they carried a literal dog with them. An annoyed Ziyue asks what he means by that, so Ma Fei nervously clarifies that he meant she is way stronger than a dog. She smacks him on the head twice while Xiang Di snickers as the 4 of them gather at a run-down, dilapidated location. She starts wondering why they do not just recruit Zuo, but Xiang Di quickly covers her mouth to stop her. The team learns the dungeon is called Silent Town, urging everyone to head in as the portal opens. This Rank D dungeon consists of ancient underground ruins brimming with chaotic supernatural forces. Darkness has completely twisted this ancient realm, showcasing the worst of humanity when a friendly voice calls out from behind. A red-haired guy appears with a smile, greeting them and asking if they are heading into the Silent Town instance. He offers to let his own group go first. If they are not ready, then enthusiastically shakes hands with a confused Qiao Yu. Introducing himself as Tai Zhu, the senior from Shuqiang University, asks if they are also competing to qualify. Qiao Yu cheerfully greets him in return, using the hilarious alias of Qiao De Pao from Gadap Academy. Tai Zhu suggests teaming up since having more allies inside the dungeon means they can look out for each other. As the two groups check each other out, Tai Zhu introduces his crew, but a cat girl on his team immediately objects. She loudly protests the idea, and as the two leaders bicker back and forth, the tension between the groups begins to rise. A large teammate steps in to defuse the argument, reminding them they are all allies, so Qiao Yu just laughs it off. He tells Tai Zhu not to worry because they do not mind, prompting the red-haired senior to apologize awkwardly for the scene. With that settled, they enter the gate and get teleported when suddenly a strange voice starts echoing inside Qiao Yu's head. The voice asks if he believes in the power of wishes, like a simple birthday prayer for family safety. Simple things like a passing thought or a gentle holiday greeting which most people do not even think twice about. Deep down, humans actually believe their willpower can shape reality, but can thoughts really change actual facts? Wondering who on earth is speaking to him, Qiao Yu snaps awake and opens his eyes to a startling sight. He finds himself tied flat on an operating table while his system interface immediately displays the new quest. The objective is to investigate the source of Silent Town's supernatural power, classified as a Rank D mission. Rewards will scale with the final evaluation, along with a friendly reminder to believe in his own willpower. Just then, a creepy, faceless female ghost appears right next to him, and honestly, this is pure nightmare fuel. Suddenly, the creature lunges right at his face, making him curse out loud as the faceless specter raises a weapon. She slashes down with a sharp knife, but Qiao Yu dodges the blade, twists his body, and shatters his metal chains. He drives a blade straight through her chest, prompting a prompt congratulating the host on slaying the faceless ghost. With 100 aura points rewarded, Qiao Yu mutters that he has definitely landed in an insanely dangerous zone. He turns around only to see hundreds of identical faceless ghosts surrounding him, and he can only stare back in shock. He is poised to strike. Did they think they could scare him? Qiao Yu slashes, gaining 100 killing intent points. The faceless witches scatter in absolute terror. Qiao Yu just smiles and tells them not to run since he still needs more of their killing intent. His blade dances through the air, striking every single witch as they dissolve into nothingness, adding another 100 killing intent points to his total. Once they are completely wiped out, he calmly turns to leave. He needs to regroup with the others quickly, especially Xiao Ziyu. Since she is a support class, surviving these faceless monsters alone would be incredibly tough. He approaches a wooden door and pushes it open. It looks like others were teleported here too. Suddenly, Qiao Yu tenses up and whips around. He hears approaching footsteps. The newcomer spots him and yells out, asking if his heavy artillery brother got separated from the rest of the squad as well. Before Qiao Yu can even reply, a desperate cry for help echoes from the distance. 3 people are running for their lives. A massive spider is chasing them and Shangdi screams for help. Qiao Yu grips his blade and rushes forward like lightning. Ducking low, he hurls his weapon straight at the giant spider. Taiju watches in awe and praises his clean strike. Qiao Yu stays alert. Something is wrong. He did not get any attack notification and the spider is already healing. The system panel flashes, revealing an epic beast, a human-faced spider with 998 resurrections left. It is level 22 with 4,000 health, 351 strength, and terrifying skills. A fresh warning pops up. This beast survives by devouring the souls of the living, building its reserve of extra lives. Every single victim it swallows grants it another resurrection opportunity. Worse still, it specifically targets people with beautiful faces. Xiangdi lets out a string of curses. Seriously, how do you even fight something with nearly 1,000 lives? Qiao Yu tightens his grip on his blade. He tells the others to run ahead, warning them that this creature is extremely bizarre. One touch from its legs could siphon their souls away, turning them into fuel for its resurrections. Zhao Ziyue is deeply worried. Even as she retreats with the group, she looks back to ask about him. Qiao Yu simply replies that he will be fine. He urges them to flee. He has a plan. Then Qiao Yu steps forward, cracking the ground under his heavy weight. One devastating slash. He cleaves the spider in half, leaving it collapse on the floor as he quickly retreats. Moving like a bolt of lightning, he escapes without leaving a trace. Shangdi cheers up when he sees Qiao Yu join them. Seeing that he is completely safe and sound is a massive relief. Qiao Yu immediately asks about Taizu's whereabouts. Shangdi explains that he already reunited with the main squad, heading through the back gate directly into the Silent Town. They stare at a wall, wondering who wrote the inscription before one of them begins reading the carved letters aloud. The message is from Wang Tang, warning that stepping past this stone door leads to the real hellish Silent Town. If they absolutely must enter this town, they must memorize a specific incantation to shield themselves from the supernatural glowing green light of the monster. No damage at all. Hearing this, Qiao Yu cannot help but feel a bit skeptical about the claim. He asks if they should really trust this message. Shangdi crosses his arms, admitting that he wants to believe it. However, he cannot even read half of the 8-word spell. Ma Fei chimes in, saying he is slightly better off. He knows 6 of the words. Zhao Ziyue admits she cannot read all of them either as Qiao Yu touches the wall. Forget it. He triggers a swirling vortex, telling everyone they are going in directly without knowing the full spell. They step through, finding themselves in a ruined city. Zhao Ziyue shivers from the cold, suddenly spotting something on the ground. She picks up a photograph of 2 people. Strangely, the face of the man in the picture starts shifting into a horrific grin. A horrific sight. Zhao Ziyu shrieks in terror instantly, putting the rest of the group on high alert. They ask her what is wrong, and she points at the photo, stammering about a ghost. Qiao Yu just smirks coldly. He takes the picture, staring right back at the grinning man, studying the creepy image for a brief moment. Just a smile. Qiao Yu tosses the picture and slices it in half, disappointed by the tiny point payout. Zhao Ziyue is completely stunned, and honestly, can you blame her when he is growing this fast? She wonders how he got this strong in such a short time. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echo as someone begs for help. Shang-Di points them out. A terrified little girl runs toward them, sobbing and desperately pleading for someone to save her. Ma Fei remains highly suspicious, warning everyone to stay alert and not fall into any traps inside this dangerous dungeon. Qiao Yu reassures him, then kneels down to gently ask the trembling little girl what exactly is wrong. Sniffling, she explains that her mother fell down inside their house and she is simply not strong enough to lift her. Hearing this, Qiao Yu confidently pats his chest, telling her to lead the way so he can handle it. They arrive at the residential building together. Standing in front of an apartment complex, the little girl runs inside, quickly points and tells them that this is her home. Qiao Yu looks over and nods in agreement. Right after hearing this, he kicks the door wide open, his eyes scanning the room inside in a split second. He scans the room inside. There, a dark ghost is waiting. The creature bares its razor-sharp teeth to terrify them the moment they show up. It charges straight at Qiao Yu and his group, but he stays perfectly calm, asking if this is all it has or if it can call its ghost family out. "Tell them to get out here," he taunts. The ghost opens its maw wide, releasing a surge of dark mist. Qiao Yu raises his blade and swings it gently. The blade slices right through the specter. Plus 100 killing and 10 points. The little girl gasps in absolute shock. He turns to ask her if her family problem is officially solved now. Pale-faced, she replies that he is incredibly strong. But Qiao Yu just stares right back at her, feeling highly suspicious. He asks where her mother is, questioning if the monster he just sliced was actually her. Suddenly, he points the tip of his blade straight at her. He thrusts the blade straight through her, catching her completely off guard. She dissolves into black mist, adding another 50 killing and 10 points. Shang Li watches in awe. He praises Qiao Yu in absolute admiration. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyue asks him how on earth he knew something was wrong with her. Qiao Yu simply points. He explains that he has seen these cheap tricks far too many times. These two ghosts are a team where one lures people in while the other handles the killing. Ma Fei mutters anxiously that the number of monsters in this dungeon is clearly far beyond what they originally anticipated. This dungeon is definitely going to be a lot tougher than they thought. Suddenly, Zhao Ziyue spots something unusual and lets out a sharp gasp. The others spin around in surprise, asking what is wrong. Pointing her finger, Zhao Ziyue stammers that something just zipped past them in the dark. Hearing this, Qiao Yu charges forward with pure excitement, shouting for his precious killing in 10 points to stop running away. Shang Li quickly dashes after him, begging him to wait up. Up ahead, Qiao Yu spots a bizarre dark aura and yells out in pure thrill. "Do not run," he yells. Suddenly, a white-haired old man steps in front of him, warning him to be careful of the 100-year-old vicious ghost. The old man raises his hand, chanting the 5 Yang Thunder spell. Thousands of lightning bolts crackle through the air, striking the vicious ghost directly. Lightning envelops the monster, making it shriek in agonizing pain until it completely vanishes. With the threat gone, the old man slowly stops his spell. Qiao Yu, however, is in a state of utter panic, demanding to know who just stole his precious killing in 10 points. The old man strokes his beard. He mutters that the power of his lightning spell is still as strong as ever. Qiao Yu looks at him and asks who he is. The old man proudly introduces himself as Exun Yu, the contemporary successor of the Dao sect, telling Qiao Yu to call him Taoist Priest Jiang. Qiao Yu stays serious, wondering if this Taoist NPC is like the one from the Gui Mountain instance. With so many monsters around, he could be useful. Taoist Sun Yu glances around, sensing a thick ghostly energy nearby. Far in the distance, columns of dark smoke are beginning to gather together. Qiao Yu immediately sprints toward the smoke, determined not to let the old priest steal any more of his valuable killing in 10 points. The power of his golden dragon crescent blade is ready to burst. The old priest yells out a warning for him not to act rashly. With a leap, the priest steps onto his flying sword, shouting that ordinary mortal weapons cannot possibly harm these spectral monsters. But Qiao Yu completely ignores him and bolts forward like an arrow. Taoist Sun Yu is left completely speechless, wondering what kind of monster this kid is. Even flying on a spirit sword cannot keep up with his raw running speed. In no time, Qiao Yu reaches the rooftop of the apartment complex. Looking down, he sees a thick, dark mist engulfing the area. He spots Taizu down below, who seems to be in a very tight spot. Zombies are swarming them from all directions. Taizu quickly yells out to his team, asking if they still remember the mantra carved on the wall. He closes his eyes and begins to chant the sacred words. Dim Buddha, burning clay, dark heart, empty void. His entire team joins in. Repeating the mantra together, a glowing light begins to manifest. A bright defensive circle forms around them as they chant continuously. Terrified by the holy aura of the chant, the surrounding monsters immediately back away and flee. Someone shouts in relief that the ghosts are retreating. Qiao Yu glances over as a strange gust of wind suddenly sweeps by. At that moment, Taoist Sun Yu finally catches up to Taiju's group. He asks where the thick, ghostly energy went, utterly confused as to why the massive presence has suddenly vanished into thin air. He wonders where the young man carrying the giant blade ran off to. Glancing around, he approaches Taiju, the closest person nearby, to ask. He asks if they saw any ghosts just now. Right then, one of the teammates whispers that this old guy is a crucial NPC named Shun Yu. Traveling alongside him is the only way to trigger the main storyline. Taiju nods, indicating that he understands the situation completely. He steps forward to greet the elder, introducing himself as Taiju and explaining that they have already taken care of the ghosts. Taoist Xun Yu is stunned, asking if they really defeated them all. Taiju nods, sincerely confirming that they indeed handled everything themselves. He invites the priest to travel together, praising his noble mission to defeat evil and protect the innocent. He adds how much he deeply respects righteous cultivators. Right then, Qiao Yu approaches from the distance, radiating a menacing aura with each step. He addresses Taiju with a chilling voice, pointing out how his so-called friend abandoned him back with a face spider and is now stealing his kills. A system notification chimes, adding 1,500 killing intent points. Qiao Yu smirks to himself, thinking it is a good thing he got here in time. Qiao Yu knows he must kill the ghosts quickly before that old master steals them. Taiju scratches his head, apologizing. He says he wanted to lead the way and clear the path, but did not expect to reach the quiet town so soon. He asks if chanting the protective spell and walking straight ahead should have kept the entire path completely safe from danger. He wonders why they arrived so late, questioning if they failed to use the spell. Qiao Yu crosses his arms, claiming they simply did not bother with it, secretly hiding the fact that they could not read it. Besides, a simple ghost-repelling spell is useless to him anyway, as he actually hopes every single monster finds them. That way, he can harvest them all. Taiju laughs awkwardly, apologizing again to Qiao Dapao. Chu Xin sneers at Taiju, calling him completely useless for bowing and scraping to students from a third-rate school. She snidely claims they only rush here seeking protection from their elite firmament academy. Shang Di snaps back in anger, demanding to know what she means by that, but Chu Xin just smirks mockingly. Chu Xin asks if they actually want to fight, forcing Taiju to quickly step in. He urges Qiao Dapao to ignore her and suggests they travel together so he can protect them from any trouble. Qiao Yu silently agrees to play along. After all, with his current power level, these amateurs cannot threaten him. These kids cannot pose any real threat to him. Zhan Yu then cuts in, asking why they are still lingering around. He threatens to leave them behind, prompting Taiju to follow closely as they head toward an abandoned apartment complex. Taiju looks around, wondering why this long-abandoned town suddenly looks like it has been visited by many outsiders. Leading the way, Zhun Yu coldly warns that he only hopes they do not end up waking that thing. Taiju asks what that thing is, and the master reveals in a low voice it is the Ghost King. In cursed lands filled with yin energy, ghosts constantly fight and devour one another until only the strongest remains. That supreme survivor becomes the Ghost King. Chu Xin asks if this entity is really that powerful. Sun Yu scoffs, saying strong does not even begin to describe the terror of a Ghost King whose birth brings utter devastation. He recounts how his own father once encountered one, requiring the help of another legendary master just to barely defeat it. His father was a legendary Taoist master back then, someone far more powerful than Xu could ever hope to be. Yet that terrifying Ghost King was actually an enlightened monk who had fallen into the ghost path. The scale of that battle was legendary. Hearing this, Qiao Yu pauses, a fallen monk. He suddenly remembers something. Could it be? He grabs Zhun Yu by the collar and demands to know his father's name. Chu Xin frowns in disgust. She tells Qiao Dapao to stop acting crazy and let him go, but Qiao Yu tells her to shut up. Sun Yu nervously gasps out his father's name, Zhang Erhe, leaving Qiao Yu completely stunned. How is that even possible? Zhang Erhe was supposed to be just a simple, non-playable character from the Ghost Mountain dungeon. If they are the same person, does that mean time flows differently between these dungeons, or is there another secret? Xu Xin snaps, demanding how a low-class student like Qiao Dapao dares to raise his voice at her. She warns him that she will make him pay if he pushes her any further. Xiang Di tries to calm him down, suggesting he let the master go first. Shun Yu's eyes suddenly widen in shock. Hearing them call him Qiao Yu, Shun Yu gasps, asking if he is indeed the legendary figure who fought alongside his father. Qiao Yu calmly confirms that he was indeed the one who helped eliminate that fallen ghost monk. Zhun Yu is in awe, noting his father passed away over 50 years ago, yet Qiao Yu remains impossibly young. It seems his father's final prediction was absolutely correct. Qiao Yu frowns, asking what prediction he is talking about. Sun Yu explains that on his deathbed, his father claimed to have realized the ultimate truth about Qiao Yu's origins. He recalls his father telling him that he finally understood why Qiao Yu vanished completely after that Ghost Mountain battle. No matter how hard he searched, there was no trace of Qiao Yu anywhere in this entire world. He looked at the sky, realizing Qiao Yu never belonged to their world. Zun Yu had asked what he meant. His father had pointed up, saying Qiao Yu came from the main world, just as lightning split the dark sky. Zun Yu panicked, recognizing it as heavenly punishment, yet his father simply laughed at the sky, mocking the heavens. Even as a giant dragon descended to strike him down, Zhang Erhe remained defiant, shouting that he feared no death. Just before the lightning struck, his final warning was that Zun Yu was destined to meet Qiao Yu again one day. His father explained that the world Qiao Yu lived in was real, and so was the world of Zhang Erhe. Everyone in both of their worlds has been fooled, Xing Yu yelled out, calling her father back to reality as he stood in front of Qiao Yu. The old priest admitted that at his advanced age, he never expected to meet someone as extraordinary as him. Qiao Yu listened with deep skepticism, wondering if Taoist Zhang was an NPC with independent consciousness, just like the Machine Queen. But if the Taoist was telling the truth, they weren't NPCs at all. Yet, with his current level of power, he was still far too weak to uncover the ultimate truth of this world. Right then, everyone grew highly alert as they sensed a nearby threat and asked Qiao Yu if something was wrong, just as hordes of frenzied demons rushed them. Qiao Yu excitedly exclaimed, "Leave it to me, this is literally the perfect timing." In his mind, he realized his golden dragon crescent blade was only 500 points away from maxing out its killing intent. Qiao Yu swung his heavy blade, gaining 100 killing intent points, followed by rapid consecutive strikes that finally maxed out his killing intent at 10,000 out of 10,000, upgrading his demon-slaying effect and boosting damage against spirit bodies by 200%. A warning flashed that the killing intent was too high for his weapon, urging an immediate upgrade. Qiao Yu grinned, thrilled it was finally maxed. The energy was bursting. Xin Yu shouted a warning to Senior Qiao Yu, noting that the demonic energy hadn't dissipated yet. Shang Dai and Ma Fei panicked as a giant bony hand suddenly emerged, followed by hundreds of skeletons marching forward, terrifying everyone. What on earth was that? Xin Yu stared at the rising black smoke, sensing a terrifying aura. The Demon King had finally appeared. The source of the town's supernatural power was found, marking the dungeon's completion. The system urged players to leave immediately, but the old priest raised a talisman invoking ancient deities to banish the evil spirits with his 7 Slayers command. Xing Yu shouted out, launching the powerful talisman directly at the massive Demon King, whose eyes glowed a menacing red. Suddenly, a hidden quest triggered, close the dungeon and seal the portal. The objective required all of them to work together to eliminate the supernatural source and restore this quiet town back to the peaceful state it was in before. With a C-rank difficulty, the massive clash triggered a violent explosion. Taizu quickly urged everyone to chant their mantras. He and his allies pressed their hands together, reciting their prayers, but it did absolutely nothing to the Demon King. With a single command, she ordered them to kneel. Instantly, Taizu's group fell to their knees, unable to control their own bodies, as the Demon King ordered them to go blind, go limp, and break their limbs, causing them to scream in pain. Xin Yu gasped in sheer terror. She was utilizing law-defying speech. There was no way a mere demon could do that. How was that even possible? Fortunately, Qiao Yu's group remained completely unaffected by her words. Shang Di jokingly wondered if their handsome looks protected them from her absolute commands. The Demon King gnashed her teeth in pure rage, screaming in denial and desperately repeating her commands of blindness and broken bones, but still only Taizu's group suffered. Xiao Yu mocked her, guessing she was behind those cursed door runes, and declared her absolute commands completely useless against them. Telling her to give up, he leapt high into the air, charging directly at the furious boss with full force. The Demon King glared at the arrogant youth, preparing to strike back and tear him to pieces. Closing the distance instantly with his gale boots, he unleashed his dragon roar slash, leaving her utterly shocked as he landed. After landing multiple deep cuts, Taizu struggled to look up, asking if the boss was dead. But Xin Yu quickly warned Senior Qiao Yu that the demonic energy remained. Qiao Yu calmly replied that he knew since the quest wasn't over. Suddenly, the massive pool of blood behind him swirled into a violent vortex, slashing his arm as it swept past. Zhao Ziyu quickly cast her healing prayer, releasing a soothing light that instantly mended Qiao Yu's bleeding arm. Out of the dark blood, a thick black smoke emerged as the system displayed the terrifying stats of an epic boss. It was a level 28 Wraith Priestess with 5,000 health high stats and the terrifying skill of Absolute Command. She possessed an immortal body. She was once a tragic soul in life, now turned into a vengeful wraith. With her body declared immortal, Qiao Yu realized her eternal life was tied directly to that bloody pool. He immediately turned to his ally and ordered Shang Di to drain it immediately. Shang Di grinned, assuring him he was right on it. Casting Earth Rupture, the ground split open beneath the priestess, while Qiao Yu also launched a swift attack. The boss redirected her rage, charging straight at Xiang Dai, but the draining blood pool made her scream in agony. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yu and Ma Fei struck together, dispersing her form as she cursed them with her final breath. But within seconds, she regenerated from the remaining blood droplets, arrogantly declaring that she was completely immortal. Shang Di calls out Brother Yu Ma Fei, "Leave the blood pool to me and handle the rest." Sand binding right after. He speaks the Wraith Priestess charges straight at him, screaming she will kill the fat bastard first, but the sand binds her tight. Shang Di grits his teeth, refusing to waste the elemental heart Qiao Yu gave him, unleashing a fiery blast of elemental wrath. The massive explosion shatters the ground, leaving Tai Zhu completely stunned. How could a wood mage control elemental magic? Screaming in rage, the Wraith Priestess vows that not a single one of them will leave this place alive. Qiao Yu blindsides her with a heavy slash, leaving her completely stunned and questioning how this could even be possible. How could he possess such a terrifying, murderous aura? Qiao Yu leaps up, kicks her back, and smirks. The priestess has no time to react as he raises his massive blade, telling her it is time to pass on. The slash ends her with a final shriek, leaving Xin Yu looking completely confused at what he calls purification. Wasn't purification her job, and since when did brutal hacking count as guiding someone peacefully to the afterlife? Her spectral body fades into mist as the system announces the hidden quest is complete with a clean S-rank rating. He obtains 100 free attribute points, upgrading stones, and marvels at the massive rewards from his high rating. Now check this out, being illiterate actually pays off as he immediately uses all his new items. His B-grade Golden Dragon Blade instantly transforms into the powerful A-grade Candle Dragon Crescent Blade, awakening a dark spirit. He successfully awakens the powerful spirit of Zhu Juyin, staring down at his brand new legendary weapon. It is officially an A-grade weapon, offering a day and night transition effect that shifts his stats on the fly. His night mode boosts his overall agility by 50%, while his day mode grants critical rate bonuses and extra damage. He deals double damage to spirits, and opponents find themselves utterly suppressed by the overwhelming aura of this legendary dragon weapon. Even dragon-type monsters will have their total strength reduced by 20% when facing him, making him a walking nightmare. Qiao Yu grips his new toy, thinking this massive polearm is absolutely perfect for a high-powered necromancer like himself. Looking back at the rest of his team, they seem to have gathered some pretty great rewards of their own. Tai Zhu walks up, thanking him for the hard carry, but warns him he won't hold back in the tournament. Meanwhile, Xu Xin stands in the back, throwing him a glaring look that is loaded with pure envy and spite. The next morning, Ma Fei warns him to watch out for Xu Xin, noting that her look was incredibly dark and bitter. Qiao Yu simply shrugs it off, claiming he has absolutely zero fear of spoiled rich girls like her. Xiang Di bids him farewell, heading off to meet the special magic mentor assigned directly by the academy principal. With Ma Fei splitting up as well, Qiao Yu wonders what kind of powerhouse instructor is waiting to train him. His status screen pops up, displaying his rank as a level 22 mid-tier necromancer with high base power. With over 900 defense and more than 400 agility, his speed is incredible, and his body is a literal fortress. Walking down the path, he wonders if his mentor is going to be Li Hao, the instructor from before. These stats would shock his teacher to death, but suddenly a massive hand grabs him. He struggles hard to break free from the powerful grip, but the next second he vanishes completely without a trace. Trapped inside the massive spectral fist, he wonders if Xu Xin sent some hitmen to get revenge on him. The harder he fights, the tighter it squeezes completely, trapping him with an overwhelmingly powerful force he cannot escape. Realizing this power is far beyond any student, he roars out in frustration, demanding his captor step forward and face him. Suddenly, the mysterious hand releases its grip and vanishes, dropping him into an unfamiliar, completely silent room with no one around. Walking forward, he spots a dusty old desk, picks up a newspaper, and immediately freezes in absolute shock. The front page shows a picture of his father, the supposed founder of the mysterious Bai Zhe company. His mother is listed as Bai Shixia, raising a mountain of questions about her connection to the legendary Shi Chen. Slamming his fist down on the desk, he demands to know the link between this corporation and the Shadow Syndicate. Back at the academy, a sudden heavy knock on Principal Ping Yang's office door finally breaks the silence. Asking if the situation with Lin Lang is sorted, his instructor walks in with a very grim face. The teacher warns that Qiao Yu has run into serious trouble, leaving the principal utterly confused about how that is possible. After all, he even gave the boy a powerful sword pill, but suddenly, the instructor lunges forward, eyes glowing blood red. Dodging the strike, the principal unleashes a powerful blast of wind to send the possessed attacker flying. No wonder he is the top sword cultivator, his strength is absolutely insane. Ping Yang sees right through the disguise, demanding to know if he is really Li Hao, or someone else entirely. The imposter smirks and admits he did not expect to be exposed so fast, shedding his disguise and reaching out to introduce himself as the Painting King, one of the fearsome 8 kings. Hearing this name, Ping Yang keeps pressing him, declaring he does not care about any king titles, he just wants to know what they did to Qiao Yu. Suddenly, from outside, someone laughs out loud, asking if he really still has time to worry about that kid. A huge man steps in carrying a massive hammer. and sneers that Ping Yang should worry about himself instead. This is the Hammer King, another of the 8 kings. Ping Yang growls at them, warning that anyone daring to touch his academy students will die regardless of who they are. Just then another figure steps in, mocking that she absolutely loves his sharp, defiant attitude. She is another member of the group, known as the Wood King. She teasingly asks if he is curious how they easily slip past his school's protective barriers. She covers her mouth playfully, daring him to guess just how many of the 8 kings have arrived today. Ping Yang's expression remains completely unfazed, calling them nothing but a bunch of useless fools despite bringing so many people. Instantly, one of them charges straight at him. The Hammer King lunges forward, roaring that he will definitely get his revenge for their last fight. He swings. The entire room explodes with his flame-burst hammer, but Ping Yang easily dodges the devastating strike. The Hammer King gloats, yelling that today is the day Ping Yang dies. But Ping Yang firmly grips his sword, refusing to back down, unleashing his signature rainbow sword technique. Suddenly, the Hammer King yells a warning, but the Painting King just laughs, explaining that Ping Yang has no idea. Even though the disguise failed, the poison had already slipped into his body during their close encounter. The toxin from the Poison King had already silently begun spreading inside him. A second later, the other members of the 8 kings arrive. The Poison King smugly points out that he is already infected, and even with wings, there is no escaping this time. The poison will soon eat away all his power, leaving him completely helpless like a fish on a chopping block. Next is the Shadow King, who coldly orders everyone to begin. Right after the Gambler King steps out of the shadows, followed by the Fire King, and finally the powerful Sword King. They quickly gather in a circle to coordinate, unleashing their ultimate combined technique, the Divine Phoenix Devastation. Ping Yang quickly draws his blade to counter the strike, releasing a massive surge of energy. The two powers collide in a violent clash that literally shatters the ground. Bystanders are thrown back as the shockwave shakes the entire area. Through the thick smoke, Ping Yang calmly walks forward, his sword in hand, quietly noting he can still suppress the poison for now. The Sword King struggles to hold his ground, yelling that this makes no sense. They are all in the same realm, so how can he take on all 8 of them while poisoned? The Fire King speaks up from behind, admitting they cannot capture him without Boss Bai, so they absolutely must bring their leader into this to have any hope of winning. Meanwhile, over by Qiao Yu, someone approaches him from behind and asks if he has found his answers, patting him on the shoulder. Startled to recognize the voice, Qiao Yu turns around to see the man standing right behind him. He gasps, realizing it is indeed Shi Zhan. Shi Zhan stares back at him coldly and remarks that the boy cannot just address him so casually by his name. Qiao Yu asks in confusion why, and he reveals that he is his biological uncle, sharing the exact same bloodline. Qiao Yu gasps in shock at this, quietly remembering that of the 2 creators of Bai Zi, one is his father and the other is his uncle. But then why did Bai Zi send people to capture him? He looks up and demands proof of this claim. Shi Zhan is taken aback, repeating the word proof with a dry laugh. He explains that since Qiao Yu's mother, Bai Shixia, is his biological sister, no proof is needed. Qiao Yu continues to question him, asking what his purpose is for locking him up here and why he sent kidnappers. Shi Zhan slowly explains that his initial plan was to force that scholar Qiao Anqing to finally face him, but now he has completely changed his mind. He places a hand on his shoulder, saying that as his uncle meeting him for the first time, it would be rude not to offer a gift, so he offers to give him something special. Suddenly, Shi Zhan delivers a brutal punch straight to his stomach, and Qiao Yu is sent flying backward, completely caught off guard. Shi Zhan coldly tells him to get serious, asking if he is just as weak as Qiao Anqing, warning him that if he remains this pathetic, he might get angry and just kill him on the spot. Qiao Yu struggles to stand, gritting his teeth as he realizes this guy is not joking. He really wants to kill him. Determined, he charges straight ahead. If his uncle does not use his true power, there is absolutely nothing to fear. Qiao Yu throws a powerful punch at him, but suddenly realizes, damn it, this is absolutely impossible. His fist cannot touch Shi Zhan at all yet. His uncle's fist is already right in front of his face, and hesitating for even a second means death. Qiao Yu is sent flying backward once again, but he still stepped forward with his weapon in hand. Ji Qian looked at his weapon in awe, an A-rank polearm, Plus, it seems to have awakened a pretty powerful weapon spirit. How interesting. And then you have those eyes. It looks like you hide quite a few secrets, don't you? Come at me. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished, reappearing suddenly with a lightning-fast punch. Let me see your absolute full strength. His fist slammed directly into Qiao Yu's face, unleashing an incredibly massive shockwave of pure power. Qiao Yu writhed in pain, completely unable to resist as dark shadowy energy began erupting everywhere, swirling around Ji Qian. Ji Qian glared down at him and sneered, Jay's sword orb. I didn't think old man Ping Yang valued you enough to give you this life-saving treasure. Qiao Yu struggled to stand, thinking that if his defense stats weren't already ridiculously high, that single blow would have taken half his life. Even Principal G's defensive sword orb couldn't slow this guy down. Qiao Yu wondered in despair what he could possibly do now. Meanwhile, in the middle of his own battle, Principal Ping Yang noticed the sword orb had been triggered. Damn, had they already reached Qiao Yu? Back with Zichan, he looked down at Qiao Yu and mocked, "Is this all the bloodline of Qiao Anqing is capable of?" Qiao Yu's eyes flared crimson, but Zichan immediately unleashed a relentless barrage of 100 rapid-fire punches, leaving him absolutely no way to defend. Damn it, Qiao Yu thought in utter helplessness, what kind of martial arts is this? Even with my ghostly pupil active, I can't track him. Anxiety gnawed at him, feeling like he was standing before a towering, unstoppable wave. Clinging to hope, Qiao Yu pulled out a special card. He activated the Recognized Thief as Father card, attempting to claim the man as his adoptive parent, but the system declared it a failure. What Qiao Yu gasped in shock, but before he could react, Zichan brought down a brutal crushing blow, leaving him motionless on the cold ground. Zichan scoffed coldly at how pathetic he was, adding that if he gave up his last name right now to become Bai Yu, he'd teach him this technique. Qiao Yu lay battered on the ground, spitting back in pure disgust. "Yeah, right, I would rather die than do that." Mocking his attacker, he suggested, "Why don't you change your name to Qiao Zichan instead? Then we share a family name and you could teach me." Completely losing his temper at the mockery, Zichan couldn't resist and brutally kicked Qiao Yu right in the ribs. He growled that the boy's stubborn mouth was exactly like that old thief, Qiao Anqing. Just then, an ally called out in the distance. They yelled for Boss Bai, and he replied, asking if they had caught the big fish yet. Zichan then leaned over Qiao Yu. He offered the kid one last chance, saying that since he was her son, the deal to teach him still stood if he changed his name. With that, he vanished without a trace. Qiao Yu pushed himself up in a rage, yelling after him to ask if he'd really just left. He screamed out in frustration, demanding that Zichan untie him first. Meanwhile, Principal Ping Yang was still locked in his intense duel with the Sword King. Ping Yang forcefully slammed him back against a wall. Coughing, the terrified Sword King stammered out, begging Boss Bai to finally step in and help. Zichan turned around with a cold glare, asking if they were seriously trying to tell him how to do his job. The Sword King trembled. He quickly apologized, pleading that they honestly couldn't beat Principal Ping Yang. Seeing Zichan step forward, Ping Yang felt a wave of deep unease. This newcomer was far more dangerous than the 8 kings combined. Zichan casually noted that he wanted them to wear down his opponent first. He wanted to save some energy, but it was a shame they failed. Though it made sense, they lost against someone of this caliber. After all, his realm had long surpassed the saint level. The 8 kings gasped in sheer panic, and the Mace King stood completely shell-shocked. Wasn't a level 60 or 70 player considered a saint stage powerhouse, and currently the highest ranking class holders were only level 70. Principal Ping Yang demanded to know who he was, what he had done to Qiao Yu, and what his true ultimate goal was. Zichan introduced himself with a chilling smile, revealing that he was the mastermind running the mysterious Bai's organization. Hearing that name, Ping Yang ground his teeth in fury. He instantly remembered how those bastards had brutally experimented on his beloved students. He spat that these cowards who used to hide in the shadows finally had the nerve to show their faces before him today. But suddenly, the lethal poison on Ping Yang's neck began to glow. The Poison King cackled, declaring that the 7-step death was finally taking effect. Zichan declared arrogantly that he hated being the center of attention, so he absolutely had to eliminate the principal to clear his path. He casually wished him a painful demise. Meanwhile, a trapped Qiao Yu was screaming at the top of his lungs in frustration. He cursed out Zichan, demanding to be let out as he frantically swung his weapon in every direction to break free. Suddenly, strange glowing patterns began spreading across Qiao Yu's skin as a wave of intense toxic gas collapsed him to the ground. The corruption slowly consumed his body, completely altering his appearance and leaving him with a terrifying predatory glare as he struggled. Tangled in massive, writhing tentacles, he felt a sudden burning heat surge within him. Was this another one of Zichan's traps? No, this felt like the familiar flame he had always carried deep inside. He glanced down at his hands, which were being slowly overtaken. He watched the encroaching tentacles wrap around his limbs. Deciding he didn't care what this power was, Qiao Yu forced himself upright, flexing every muscle. He let out a roaring battle cry, determined to break out of this prison. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the Capital University Plaza. The poison is finally kicking in. The enemies above charge down, screaming that since he can no longer fight, they should take this chance to kill him. Down below, Ping Yang laughs out loud, mockingly, asking what mere poison can possibly do to him as he raises his massive sword high into the air. His power blazes with a fierce intensity as he proudly declares that today his enemies will bear witness to the single strongest strike of his life. In an instant, massive waves of energy surged through the area like a violent tempest, putting an oppressive pressure on everyone present. Bai Shishin tries to maintain his stance while shouting out in shock, asking if Ji Pingyang has lost his mind to do something so reckless. Burning his own attribute points just to trade for temporary power is a suicidal move, but the old man only sneers at his warning. He mockingly asks what there is to fear about death, declaring he will wipe out these pests from the Great Xia Empire first. With a completely panicked expression, Shishan turns to his men and screams that the old man only has enough energy left for one single attack. He urges everyone to work together to block the strike, otherwise they will all die right here as Ji Pingyang prepares his final blow. Pointing his sword downward, he gathers a terrifying energy that unleashes a vast aura capable of freezing the entire land with absolute force. It is his ultimate world-shaking sword art, and watching the incredible spectacle from afar, even Shen Jianshu cannot help but gasp in shock. Watch this, Ji Pingyang swings his blade with eyes burning with pure killing intent, unleashing the devastating Kunwu strike. The massive strike collides with the ground below, triggering a violent earthquake that cracks the solid earth wide open in a split second. Gritting his teeth, Bai Shishan clenches his fist and activates his flowing water punch, slamming his own fist directly into the ground. The resulting shockwave blows everyone back as a massive cloud of dust erupts, completely blocking out the surrounding view of the battlefield. When the dust settles, only ruins remain, and Bai Shishan is left spitting blood from his mouth, gritting his teeth in deep frustration. Despite all their careful calculations, they still manage to severely underestimate the terrifying raw power of the old principle. As the smoke clears, Ji Pingyang stands completely exhausted, and Bai Shishan immediately rushes in with his fist raised to deliver a fatal blow. He screams that he will grind his opponent's bones to dust, but out of nowhere, a strange swirling energy suddenly intercepts him. The mysterious aura quickly wraps around his hand, shocking the villain and forcing him to quickly leap backward to create some distance. Recognizing the underworld fire close to him, he wonders why it's here, just as Qiao Yu suddenly charges in, screaming for him to back off. He demands that Bai Shishan get away from Principal Ji before immediately launching an attack, leaving the villain completely baffled. The villain quickly dodges to the side, completely shocked that this demonic fire could actually breach his own spatial barrier. He wonders how this kid could possibly possess such an energy, and although he does not understand it, he refuses to touch it. Seeing his powerful flames start to fade, Qiao Yu panics in fear, silently begging his power not to give out right now. Seizing the opportunity as the flames die, Shishan regains the upper hand, mocking the boy for not even mastering his own skill. Calling him absolute trash, Bai Shishan immediately readies another powerful technique, preparing to crush the boy once and for all. But out of nowhere, a massive energy resembling a giant whale surges forward, completely countering the strike and leaving everyone shocked. Qiao Yu stares in absolute disbelief, wondering if he is somehow strong enough to summon such a beast as the dust clears. Shen Jianshu calmly steps out of the fog, joking that he got here just in time to save them from a tragic end. Unbelievable. Qiao Yu happily calls out his name while Bai Shishan clutches his painful chest, fully aware of his opponent's power. Realizing that fighting the world's strongest necromancer would cost him far too much, the villain decides a quick retreat is best. Before fleeing, he shouts a warning to Qiao Yu, claiming that their next meeting will bring the fall of their world. With those parting words, the villainous group vanishes, leaving Qiao Yu to quickly snap out of it and run to the principal. Kneeling down to support the injured old man, the boy lets out a heavy sigh of relief upon finding a heartbeat. But Shen Jianshu quickly steps in, warning that the poison is actively spreading and they must administer treatment immediately. The scene shifts to the medical bay, where a panicked Ant Lan comes rushing in, desperately calling out for Ji Pingyang. The principal weakly turns his head to comfort her, but she can only stare in grief at his now empty sleeve. Demanding to know who did this to him, she completely ignores his tired sighs and forces him to explain the details. Watching them from the side, Qiao Yu scratches his head, whispering to himself about the surprisingly close relationship between the two. Shen Jianshu quickly tells him to stay out of adult matters, prompting Qiao Yu to finally speak up and explain the situation. The boy reveals that the enemies who attacked the principal are none other than the legendary 8 kings of the Bay's faction. He confesses that their leader Bai Shishan is actually his own uncle, blaming himself for dragging the principal into danger. But the principal gently scolds him for being silly, stating that simply surviving such a brutal fight is a massive victory. As she asks about his lost power, he simply closes his eyes, ready to accept his fate with quiet dignity. It is gone, even the Kunwu staff is completely shattered. I am nothing but a cripple now. Shen Jianshu sets his glass down on the table, pointing out that although the Poison King who poisoned him is dead, the toxic venom still remains inside his body. His eyes narrow, knowing it is only temporarily suppressed. The only real cure is the championship prize from the Global Collegiate Combat Tournament, the mermaid tears, which can detoxify anything. They say a mermaid only sheds a single tear in her entire lifetime, and using it can cure every single poison in the world. Overwhelmed with worry, Ant Lan snaps, pointing out that winning the Global Combat Tournament is impossible. Forget their great Xia Empire, even the entire Eastern Alliance has never won such a title. But Qiao Yu confidently cuts her off, declaring that they will have a champion this year. He vows that since he is participating, even if it kills him, he will take the championship. The scene shifts outside where Shen Jianshu begins to speak, instructing them. They all know Principal Jay's critical condition and only winning the National Combat Championship can save him. But taking the top spot is going to be incredibly difficult. Looking at their current strength, they are still far from ready. So starting today, each of them will undergo a highly personalized hellish training program to push past their current limits. They will be forged by the absolute top instructors of Jingde University. He asks if they are ready to accept it. Yang Xiang scratches his head with a sheepish grin, wondering if this special training includes free meals to keep up his energy. Ma Fei adds that his sword has long been itching for action, while Zhao Ziyu promises that she will do her best and not drag the team down. Qiao Yu eagerly welcomes the one-on-one hellish training, saying it is exactly what he wants. Clenching his fist, Shen Jianshu tells Yang Xiang, Ma Fei, and Zhao Ziyue that their private tutors have already been arranged. They will arrive soon, so everyone needs to stay put and wait. But as for Qiao Yu, his training begins right now. Suddenly below him, a massive set of pincers erupts from the ground below. Qiao Yu is not even surprised, looking more annoyed than anything by this. Not this again, he sighs as the claw snatches him up, while Shen Jianshu yells that he is coming with him. To me. The giant claw drops Qiao Yu flat on the dusty ground. He looks around in confusion, demanding to know where they are. Shen Jianshu welcomes him to his personal soul domain, declaring this is where his training begins. He notes that since Qiao Yu managed to awaken the Necromancer class, they are clearly destined. Floating high up into the air, the teacher proclaims that there is no escape. Whether he likes it or not, he must master undead magic, as such incredible talent cannot be allowed to go to waste. Suddenly, a terrifying skeletal beast materializes right in front of Qiao Yu, while Shen Jianshu's booming voice continues to echo from above. He recalls Qiao Yu mentioning his desire to fully master physical combat before transitioning into a traditional necromancer. Now is the time. He challenges him to show the results of his training. With a wave of his hand, he commands the beast to attack. Dragon Bone attack, he yells, warning Qiao Yu to fight back if he wants to survive. Qiao Yu quickly grips his weapon and crouches, entering a combat stance. Armed with his candle dragon crescent blade, the two clash. Qiao Yu's eyes burn with fierce, killing intent, swinging his blade directly at the ancient bone dragon. He grunts in shock. This thing is way harder than his uncle's skeletal hand. Watching from above, Shen Jianshu finds the weapon quite fascinating, noting that it seems to possess its own unique weapon spirit. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu's eyes turn pitch black with glowing red pupils as he activates his demon eye technique and launches another strike. The system flashes a clear notification, boosting his critical hit rate by 50%. However, the bone dragon counters his advance with a blast, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sends him flying high. Qiao Yu slides backward across the ground, trying to analyze his enemy. That dragon breath is insanely strong. At this rate, close combat is completely out of the question. He braces his hands to stop his momentum. Shen Jianshu mockingly asks where his soul magic is, wondering if a necromancer only knows how to punch. Qiao Yu raises his hand. His eyes turn ice cold. Watch this, he has got nothing to lose as he summons a massive dark portal and yells out, "Summon!" Watching from above, Shen Jianshu is genuinely shocked to see that the boy can already summon a high-level Death Knight. He watches closely, eager to see how Qiao Yu will coordinate his combat skills while controlling his summon. Instantly, the undead knights charge forward. Qiao Yu commands them to charge, but he insanely rushes out even faster than them, leaving Shen Jianshu completely bewildered. What kind of necromancer charges faster than his own undead? He wonders if the kid is stupid. Just then, a system notification pops up, granting him a 50% agility boost plus another 50% stolen from his opponent by his corpse ring. Below Qiao Yu realizes that if his knights can block the bone dragon, he will have time to strike. Suddenly, a critical red notification appears, showing a critical hit of 2,333 damage. Knowing this is his chance, the ground beneath him cracks like torn paper. Qiao Yu laughs out loud, thinking he succeeded, but his smile instantly vanishes as that massive claw suddenly snatches him right back up. Lifting him into the air, Shen Jianshu tells him that is enough for now, praising his performance as a mere novice mage. Honestly, the kid's close combat skills are incredibly powerful, easily matching those of newly promoted advanced warriors. But when it comes to his actual use of necromancy magic, calling it crude would be a massive understatement. Landing near Qiao Yu, the professor remarks that even a stray dog would shake its head. He strictly bans the kid from using his blade or any other close combat abilities. The professor wants to train him in proper necromancy first, ordering the kid to summon his skeleton soul. Right now, Qiao Yu just sits down and gives a quiet nod of agreement. Suddenly, the professor tosses a bundle over to Qiao Yu. The boy is totally confused, asking what this is all about. Shen Jianshu rolls out a massive scroll. He wants the kid to cross-stitch this legendary traditional painting. Qiao Yu is completely dumbfounded, wondering if he is seriously supposed to stitch it, but the professor points directly at the skeleton. Shen Jianshu closes his eyes, explaining that undead creatures are not cannon fodder. The same summon can perform at completely different levels, depending entirely on the summoner controlling it. There is a world of difference. As a professional necromancer, the most crucial part is being able to control his summons as naturally as his own limbs, moving them like an extension of his body. Channeling his energy, the teacher explains that once he can direct his summons to complete highly delicate tasks like cross-stitching, it proves he has actually crossed the threshold of mastering the fundamental basics of fine undead control. He cannot leave this place until he succeeds. Good luck, kid. Once this special training is over, he will teach him to open his undead space. With those final words, the professor vanishes into thin air, leaving a panicked Qiao Yu frantically calling out after him. He begs the professor to wait and at least teach him the trick. Turning around, he and the skeleton just stare blankly at each other. Suddenly, Qiao Yu gets a burst of determination because a real man never says no, right? It is just a tiny needle. He commands the skeleton soldier to get to work, but the undead creature just stands there looking completely dazed and lost. Back at the hospital, Ji Pingyang asks how the kid's training is going. Shen Jianshu replies that they still have a long way to go, especially that kid Qiao Yu. He clearly has raw talent but keeps wasting his precious time instead of practicing seriously. His magical skills are absolutely terrible. To make him take this necromancy path seriously, he needs to teach the kid a lesson. Ji Pingyang reminds him that training is fine, but he should not go too far or push the kids over the edge. Winning the National Fighting Championship is no easy task, so they should not put too much pressure on these kids. Knowing they are trying their best is enough to make him happy. Shen Jianshu frowns, asking why old Ji sounds so incredibly discouraged. Whether they can win the championship is something they can only find out by taking a gamble. The first years lack combat power, but they still have the second and third year teams. He has absolute faith in them. Suddenly, the professor covers his mouth, coughing softly as he silently worries. There are always greater geniuses out there. The talents from other top schools are no joke. Jingda University has challenged them so many times, but they have never even managed to reach the finals once. Perhaps time is truly running out for Ji Pingyang. A month passes by in a flash and a portal suddenly opens up. The professor steps out and asks Qiao Yu about his progress, wondering if he has at least finished half of the stitching. Seeing the kid sit in complete silence, Shen Jianshu tells him not to be discouraged. Even a genius like himself took 2 months. Rolling up the scroll and resting his hands on his knees, Qiao Yu calmly says that he has met plenty of geniuses. Unrolling the canvas with supreme confidence, the kid tells him that all of those geniuses end up calling him a genius instead. The professor steps closer, completely unable to believe his eyes. It is impossible for a single skeleton to finish this so quickly. Wait for it. Qiao Yu just glances back with a smirk, pointing out that he did not just use one skeleton soldier. 3 skeletons stand behind him, leaving Shen Jianshu completely speechless. Without any guidance, the kid managed to learn multitasking on his own. This means his talent for necromancy magic is on a completely different level, easily surpassing even the professor back in his youth. Qiao Yu rubs the back of his neck with a friendly smile. Since he promised to win the championship, he cannot fail here. Simple stitching is not going to stop him. He asks the professor to move directly to the next stage of training. The professor secretly thinks that with this kind of genius mind paired with the kid's terrifying physical specs, he will be unstoppable. In the future, he might actually become a powerful necromancer without a single weak point. Jianshu immediately moves them on to the next phase. Since Qiao Yu has successfully mastered multitasking and basic energy control, they are ready to step right into stage 3. The teacher suddenly unleashes a massive wave of power, catching Qiao Yu off guard. This is the tactical training phase. As the boy recovers from the shock, Jianshu explains that different types of undead have completely different skills and combat styles. Just like coordinating teamwork and dividing labor, a master must know how to perfectly synchronize their various summons. These pieces on the chessboard can simulate real combat. Through it, he can train his tactical thinking to a whole new level. He adds that Qiao Yu must control his 3 skeletons while playing chess. But before they begin, Jianshu warns him. Seriously. He warns Qiao Yu that on this board there is no mercy for beginners. He might lose repeatedly, facing relentless defeats. All of his past achievements could be completely wiped out. Can he handle it? Yes. Qiao Yu does not flinch. He welcomes the pressure as pure motivation, telling Professor Jianshu to bring it on. Just like that, 3 long months quickly pass by. They are still sitting at the board as Jianshu summarizes their progress. For over 3 months, they controlled their respective skeletal forces. They played a total of 107 matches. Jianshu won every single one, leaving Qiao Yu with 107 consecutive defeats. Despite not winning a single game, his tactics and combat skills have improved immensely. Qiao Yu does not forget to express his gratitude. He thanks the professor for his guidance. Meanwhile, Jianshu is secretly astounded by the young man's sheer resilience under such brutal circumstances. No wins, just endless defeats. It is hard to believe someone could fight fiercely for 3 months straight and not break. Jianshu watched him closely. Anyone else would have had their spirit shattered completely by now, never to stand back up again. Yet Qiao Yu only grew more determined and composed, completely shedding his naive nature. This earns him Jianshu's deep respect. The mentor's expectations were already high, but Qiao Yu surpassed them. He then announces that Qiao Yu's skeletal soldier finally managed to draw. That tie sets the stage. The ultimate outcome of their training will be decided in this next critical match, game 108. Win this round. Win everything. If Qiao Yu can do it, his grueling third phase of training will be a complete success. Jianshu asks if he is ready. Qiao Yu confidently tells him to bring it on, and the veteran master immediately makes his first move. He deploys his cannon. Qiao Yu counters instantly with his knight. A hint of tension appears on Jianshu's face, but he quickly adapts. The master retreats his cannon to block the advance. Qiao Yu is caught in a tight spot, but he quickly finds a way out. He shifts his cannon to turn the tide. But before he can celebrate, Jianshu sweeps his chariot in for a sudden checkmate. Qiao Yu admits defeat, assuming game 108 is lost. But Jianshu suddenly shakes his head, asking if he forgot his trump card. The master's serious gaze leaves the young man completely baffled. Suddenly, a slam. Jianshu smashes a piece onto the board. The outer layer shatters, revealing a hidden red piece underneath. This sudden display makes Qiao Yu realize something crucial about breaking the rules. He needs to look past the restrictions and use physical force. Jianshu reminds him of the ultimate advantage he holds over other summoners. Unlike typical necromancers, Qiao Yu possesses an insanely powerful physical body. On this board, his general is not restricted to a tiny space. The commander can charge onto the battlefield to fight alongside his troops. His path is entirely different from any traditional mage. This is an uncharted path that no one has ever dared to walk before. Qiao Yu must carve it out entirely on his own. The realization hits Qiao Yu like a truck. His ultimate goal was never to become a typical fragile necromancer hiding in the back. He wants to be a versatile, all-powerful powerhouse on the front lines. The black chess piece lies broken beneath the board. No rules, no limits. Now that Qiao Yu finally understands this core truth, he is ready to ascend. A sudden surge of raw strength floods his body. He can feel the magical energy flowing much smoother than ever before. Jianshu praises his breakthrough, noting that Qiao Yu has successfully shattered his old limits. But there is still one final step remaining. To become a true necromancer, he must complete one last task. Jianshu suddenly reaches out and points directly at his forehead. He instructs Qiao Yu not to resist his magical force, but to use his mind to connect with the underworld. Jianshu channels a thread of magic directly into Qiao Yu's mind, telling him to perceive the dark world hidden deep within. Find the underworld. Enter it now. Qiao Yu slowly opens his eyes, focusing his entire consciousness inward. He looks around in confusion, realizing this is his personal undead space. Curiously, he reaches out to touch the empty air, but his hand hits an invisible barrier. Why can he not go any further? Jianshu's voice echoes with slight irritation. He explains that everyone unlocks their pocket dimension differently. Qiao Yu needs to use his brain to figure out the trick. So instead of thinking, Qiao Yu simply braces himself and pushes against the barrier with every ounce of physical strength. Shattered. Completely destroyed. The barrier breaks into tiny shimmering pieces, leaving Qiao Yu absolutely thrilled right now. He cheers that he actually did it. Right on cue, the system announces that he has successfully unlocked his undead space. Jianshu is left utterly speechless. He wanted Qiao Yu to think, not smash through. But a success is a success. The master explains that this pocket dimension will continue to expand as Qiao Yu levels up his core stats. Right now, his space can only hold 5 or 6 headless knights at most. Any extra summons must be called on the spot. Jianshu then opens a dusty magic chest, revealing a vast collection of rare necromancy spells he has gathered over the years. For years to come, the professor tells him that with his level of understanding, one-on-one tutoring is no longer necessary and he can study on his own. He can just research it himself. System details pop up for a B-rank skill called Frenzied Beast Tide, where a necromancer infuses magic into the bones of various predators, forcing them to rise from the ground to fight. Then there is the S-rank Undead Legion. Legend says that even Ares, the god of war, could not completely wipe out this terrifying army. A cursed necromancer can summon this unstoppable force back into reality piece by piece. Qiao Yu gasps in sheer excitement. Oh man, he asks if Professor Shen just emptied out his entire life savings for this, because every single skill book here is insanely valuable. They are valuable enough to start a war in human society. But he quickly tries to decline, saying these are just too precious for him to accept for free. Professor Shen calmly replies that in the entire university there are only 2 necromancers. If he does not give them to Qiao Yu, who else would get them? He tells him to take them and win the national championship to repay him. Qiao Yu confidently agrees, bringing a warm smile to the old professor's face. All right, now only one last thing remains. A swirling magic vortex tears open the space. They arrive. Qiao Yu looks around and realizes he has actually been here before. This is the C-rank dungeon known as the Dark Forest. Professor Shen nods, telling him that is only half right. This is actually the very heart of the forest where their target lies. He is looking for the Staff of Darkness. Darkness clings heavily to the air. Suddenly, the system sounds an alert for an epic boss. The Black Flood Dragon has 10,000 health points, 563 strength, 502 defense, and 544 speed. The system kindly adds a warning that this beast is the overlord here, driven by bloodlust to evolve. Even Qiao Yu can feel the heavy pressure of its breath. This thing is way more powerful than the bone dragon Professor Shen usually summons. From what he knows, the Black Flood Dragon is the guardian of the Dark Staff. Professor Shen cheers him on, telling him to go fight and show off his 4 months of training. He wants to see exactly how strong Qiao Yu has become. Meanwhile, the system displays the epic boss stats once again. The Black Flood Dragon still has full health, immense stats, and dangerous skills like Dragon Majesty, Dragon Breath, and Dragon God Transformation. The beast lets out a terrifying roar, releasing its Dragon Majesty. Its overwhelming pressure is so intense that Qiao Yu has to admit, it feels like his body might tear apart. But as the system registers, the Candle Dragon Crescent Blade things shift. The oppressive effect of the Dragon's Majesty is instantly negated. The dragon's glowing red eyes lock onto him, but he does not flinch. It is just a flood dragon, and even a true dragon would not scare him. Its majesty cannot possibly match the mighty Candle Dragon. The beast takes flight with a deafening roar, preparing to strike. Qiao Yu quickly casts his gate spell to counter it. He summons his headless knights, ordering them to charge ahead, but the massive dragon simply sweeps its tail. With one casual flick, the knights are completely wiped out without leaving a scratch. Qiao Yu does not back down, ready to try again. He switches to a B-rank skill called Voice of Valhalla. Under the chanting of a skilled necromancer, his undead creatures are heavily buffed and enter a state of pure frenzy. The quick-moving undead swarm the beast. Witnessing this swarm, Professor Shen is absolutely stunned. He recognizes this spell from the skill book he just gave him. Now watch this, how could he have learned it so fast? Qiao Yu shouts that he is not even done yet. He activates a B-rank spell called Gushing Blood Fountain, immediately inflicting massive damage on the dragon. Within a set area, any wounded enemy cannot heal, causing them to bleed out uncontrollably. The dragon lets out a painful shriek. It coughs up a huge puddle of blood, stumbling in agony. Seizing the opening, Qiao Yu casts Undead Swap to soar into the air and reposition. This C-rank spell allows him to instantly switch places with any of his undead summons. The spell only takes 3 seconds to cast, perfectly pairing with the active effects of his Skeleton King ring. With a single devastating critical slash, he cuts deep into the beast. The system registers a loss of 3,966 health points, blurring its vision as a blinding light wraps around its massive body. In desperation, the beast activates its epic skill, Dragon God Transformation. Qiao Yu realizes he might have pushed it too far, but Professor Shen remains completely calm, telling him to back away. He summons a Death Knight to unleash a powerful strike. The devastating blow leaves the dragon completely helpless, unable to struggle any longer. Professor Shen looks on with approval. He commends Qiao Yu, saying that mastering high-level spells so quickly and forcing the boss to use its ultimate is impressive. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is left in absolute awe. The Death Knight is a top-tier undead creature, yet Professor Shen summoned it effortlessly. He cannot help but wonder just how terrifying his teacher's true power actually is. Qiao Yu then looks up, asking his professor if there is any chance. Qiao Yu asks to take the final blow on the Black Flood Dragon. Jianshu agrees, though he wonders if the kid has enough experience. Qiao Yu just gives a knowing smile, promising he will find out soon. Suddenly, the system chimes to congratulate player Qiao Yu for defeating the epic wild black dragon using pure muscle. He gets 63 free attribute points and 6,650 experience points. He also becomes the first in the world to beat a high-level monster with physical strength, rewarding him with 5 instant level ups. Jianshu cheers him on, urging him to go grab his exclusive magic staff. The old man has absolute faith in the kid. A close combat necromancer given just a little more time is bound to completely turn this entire world upside down. The system displays the stats of the A-grade Dark Staff. It boosts his spiritual power and stats by 20. It also slashes his spell casting time by 50% and raises all attributes of his undead summons by 20%. It is restricted to the Necromancer class. No wonder Qiao Yu is shocked. This kind of weapon requires epic monsters to guard it. The bonus effects of this staff are just straight up broken. Jianshu immediately points out a very crucial detail to him. Qiao Yu's biggest weaknesses right now are his low spiritual power and intelligence, meaning he has to find a way to boost them. Qiao Yu nods in serious agreement, calculating that his ultimate trump card is definitely the mage's hero heart. As long as he keeps dumping points into strength, his special talent will automatically scale up all his other stats anyway. Meanwhile, over in a completely different area, Ma Fei unleashes his ultimate technique, the Ping Yang Sword Strike. Feeling proud of his achievement, Ma Fei happily reports his success to Principal Ping Yang. The principal is genuinely impressed. Mastering the 4th tier of Sword Qi in just 4 months is a massive feat, showing that Ma Fei is exceptionally talented. Once he learns to infuse his own will into that sword energy, he will become a true master sword cultivator. Ma Fei politely thanks the principal. Nearby, Xiang Di giggles, teasing that brother Ma is doing pretty well indeed. She remarks that he is only slightly behind her, considering she finished all her special training in just 3 months. Zi Yuan chimes in, admitting she thought she was fast, but she still cannot compare to those two monsters. Even as a support player, she refuses to fall behind. Suddenly, Ma Fei senses an ominous presence approaching them fast. He quickly raises his sword to defend himself. Looking around at the headless knights surrounding him, Ma Fei is slightly confused. He refuses to back down, taunting the enemy by asking where these pests came from before promising to teach them a lesson. They rush him. Ma Fei unleashes a sweeping strike, but he is completely baffled by how they coordinate their movements. Principal Ping Yang recognizes it instantly as a tactical snake formation. Ma Fei struggles as the headless knights cycle their attacks. They keep shifting formations to slowly wear him down, but Ma Fei stubbornly refuses to accept defeat. He unleashes another incredibly powerful rainbow-piercing slash. Suddenly, a very familiar voice echoes through the training ground. The voice praises Ma Fei, admitting the summoned headless knights were no match for him. Ma Fei turns and spots Qiao Yu. He feels pretty annoyed that the tough army he just struggled against was actually just Qiao Yu's undead summon. Zi Yue looks on in total awe, amazed that Qiao Yu has already mastered summoning headless knights. Xiang Di complains that this is just straight-up cheating, and honestly, she might have a point there. The kid's physical stats were already terrifying, but now that he has mastered necromancy, things are getting ridiculous. Even in an all-out fight, Ma Fei only has a 50-50 chance of winning. Principal Ping Yang walks over to praise Qiao Yu. He is impressed by his mastery over ancient formations, joking that Professor Jianshu must have handed over his entire legacy. He jokes that Qiao Yu has practically drained the old professor dry. Qiao Yu humbly replies that Jianshu was simply incredibly helpful. He learned a great deal from him. Ping Yang then addresses the group, noting all 4 of them have made incredible progress. Over the past 4 months, their growth has been outstanding. However, they still have 2 major issues to resolve. First of all, the upcoming national tournament is a 5-on-5 team battle, but they only have 4 members. They still need a 5th player, and Qiao Yu admits he has absolutely no idea who could fit their team. He cannot think of anyone who can coordinate well with them. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to the principal. She asks if they need a top-tier tank for the final slot. Qiao Yu instantly freezes and spins around. Standing in the distance is Qiao Yu, looking down as she softly announces that she has finally returned. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qiao Yu rushes forward to hug her tightly, completely letting go of all his usual restraint. He tells her how much he missed her, and Qiao Yu warmly replies that she missed him just as much. With his heart pounding rapidly, Qiao Yu asks if he can kiss her, bringing their lips closer together. A gentle touch turns the chaotic space completely peaceful, pulling the two closer than ever as the young man watches, blushing so hard he has to cover his eyes. It is like some poor dog across the street just fell asleep only to get kicked out of nowhere. The world stands still, leaving only their deep, passionate kiss of the two. Suddenly, a devastating punch sends Qiao Yu flying. Ji Ping Yang gasps in shock, and Ma Fei shouts out to calling for Brother Qiao. A warning rings out to watch for sneak attacks, leaving everyone in utter panic as they shout inside. Who is there? Just then a hand rips through the mirror as Thanatos steps out, in majestic armor. Ji Ping Yang regains his composure and demands to know who this uninvited guest is and his purpose. Thanatos calmly responds, telling them not to be tense as he has no bad intentions here, merely teaching an ill-mannered brat a lesson. This arrogant move immediately angers Ji Ping Yang, who snaps that his Jingda students are not for some outsider to discipline. Realizing there is no turning back, Thanatos takes a defensive stance. An insanely bright skill instantly lights up the sky as 2 equally matched forces collide in midair. The principal is absolutely determined to win this fight and protect his reputation in front of his students. The battle grows incredibly fierce with the loud battle cries of the principal. Soon this once romantic place turns into a frightening wasteland. Thanatos calmly pulls his hand back, completely unfazed as thick white smoke fills the entire area. Ji Pingyang and Shen Jianshu also stop standing in the haze. Thanatos frowns, surprised that this world has a necromancer capable of barely blocking his strike. But right then, a bit of bickering breaks out among the allies. Shen Jianshu points at Ji Pingyang and yells, demanding to know why he is pushing himself when he is already injured. But the principal calmly replies that he knew his old friend was coming. Qiao Yu watches them, thinking to himself that the principal and teacher Shen combined could barely block one attack. What kind of absolute monster is this guy? Thanatos speaks up to calm them down despite hurting people. He tells them not to get agitated because he has no issue with Jingda. With a bitter glare, he adds that his target is only Qiao Yu, leaving the boy furious. Damn it. He tries to pull out his recognized thief as father card, but unfortunately the system refuses to let him use it. Despite his injuries, his mind is racing to find a solution. The power gap between them is just too massive. He feels completely helpless. Watching his struggle, Thanatos mocks his pathetic state, asking how he ever thought he could fight back, calling him a brainless fool. Unable to just stand by, Yu screams Thanatos' name. She rushes forward, spreading her arms to shield Qiao Yu. With tears in her eyes, she reminds him of his promise. He had promised not to hurt him. Thanatos replies softly, saying he did, but that depends entirely on her. Remembering her own vows and her current identity, still, Yu is determined to protect Qiao Yu to the end. She insists she hasn't forgotten, but Qiao Yu is her absolute limit, and she will never let him be harmed. Her defiance only angers Thanatos further. He calls her insolent, asking if she truly believes she can stop him. Qiao Yu's teammates quickly step up too, declaring that they are a team and stand together. Anyone wanting to touch Brother Qiao has to go through them first. Besides, they haven't even defeated him themselves yet, so they won't let him get killed so easily. Even Ji Pingyang and Shen Jianshu step forward to back the young boy up. No matter who this intruder is, Teacher Shen is willing to risk his old life to protect his student. He refuses to let anyone hurt his student. Seeing their resolve, Thanatos gives up with a cold sigh. He lowers his hand, warning that this was just a lesson and next time he will personally execute this trash. With that, Thanatos vanishes into thin air. Xiang Di collapses onto the grass, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He was absolutely terrified, thinking they were all going to die right then and there. Yu rushes over, anxiously asking if Qiao Yu is okay. Covered in wounds, he forced a smile, telling her he is fine. He asks who that man was and what he forced her to do, but she quickly avoids his gaze, begging him not to talk about this, yet promising to explain when the time is right. Qiao Yu gently pats her head. For him, seeing her alive and well is already the best news ever. But deep down, he blames himself. He is just too weak, forcing Yu to protect him and hide the truth. He vows that one day Thanatos will pay dearly. But as that thought passes, his battered body gives out and he collapses onto her shoulder. She screams his name in panic. Luckily, Professor Shen Jianshu steps over to examine him, confirming it is nothing serious. He simply couldn't handle that raw pressure. Blacked out immediately. Still, Shen's mind was racing with dark thoughts. Anyone else would have had their organs completely crushed to pieces. Yet Qiao Yu only fainted. Absolutely insane physical strength. Unbelievable power. The group carried him up, agreeing they had to get him back to the medical room immediately. Shen Jianshu watched them leave, muttering, "Someone so powerful appearing in this world without making a single sound. What kind of crazy training did this kid go through?" Suddenly, Ping Yang stepped up from behind. He asked if Shen could drag that monster into his undead realm if he showed up again. Shen closed his tired eyes. A sneak attack had a 30% chance. Head on, absolutely zero. Hearing that Ping Yang made his decision, he told old Shen to stay while he reported this up. The higher-ups needed to know. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, everyone was worried sick about Qiao Yu. They asked if his head hurt, but Qiao Yu suddenly bolted upright, shouting that he did not need pampering. He hated being treated like an invalid. Still, his teammates just laughed, teasing him about staying alive for their rematch. One classmate even joked about taking care of Yu if he died, driving Qiao Yu completely mad. Shen Jianshu walked in, asking if his body was fine. Qiao Yu eagerly claimed he was ready to fight. The professor calmly smiled, keeping it brief. He shifted their focus directly to the upcoming Grand Battle tournament. He would lead them, but rules stated each university could only send 2 teams to the main event. To qualify, these freshmen had to defeat both of Capital University's official representative teams. Shen laid out their opponent profiles. First up was Zhao Ziyue, a level 21 healing prodigy. Her recovery was insane. She could pump out 1,000 health points per second for a single target. Next was Yang Xiang, a level 24 mage wielding 5 completely different types of elemental magic. And then came Ma Fei, a level 25 warrior who had already mastered 4th stage sword intent. Shen introduced Qiao Yu as a level 23 freak necromancer before smiling and pointing to Yu. Yu eagerly stepped up, introducing herself as a level 29 heavy armor tank class. Her skill absorbed enemy attacks, storing and reflecting them back. Plus, she was completely immune to all poisons. Hearing that Ziyu and Ma Fei got excited, believing they stood a real chance with her on board. It was finally time for payback. Then Yang Xiang immediately chimed in to playfully tease Qiao Yu. He asked why Qiao Yu's level was lower than his supposed girlfriend's, which instantly ticked the young necromancer off. Qiao Yu told him to shut up. Shen coughed loudly to draw everyone's attention back to strategy. He warned them not to celebrate. Qiao Yu was banned from using physical strength or his sword, and Yang Xiang was restricted to only fire and earth elements, which instantly made him whine and protest. He complained that without going all out, he couldn't show off to the crowd or attract any of the girls. The boy whined about never holding a girl's hand, but Shen calmly advised him to think long-term. Aiming for the championship required strategy, and keeping a trump card hidden would shock everyone later. A short while later, they all moved to the training grounds to finally meet their opponents face-to-face. Shen gestured, and the official teams of Capital University marched out in perfect, highly intimidating rows. The professor formally introduced the freshman squad, presenting Qiao Yu and his talented teammates to the elite seniors. One of the seniors grinned upon spotting Qin Hao, shouting a smug greeting that made everyone uncomfortable. The arrogant upperclassman scoffed, demanding to know what a lowly freshman dog was even doing standing there. Shen calmly explained that these freshmen were here to challenge them, and only one team would get the tournament spot. Lei Xunyu smirked with absolute confidence, declaring that they would never yield their second team spot to mere freshmen. Shen loved that fiery competitive spirit, praising the captain's confidence while expecting an absolutely spectacular battle. He handed over their profiles, giving both sides 3 hours to prepare their respective battle strategies. Qiao Yu carefully scanned the papers, analyzing the exact stats of the opponents they had to face. Let's see what they're dealing with. Qiao Yu held the files, revealing their first major obstacle. Captain Lei Xunyu was a level 30 lightning mage, while Vice-Captain Qin Hao was a level 26 sword cultivator. And finally, their team member and Dyer was a 24-year-old level 30 intermediate meat shield class beast tamer. 23-year-old Zhuang Fanru is a level 29 mid-tier assassin, while 24-year-old Wen Tianyun is a priest mage, also a level 29. He frowns while discussing strategy, knowing Team 2 leader Lei Xunyu is their main target. They must take him down first to have any chance of winning, but Xiangdi voices his doubts to Qiao Gi, pointing out that since brute force is off the table and their skills are restricted, defeating Xunyu is nearly impossible. Qiao Yu just smirks, telling everyone not to worry because he has a plan. Meanwhile, his team info is displayed. 19-year-old Ma Fei is a level 25 swordsman, while 19-year-old Qiao Yu is a level 29 necromancer. 18-year-old Zhao Ziyue is a level 21 healing mage, and 19-year-old Yang Xiang is a level 24 elementalist. 18-year-old Xie Yu is a level 29 tank. Darren watches them closely and asks his leader why. Professor Shen would even approve a challenge from a team with such low levels compared to theirs. Fanru also underestimates them, boasting that the opponents could not possibly survive even a single strike from him. Xunyu remains realistic, warning the team not to let their guard down. Professor Shen arranged this match because he clearly believes these freshmen have the combat strength to fight back. Xunyu points out this is Qiao Yu, who shares the exact same class as that legendary student from Hoaxing University. Xunyu is highly analytical, recalling last year's top-scoring college scholar, the level 32 high-tier necromancer Gu Ming. He knows very well that Qiao Yu will eventually have to face that monster in the tournament. Fighting Qiao Yu now will allow them to preview the different skills of a necromancer beforehand. Qin Hao speaks up with a cold expression, telling his captain that he might end up disappointed with this plan. This Qiao Yu guy does not even use magic, relying entirely on his insanely physical body and raw muscle to fight. Xunyu feels a sudden wave of worry, wondering how on earth a necromancer fights with pure muscle and physical combat. Qin Hao smiles, a devious grin forming, saying they should adjust their battle strategy. Meanwhile, the arena atmosphere is heating up, and just like that, the crowd goes wild. You can feel the hype as rumors spread about 5 crazy freshmen. Even if Team 2 is not as legendary as Team 1, they surely cannot lose to some first years. Place your bets. Everyone puts their money on Team 2. John Shu steps onto the stage, keeping his speech short. The winning team will represent the university in the upcoming competition. The crowd roars as he signals for the match to begin. Xunyu gets into position, noting they have no assassin and can only mount a frontal assault using a T-shaped formation. Before the fight, Qiao Yu glances over at Xie Yu, who immediately unleashes her protective shield spell to start their strategy. A barrage of skills are fired off immediately after. Cleaving swords, sweep attacks, and high-impact energy beams fill the arena. The battle heats up as elemental moves explode everywhere. Earth cracks, dragon projectiles, and massive fireballs collide in midair. Xunyu's entire team is left completely dumbfounded. They exchange confused glances and begin talking animatedly. What are these freshmen even doing? Did they realize they can't win and just decide to throw the match? But even so, why would they attack their own teammate, especially a cute little girl like her? Shunyu quickly shakes off the confusion. Whatever they are planning, they need to take them down first. Shunyu's body crackles with raw power as he unleashes his Thunder Strike. Fanru quickly follows up, using his stealth walk while Darren activates his unbreakable defense. Qiao takes a step back to brace herself. The shockwave is massive, leaving her stunned, but she quickly focuses, whispering that the damage is fully charged. She immediately orders her team to initiate their formation, sending a wave of concentrated energy surging towards Shunyu's squad. Shunyu watches in disbelief. Their tank is heavily injured. Why is she charging forward with her shield instead of retreating? Darren remains highly overconfident, mockingly asking his captain if these 5 freshmen have completely lost their minds. But suddenly something blazes right before Shunyu's eyes as Qiao channels another spell, making him panic. He yells for Darren to stop her. Her face remains ice-cold as she slowly triggers her mimic skill. The battlefield erupts in total chaos as Qiao screams to release the stored power. Shunyu watches, frantically shouting again for Darren to block her. Darren roars, activating his mountain defense, but a massive overhead strike crashes down, triggering an explosion that sends shockwaves, dust, and rock debris flying everywhere. Tianyun thrusts his hands forward, launching a brilliant green energy wave straight at Darren, who quickly reacts by invoking his divine barrier. On the other side, Qiao Yu raises his arm in defense with Ziwei and Xiangdi standing firm beside him. Fam Nu stands on guard, keeping her eyes locked on the target. A sudden shout echoes, calling out a shadow raid attack. Meanwhile, the group of Qiao Yu remains completely still. A voice cheers that the hit landed, but he suddenly turns back with clenched teeth and a razor-sharp glare. Cold sweat drips down his cheek, heightening the intense pressure. Suddenly, a barrage of glowing blue light beams rains down from the sky. As they strike, Qiao Yu immediately blocks them with his bare hands, leaving Tu Nuet and Huangdich utterly shocked. Then a roar echoes. It is the corpse flesh technique. The system screen flashes, announcing a Tier D corpse flesh spell has been activated. The Necromancer's skin receives 100 defense points and boosted durability for 1 minute. During this window, any fatal wound becomes significantly less lethal. Qiao Yu realizes brute strength will not work here. He wonders what skill he should deploy next. Nearby, Qian Thu stands with folded arms. Looking down at the young man, the master mocks him, asking if the brat is trying to play dirty tricks. Suddenly, Fam Nu dashes forward at blinding speed. She can barely believe he blocked her strike using nothing but his physical body. Meanwhile, Fuan Ingok stands silently in deep thought. Fam Nu analyzes the situation, realizing Tan Hao's intel was correct. This guy is purely a physical powerhouse who knows absolutely nothing about necromancy. She watches Thuan Na closely, confident in her next move. There is no need to stay on guard against him. A head-on assault will do. Suddenly, a thunderous roar calls down the 9 heavens tribulation. Massive blue lightning bolts strike from above, triggering a colossal explosion that flashes wildly and tears the ground apart. To defend, Huangdich quickly weaves hand signs and conjures an earth wall, sending a massive stone slab tilting forward to shield him. The violent blast unleashes waves of blue energy, forcing Qiao Yu and his allies to shield their faces from the intense shockwave. Safely guarded, they marvel at the destruction. One of the students cheers, praising their senior's lightning magic as incredibly cool. Another companion chimes in, saying that their opponents are bound to lose this fight. They have absolutely no chance of winning now. Weapon in hand, Thuan Ngok mockingly points out that a necromancer who cannot cast spells is utterly useless and easily defeated. One final blow is all it takes to end this. He gathers his energy, ready to launch a finishing strike at his opponent. But suddenly, Thuan Ngok whips his head around, startled by a strange sound. A mysterious man appears alongside a charging horde. Phantom horses charge forward at terrifying speed, cloaked in a blinding blue light. Thuan Ngok grips his weapon, channeling his inner energy. He summons his green aura, shouting for the Headless Knights to attack. A spectator watches in utter horror, wondering what is happening. Did they not say this kid knows no necromancy? And Dai Nan rushes forward, yelling out his defense, immovable as a mountain. He screams as a blast of white energy knocks him clean out of the arena. An announcer calls out that Dai Nan is eliminated. Qian Thu strokes his beard with a smug smile. This is exactly how a real necromancer is supposed to fight. Tan Hao grits his teeth in pure disbelief. It makes no sense. How could Qiao Yu suddenly cast high-level spells like this? He tells himself it must be an illusion, but Dai Nan glares from below, calling him a liar for providing fake intel. Tan Hao quickly defends himself, claiming he did not lie. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu locks his gaze ahead, ready to command the field. He orders his Headless Knights to keep pushing. Seeing the danger, Tan Hao draws his sword and charges forward to aid his captain. Before he can reach his captain, Ma Fei intercepts him boldly, declaring that he will be Tan Hao's opponent today. Tan Hao unleashes his first form of the Bin Yang Xiang sword art, swinging his blade with immense force to strike Ma Fei. Ma Fei quickly raises his guard to block the strike. Both fighters reset their stances, bracing for the real clash to begin. Tan Hao is shocked to realize his opponent possesses Sword Aura too. Thuan Ngok also gasps, wondering how this is even possible. Knowing they cannot let this continue, Thuan Ngok orders on Thian Wan Li Hao to quickly transfer all of his buffs to him. He raises his weapon high, summoning the Thunder God's protection as a massive surge of green energy wraps around his entire body. Thuan Ngok challenges Qiao Yu, eager to see if his lightning or the Phantom Knights will triumph. Suddenly, a shield spell is cast. Shi Yu thrusts her hands forward to manifest a white energy barrier, but a loud explosion immediately rattles the battlefield. She grits her teeth through the strained sweat pouring down as she maintains her shield. Meanwhile, Tuangaya pours in her support. She casts a powerful blood frenzy buff to help. Seeing this, Qiao Yu pushes himself to the limit and calls out to encourage her. He urges Xi Yu to hold on before unleashing the voice of Fan. He, as a violent red aura erupts from his palm. Thuan Ngok whips around as the thundering hooves of the spectral knights draw near. In an instant, both boys are swept off their feet. They crash heavily onto the dirt. Qian Thu announces that Loi Thuan Ngok and On Thian Wan Li Hao are officially eliminated. Xie Yu sighs in relief. She admits she could barely hold on any longer. Tu Nijue agrees, glad those two formidable opponents are finally out of the way. Now the path ahead is much easier. Pham Nu stares at them in disbelief, unable to accept being cornered by a bunch of freshmen. Refusing to let up, Qiao Yu prepares to strike again, locking his eyes onto the remaining enemies to execute another raid. The kid speaks up, claiming he originally wanted to play nice as a regular mage, but instead, they decided to stab him in the back. No more playing nice, he screams as his aura explodes, shattering the ground beneath them and sending Zhuang Fanru flying backward. She takes a direct hit and drops her weapon, losing her balance high up in the air as Jian Shu's voice rings out across the arena. Zhuang Fanru is officially eliminated. Qin Hao watches silently from afar, staring at Qiao Yu's group in absolute disbelief, wondering how this could even happen. It makes zero sense. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stands with his arms crossed, teasingly calling him nephew and saying they couldn't have won without him. He promises to keep his word for tonight's victory feast, insisting that nobody will even touch their food until Qin Hao arrives. Xun Yu glares at Qin Hao furiously, demanding to know if he intentionally fed them fake intel. He is absolutely livid. Ziyue chimed in too, accusing Qin Hao of being in cahoots with Qiao Yu, leaving him totally flustered and struggling to deny it. He desperately denies it furiously, pointing his sword at Qiao Yu and screaming that he's lying. Suddenly, Xiyu raises her hand. She rapidly charges up her backup energy reservoir, instantly unleashing a massive blinding blast directly at the raging opponent. Jian Shu's voice booms across the arena once more, declaring Qin Hao eliminated and crowning Qiao Yu's team the winners. They officially secure their spot as Team 2 for the national tournament, leaving the crowd utterly stunned at how easily they won. Some spectators whisper that these freshmen are absolute monsters, defying all expectations with their insane performance. A girl nearby wonders if their raw power might actually rival Team 1, getting hyped up for the upcoming national games. They vow to cheer for this rising second team. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu gets a painful knock on the head and can only grin awkwardly. Jian Shu glares at the brat, scolding him for relying on close combat and corpse flesh magic when he's supposed to be a pure mage. He demands to know what kind of necromancer fights, like a physical brawler, asking Qiao Yu if he honestly thinks his teacher is stupid. Qiao Yu quickly bows his head and apologizes to Teacher Shen, promising he will never rely on brute physical strength again. The old man doesn't reply, simply staring at his smoking hands in complete shock before turning to walk away. He warns Qiao Yu that any next time will earn him a severe spanking, leaving the young mage sweating buckets. Staring at his teacher's departing figure, Qiao Yu opens his system screen, calculating his stats from the principal's special amulet. With only 150 spirit points at the start, 4 months of intense training managed to net him another 100. However, a normal mid-tier mage usually has a combined intelligence and spirit score of at least over 800 points, so he's still far behind. Glancing at his teammates, he realizes he must rely purely on tactics. He has to win through tactics alone. Watching from the balconies above, Long Xiang looks down at the group with a smirk. He murmurs that they actually managed to defeat Lei Shunyu, remembering how Qiao Yu used to rely solely on physical force. Seeing him switch up his entire combat style is pretty interesting. Nearby, Duan Shuliu pushes up his glasses, looking on with a scowl. He scoffs that a necromancer relying on raw physical strength to fight is just plain pathetic and looks outright ridiculous. Dai Siu approaches him, suggesting that since they are Long Xiang's hometown friends, he should introduce them since they are teaming up next. Since they have to fight alongside each other soon, Long Xiang turns to her and calmly agrees to the idea. He calls out to Qiao Yu, who happily responds that it's been a really long time since they last met. Long Xiang congratulates them on securing their tournament slot, offering to introduce the seniors from Team 1 to the newcomers. He starts introducing the elite members of the main team, starting with Senior Wan Mao, a level 31 high-tier assassin. Next is Kei Xing, a level 31 dual-element wind and fire mage, followed by the lovely Dai Xiu, who serves as their level 30 mid-tier support mage. Finally, he introduces their team captain, the formidable Duan Shuiliu. He is a level 32 high-tier heavy warrior. Dai Xiu smiles warmly, greeting the newly qualified juniors. Qiao Yu's group politely greets them back, but Captain Duan Shuiliu immediately interrupts, shutting down the friendly chatter. He snaps that they only have 3 days before the tournament begins, so standing around chatting is a complete waste of time. He sternly reminds them that their only real threats are the first team from Hua Chang University, particularly a dangerous guy named Gu Ming. He demands absolute victory, ordering everyone to follow him for training immediately, to which they all comply. While nodding in agreement, Qiao Yu secretly ponders the name Gu Ming, wondering why it sounds so incredibly familiar. The camera pans over the massive Capital University Stadium, where the Grand Eastern Division opening ceremony is finally being held. Spectators note that hosting it here is a huge honor. Nearby, a man brags about his expensive ticket. He proudly tells his friends he spent 100,000 yuan on his seat just to support Capital University today. In front of him, fans argue over which school is truly number one. Soon a host takes the stage. Yu Luoyu raises her voice to welcome the crowd, introducing herself as the host of this term's Global University Combat Championship. She warmly welcomes everyone to this term's tournament, her voice ringing out across the stadium as the event officially begins. The crowd erupts as she introduces the participants, and Qiao Yu's team makes their grand entrance onto the field. As Jingdu University enters the arena, fans go wild, screaming out love for senior brother Long Xiang and senior sister, Dai Xiu. Yu looks around in wide-eyed shock at the sheer scale of the crowd, muttering about how packed it is. His teammate adds that not only the powerhouses of Great Xia but the entire Eastern Alliance's finest are gathered here. Qiao Yu stays quiet, observing the arena. Deafening cheers erupt again as Huaqing University arrives, with fans chanting Gu Ming's name. Gu Ming's group enters amidst the chaotic noise. One teammate mutters about how annoying the racket is, and Gu Ming agrees. Long Xiang turns his gaze toward Qiao Yu, acknowledging him as the strongest mage in this year's batch at Huaqing. He mentions that Qiao Yu was the top mage of his class and a fellow necromancer, which makes things interesting. Qiao Yu silently reflects on Gu Ming. Rumors say Gu Su has an incredibly powerful older brother, and this must be him. Gu Ming suddenly shoots a cold, sharp glare his way, and Qiao Yu locks eyes with him, trying to size him up. Qiao Yu realizes this guy is definitely Gu Su's brother, since that smug look is cast from the exact same mold. Up above, the judges sit behind long tables near the arena. Behind them, on the empty stands, Jian Shu leans back. Looking thoughtful, Qiao Yu asks Professor Shen about the VIP on the high stage, wondering about his identity. The professor confirms that it is indeed Elder Song Qingshan, the current head and ultimate leader of Great Xia. He is widely known as the absolute strongest in Great Xia, the man who secured their spot as the top superpower. The Eastern Alliance owes its dominance to this legendary figure. Down below, Yu Luoyu announces the start of the tournament. She introduces all the top contestants from the Eastern region, who are about to face off in some highly anticipated matches. The combat on this stage will be incredibly intense. She explains that the tournament features both team and solo matches. The event kicks off with the Alliance qualifiers, where a win earns 2 points and a loss still yields 1. Both the Eastern and Western Alliances will narrow down their pools to the top 16 teams and solo competitors. These elite competitors will advance to the next stage, where completely randomized match drawings will decide their fate. They will face off in brutal, unforgiving knockout rounds until only the strongest remain for the grand finals. Only one team and one individual will stand at the very top as kings. Qiao Yu watches, realizing the stakes. This tournament is being streamed live worldwide, making it the perfect stage for new legends to make a name. Yu Luoyu then points to the stage, inviting the esteemed Elder Song Qingshan of Great Xia to give his speech. He stands up, speaking with calm authority as he represents Great Xia to officially open the regional qualifiers. He declares the Eastern Arena of the Global University Combat Championship open, wishing all competitors the best of luck. The crowd explodes into deafening cheers, instantly shouting out wild support for their respective schools to take the crown. Some yell for Huaqing to dominate, while others urge Jingdu to crush the competition and bring glory to Great Xia. Qiao Yu looks ahead, feeling the hype as Yu Luoyu returns to thank Elder Song and announce the matchups. She wishes all competitors great success before revealing the first 2 teams set to clash in the opening rounds. The second teams from both Jingdu and Huaqing will face off first, setting the tone for the entire tournament. She points to the giant display, inviting everyone to see which schools they will be facing in these matches. Huaqing's second team faces Dagu Forestry Academy, while Jingdu's second team is matched against Elliston Business School. The massive arena looks incredible from above. Two opposing teams stand ready, sizing each other up as whispers begin. One of them scoffs, calling their opponents weak. Xiang Di looks them over with a smug, judgmental grin. He wonders if they are here to fight or shoot a drama, muttering about how much he hates handsome guys. His only goal is to end this quickly, showing everyone the overwhelming power and style of Jingdu University. His teammate nods in agreement. Fans are shocked to see that Jingdu's second team is made up entirely of freshmen. This bold choice has the spectators wondering what kind of surprises these talented first-year rookies will pull off. Up in the stands, people keep gossiping, pointing out that Elliston Business School has always been a weaker team. They can barely even field a proper squad, which makes Jingdu sending freshmen feel like a massive flex. Elliston just got incredibly unlucky, matched against 5 absolute monsters. But that is the luck of the draw. They did not want to hand over an easy victory. A girl suddenly lets out a soft sigh, smiling with supreme confidence, having originally planned on only playing a single round of the tournament before heading back home. Who would have thought their opponents are all mere first-year freshmen and their skill levels are basically the same as theirs? They can actually win this. The guy next to her chimes in to cheer her on. This is their chance to make a name for themselves and go down in history today. Suddenly, the loud whistle blows, signaling both teams to take their positions. Qiao Yu raises her hand to get ready, shouting for the match to begin. The moment she finishes, Qiao Yu unleashes a massive, high-powered energy attack. The ground cracks open as sand and dirt erupt, leaving the entire Elliston University team completely panicked, wondering what on earth is happening. This wide-area assault leaves everyone dazed. How can this chubby guy move so incredibly fast? They wonder what is going on, since he is supposed to be a mere first-year student. How can he be this powerful? Qiao Yu quickly hops on the mic to commentate. Jingda Team 2 immediately seizes the initiative by launching an attack first. How will the Elliston team respond to this sudden onslaught? In the crowd, the spectators are in a complete frenzy, screaming for the tank to push forward and launch a quick counterattack. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu continues to rain down powerful magic, combining Earth Dragon Bullet with Vulcan Fire Burst to send a massive Earth Dragon charging like an arrow toward the Elliston team. A massive explosion erupts in flames as he casts his skeleton summoning spell. As Qiao Yu finishes casting, Ma Fei rushes forward at lightning speed, declaring that the final blow belongs to him. He strikes hard, with his sharp sword using a single sword sweep that blows everyone away. The entire arena instantly falls dead silent in just a second. A summoned skeleton soldier scratches its head, completely bewildered with invisible question marks. It grumbles that they should have left at least one opponent. Now it just looks totally foolish standing there. Up in the stands, the crowd is absolutely stunned, wondering if the match is already over. It has barely been 3 minutes. Wait, no, only 2. Qiao Yu screams in excitement, finding the whole thing completely unbelievable. Silencing all doubters, Jingda Team 2 has proved their strength with an utterly overwhelming victory. In this first match of the qualifiers, Jingda Team 2 takes the win, earning 2 points. The spectators cheer, wildly showering them with loud applause. Shen Jianshu offers his praise, telling the team they did an exceptionally great job out there in their match. Qiao Yu scratches his head, wondering what was so good about it. The coach replies that the little skeleton he summoned had real spirit. Shen Jianshu puts a hand on Qiao Yu's shoulder to reassure him, mentioning that tomorrow's individual matches will give him plenty of opportunities to shine. Fast forward to the next day, and Qiao Yu's energetic voice rings out to welcome the crowd. Today marks the second day of the fighting tournament, starting the first round of individual qualifiers. Next up, she introduces Qiao Yu, the captain of Jingda Team 2. He will be facing off against Lei Mingyi from Yunhai University Team 1. Watching from the stands with folded arms, Mao Shui notes that while Jingda Team 2's match yesterday was incredibly impressive, Qiao Yu only summoned one tiny skeleton before walking off, leaving his true strength a mystery. Siyu beside him adds that, since he is the captain, his strength must be insane, betting on his victory. A green-haired guy sitting nearby disagrees, pointing out that Lei Mingyi is a mid-tier strength warrior, the ultimate counter to squishy necromancers with weak defense. So the outcome is still highly unpredictable, leading him to place his bet on Lei Mingyi. Meanwhile, Mingyi snaps his fingers, acting overly cute and leaning to the side, playfully asking if he can take Qiao Yu out for dinner. Qiao Yu looks at him with sheer disgust, getting instant goosebumps from the bizarre display. He impatiently turns to ask the referee if they can finally get this match started. Qiao Yu waves her hand to signal for both sides to prepare, loudly shouting for them to begin. In Qiao Yu's eyes, Lei Mingyi is already charging straight at him with extreme speed, swinging a powerful aura-fused fist. With eyes burning with absolute confidence, he declares that the name of the man defeating him is Lei Mingyi, unleashing a heavy strike that lands with a massive explosion. Yet Qiao Yu stands there completely unfazed and without a single scratch. Lei Mingyi pulls his fist back in sheer terror as Qiao Yu flashes a deeply unsettling smile. Spectators watch in complete shock, rubbing their eyes to see if they are hallucinating. A fragile necromancer just blocked a heavy physical strike with his bare face, emerging completely unscathed. Qiao Yu merely chuckles, muttering that it is not his fault since the guy charged straight into him. Shen Jianshu sits quietly in the spectator area, silently observing the crazy turn of events unfold on the arena stage. Back in the arena, Qiao Yu points his staff forward and coldly warns his opponent to stop wasting time because he is getting serious. He calls upon his skeleton army, summoning a swarm of bony soldiers that instantly surge out from his staff. The undead begin tearing into Lei Mingyi, sending him screaming in panic, calling Qiao Yu a shameless coward who should fight him head-on. Qiao Yu is completely unbothered, calmly remarking that begging for a one-on-one fight with him is the strangest request he has ever heard. His gaze suddenly sharpens as he decides to grant that wish, activating his undead swap technique to end this match once and for all. Qiao Yu lunges forward instantly, slapping Mingyi so hard his face spins around. Mingyi flies back like a ball that has been kicked away. Everyone gasps in pure shock. What on earth did they just witness? A necromancer knocking out an opponent with a single slap? Some people think they must be dreaming. One spectator leans back, complaining about the annoying turn of events and wishing the world would just end. 19 days flash by. Whether in team battles or solo matches, Qiao Yu and his crew enjoy some seriously crazy luck, barely facing any tough opponents along the way. In the end, they land an impressive run of 9 victories, gaining 18 points to secure 4th place in the Eastern District Tournament. Meanwhile, inside the Jingda second team locker room, teacher Shen Jianshu speaks up, advising the team to forfeit their final qualifying match. After all, with their current high score, even if they drop out now, they still qualify easily for the promotion round. Hearing this, Ma Fei slams the table and stands up, protesting that they are on a massive 9-game win streak with their reputation soaring through the roof, and they even have their own fan club now. There is no way they can just quit. Yang Xiang quickly jumps in to agree, saying they should ride this wave of momentum to grab their 10th straight victory. The coach calmly picks up a match card, explaining that he is only suggesting this because their next scheduled opponent on the card is the powerhouse, the first team of Huaqing University. Shen Jianshu turns directly to Qiao Yu, telling him to listen closely because the Huaqing squad has 4 high-tier elites. He warns that a high-tier necromancer going completely all-out can unleash an absolutely terrifying level of destruction, which Qiao Yu likely knows all too well. Qiao Yu quietly ponders. Given Huaqing University's massive resources, that elite named Gu Ming could probably unleash an S-tier necromancy skill, summoning S-tier undead creatures that are true top-level monsters. Qiao Yu looks back on his journey, realizing that no matter how strong his opponents were, he never once backed down. In a solo match, he would absolutely never forfeit, but this is a team battle. Qiao Yu raises his hand, saying he cannot risk the safety of his comrades. Suddenly, Ma Fei grabs his arm, asking if he is seriously so scared of Huaqing University's first team that he wants to quit. He points out that back when they were just apprentices, they had the guts to band together and take down the Nightmare King boss. Now that they are stronger, giving up makes no sense. He warns Qiao Yu not to make him look down on him. Yang Xiang laughs and teases Ma Fei, asking why he remembers brother Qiao soloing that boss instead. Zhao Ziyui stands up next, vowing that if they decide to fight today, she will make sure nobody falls as long as she has breath in her. Qiao Yu smiles softly, telling teacher Shen that they will not forfeit today. He clenches his fist tight, ready to fight to the end. Even if they lose, they will strike hard enough to make the enemies fear them. Shen Jianshu is deeply impressed by this fiery resolve. He loves their youthful spirit and declares that if they are going to fight, they had better make it a glorious show. He gives Qiao Yu permission to use that special sword and unleash his full power. Qiao Yu smirks, thinking that might not be necessary. He can probably win even without drawing that blade. Meanwhile, inside Huaqing University's first team lounge, a loud voice echoes. Lu Bao stares at his phone in total panic, yelling to Boss Gu that Jingda's second team actually accepted the match. A teammate sitting opposite him shrugs, asking what the big deal is since the result will be a complete stomp anyway. Qin Qianyi stretches lazily, saying that since they decided to fight, they should just wrap this match up quickly. She mentions that her mother is at home cooking pork rib and corn soup waiting for her. Suddenly, a deep voice cuts in. The deep voice suggests that Qin Qianyi call her mother and tell her not to wait because tonight, she probably won't make it home for dinner. Startled, everyone turns to look at the figure standing not far away. He is Qin Tianhao, the president of Huaqing University. They quickly greet him in unison as Qin Qianyi stands up, giving a nervous laugh, calling him dad before correcting herself to president. Qin Tianhao sighs, explaining he had to come, otherwise they might take a painful fall due to careless arrogance. He notes that although the opponents are only mid-tier, they are geniuses. He admits he wanted to specially recruit them to Huaqing, but Jingdu snatched them up first. He warns them to watch out, especially for that kid named Qiao Yu. Qin Qianyi giggles, asking the president if he is joking by telling high-tier mages to worry about a mere mid-tier necromancer when their entire team is high-tier. He isn't even worth mentioning. But the president's expression darkens. He points out that when Qiao Yu was just an apprentice, he used a single physical punch to send Pei Xiangguo flying. As a low-tier rookie, he successfully survived and emerged from the soul-cleansing lake in a beginner dungeon. Then inside the Ghost Mountain dungeon, he went up against the elite heirs of great families and swept all 4 ghost eyes for himself. He adds that even the destruction of the Tang family seems connected to him. He asks if they still think this mid-tier necromancer is not worth mentioning. With that warning, Qin Tianhao turns and walks out of the room. He even warns them not to bring up Qiao Yu's body or talk about bad luck here anymore, slamming the door shut. Lu Bao is left completely stunned. Panicked, he asks Boss Gu what they should do now since the principal said Qiao Yu's body is incredibly strong. Gu Ming's brows furrow deeply. To him, a necromancer chasing physical strength is completely backward, is nothing more than the brute force of a total savage. This afternoon's match will definitely be a clean sweep. Out on the arena, Luo Yu's loud voice rings across the field, welcoming the crowd. Welcome back, morning spectators. It is a pleasure to host this spectacular showdown today. Let us give a warm hand to welcome both competitors. Huaqing is number 1. Huaqing will win 10 rounds straight. Meanwhile, Gu Yu glares bitterly. How is Qiao Yu already standing out there? How is he on the same stage as my brother while I work so hard only to watch from the crowd? Xiaoran quickly chimes in. Don't let it get to you. It is completely normal to fall short against a monster like Qiao Yu. Just watch, today's match is bound to be epic. He thinks to himself that this Qiao Yu guy does not look like anything special. He cannot even compare to their own captain. Over on the other side, Qiao Yu merely flashes a smug, mocking smirk as if he is trying to provoke his opponents. Below them, the crowd erupts into endless cheers. Qiao Yu is so handsome. Qiao Yu, I want to have your babies. Do not lose, capital team. Lu Bao grits his teeth in anger, muttering that being handsome does not mean he can do whatever he wants. Just wait until he gets thrashed. He better not cry when he gets crushed. Luo Yu raises her hand high, shouting for both sides to take their positions and prepare to start. The match begins with the second form of the Pingyang sword style. Ma Fei charges forward first, unleashing a powerful energy-infused slash with his blade. On the opposing team, 2 defenders raise their hands to form a protective barrier, mocking his low talent with their 4 beasts, 8 trigrams defense. The 2 massive forces collide with a deafening bang. A red system notification flashes across the screen, attack nullified. Ma Fei freezes in shock. This is impossible, he thinks. Suddenly, Qin Qianyi appears right behind him, but before she can even make a move, Qiao Yu strikes first. A dark aura erupts from the ring on his finger, the ancestral ring. She is blasted backward and immediately yells out a warning to her teammates. Be careful, that kid's ring can steal speed. Lu Bao sneers, waving his hand, and tells her not to worry. Let him try to steal. He roars, unleashing his blood soul poison mist, declaring that his poison has no antidote and mocking them to try running away from it. Qiao Yu gives the order, Yang Xiang, stop holding back, take them down. Yang Xiang quickly acknowledges the command with a nod. He stomps his foot hard. Water, metal, fire, earth, and wood elemental forces surge together in a massive, overwhelming tidal wave. The 5 elements power. Everyone in the crowd is completely stunned. How does Capital's second team have a 5-element mage? Oh my god, this is absolutely mind-blowing. The arena is instantly ripped apart as 5 different elemental forces collide in one spot. Can a single human being even hold all 5 elements? Qin Tianhao watches from the sidelines, sweating bullets, and honestly, we cannot blame him. He thought Qiao Yu was the only real threat on Capital's second team, but this fat guy was hiding this level of power all along. If he had known earlier, he would have picked up his phone and recruited all of them in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, addressing the 4 of them and making them spin around. Gu Ming steps forward with murderous intent. Are you seriously telling me you cannot deal with them? With a wave of his staff, a massive skeleton army rises from the ground. Gu Ming's eyes turn razor-sharp as he casts Hellfire, causing the skeleton's eyes to glow with a menacing, brilliant red light. Qiao Yu watches intrigued. Finally, they force him to make a move. However, he only used 2 low-tier skills, which makes things a bit suspicious. Even with a buff skeleton army, there is no way it can withstand Yang Xiang's 5 elemental forces. What is he planning? Qiao Yu cannot help but smirk inwardly. They finally pushed him into the fight. But a creeping sense of unease begins to set in. It feels pretty odd, right? Is he really only relying on low-tier spells, even though the system rate heavily favors Qiao Yu? The thought only makes him more anxious. Even a buff skeleton army cannot hold out against Yang Xiang's absolute elemental power. What on earth is Gu Ming trying to pull? Across from him, Gu Ming keeps raising his staff to summon even more skeletons. In the very next second, he coldly activates his ultimate trap, releasing a highly dangerous skill called Necro Burst. Instantly, the skeletons' bodies swell up balloon style and detonate all at once, triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion across the arena floor. A massive crater tears through the battlefield as the crowd erupts into wild cheers. Gooming is so cool. Watching will win. Luo Yu excitedly raises her microphone to cast the match, calling the play absolutely unbelievable as Qinghe's Team 1 captain Gooming takes control. He has used only 3 basic necromancy spells to completely neutralize Yang Xiang's full-power 5 elemental strike from Capital. This is a classic textbook play using soft strength to completely overcome brute force. Gooming stares coldly right at Qiao Yu. Tianhao and the spectators up in the stands roar with pure excitement. Yes, Hua Qing is bound to win this thing. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu brushes the dust off his clothes, silently analyzing the moves. The Skeleton Army and Hellfire only D-tier skills, and Necro Burst is only a C-tier spell. Yet combining 3 low-tier skills created such an incredibly devastating chain effect on the field. It was absolutely terrifying. Even though he was drenched in sweat, he was completely thrilled to find out necromancy could actually be used this way. Jian Shu sits in deep thought, realizing that even if he executed this combined skill better than Gooming, the result would still be limited. That kid Gooming has clearly mastered the path of the necromancer to an insane degree. Nearby, Gu Su starts laughing in triumph. He brags that his big brother is just too strong, warning Qiao Yu that defeating him means nothing against his brother. Hearing this, the purple-haired girl nearby can only sigh, realizing the guy has a serious brother complex. Up on the arena stage, Gooming mocks his opponent, asking if this mediocre level is really all they have to offer. He demands to see their necromancy while Qiao Yu quietly analyzes the situation, looking for any kind of weakness. Gooming's necromancy is deep and mysterious, making defense his only real vulnerability. Suddenly, a brilliant strategy sparks in Qiao Yu's mind. They can only win this fight if they manage to break through the Liu brothers' ironclad defense. Qiao Yu grins and looks over at Ma Fei. It is time for their secret move. He suddenly yells out Ma Fei. Out of nowhere, Qiao Yu starts mocking his teammate, telling Ma Fei that he never actually considered him a true rival. Your strength just does not compare to mine, he says. Ma Fei stands there completely dazed and utterly confused. Qiao Yu continues the roast, pointing out that after 4 months of intense training, Ma Fei still cannot break their defense. What is the point of you anyway, and you want to be the top swordsman? Qiao Yu flips his hair with pure confidence. To top it off, you are not even half as handsome as me. Hearing this, Xie Yu bursts out laughing. She adds fuel to the fire, asking how anyone could rely on Ma Fei. Ziyue joins in on the teasing too. They all agree he is a major disappointment. Then Shangdi steps up, patting Qiao Yu on the shoulder with a sigh. He claims Ma Fei could never break the Liu brothers' shield, even if he spent his entire life trying. Driven absolutely mad, Ma Fei roars with pure rage, refusing to believe he cannot shatter that shield. Suddenly, his system triggers. His pride takes a 200% blow, boosting his damage by 20,000% as he screams at them to watch. Grasping his sword, Ma Fei charges forward like a madman. Watching from the sidelines, Tianhao completely loses his composure. He realizes Ma Fei has actually grasped sword intent, wondering if every member of this second team is some kind of monster. Qing Shan folds his arms with a proud smile, noting how these outstanding young juniors carry his own youthful style. Ping Yang chuckles and tells Elder Song he is praising them too much. Meanwhile, Ma Fei pours everything into his blade. Sensing the terrifying wave of energy, the Liu brothers shudder but refuse to back down, unleashing their defensive spells instantly. Ready to risk it all, Ma Fei slams his sword hard against the barrier with absolute fury. He unleashes a devastating slash right at the Liu brothers, a strike so powerful that the ground literally explodes. Cracks instantly web across the barrier until it completely shatters. In panic, the brothers scream a desperate warning to their boss. Ma Fei is thrown backward by the massive shockwave, prompting the worried team to rush straight to his side. Xie Yu stands her ground to cast a massive defensive spell, desperately trying to protect the group all on her own. Meanwhile, Ziyue frantically heals Ma Fei. Suddenly, dark markings appear on Siyu's face, shocking Qiao Yu. She is pushing her body past its limits to hold the line. Although the marks fade, she is suddenly blown backward. Qiao Yu screams her name as they both reach out desperately, trying to grab each other through the raging storm. Dust swallows the entire stage. The announcer Luo Yu frantically describes the absolute chaos left by Ma Fei's single slash. The shocking shockwave was so massive that it blew away almost every player from both teams on the field. Qiao Yu anxiously checks on Ma Fei, while Gooming glares at them with pure cold bloodlust. Meanwhile, the crowd erupts. No one can believe the Liu brothers' legendary shield was actually broken by a single insane strike. Ma Fei is just too cool, proving that Team 2 can actually go head-to-head with the top seed in this legendary battle. Can they even keep going? Barely conscious, Ma Fei whispers to Qiao Yu that he successfully shattered their barrier. He demands an apology, proving he is second to none. Hearing this, Qiao Yu tightly grabs his teammate's hand. He sincerely apologizes, promising Ma Fei that he will absolutely become the greatest swordsman in the world one day. Tell him to leave the rest to him because there is no way they are losing this. Luo Yu then announces. She announces that both the Liu brothers and Ma Fei have lost consciousness, leaving them completely unable to fight. Medics quickly carry them off the field. The announcer excitedly highlights that only 2 fighters remain on the stage. It is just Qiao Yu and Gu Ming now. Who could have guessed this team battle would end in a direct showdown? It is an all-out clash between necromancers. Qiao Yu and Ko Min glare intensely at each other as Ko Min speaks with cold arrogance. I admit, he says, I really did underestimate you guys. I should have gone all out right from the very beginning. But then he coldly claims that it is finally time to end this. Suddenly, a massive hand manifests right behind Qiao Yu. It is the hand of death. It shoots straight up into the air before violently slamming down directly toward Qiao Yu. Gritting his teeth in worry, he swiftly leaps backward to dodge the attack. Up in the stands, Lakengok looks on in disbelief. Calling the hand incredibly tough, Lakengok watches as Qiao Yu analyzes his options. That A-grade hand of death is highly relentless. It will not stop until it drags something back to the underworld. Fine, then Qiao Yu decides to give it a proper target. He pulls out his dark staff and summons a skeleton warrior, activating his skeleton summon and giant spell. It charges forward instantly. Holding its blade, the skeleton leaps high and slashes down at the massive hand, but the attack does absolutely no damage. The hand of death easily squeezes the skeleton inside its giant palm. Seeing this, Qiao Yu hopes the decoy will satisfy it. Since the skeleton became a sacrifice, he assumes the threat is over. But suddenly, he sharply senses danger creeping up behind him. The hand of death has materialized out of nowhere. Clenching his fists in rage, he bellows at the persistent monster. You are already halfway back to the underworld, so why crawl out again? Qiao Yu slams it into the dirt, yelling to get lost. Lakengok is completely stunned. He wonders how raw physical strength alone managed to destroy the hand of death, questioning his own eyes. A spectator yells in sheer disbelief, asking if this guy is actually a body cultivator posing as a necromancer. Ko Min glares at him with murderous intent. Without saying another word, he immediately begins summoning a large group of mounted knights. The A-rank gate is open as Qiao Yu refuses to back down, knowing there is finally a task he can easily handle. Instantly, a massive unit of mounted knights rises from the portal, matching Ko Min's army. Both sides charge forward at once. Blue and red armies clash in a brutal, unrelenting melee. Up in the stands, the crowd bursts into mocking laughter at Qiao Yu. They mock him for only summoning 20 headless knights, questioning his chances. The power gap looks far too massive to overcome. It seems Hoathan Team 1 has this in the bag. Ko Min sneers, mocking Qiao Yu for training his physical body. He claims Qiao Yu defiles the sacred path of necromancy, calling him nothing more than an uncivilized barbarian. Then he confidently boasts, "You cannot beat me, so kneel and beg. Perhaps I can guide you back onto the correct path," he sneers confidently. Qiao Yu calmly responds, thanking him for his kind offer. Suddenly, he grabs the reins of one of his summoned knights. He yanks the rider off the saddle, climbs onto the horse himself, and charges straight ahead into the chaotic battlefield. If your elegance and power mean I have to kneel, then let me show you the true pride of a barbarian. He unleashes his weapon, the green dragon crescent blade. Lakengok is stunned as Qiao Yu charges completely alone. The commentator screams, asking what on earth they are witnessing. A necromancer is personally leading the charge, which is completely insane. In all his years of broadcasting, he has never seen a necromancer draw a blade and dive straight into close-quarters combat. Qian Fu is so shocked by the sight that he literally spits his water out in sheer disbelief. Then Sun chuckles, patting Binyang Xiang on the shoulder and praising him for raising such an incredibly unpredictable student. Binyang Xiang sighs, explaining to Old Tong that he was not the one who trained this wild kid. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu continues his relentless slaughter on the field, easily cutting down his opponents. The crowd cannot stop whispering. They wonder what kind of monster he is, calling this a direct insult to their class. Meanwhile, Ko Min is busy chanting. He quickly summons a massive army of skeletons. Seeing this vast legion rise, Qiao Yu immediately figures out his opponent's strategy. Ko Min is clearly trying to buy time. Qiao Yu realizes he needs to act fast and plan his next move. Since Ko Min's incantation is taking this long, he must be summoning a massive boss. Qiao Yu must interrupt him immediately. An intense aura erupts from his body as he activates his berserk state. Crouching low, Qiao Yu gets into position. In the blink of an eye, he blitzes forward and obliterates the entire skeleton army, but it is still not enough. He realizes he is too late. Right in front of him, a massive undead death knight towers over the battlefield. The entire arena erupts in excitement as Komen successfully summons the legendary Death Knight, one of the ultimate undead creatures. This beast is on an entirely different level, making this an impossible fight. Qiao Yu is definitely going to lose now. Qian Thu watches with growing dread. Meanwhile, Komen laughs arrogantly, boasting about his S-grade summoning spell. He mockingly asks how Qiao Yu plans to survive this, then orders his knight to strike. The summon moves with terrifying speed. The undead knight closes the distance, instantly slashing its heavy blade downward. Qiao Yu barely manages to raise his staff to block. Qiao Yu grits his teeth, realizing he is in deep trouble. The power of this undead Death Knight is actually on par with his own. He cannot clash head-on. While dealing with these undead minions is tough, a sudden realization flashes through Qiao Yu's mind. The Necromancer himself is a fragile target. The summons clash violently, while Gu Ming calmly watches the battle unfold from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu finds himself in a tight spot. The sheer physical might of this Death Knight is incredibly formidable. Fighting it head-on is a losing game. Without wasting a single second, Qiao Yu roars, commanding his own skeleton army to charge. The Death Knight flinches as a swarm of skeletal figures suddenly surges forward, completely mobbing it from all sides. Out of nowhere, a stray skeleton leaps high into the air and grabs the enemy Death Knight by the throat. Seizing the distraction, Qiao Yu grips his sword tightly and unleashes a powerful slash that sends skeletons flying everywhere. He activates Sanctuary of the Living. This C-grade barrier creates a protective magical dome around the Necromancer spanning 2 meters wide. No undead creature can cross this boundary. However, maintaining this protective dome drains a massive amount of his energy. It burns 10% of his maximum mana every single second. Qiao Yu knows exactly how critical this window is. This barrier drains mana like crazy. With his current pool, he can only keep it active for 5 seconds. He leaps right into the air. He must take down Gu Ming within this incredibly short 5-second window. Yet his opponent does not show a single hint of fear. If anything, Gu Ming actually looks excited. With a cold laugh, Gu Ming triggers an undead swap skill. His mighty Death Knight instantly teleports right before Qiao Yu. The monster swings its massive sword, but instead of panicking, Qiao Yu just flashes a highly confident smirk. The heavy blade cleaves a sacrificial skeleton instead. Now Qiao Yu and Gu Ming stand face to face, eyes burning with fury. Did you think you were the only one who could pull off a stunt like that? Qiao Yu swings his weapon. Gu Ming gasps in sheer terror. The blade bites deep, spilling fresh blood, but Qiao Yu's heart suddenly sinks. Wrong target. Qin Qianyi took the blow instead. Qiao Yu scowls, realizing he just got played. She was never eliminated by Ma Fei's earlier sword strike. Instead, she was lurking silently inside Gu Ming's shadow the whole time. She steps forward with a smug, arrogant grin. What a pity you almost turned things around there. But the danger is far from over. The towering Death Knight suddenly lunges back into the fray behind them. Its massive blade cleaves down, sending Qiao Yu's blood spraying across the arena. The spectators shriek in absolute horror. Even Qiao Yu loses his cool, screaming out Qiao Yu's name. But inside the barrier, Qiao Yu's resolve only hardens. Just a scratch. Instead of weakening, he channels his pure rage to its absolute limit. He wants to see for himself what makes this Death Knight one of the absolute strongest undead creatures. Qiao Yu raises his sword high, throwing out a wild challenge. Can you block a single blow from a Necromancer? He activates his Bone King Ring. Instantly, the game system flashes a crucial notification across his vision. Yin-Yang conversion has been activated. During this shift, his defense drops to 0 while attack power doubles. This state lasts 10 seconds, pushing his raw attack power to an insane 3230 as he roars. With one devastating strike, he cleaves the Death Knight completely in half. Despite the brutal clash, Qiao Yu seems perfectly fine. The onlookers stare in absolute disbelief, whispering among themselves about what just happened. Meanwhile, the stadium erupted. Loud cheers echo across the spectator stands, chanting Qiao Yu's name and praising the absolute dominance of Jingda Academy. Song Qingshan, who had been watching anxiously, finally smiles with relief at this display of the great Xie youth. Meanwhile, Gu Ming completely panics. He cannot comprehend how his ultimate Death Knight was just defeated in a single blow. Impossible. Watching Qiao Yu slowly approach Qin Qianyi feels a cold dread washing over her. Her senior brother is out of mana and she cannot fight. Are they really about to lose this match? Qiao Yu looks down and asks if they know what planting radishes means. The question scares Gu Ming half to death. Gu Ming collapses to the ground, calling Qiao Yu a wild beast. Qin Qianyi screams for him to stay back. Qiao Yu ignores them, declaring he will show them what real wild beasts do. He then turns his eyes toward her. Terrified, she quickly shouts out their surrender. Right after the announcer loudly proclaims the winner to the roaring crowd. Jingda Academy's second team has officially won the qualifiers. Shortly after, Qiao Yu heads back to the waiting room. Their Ping Yang praises them for a job well done. Previously, Hua Cheng always held the top seat in the East, but this year Jingda Academy can finally hold its head high. Suddenly, Shang Di steps up to speak. Seeing his worry, Qiao Yu beams and tells him to rest assured with them on the team the championship is theirs. They can even use the prize money to cure the poison in the principal's body. Yet the old man remains deeply humble. He insists that even without the championship, there are other ways to cure him. Old Song already knows and is ready to use his resources to help. No matter the outcome, he is proud of them. They will always be his favorite pupils. But right at that moment, Jian Shu walks in with some shocking news. He announces it is time for business, bringing one good and one bad update. First, the good to ease their minds. Their school is hosting this year, bringing 16 elite teams from the Western Alliance to the capital to battle it out. The qualifiers kick off in just 5 days, and their very first opponent is a major powerhouse, Chunjika Academy. Immediately after, Jian Shu begins laying out the brutal challenges they are about to face in this match. Yumikawa Kogaresha might have never won the crown, but they consistently make the top 8, even placing as runners-up. Because of that, this first round might be tougher than anything today. He tells them to rest and recover their strength. The two old men leave them to rest, but Qiao Yu does not seem worried at all, keeping it completely chill. He celebrates finally being able to relax, planning to grab a massive meal to recover. Ma Fei is just as hyped. He vows to keep training his sword to push past his limits, while Qiao Yu calmly says he is heading home. He wants to visit his parents, but as he turns to leave, Qiao Yu grabs his arm with an earnest gaze. She asks if he is free tomorrow and would join her somewhere. Before long, they are out shopping for food together. She happily munches on candied hawthorns, declaring the ones near the school back gate to be the absolute best. As she happily eats, Qiao Yu gently looks after her. She admits she used to crave this when she had nothing. Hearing this, he tenderly pats her head and promises to buy her whatever she wants and some for the team too. Qiao Yu turns to the shop owner and requests 5 packs of every flavor, wanting to share the treats with everyone. The owner happily complies. Soon the two are casually strolling through the bustling market, enjoying the lively atmosphere. As they walk, Qiao Yu shyly asks if he wants to know what happened to her during her absence. Just as she is about to open up, his face suddenly tenses. He cuts her off, telling her to wait. His eyes scan the street corners. With sharp focus, he quickly senses that someone has been tailing them this whole time. Looking through the distant haze, he realizes this stalker is dangerous and definitely does not mean well. Right on cue, a shady figure emerges from the crowd, blocking their path with an unsettling, menacing grin on his face. Despite his creepy look, the man speaks smoothly, telling them not to worry as he claims to be a simple casino boss. He only wants to offer a business proposal, but Qiao Yu remains skeptical, questioning what value he could possibly bring. The man laughs it off and begins his pitch, trying to sway Qiao Yu by assuring him of his massive worth. Their team is incredibly famous across the country right now, and countless gamblers are betting heavily on them to win. He wants them to throw the first match of the qualifiers, but Qiao Yu is not someone who compromises his integrity. He cold shoulders the offer, asking what happens if he refuses. Infuriated by the rejection, the man suddenly lunges forward at them. The man grabs Qiao Yu by the neck, catching Qiao Yu off guard. He sneers, warning that if they refuse, both of them will end up dead right here. Furious, Qiao Yu commands him to let her go. He struggles to move a single muscle, wondering in sheer panic why his physical body is completely locked up. The man mocks him, telling him not to struggle because he used a high-tier curse item on them. Inside this domain, escaping is absolutely impossible. To make matters worse, the man continues to taunt them maliciously. He maliciously provokes Qiao Yu, warning that his little girlfriend won't last much longer. But in this tense moment, Xiao Ji suddenly appears to save the day. Right away, Qiao Yu springs into action as the curse breaks. With his abnormal status cleared, he summons his Zhu Long crescent blade and charges, taking the man completely by surprise. The man gasps in disbelief but quickly manages to dodge the heavy blade and counters with a swift kick. Qiao Yu takes the hit and grunts, realizing this old man is actually a dangerously powerful king-class player. On top of that, he is a body cultivator whose strength matches the 8 kings under the white toad. This is a terrible situation. Meanwhile, the king-class attacker is shocked at how tough a mid-tier opponent can be. Now that they are enemies, he decides he must eliminate the youth before he grows any stronger. What a shock. It turns out Qiao used her underworld fire just in time, terrifying Wang Jia. What on earth is this? More than anyone, Wang Jia knows this is highly abnormal. How could the underworld fire appear on a living person? Knowing he is in a tight spot, the desperate man tries to save himself. Cursing under his breath, he stares at her as his mind suddenly clears up. Now it makes sense. No wonder they beat the first Huaqing team. But since he has come this far, Wang Jia still decides to go all in. Today he absolutely cannot let them survive. In a flash, he appears right before Yi, telling her to die. But once again, Wang Jia gets blasted back by another of her techniques. Witnessing this, he realizes he is completely outmatched. No chance. Who is hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show their face. He had completely sealed off this entire area beforehand. What kind of powerhouse could have quietly slipped in here? Right then, a chilling voice rings in his ear. Show myself, you are not even worthy. Across the room, a mysterious figure is shrouded in thick blue smoke. Then Thanatos appears, muttering a cold warning to the girl. He says she should never have left the underworld. Who knows what Hypnos was thinking when he agreed to this? She almost died here. Right at that exact moment, Xeu's body collapses, causing Qiao Yu to panic. He screams her name. But Thanatos does not care, casually remarking that she risked her life just for Qiao Yu. Killing the boy and taking his soul back would solve everything, but Thanatos sneers that it would only dirty his hands. Enraged by this arrogance, Qiao Yu glares at him and demands to know who on earth Thanatos really is. Finally, the cold visitor introduces himself. I am a god, Thanatos declares as he suddenly unleashes a powerful attack, a massive ice pillar toward them. He warns that no one is coming to save them from their fate. Out of nowhere, Xiaoji rushes forward to shield them, both taking the young boy completely by surprise. Xiaoji. The two forces collide with a massive explosion. Thanatos watches, feeling a spark of genuine surprise. A half-biological, half-mechanical life form. He recognizes her as a survivor from the Third Universe's Great Mechanical Era. Staring intently, he declares that anyone trying to save the boy will die no matter which universe they came from. Xiaoji completely ignores him, coldly summoning a squad of mechanical soldiers. The moment they appear on the battlefield, Thanatos instantly recognizes the skill, mechanical puppet summoning, yet he remains completely unfazed, acting as if this is nothing. In a flash, his ice pillar completely shatters her defense. Before she can react, Thanatos lunges toward her, at Xiaoji with blinding speed. Grabbing her by the throat, he mocks her efforts, calling them foolish. But she refuses to back down. Thanatos is just a fake god. Only his true master deserves her respect. Infuriated by her words, Thanatos snaps. If she wants to die so badly, he will gladly make it happen. Unleashing a brutal new technique, he prepares to torture the young girl. It is a truly agonizing sight. Death's extinction, Xiaoji screams in pure agony. Watching her suffer, Qiao Yu finally snaps and yells out for Thanatos to let her go. He tells him to come and take his life instead. Finally, the god turns his gaze. Is he angry because she is dying to protect him? Thanatos taunts Qiao Yu, enjoying the boy's helpless rage. He mockingly calls the helpless rage of ants truly pitiable. But right as his guard drops a shadow, suddenly lunges with unbelievable speed. Qiao Yu's sheer fury has completely pushed his power past its absolute limits. Die Thanatos, lost in blind rage, Qiao Yu goes on a wild, destructive rampage, screaming that he will destroy him. A sky-high, murderous aura completely envelops the boy. Even Qiao Yu is shocked by this sudden, overwhelming power. It feels exactly like when he broke the Bai Zi Chan seal. No, this time the sensation is even stronger. Watching this happen, Thanatos gasps in utter shock. It is underworld energy, and not just any kind, but the absolute purest form imaginable. He stammers that this is completely impossible, his mind reeling. He refuses to believe a mere ant could possess such pure divine underworld energy. Feeling deeply insulted, Thanatos yells in disbelief. Could this boy be a successor? How could the seed of inheritance choose a lowly ant? From a low-tier universe, Qiao Yu releases a thick wave of dark energy, screaming his enemy's name. Panicking, Thanatos tries to reason with him, shouting that if they are both successors, they are not enemies. But Qiao Yu keeps charging. The god curses, realizing the boy has been completely blinded by his power. Thanatos dodges the thick waves of energy, unable to believe his eyes. He stares at Qiao Yu's body, completely shocked and confused. Even with the seed of inheritance, his power should not be spiking this fast. Where is all this power coming from? What kind of monster are you? Glaring with bloodlust, Thanatos dives down to unleash his ultimate deathly strike. Qiao Yu merely glances over with razor-sharp eyes, casually lifting a single hand to block the god's massive blow. The god's nether energy is actually retreating, which should be absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu winds up his other fist with crushing power. He delivers a devastating punch, blasting Thanatos hundreds of meters back. The god struggles against the crazy momentum, screaming in absolute disbelief. How dare a mortal strike a god? Even if you are the true successor, I will still end you. He raises a sharp, deadly claw. His eyes burn with pure rage as he wonders just how long this human can keep up such an insane level of power. 4 massive streams of dark energy suddenly erupt, charging straight toward Qiao Yu. The god screams in fury to end him right here. But Qiao Yu is no easy target, effortlessly weaving through the incoming barrage. Right then, a sudden system notification rings in his head. Congratulations to player Qiao Yu for successfully integrating the S-tier Underworld King seed. Flooded with raw power, he leaps high into the sky. Qiao Yu flies down with a loaded punch aimed directly at his target. Terrified, the god's eyes shrink as he desperately shields himself. Qiao Yu unleashes an ocean of dark nether energy, completely overwhelming his opponent. Once the massive strike finally lands, he slides back. He drops back down to the solid ground. As the dust slowly clears, the glowing, dark energy around his body begins to fade. Exhaustion hits Qiao Yu like a truck. His vision goes completely blurry as his body gives out, sending him crashing to the dirt. He passes out cold. But just as things quiet down, a mangled hand suddenly grips the edge of the crater to drag itself up. Covered in blood, Thanatos glares at the unconscious boy with pure fury. No mortal has ever dared to push him this far. He vows to drag the boy's soul down to the underworld for 10,000 years of torment, chanting his final deadly spell. But as the spell activates, a massive legendary shadow rises from Qiao Yu's body. The god freezes instantly, his face pale with horror. Screaming in shock, he drops to his knees and bows deeply to the shadow. Later, Qiao Yu slowly opens his eyes in a bed. He sits up to find himself back in a hospital room, completely sighing at his own bad luck. How many times is this now? He wonders if he should just buy a yearly VIP pass. Holding his pounding head, he tries to piece together what actually happened. Did he actually manage to beat a god to death? Is he secretly that overpowered? Right then, Qiao Yu walks in holding food. She smiles and tells him he must be starving after sleeping for a whole day. Setting the tray down, she looks incredibly calm. She tells him to eat up while she explains everything, knowing he probably has a million questions running through his head. Qiao Yu listens quietly while chewing. She explains she kept secrets to protect him, but now that he is his successor, he must know. He stops mid-bite to ask her what a successor even is, completely confused by the whole situation. With a serious look, she explains that he holds the seat of Hades, the underworld king, which chooses its own host. Once fully merged, a successor gets a temporary taste of the god's legendary power. It is designed to guide them toward his ultimate inheritance. As Qiao Yu envisions the terrifying path ahead, Yu tells him to open up his character status screen right now. She points out that there should be a brand new tab waiting for him. Qiao Yu pulls it up while finishing his meal. He realizes that the mysterious power was the seed she was talking about. She looks him dead in the eye with a warning. She warns him that he needs to grow strong fast because he is definitely not the only successor out there. He frowns and asks if he really has to accept this destiny. Can't he just opt out and live a normal life? Her face hardens. She explains that only those with 100% nether energy can enter the underworld alive. Anyone else who tries will instantly turn into a corpse. The catch is that energy can only be taken from other candidates. It is a brutal battle royale. Even if he wants to stay out of it, others will hunt him down to survive. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he asks if that Thanatos guy is actually dead and who he even was. Resting her chin, she reveals that Thanatos is very much alive. Technically, he isn't even a mortal human to begin with. He is literally a god of death from the underworld and the right-hand man to Hades himself. This triggers a memory. Qiao Yu looks at her, remembering the dark flame she used, and asks if she is also a successor. A shadow of sadness crosses her face. She promises to tell him everything once the tournament is finally over. She gently asks him not to push for answers right now. Qiao Yu smiles softly, patting her head to reassure her. No matter what secret she is hiding, she is still Qiao to him. Blushing, she gently holds his hand. She promises she will explain later, then suddenly remembers she hasn't told Master Shen or the others about him being here. She tells him to just focus on resting up. Qiao Yu nods, watching her leave the room and close the door. Once alone, he pulls down his collar to check his chest, whispering urgently to see if Xiaoji is still there. Qiao Yu asks if she is okay, feeling Xiaoji curl up deep inside his space, knowing her injuries are incredibly severe. The real world lacks the technology to repair her body. Should he head back to the Machine Kingdom dungeon for a quick run? Suddenly, her faint voice echoes from within his body, telling Qiao Yu that this is a recorded message left before she went under. She explains he cannot fix her main body in the Machine Kingdom, he must travel to the Machine Labyrinth City instead. Only the highest-tier mechanical engineer of the third universe can repair her. Hearing this, Qiao Yu sinks deep into thought. The Machine Labyrinth is a C-rank dungeon that will take days to clear. With the tournament promotion rounds starting, there is no time. He has to wait until the tournament ends, silently apologizing to Xiaoji for making her wait. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the crowd is buzzing as the energetic host welcomes everyone to the Global Academy Championship promotion rounds. Introducing himself as host Yu Luo Yu, he hypes up the audience after a series of incredibly fierce qualifying matches. The Eastern and Western alliances have each narrowed down their rosters to 16 elite teams, all hungry for the championship. He calls out the 16 representatives of the Eastern Alliance, prompting Qiao Yu to step forward with a serious expression. Deafening cheers erupt from the stands as fans go wild, chanting passionately for the Eastern Alliance to bring home the victory. They are rooting for Capital Team 2, the underdogs who made history by securing the #1 seed against all odds. Fans scream for them to crush the Western teams. Right on cue, Alia steps out from the opposing side. The host introduces the 16 Western Alliance teams who have traveled across the globe to compete on this grand stage. Alia walks forward with a radiant smile and a stunning jaw-dropping figure that immediately makes the male students blush. They whisper in awe of her beauty, but up in the VIP seats, Qingshan instantly turns pale upon recognizing her. He cannot believe she is actually competing, realizing this tournament is about to take a massive, dangerous turn. The representatives panic, wondering how someone of her caliber was allowed to enter, while praising Elder Song for knowing her identity. Meanwhile, SAS confidently declares that the Western Alliance will easily claim the championship trophy right on their opponent's home turf. Qingshan immediately snaps back, telling him not to celebrate too early because overconfidence usually leads to a brutal reality check. The winner is far from decided, so it's best to shut up before getting completely humiliated. The host interrupts to announce the arena is ready to narrow down 32 teams into the top 16. As the match begins, the Western Alliance fighters confidently rip off their shirts to show off their muscular physiques. Their captain, Efu from Kocha College, steps forward with a smug look to directly address his opponent. He acknowledges Qiao Yu's impressive physical strength as an Easterner, but claims he will prove who is truly superior today. Qiao Yu just laughs heartily in response, loving the bold challenge and welcoming a direct, manly head-on clash. As the starting signal echoes through the arena, Qiao Yu draws his sword ready for the first round. Instantly, he activates his summoning skill, calling forth a massive, terrifying army of skeletal warriors. Not to be outdone, Ifu transforms his arm into a massive combat axe wrapped in scorching holy flames. Activating his heavenly sacred axe, he swings a brutal punch that sends the charging skeleton army flying. Watching the bones shatter to pieces, he mocks Qiao Yu, asking if he is too scared to fight hand-to-hand. The crowd gasps. A single punch completely obliterates the summon. His raw physical power is absolutely insane. But some spectators point out that Qiao Yu's own physical stats are just as monstrous, if not even more impressive. Still, the crowd is worried. Capital Team 2 might actually get knocked out in the very first round. Suddenly, Qiao Yu's arm transforms into the exact same fiery axe as his opponent, shocking everyone in the arena. Activating his demonic bronze soldier path, Qiao Yu charges forward, unleashing a replica of the heavenly sacred axe. Fu desperately tries to block, but the sheer force makes him spit blood, sending him crashing backward. Talk about a massive plot twist. How on earth did he copy a highly classified technique so flawlessly? Struggling to stand, Fu demands to know how an Easterner could possibly steal his school's closely guarded secret technique. He demands to know who taught him. Qiao Yu just gives him a completely casual, relaxed shrug. Qiao Yu chuckles. He did not need to learn it when a single glance was more than enough. Veins pop on Ifu's face as he yells in anger, summoning a massive fire beast to crush Qiao Yu once and for all. He challenges him to copy this next attack, unleashing the devastating ultimate move known as the Firmament Divine Punishment. Qiao Yu countered by summoning a giant spectral monk behind him, trading a basic blow for an ultimate, mocking him for the free skill. The spectral monk he conjured rushes forward, executing heavenly punishment. Ifu watches in complete stunned horror. His face turns pale. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for him to copy this so quickly. Yet Qiao Yu copied it instantly, causing the entire arena to erupt in a massive frenzy. Copying skills instantly is a monstrous talent. Is he cheating? The entire arena is completely speechless. Sass glances over and remarks that Principal Ji Pingyang's student from Jingda University possesses truly extraordinary eyes. Pingyang calmly replies that young people will always find their own unique destiny and paths to power. The crowd's constant mockery cuts straight through Ifu's pride, laughing at how easily his skill was stolen. They mock the Western Alliance's top academy, predicting an absolute Eastern Alliance victory this year. Cheers erupt for Jingdu Team 2, driving the opposing team members absolutely wild as they urge their leader. Use it, Captain. Please use it. We absolutely refuse to lose face on the Eastern Alliance's turf. Regaining his confidence, Ifu smirks and agrees, admitting he originally intended to save this move for the finals. But now they must win beautifully and absolutely shock the entire crowd with their final devastating move. The five leap into the air together, shouting their transformation roles while Qiao Yu watches in deep confusion. Shouting that they will form the arms and torso, they rapidly combine their bodies to form a new creation. With the final cry of forming the head, a colossal monster appears on stage, shocking the entire crowd. Horror fills the crowd. What kind of monster is this? 5 muscular men fused into one giant. Watching from above, Qingshan is shocked to witness a high-level melee fusion skill on the battlefield below. He praises their advanced combat research, and even Qingping agrees that this fusion skill is an incredibly impressive creation. Usually only mages attempt fusion, making this melee combination a massive and highly creative combat breakthrough. The elder silently resolves to have Wan Lihao study this technique as the terrifying newly formed colossal monster steps forward. The giant dashes forward and throws a punch right at Qiao Yu's torch dragon crescent blade, knocking him flat onto the ground. Panicked Zhao Ziyu quickly casts healing magic on him. Qiao Yu, are you okay? As a massive wave of healing washes over him. He sits up and says he is fine. While Qiao Yu is still analyzing the fight, a shadow suddenly rushes, and that power is unreal. This is the first time he has ever been physically overpowered. His two remaining teammates suddenly charge to attack, launching their Ping-Yang sword strike. They accumulate copied energy and release it, blasting the enemy far away. But he just laughs it off as completely useless. Without even a single high-tier mage, a weak team like theirs can never defeat us. He angrily swings his hand toward Yang Xiang, aiming to kill. Prepare to die, but Qiao Yu just smirks and yells out, "It is your turn." Hearing his voice, Yang Xiang unleashes his power. Yang Xiang swaps his position. His eyes light up with pure excitement. It was definitely not in vain. Hiding in the back and burning calories was totally worth it. Now he finally gets to show off swinging his sword to summon. He conjures a majestic purple dragon. Face the storm. Over on the representatives' bench, the official turns pale with shock. This is impossible. An aura like this is on par with a kingdom-level mage going all out. Is this kid some high-tier grandmaster in disguise? Did some legendary elder reverse their age? The purple dragon spirals gracefully through the air, diving straight toward the giant enemy. A massive earth-shaking explosion erupts, rocking the entire arena. The crowd goes wild as Capital University Team 2 secures the victory. They advance straight to the top 16. Capital Team 2 won again. Gosh, they still have hidden trump cards up their sleeves. Could the Eastern Alliance finally have a real shot at winning the championship this year? The scene shifts back to the classroom. Jian Shu praises them from the head seat. You all did an incredible job bringing great honor to Capital University and our Eastern Alliance. In fact, after watching that intense battle, your next opponents decided to directly forfeit. You have already advanced to the top 8. This puts you straight into the top 8. Qiao Yu is thrilled, celebrating that they can finally take a round to rest. But Yang Xiang pats his round belly and chimes in, saying he must quickly replenish his burned fat, otherwise he won't feel safe at all. Pulling out a thick stack of documents, Jian Shu warns them not to celebrate too early. This also means they are about to face the reigning champions from the Western Alliance. They must study their details carefully and craft a solid strategy. Their coach hands the stack of papers over to Qiao Yu, leaving it all in his hands. He accepts with a firm nod. Back at the dorms, Qiao Yu flips through the documents while walking down the hallway. They are the reigning champions for a reason. Every single member is incredibly powerful. Winning will definitely require some unconventional tactics. What should their next move be? Suddenly, a hand clamps tightly over his mouth from behind. Before he can react, Tang Lan steps forward and whispers, "Keep quiet." Qiao Yu is utterly shocked to see Tang Lan alive, asking how she managed to escape being targeted by Tang Wumo. She quickly explains that her master barely managed to rescue her. That greedy old monster sacrificed her entire family just to save himself. Tang Lan's eyes burn with absolute fury. Her hatred for her former clan head is incredibly intense. She vows to get revenge. Offering a glowing green seed, she warns that Tang Wumo will definitely hunt Qiao Yu next. He desires Qiao Yu's physical body. She proposes a deal, handing over a rare and valuable wood elemental origin seed. Once planted, she can track Qiao Yu to locate the old villain. In exchange, he will gain basic wood magic. Qiao Yu inspects the seed. He wonders if this basic wood magic includes the legendary true several thousand hands technique. Just then, the announcer's excited voice echoes through the stadium, welcoming the crowd to the highly anticipated top 8 match. Both teams step onto the stage as the commentators hype up the crowd, building the tension for an epic battle. The reigning champions from Jinni Academy face off against this season's ultimate dark horse, Imperial Capital University's second team. Morton stands confidently at the front of his squad. He throws heavy insults and looks down on his opponents with arrogance. He mocks Gocha College as total trash, laughing at the idea of mid-tier fighters trying to compete with elites like them. He claims they only got this far through luck, bragging that he can beat them all with just one hand. Qiao Yu fires back. He tells the arrogant trash talker that another insult will result in his ancestors being dug up. He threatens to mix their ashes into a nice bowl of rice, instantly making Morton's face go dark with rage. Angered by the insult to his grandfather, Morton draws his massive weapons, roaring that Qiao Yu is dead meat. Qiao Yu just smiles calmly. How terrifying, he mockingly replies. Suddenly, the loud voice of the announcer cuts in. The third preliminary match begins. Watch closely because Qiao Yu is ready to make his move now. He claps his hands together and summons a colossal wooden statue with countless hands, the true several thousand hands. Nearby spectators gasp in absolute horror. How can a physical build necromancer also cast high-level wood elemental spells? One of them yells out, asking if there are any rules left to govern this absolute monster of a player. Others wonder why he never used this trump card before, guessing he saved it specifically for Jinni Academy. The stadium goes wild as Qiao Yu stands calmly before the massive wooden statue, facing Morton head-on. But the giant summon suddenly cracks. It seems this wooden defense might not be enough to hold Morton back. Morton shatters it completely. He laughs mockingly, calling the legendary technique nothing but a useless, empty show. Realizing the shift, Qiao Yu instantly changes his strategy and decides to equip his powerful Tier A gear. These dual axes are incredibly beastly weapons. He needs to end this fight as quickly as possible. Gripping his new weapons, he commands his Skull Legion to charge. Morton, completely unfazed, rushes straight in. Slicing through them like butter, he mocks the weak summon. Meanwhile, a magic circle glows beneath Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu calls out to Yang Xiang, who appears instantly to unleash a devastating 5 elements explosion spell. At the same time, Ma Fei and the team pour all of their mana into a synchronized coordinate strike. A blinding rainbow of energy crashes straight down, shattering the arena and throwing the spectators into utter confusion. Everyone whispers in absolute shock. Why is the Capital University team suddenly attacking their own leader like that? Luca gasps in absolute horror at the brutal betrayal, but TC, standing nearby, suddenly notices something strange. That painful scream does not belong to Qiao Yu. Instead, it is Morton sliding across the floor and collapsing. TC screams in panic as she realizes Morton is the one covered in bleeding wounds, utterly battered. Spitting blood, Morton curses in pure rage. Yang Xiang looks on, completely shocked by his insane durability. He actually survived. Qiao Yu quietly reveals he used a soul swap at the very last second. He wanted to gather the team's full power to eliminate Morton early, but the guy is unbelievably tough. TC quickly heals him. Fully restored, Morton stands tall and starts bragging to the stadium once again. He mocks their plan, telling them they will soon experience the exact same pain he just endured. He leaps into the air, triggering his berserk state. The ground beneath him cracks as he prepares to strike. Morton unleashes his Blizzard Double Dragon Strike. Qiao Yu raises his massive blade to block the heavy blow. The system flashes, showing a loss of 3,800 health points while Morton continues his savage attack. Sweating heavily, Qiao Yu wonders how a mid-tier opponent is actively overpowering him in raw physical strength. Support magic is cast on Morton. A golden glow of divine blessing and a purple wave of wrath entwine wrapping around him. As they twist together, Morton's confidence surges, letting out a wild laugh. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu feels his own power starting to drain. This is bad. The enemy's power keeps climbing and Morton easily blasts Qiao Yu backward. But seeing his opening, the young necromancer immediately reacts. He targets the annoying healer first. Taking out this priest is his only real shot at bringing down Morton. Lucas won't stay quiet, suddenly conjuring a massive wall of fire. He unleashes it directly at Qiao Yu's team, yelling for them to burn. With a proud boast, he claims his shield carries the fire god's blessing, making his fiery defense absolutely unbreakable. Before he can even finish laughing, Lucas freezes. Little Qiao Yu uses his own power to completely suppress the blazing wall. Lucas panics in absolute shock. What? Right before his eyes, his supposedly perfect firewall crumbles into nothingness. Up in the spectator stands, Sass smirks with genuine interest. Underworld fire is quite a fascinating thing to witness after all. Down on the stage, Qiao Yu raises his beast-headed staff, summoning a swarm of floating skulls. Morton loses his cool, swinging his blade wildly. He screams at Qiao Yu to fight back instead of summoning useless trash. Unbothered, the necromancer simply mocks his impatient opponent. Telling his foe to relax, his ultimate treat is arriving. Suddenly, a swarm of explosive undead surrounds Morton. A massive cloud of green smoke erupts from the explosion. Seizing the moment, Qiao Yu charges through the mist to strike Morton down. But right in the face of death, Morton suddenly grins. It turns out Qiao Yu is the one walking straight into a trap. Just as Qiao Yu goes for the finish, a white-haired fighter leaps out to block his path. Qiao Yu glares, wanting to end him right here. The intruder unleashes a massive wind strike, sending Qiao Yu flying back. Seeing this, Lucas can barely contain his absolute excitement. He cheers that they have won as long as Qiao Yu falls out of bounds. But his celebration is cut incredibly short. A skeletal hand suddenly clamps over Lucas's mouth. High in the air, the fallen Qiao Yu raises his staff, casting Undead Swap. In the blink of an eye, Lucas is swapped right into the falling position. He hits the ground dazed just as the system announcer speaks. Lucas is disqualified. Qiao Yu lands safely back on the stage while the crowd erupts into amazed chatter over that brilliant move. The Genie Academy students are left completely speechless, but this clever trick only serves to infuriate Morton even more. He rips off his shirt, growling that he wanted to save this trump card for someone else. He barks at Tasia to make her move. Tasia immediately complies, casting a dark magic spell. A sinister aura of red and black energy quickly wraps around both of them. It is the demon god Contract. Tasia channels the overwhelming dark magic into him, making Morton's eyes glow as he lets out a feral roar. A massive, terrifying silhouette emerges from the dark mist behind him. Typhon, the king of all demons, has officially descended onto the arena. Ma Fei stands completely frozen in absolute shock at the sight. A smug girl nearby boasts about the legendary demon beast before them. She calls them ignorant, explaining that legendary beasts like Cerberus and the Hydra are merely descendants of this ultimate demon lord. Warning that they stand zero chance, she adds that once the tattoo fully forms, Morton will completely lose his mind and attack everything. Realizing she is spilling way too much information, Tasia hurriedly drags the idiot away before she can reveal any more secrets. Yelling at her to shut up and run before Morton loses control, she drags her away. Meanwhile, Morton continues absorbing energy. His entire body radiates pure, suffocating killing intent. Back in the stands, his excited teammates cheer for him to bring home the win. Watching the transformation, even Qiao Yu feels a chill run down his spine. This version of Morton is on a whole different level. This foe is clearly stronger than the Death Knight summoned by Gu Ming. Though shaken, Qiao Yu prepares to fight. Deciding to strike first and test his defenses, he tells Ziyue to keep those crucial heals ready. With 12,000 health sacrifice pooled, Qiao Yu charges straight into the Howling Wind, activating his ultimate skill. The Skeleton King's ring activates Yin-Yang Swap. Leaping high into the air, he aims to end this with a single crushing strike. Their weapons collide in a deafening shockwave. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Yu roars, pouring every ounce of strength into blasting Morton backward. Panting heavily, Qiao Yu wonders if that clash was enough to finish him. But the answer is a resounding no. Morton lets out an earth-shaking roar, his dark aura still flaring. Yang Xiang watches in absolute disbelief that he survived. Ziyue immediately burns through her mana to keep casting heals. Ziyue asks if Qiao Yu can pull off that insane strike again. Qiao Yu admits he is completely out of energy. Seeing his chance, Ma Fei confidently draws his blade to take center stage. Crouching down as his aura begins to ignite, he tells Qiao Yu that real experts step up in times of crisis. Declaring that this arena is now his personal stage, he recites a dramatic vow to master his own destiny. Qiao Yu watches in utter bewilderment. What is wrong with Ma Fei? How is he triggering his talent without even being provoked? Did this guy actually manage to evolve his power in secret? Completely pumped up, Ma Fei continues his dramatic speech. He is no longer his past self, so they had better look closely. This is the Pingyang sword, art freezing 14 provinces. The second form, sword piercing the rainbow, erupts. Unwilling to go down easily, Morton hurls his blade back to counter the strike. Under the weight of Ma Fei's deadly edge, Morton struggles to endure. Qiao Yu and Yang Xiang watch with bated breath as Morton suddenly freezes. He stands paralyzed, surrounded by massive icicles impaled all around him. Seeing this, Qiao Yu lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Ma Fei's sword intent worked, pushing the enemy to his absolute limit. Now Morton floats through the thick white smoke, locking into a serious stance. He grips his blade, ready to strike in any direction, turning Qiao Yu pale with fear. Watch out, Morton's earth-shattering power is still active, but his plan is in ruins. A massive shockwave slams downward, dragging Qiao Yu's entire team along with it. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts. Spectators are in an absolute frenzy. Excited voices ripple through the crowd as they realize everyone has fallen out of the ring. It looks like a draw, and they will have to rematch. But a cold bystander remarks that it all depends on who hits the ground last. A brown-haired youth chimes in, arguing that Jingda Team 2 must have won since they only fell out after Morton hit the ground first. But suddenly, Black Wolf appears hovering in midair with a smug grin. He is completely untouched by the chaos below. He floats there, laughing triumphantly. It seems the one who laughs last really does laugh best. Slowly, he descends toward the arena floor. The crowd gasps as he lands, realizing they completely forgot he was still airborne. Is Jingda Team 2 actually going to lose this? How is this even possible? Black Wolf smugly calls out, asking the referee to declare Jinny Academy the official winner of the match. But his smug grin suddenly twists into a grimace as glowing green vines suddenly wrap around him, binding him tight. Curse it, what is this stuff? The culprit is none other than Qiao Yu, mockingly asking if he likes this wood magic parasitic plant. Black Wolf glares in disbelief. Qiao Yu never actually touched the ground, having used his wood magic to suspend himself in the air. Though he looks calm, Qiao Yu is inwardly sweating bullets. He is incredibly glad he accepted Tanglan's wood element seed as a trump card. Without it, he would have been completely finished. Leaping down, he grabs a sharp piece of rubble from the shattered stage. He hurls it mercilessly straight at Black Wolf's face, wishing him a pleasant flight as the blast knocks him clean off the stage. As Black Wolf crashes out, the official announcement echoes through the arena. Jingda Team 2 wins and advances to the semifinals, but their celebration is cut short by a sneering voice that leaves Qiao Yu utterly confused. It is the arrogant Sis mocking them openly. He sneers that Huaching Team 1 was a total joke, questioning if the top genius of the Great Xia is truly this pathetic. He grinds his foot down on Gu Ming, mocking him as a dog that belongs right under his feet. Seeing this humiliation, Gu Su completely loses his cool and leaps down, screaming for the bastard to let his brother go. But Qin Tianhao quickly restrains him, telling him to calm down. If their skills are lacking, they must win it back on the stage. Meanwhile, Sass sits beside Song Qingshan praising their restraint and noting that they certainly know how to look at the bigger picture. Even Qiao Yu is stunned watching this unfold. He cannot believe Gu Ming and his team were defeated so brutally. Is the enemy really that terrifyingly strong? Alia steps up behind Sis, quietly telling him that it is enough and to end it. Sis looks down at his beaten opponent with utter boredom, muttering that since Alia spoke up, he will spare his pathetic life. With a final sneer, Sis delivers a brutal kick straight to the face before walking away. The announcer quickly declares the outcome. Pantheon Academy wins and advances to the semifinals, but Sis is far from satisfied, gesturing mockingly at the remaining teams. He loudly declares that the Eastern Alliance teams are completely fragile, failing to even serve as a decent warm-up. He looks around demanding to know who is next, laughing off anyone who steps up as just another useless weakling. He boasts that no matter who is next, they will all end up as useless trash just like Gu Ming. Meanwhile, the Jingda resting room is dead silent. No one dares to speak as they sit around the long table until Jian Shu addresses them with command in his voice. He states that Pantheon Academy's behavior is a direct slap in the face to Great Xia, and they cannot let them win. If the enemy wins the championship, their nation will become a global joke. Hearing this, Shui Liu frowns deeply. He puts his hands in his pockets and announces that Team 1 will forfeit to save their main squad's strength. Rather than fighting a useless internal war, they should prepare fully for the finals, believing they can achieve victory. Jian Shu agrees entirely, declaring that for the supreme glory of Great Xia, this is indeed the absolute correct choice to make. Turning his stern gaze toward Qiao Yu, he warns him that they must prepare themselves for a brutal challenge. Pantheon Academy is far more formidable than they imagine, especially Alia. A detailed profile page slides into view. Just looking at the photos and statistics of these opponents is enough to make anyone feel an overwhelming pressure. There is Thomas, a 24-year-old level 32 shield master, alongside their elite 20-year-old Captain Alia. An archer-class warrior at level 32, and Vice Captain Sis, a level 34 shield master surrounded by top-tier shield bearers. Staring at the paper in Qiao Yu's hands, Ma Fei's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Did this Alia really reach high tier already? Even earlier than Gu Ming? To clear his confusion, someone replies that Alia has always lived up on Mount Olympus, never once stepping down. That is why everyone assumed Gu Ming was the youngest high tier around. Frowning at the paper, with sweat dripping down his face, Qiao Yu adds with deep concern that their entire rival academy is made of high tiers. Worse, they run a 4-shield defense protecting a single warrior archer. It means her damage output is going to be absolutely insane. If they keep her safe, they win the match. After studying the opponent's strategy, Qiao Yu looks up at his team. He lays out the game plan: we just need to take out Alia to win. As night falls over the dorms, Qiao Yu lies on his bed in a tank top, still clutching that info sheet. He studies every detail, secretly anxious about the plan he just laid out. It is easy enough to talk big, but pulling it off is a whole different story. Even with his secret trump card, can he break through their defense? Suddenly, a dark silhouette drops down right in front of his face, making Qiao Yu jump back in absolute shock. He bolts upright, demanding to know who it is. Recognizing the visitor, he gasps, "Why are you here?" Then morning comes. The massive arena is packed as teams assemble on opposite sides of the battlefield. Luo Yu steps up smiling with excitement. She speaks into the microphone, welcoming the crowd to the grand finale of the Global Combat Championship. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. The ultimate battle for the championship title is on. She calls out the players as Qing Shan sits silently in the VIP section, closely observing his opponent next to him. Can the second team from Jingda Academy actually pull off a win here? Hearing this, Jian Shu responds with modesty. Pantheon Academy has steamrolled through every single match. Looking at our team, I just hope they do not get destroyed. Down on the stone arena, the sheer presence of the Pantheon Academy team sends a wave of heavy pressure through the air. At the center, their leader stands with an arrogant smirk, spreading his arms wide to mock his opponents. Just another useless necromancer, he sneers. We will have this wrapped up in 10 minutes. The time has finally come. Luo Yu yells into the mic, officially kicking off the grand finals of the World University Combat Championship. Immediately, one of the defenders activates his skill, invoking an absolute defense that conjures a massive energy shield. The glowing barrier completely encloses the Pantheon team. Meanwhile, a dangerous spark of fire ignites deep within Alia's eyes. She calmly chants her spell, and a majestic bow wrapped in brilliant golden flames materializes in her hands. Drawing the string back, she commands her magic to bloom. The brilliant light of her roaring flames fills the stage. An arrow of near-infinite fire magic shoots straight toward the opponents. Let's see how they handle this insane heat. It is her first spell, Crimson Flame. Seeing the danger, Qiu rushes forward to cast a protective barrier. She braces herself, absorbing the fiery impact with her shield. Qiao Yu analyzes the battlefield with razor-sharp focus. He yells out, their first target is our healer. Qiao Yu commands Qiao and Fatty to cover Zua. We must keep the healing constant. He raises his staff, glaring down the enemy with fierce determination. He calls out to his teammate Ma Fei, "Move out with me." Qiao Yu leaps high into the air. The system alerts flash in his mind as he activates the Skeleton King ring, swapping his stats mid-air. Qiao Yu unleashes a massive wave of fire, aiming straight at Cordis. Seeing the incoming counterattack, Cordis just laughs. "How stupid do you have to be to challenge 4 high-tier shield masters head-on?" He sneers in disgust. He triggers his defense spell, but before his shield can even take shape, Qiao Yu's flaming staff smashes it. The defense shatters instantly, leaving Cordis completely stunned. Down in the stands, the crowd erupts in wild cheers. They cannot believe their eyes. One blow shattered a divine shield. Suddenly, hope is back on the table. Veins bulging, Qiao Yu senses a real opening. But before he can press his advantage, a sudden attack strikes. An ice arrow pierces through him out of nowhere. Massive blocks of ice quickly spread across his body. Within seconds, Qiao Yu is completely frozen solid. Ma Fei watches in absolute horror from right behind him. He screams his teammate's name in panic as Alia stands tall, looking down coldly at her frozen masterpiece. She begins her next spell, Polar Ice. With their leader taken out, Ma Fei warily draws his sword. A brilliant blue aura erupts around him. With Qiao Yu out of commission, the weight of the battle sits on his shoulders. Ma Fei locks on. Facing the enemy team's protective barrier, he spins his sword rapidly as magic power begins to surge. He continuously fires attacks at the barrier, tearing small holes right through it. Seeing the shield weaken, Ma Fei gets excited. He cheers that they actually did it. But the joy is short-lived. A split second later, a fresh chant is cast. The barrier fully restores to its original peak state. Divine Light Shield. Now a glowing green arrow pierces straight into Cordis. Despite coughing up blood from Qiao Yu's previous attack, Cordis is quickly healed and immediately works to strengthen the barrier. Sis sneers in mockery. They almost got taken down by mere ants. It turns out that magical healing arrow was also Alia's doing. She fires while chanting for a third Reborn arrow, leaving Ma Fei completely shocked by her magic. He cannot believe this woman can actually heal others. Meanwhile, right behind him, Qiao Yu finally shatters his icy prison. Seeing Qiao Yu looking battered and bruised under the shattered ice, Zi Yue quickly rushes over to help her teammate. She continuously channels healing magic into him. Flooded with pure life energy, Qiao Yu finally catches his breath after the brutal hit. He realizes it was too close. If his health pool wasn't slightly higher than normal, he would have died instantly. Watch how bright green energy wraps around them while glowing healing cross symbols hover gracefully. Zi Yue looks highly confident as she clasps her hands together, gearing up to cast her next major spell. She wants them to watch closely, proving her intense training was not for nothing. The moment she starts chanting, magic streams from her hands directly into Qiao Yu and Ma Fei. The system sound rings out, Blessing of Vitality. Players receive excessive healing, entering a milk-drunk state. This status grants a shield equal to 20% of max health. Pain is reduced by 50% and all stats are boosted. Fully charged with healing mana, both of them charge forward. They feel the power overflowing and decide to press the advantage. Ma Fei still has a bit of blood on his face. Right now, Qiao Yu's eyes have turned pitch black with dark red pupils. Smiling, he prepares to unleash his skill. Ghost Eye, Heavenly Soldier Path. Beside him, Ma Fei does not stay idle. He joins Qiao Yu to cast a combined spell. One sword to level the sun, red and blue magic streams rush together toward the target. Cracks begin to appear on the enemy's shield, but it is not enough to break it. Feeling frustrated, Ma Fei grunts in annoyance. He growls as it's still not enough. Inside the barrier, Sis gets so angry his veins pop, mocking them. What if they are milk drunk? They are too weak to break the shield wall formed by their 4 divine guardians. Now check this out. The entire battlefield is suddenly engulfed by a massive sea of blue energy. The frame is completely swallowed by this mystical energy. Qiao Yu looks over at Cordis with a smug look. He asks if that is true, then offers to show them something else. From the blue energy, a massive shadow emerges. An armored warrior steps out of the light, clad in heavy plate armor designed with sharp, menacing edges. A horn helmet rests on his head and glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness like a burning fire. This massive entity stands in the center of the magic circle, holding a great sword tightly in its hand. The blade reflects a cold light and the surrounding air freezes under the sheer pressure of its immense power. The audience is absolutely stunned. It is the Death Knight. Isn't that Gu Ming's signature skill? When did he even learn that? Up in the stands, Gu Ming is watching the intense match unfold. Sitting next to him, Tian Yi does not understand what is happening and asks her boss about it. Gu Ming frowns deeply, recalling what happened. The night before, a mysterious dark figure had approached Qiao Yu. It was Gu Ming. Listening to him, Qiao Yu asked in shock if he was giving him the Death Knight. Gu Ming held his head in frustration, complaining that the Liu brothers lost their shields and could not hold on. He lost before he could even summon his Death Knight. He is useless, but his necromancy is not garbage. And the Great Xia Empire is certainly not garbage either. Closing his eyes, he left everything to Qiao Yu. He trusted him to win the next day. Back in the arena, the Death Knight raises his massive sword on command. Qiao Yu shouts for him to break it, a vertical slash crashing down on the enemy's defensive shield. Facing the massive entity, Sis stands firm, raising his arms to call for their ultimate shield defense. Sweat drips down his face, but he stubbornly continues to mock them, claiming they are still too weak. If his necromancy were a bit stronger, maybe they could win, but he is still just a loser. From the blue magic, Qiao Yu stands with folded arms and calmly asks if that is really the case. He raises two fingers with a smug smile, telling his enemies that he is about to show them a real masterpiece. The surging blue magic behind Qiao Yu shows no signs of fading, and suddenly a massive dragon-like creature begins to take form. It materializes right behind him, charging forward in a massive burst of energy with its entire body clad in sharp armor. Its dark scales and sharp spikes stand completely upright, while its head and eyes burn with a menacing fiery crimson glow. The beast looks absolutely terrifying, and facing this legendary titan, the crowd gasps in shock at the monstrous dragon towering over them. Everyone realizes Qiao Yu hit his ultimate trump card incredibly well, while he just smiles, smugly remembering his old adventure in the dark. Back in the forest, he had successfully turned that giant dragon into an undead puppet, his ultimate secret weapon. High above, the massive beast hovers within a sea of pure mana, slowly lowering its head under his direct command. It glides toward the enemy barrier, its bloodlust condensing as coils of blue energy wrap around its dark body. With one final command to attack, the dragon lets out a deafening roar that instantly shatters the enemy's shield. The blast sends the enemies flying in all directions as his raw magic slams down, tearing the ground itself apart. Shattered debris flies everywhere from the dragon's devastating strike. Cordis now lies utterly defeated, battered, and covered in deep wounds. He can only stare in disbelief until a heavy boot suddenly stomps onto his face, making him grind his teeth in sheer humiliation. It is Qiao Yu grinding his heel right into the arrogant man's head, looking down at his pathetic foe. He mockingly asks Cordis if he ever imagined being trampled and humiliated like this after all his boasting. Even though Cordis cannot move, he still screams endless curses, vowing to rip his skin off and slaughter him. Qiao Yu just sighs, looking at him with utter pity, wondering why the Western Alliance members only know how to whine. He tells him that both his mental strength and combat skills are absolutely pathetic compared to someone like Guming. With a sharp kick, Qiao Yu sends Cordis flying high into the air, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. He dismisses Cordis as a mere coward, hiding behind others. Watching this, Guming finally breathes a sigh of relief. He silently thanks his savior. But as Cordis crashes down, the arrogant foe still manages to scream out a warning. With blood dripping down his face, he grins, saying that breaking the shield wall does not mean victory just yet. He claims Alia's next shot will be their doom, and in that split second, Qiao Yu feels a massive power surge. Two lethal arrows, one fiery red and one icy blue, are aimed directly at Qiao Yu and his teammates. Alia stands with chillingly calm eyes, drawing her bow as the arrows crackle with an immense charge of energy. She unleashes the Song of Ice and Fire, sending both elemental attacks screaming toward them at the exact same time. The twin elements slam into the Death Knight, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion that rattles the entire battlefield. The blast throws Qiao Yu's allies back, but the threat is not over. The arrows suddenly pivot, locking onto him. Qiao Yu gasps in shock, but before he can even react to the incoming danger, Qiao Yu moves to protect him. She quickly raises her dark shield to intercept the dual threat, stepping in front to take the full impact. Using her underworld shield, she barely manages to redirect the arrows, but the heavy impact still pushes past her defense. Qiao Yu takes a harsh blow, her body covered in painful cuts. Seeing her injured, Qiao Yu instantly panics. He screams her name in pure worry. Utilizing the opening she bought him, he raises his blade to strike back. Pointing his blade at Alia, he commands his massive dragon to charge, but the enemy archer remains completely unfazed. She manifests a blinding arrow of pure light, crackling with thousands of lightning bolts as she prepares her next strike. She releases her fourth technique, the holy light arrow, piercing through his dragon and shattering its body into pieces. As smoke drifts from her bow, she coldly explains that her sacred divine light is the ultimate counter to undead. Since his undead puppets are useless against her, Qiao Yu stands frozen, completely stunned by her overwhelming power. He finally understands why Guming was defeated so brutally, but his shock is interrupted by a sudden heat. A strange blue energy suddenly wraps around Qiao Yu as she prepares to unleash the flames of the underworld. Qiao Yu stares in shock. Up in the viewing gallery, Jian Shu watches in awe, recognizing the legendary magic. Even the cool archer Alia breaks a sweat, wondering how a mere mortal could possibly wield such forbidden energy. Fueled by absolute rage, Qiao Yu glares and asks who she is before declaring herself her absolute worst nightmare. Just as she is about to strike, Qiao Yu holds her back, telling her she does not need to risk herself. He reassures her that as long as he is here, she will never have to put her life on the line. Alia quickly fires her next arrow, chanting to break the frost with her second absolute ice shot. But perhaps Qiao Yu already predicted this move, flashing a slight smile before the arrow could even touch him. Suddenly, a massive block of ice appears, but the one trapped inside is not Qiao Yu. It's his summoned skeleton. Yu watches in shock, frozen in utter disbelief. Alia panics at the sight, unable to believe her own eyes. What just happened? Where did he go? Then out of nowhere, Qiao Yu drops down right behind her head. Looking for me, he whispers. Without hesitation, he unleashes a heavy downward strike, slamming his heavy blade right into Alia's bow. Grabbing the weapon, Qiao Yu inspects it with a nod of approval, slashing. One clean cut. Yet there's not a single scratch on it. What an amazing item. Meanwhile, though forced onto her knees on the cold stone, Alia still struggles to snatch her bow back. She frowns, demanding him to return the wrath of the gods and keep his hands off it. Instantly, many golden lightning bolts crackle from the bow where her fingers touch. Seeing such an incredible treasure, Qiao Yu secretly rejoices. This bow possesses a spiritual aura, making it at least A rank or even S rank. Completely losing her patience, Alia darkens her face and screams, "Let go and give it back." Qiao Yu unceremoniously replies, "Are you kidding now that this premium gear is mine? I'm not letting go." In a flash, he lifts the bow, hoisting Alia along with it high into the air. Completely caught off guard, Alia turns pale from the unexpected impact. She gets slammed hard onto the ground by Qiao Yu, crying out in sheer pain. But he's not done yet, as he repeatedly hoists her up and slams her back down, ignoring her desperate cries to let go. Facing this brutal sight, Jian Shu panics and screams out, "Has he gone mad? That's the goddess of Mount Olympus. Someone stop him quickly." After receiving that relentless beating, Alia lies completely flat on the floor. Qiao Yu looks down, demanding to know. She yields and telling her to let go. "Wait," Alia mutters, dragging her trembling body up with effort. Her face falls and her lips begin to quiver. Suddenly, she bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. This weeping mess is a far cry from the proud goddess she was just a moment ago. Seeing this, Qiao Yu completely panics. He gets flustered and raises his voice, asking why on earth she is crying. He claims he barely used any strength, questioning if an expert like her is really that afraid of pain. In response, Alia just acts incredibly pitiful. She lets go of the bow, stammering that he can have it if he wants it so badly. Once he takes full hold of it, the weapon suddenly radiates a powerful golden magical energy. He warily wonders what is happening, realizing the wrath of the gods has acknowledged him. Looking down at her scratched-up body, Alia wipes a tear from her eye and speaks in a sweet, spoiled voice. Since the bow recognized him, she says he must follow her back to the sacred mountain to marry her. Everyone in the arena is in an uproar. They were just fighting to the death a second ago, so how did this turn into a marriage proposal? Seriously, who knew defeating a goddess was the secret to winning her heart? Qiao Yu, however, cannot hide his utter disgust. He flatly refuses, stating he only wanted her bow and had no idea she would start lusting after his body. Sitting on the ground, Alia frowns and quickly corrects him, yelling that she is not lusting. She explains that the High Elder of the sacred mountain prophesied that the man chosen by the wrath of the gods is destined to return with her to this sacred mountain and become her husband. Hearing this, he immediately tosses the weapon right back. He rejects the bow, telling her to let the weapon find another master, since he is absolutely not going to any sacred mountain. Hugging her bow, she huffs and firmly asserts that it is not his choice to make. Unless the owner dies, the weapon's spirit will never accept a new master. Even if he refuses, the elders will come to drag him back to marry her. Jumping off the arena, Alia leaves him with one final threat. She vows to defeat him next time and make him yield completely. Meanwhile, Qiao steps in, snapping back at her. He calls it a nonsense prophecy, claiming she must have some scheme and vows he will never hand Qiao Yu over. Meanwhile, Xiangdi and Ma Fei cry in sheer jealousy, cursing him. Amidst the chaos, Luo Yu raises Qiao Yu's hand high and declares the champions of the Global Underworld Battle Tournament are none other than the second team of Capital University. The entire crowd instantly erupts in wild cheers, celebrating this historic championship victory for the ancient Great Xie Kingdom. They finally made it to this glorious day. The audience praises Team 2, while Qing Shan steps forward to acknowledge their incredible efforts. He tells the 5 teens that they have set a brand new precedent, securing the school combat tournament trophy for their Eastern Alliance for the very first time. Smiling with immense pride, he tells them that he is incredibly proud of their achievements. Now it is time to hand over the rewards. Qing Shan gestures toward the treasures and introduces the first reward, which is access to a special instance, with this token serving as their exclusive key. Suddenly, a warm blue magical energy wraps around Qiao Yu's group. This is the second reward, consisting of 5 glowing orbs. Each orb contains 200,000 experience points, instantly triggering a massive wave of level-up notifications for the entire team. Current experience 18,000 out of 30,000. Reward 105 free attribute points. Inside, Qiao Yu is absolutely thrilled. He's peaked with his victory. Shooting straight to level 30, he is only 12,000 experience points away from reaching high tier. Congratulations to Ma Fei, Yang Xiang, and Shi, you have also promoted to high tier. Ziyue gently shares the joy with Shi Yu. GC, you congrats, she says. He friendly comforts her back, noting she made high tier too while he's still a bit short, but she reassures him he'll catch up soon. Just believe in yourself. Meanwhile, Xiangdi's face is practically bursting with pure excitement. He's finally a high tier player. Standing nearby, Ma Fei keeps his cool, reminding him to stay calm and not look ridiculous. Don't embarrass us high tier players, he says, but the rewards don't stop here. The team has huge prizes waiting for them. The third reward consists of 4 A-tier items and 1 S-tier item. How they divide them is entirely up to them. Hopefully, with these powerful upgrades, they will reach even greater heights. Looking over the loot, Ziyue immediately shakes her head. That gold ring looks so tacky, she says, giggling as she passes it to Qiao Yu, telling him to take it. Put it on because without you in this tournament, winning the championship would have been impossible. Plus, this S-tier ring suits him best. Crossing his arms, Ma Fei scoffs, acting like a tiny S-tier item is way beneath his grand standards. It would never catch his eye anyway. Grateful for his supportive team, Qiao Yu thanks them all as he accepts the gift. The gold ring slips onto Qiao Yu's finger. A system message pops up congratulating Necromancer Qiao Yu on binding the S-tier ring. He receives 10 free attribute points and the system prompts other players to keep trying. This is the S-tier Bellin ring. Its effect increases all stats by a percentage equal to the player's level, but then comes a very friendly system warning. This is a curse evil ring and the wearer will suffer endless misfortune. The system basically tells him good luck, buddy. Still, a smug grin creeps onto Qiao Yu's face. An S-tier stat boost is no joke, the effect is absolutely broken. With power like this, who cares about a couple of curses? Even if God himself came down, Qiao Yu would take him on. Suddenly, all the other rings on his fingers shatter. Talk about a massive drawback. It seems this S-tier ring is too jealous to share. He can't wear any other rings now. Turning to Qingshan, Qiao Yu speaks up, reminding Elder Song about one last reward. Elder Song confidently smiles, having already taken care of it, assuring Qiao Yu that the medicine was sent to Principal Ji. His poison is completely cured now. Qiao Yu quickly looks back, spotting Jian Shu and Ji Pingyang standing together and flashes a smile. He waves to them cheerfully. But nearby Sass begins radiating a dark magic power now that the tournament rewards are fully distributed. It's time for his true plan to begin. With the event over, S wastes no time and launches an immediate attack. He aims straight for Qiao Yu, declaring it's time for the Western Alliance to make their move. Qiao Yu yells a warning. Watch out, Xie Yu, he screams, but she's already hit. Xiao Yu rushes to her side as a crucial prompt appears. She's Pandora, the keeper of the cursed magic box sealed away long ago. To win her freedom, she opened the container, releasing the gods of death and sleep, becoming the Underworld King's mortal representative. This sudden revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd. They can't believe their eyes. She's actually a legendary tier NPC. Seriously, who could have seen this plot twist coming? Guaranteed A-tier loot or better. But how is a game NPC even roaming around the real world right now? Aren't they bound to their dungeons? Meanwhile, S grins with dark anticipation, glad his instincts about her were spot on. Sass commands his mechanical guards to seize her immediately. But before they can touch her, 2 powerful blasts of energy strike, knocking the robots right back. Qiao Yu turns around in utter shock, seeing Qingshan stepping forward ready for a fight. Beside him, Ji Pingyang sighs, remarking he never expected to team up with such an old geezer. Jian Shu quickly warns him. He reminds Ji that his poison was cured only moments ago, so he better be careful not to push his luck, or break his back. Still, Ji Pingyang draws his bowstring tight, scoffing that he's not weak enough to need pity. S roars in absolute fury, trying to make them back down. Would they really declare war over a mere game asset? Qingshan remains completely unfazed, calmly replying that starting a war isn't their intention at all, but they won't stand by. Today is a celebration for the great Xia Empire, and they won't tolerate uninvited guests making a scene. S grits his teeth. He's ready to slaughter everyone. If that's how it is, let's fight. SAS growls, instantly going into battle mode. Qiao Yu's eyes widen as the clash begins. Shangdi screams in panic as the enemy strikes. Ma Fei rushes forward from behind to help. He desperately tries to turn the tide, but the enemy's power is overwhelming. It's no use, he's just too strong. Heavily wounded Qiao Yu refuses to back down, spitting out a threat. If S dares take her, he will slaughter the alliance. That only makes S chuckle viciously as he prepares his next attack. A brat like you thinks he can threaten my alliance. Qiao Yu braces himself. Suddenly, a giant monster's hand slams down right in front of him. Everyone in the room instantly collapses. Qiao Yu watches in complete shock as everything takes a sudden turn. Why did they all fall asleep? Is this some kind of skill? Teary-eyed Qiao gives him the answer. It is Hypnos, the god of sleep. He has arrived. Qiao Yu knows her fate. She must leave. Qiao Yu breaks into a cold sweat and whips around. Hypnos is already standing right behind him, completely catching him off guard. He demands answers. You are not Thanatos. You are the god of sleep. Why do you want to take Qiao Yu? Hypnos calmly explains that since the false underworld collapsed, Qiao Yu had made a binding contract with the real underworld. She traded her freedom to save Qiao Yu. The price is becoming the real Pandora guarding the underworld forever. The underworld awaits the true successor of Hades, and Qiao Yu is one of those chosen. To ever see her again, he must gather enough underworld energy and venture into the true underworld himself. Doubts begin to cloud Qiao Yu's mind. Why is this god explaining so much to him if there are other successors? Why is he acting so strangely polite? Qiao Yu decides to press him directly about his true intentions. What are you hiding? He demands. What is your plot? But Hypnos simply prepares his next spell. He tells Qiao Yu he is far too weak. Suddenly, a surge of magic strikes his body. Qiao Yu reaches out. Darkness takes him. Meanwhile, in a frozen temple, Wu Miao grumbles about the failure. Wu Miao grumbles furiously about the failure, calling the agent a useless fool who could not even capture Pandora. Without Pandora, how can they hope to negotiate with the underworld, especially since the gods of death are so ruthless? Hypnos and Thanatos are definitely not pushovers, but for now a new power has found its second master. The seal of the Kaichi star must be broken. With a loud shout, a massive crimson vortex begins to swirl. Wu Mu watches from a distance as Wu Miao confidently declares that the seal's release has finally begun. In his dreams, Qiao Yu still chases Hypnos. When he finally wakes up, he is in the hospital. Calling out for Qiao Yu bolts awake. Huang Dich sighs with relief that he is okay. He sits up overwhelmed with guilt. Qiao Yu is gone and he failed to protect her. Ma Fei steps in to comfort him, pointing out that the enemy was strong enough to instantly hypnotize everyone. He explains what happened while Qiao Yu was unconscious. Yesterday, after the group finally woke up, trouble arrived. The Western Alliance tried to take Qiao Yu to the sacred mountain for a forced marriage, but Elder Song stopped them. Tun Juet cannot hide her growing anxiety. Why are Qiao Yu and Shi being targeted by completely different factions? And how did Qiao Yu end up as a non-playable character? Is she in grave danger right now? Holding his head, Qiao Yu explains that Qiao Yu bound herself to the underworld to save him during that dungeon run. That is why she became a non-playable character. She is safe for now, but he must grow stronger to bring her back. Huang Dich gasps as Qiao Yu suddenly drags himself out of bed, asking where he is going. Qiao Yu is determined. Only by getting stronger can he bring her back. He must level up now. Outside on the busy campus of Capital University, students mill about as Qiao Yu walks through the crowd. Walking with Huang Dich, he asks where Professor Shen and Principal Ji are, hoping they have some answers. He wants to know why the Western Alliance is so obsessed with capturing Qiao Yu. Huang Dich sighs and explains. Elder Song called them away. Before they left, they looked incredibly tense, as if some urgent crisis had arisen. Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire shoots straight into the sky. Panic instantly erupts among the students. People scream in fear. Is it the end of the world? Qiao Yu quickly shifts into a defensive stance. He wonders what that golden light is. Elsewhere, Wu Mo is focused on completing a dark ritual. The first seal has shattered, leaving only the second. His followers immediately channel all their power to break it. Only by destroying the second seal can they fully merge with the world and connect to the outer universe. But they quickly hit their limits and cough up blood as the chaotic backlash of light severely injures them. The vortex begins to fade. He grits his teeth in rage. They were so close. He wonders if Xiao Anqing is the only one who can break this seal. Elsewhere, Anthan senses it. Scoffing at their effort, he is disappointed they only broke the first seal. Still, it is a decent start. It turns out that is plenty. At least they can now wield their power in the real world without relying on any conversion ritual. And Cheng casually orders his subordinate to proceed with the plan to capture Qiao Yu, asking if he can handle it. The minion immediately accepts. A few days later, everyone is shocked to discover they can use their otherworld abilities in reality, and Xiang Di happily starts testing his skills. Real-world magic is officially a thing now. He glances over and tells Qiao Yu to quickly summon his little skeleton so they can check it out. Qiao Yu frowns as he analyzes the situation. This is bad news, especially since so many ordinary people in the real world have not even set foot in the other dimension yet. Bringing these insane powers into reality will surely cause absolute chaos and flip their society upside down. Qiao Yu strokes his chin, silently guessing that the mastermind must be the sacred mountain of the Western Alliance. Meanwhile, Professor Shen and Principal Ji are called away to handle the rising panic. It seems this is exactly what Elder Song warned them about. What on earth is the Western Alliance? actually planning. Does this tie into Qiao Yu being taken away? Suddenly, Zi Yue walks over with a warm smile. Since school is on a short break, she asks if they plan to go home or head back to the other world to level up. Qiao Yu quietly shares his plan. Since things are too chaotic, he wants to head home and lie low for a while. Xiangdi agrees, saying he wants to chill at home too since the tournament just wrapped up. That is when Ma Fei suddenly chimes in. He invites everyone to skip going home and stay at his place instead, claiming it is way safer there, while the world goes crazy. But Xiangdi immediately shuts him down, pointing out that staying at a friend's house makes no sense when he misses his own family. Even Qiao Yu turns him down. But get this, Ma Fei simply smirks and claps his hands, letting a sharp clack of heels startle Xiangdi. Two gorgeous maids walk in sweetly, announcing they are here to help young Master Qiao, young Master Xiang, and Miss Xiao pack up their heavy luggage. Just like that, Xiangdi is completely won over by the VIP treatment, instantly changing his mind. He claims since Ma Fei is being so sincere, he will go, mostly because he cannot bear to let these pretty maids work in vain. Even Qiao Yu caves in and agrees to join, joking that he forgot to pay his utility bills anyway, so a free stay is perfect. Ma Fei happily extends the invite to Zi Yue as well, boasting about his massive estate and suggesting she should tag along too. It would be much better if they all looked out for each other. She easily agrees, and soon they arrive at Ma Fei's mansion. The sheer scale of the place leaves Xiangdi completely speechless. He knew his friend was rich, but not this filthy rich. He jokingly declares Ma Fei is his new godfather, which prompts Ban Wei to step in and laughingly offer to become sworn brothers instead. Ma Fei rolls his eyes and begs his dad to ignore his goofy friend. But the older man just laughs and pats his son's shoulder. He warmly thanks the group for looking after his son, especially after they all just won the championship tournament together. Now that powers are leaking into reality, having such talented kids around is a massive relief for everyone. Since they just won the championship, their fame is exploding, meaning they will definitely attract some unwanted attention. As they walk, Ban Wei explains that he is actually just a normal businessman who has never visited the other world or learned any magic. He literally has nothing going for him except a mountain of cash which he used to build an insanely expensive defense system. He proudly guarantees that this mansion is the absolute safest place in Suqing. He then gestures to the maids and tells the kids to treat this stay like a luxury vacation. They have everything they could possibly need right here to make them feel right at home. Xiangdi literally jumps for joy, absolutely loving the idea. Soon, the whole gang sits down for a massive feast together. Let the luxury vacation begin. They even spend their afternoons soaking in a private hot spring, getting top-tier massages to melt the stress away. A few days fly by in absolute bliss, and we find Qiao Yu yawning as he washes his face, still half asleep while wandering the halls. The place is so massive that he actually gets lost. Is this what rich people deal with? Completely clueless, Qiao Yu forgets which way leads back to his own bedroom. Wandering aimlessly, he accidentally steps into a quiet, unfamiliar study room. His eyes catch a strange document. He picks it up out of curiosity, only to gasp in shock at what he sees. Suddenly, glowing purple chains burst out of nowhere and bind him tight. He gasps in sheer shock, completely caught off guard. From the shadows, Wu Mu steps out with a smug look, telling him not to bother struggling against a high-tier B-class restraint. Only an outside force can break these chains. Qiao Yu glares back and realizes this crazy old man somehow survived their last encounter. The villain boldly admits his obsession. There is no way he would die before finally seizing Qiao Yu's perfect physical vessel. Now that his perfect chance has arrived, he has upgraded his machinery to steal the boy's body in a matter of minutes. He sacrificed the entire Tang family just for this very day. Qiao Yu smirks and calmly brings up something else. Wait, what about the Tang? He sacrificed his entire escape route all for this very day. A smirk plays on his lips as he suddenly changes the subject. Wait, Yang Xiang, Wu Mu. You claim to have sacrificed the entire Tang family, but did none of them escape your grasp? Do you not want to know where she is? Wu Mu immediately gets worked up, demanding to know. Do you actually know where that wretched Tang Lan is? Tell me right now. Qiao Yu helpfully reveals her location. She is actually standing right behind you. Just turn your head and see for yourself. I am not lying to you. But the old man does not believe a word. You are trying to trick me into turning around so you can escape, right? Too bad, I will not fall for it. But before Wu Mu can finish his sentence, thousands of vines impale him from behind. Tang Lan has arrived to take his life, screaming for him to pay with his blood. Qiao Yu just sighs, staying out of the fight. He murmurs that he warned him earlier, but it is too bad he did not believe it. Wu Mu turns around and gasps in shock. It really is you. Tang Lan controls the vines, driving them deeper through his flesh, making him scream in agony. Tang Lan snarls for him to die while Qiao Yu seizes the moment to call for help, begging her to release him from the seal. Seeing Wu Mu blasted a short distance away, he suggests they team up against the old bastard. Tang Lan steps forward, chanting a quick spell to summon her life force. The green energy quickly flows outward, expanding rapidly, and shattering the binding spell holding Qiao Yu. The very instant he is freed, the azure-painted halberd materializes in his hand. Weapon in hand, Qiao Yu sneers, calling out to his dear adoptive father to come over and let his son grant him a quick death. Despite the sudden sneak attack, it seems that strike was not nearly enough to make Wu Mu feel any real threat. He mockingly calls Tang Lan his dear niece, then casually grabs one of the sharp vines wrapping around him and snaps it effortlessly. He mocks her for being far too weak. This display leaves Tang Lan completely horrified, her eyes wide with fear. As the connection to her summon breaks, she clutches her chest in agony, spitting up a heavy spray of blood. She grimaces, wiping the blood from her mouth. She curses that even this failed to kill him, especially since she got this unique poison straight from her master. Qiao Yu asks who her master is, but that only puts her on guard, snapping that he does not need to know. He does not press her, quickly shifting the topic to ask how they even bypass the extremely tight defense system here. Tang Lan replies that they simply walked in and tells him not to underestimate her. Hearing this, Qiao Yu feels an uneasy sensation creeping up on him. They just walked in. Meanwhile, Wu Mu has already finished regenerating his body and coldly asks if they are done chatting. Qiao Yu flinches slightly before immediately raising his halberd to strike. He charges forward, telling his dear adoptive father not to rush. The old man just glares back with utter contempt. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Yu closes the distance, shouting that his loving son is here. But Wu Mu forms a hand seal instantly. He points right at Qiao Yu, casting puppet magic. Caught completely off guard, Qiao Yu takes the full force of the spell to his forehead. Qiao Yu freezes mid-air like a statue, and the weapon in his hand begins to turn on its own. He panics as his body stops listening to him. His halberd swings violently toward Tang Lan against his will, forcing her to jump back in shock. Talk about a complete disaster. She screams, asking what he is doing as the battle flips completely. He continues to strike at Tang Lan, shouting back that he has no idea and cannot control himself. Seeing this unfold, Wu Mu laughs maniacally. He boasts that he placed a puppet seed inside him long ago and urges them to enjoy slaughtering each other. With that, the villain sits down to meditate, saying that once he expels the poison, it will be their end. Meanwhile, the halberd comes crashing down with another heavy strike. Qiao Yu yells for her to get out of the way. Tang Lan quickly takes advantage of the brief pause to cast her parasitic plant spell. Thick vines quickly wrap around Qiao Yu to restrain him, but it does not last. An invisible force surging from within his body instantly shreds the vines into pieces. As his body charges toward her once again, Qiao Yu desperately screams for her to run. Tang Lan is completely baffled, struggling to hold him back while wondering what kind of monstrous body he has. She quickly starts calculating her chances. If this keeps up and Wu Mu manages to force the 7 steps poison out, she will be the next to die. Her face darkens. She mutters an apology to Qiao Yu, stating she must avenge her parents. Raising her staff high, she summons a massive spiritual dragon. The wood dragon roar takes shape from pure energy and coils in the sky. Seeing her powerful spell heading straight for him, Qiao Yu feels a chill. Damn it, his body still will not move. A massive explosion erupts, sending a shockwave so violent that the ground beneath them completely tears apart. After the smoke clears, a trickle of blood runs down his lip. That was a pretty brutal hit. Tang Lan stares at him in sheer terror. She put everything into that attack, yet she could not even seriously injure him. Just how strong has he become? Right at that moment, a strange dark demonic energy begins to swirl in Wu Mu's palm. It rapidly shapes into glowing arcs spin around her, sealing her in. After a long session of purging poison, the old man shows himself again. Well done, this body of yours really is terrifyingly strong, Wu Miao whispers as he wraps his arms tightly around Qiao Yu. All right, Qiao Yu now. No one will interrupt the two of us. Just hand over your body. But before he can even make a move, a heavy blow hits him out of nowhere, smashing straight into his shoulder and making him grit his teeth in sheer agony. Ban Wei stands at the entrance, weapon smoking in his grip. Don't worry, Qiao Yu, I've got your back, he yells. Wu Miao stares at his mangled, unrecognizable shoulder, screaming in pure rage, shouting that his precious vessel is ruined. Spotting his savior, Qiao Yu calls out to Uncle Ma, who proudly boasts about his weapon. This is an A-rank item that cost me a fortune. The Scorching Sun Heart Piercer, pretty amazing, right? Sizing up the situation around them, Wu Miao quickly realizes he can't stay here any longer. In a flash, the old man spins around and flees, yelling back at Qiao Yu. Just you wait, I'll be back for that body of yours. Tang Lan, absolutely furious, immediately gives chase, shouting at the old bastard to stop. You're not getting away. Ban Wei rushes over to Qiao Yu with a worried look, asking if he's okay. Qiao Yu calmly reassures him that it's nothing. A minor scrape like this is nothing, but a strange sense of unease still creeps into his mind. The puppet spell is broken, but he wonders if Tang Lan caught the old man or if he managed to escape. Checking Qiao Yu over Ban Wei looks incredibly guilty about the whole situation. He never expected such a powerful enemy would target him. Since his own place isn't safe, Ban Wei offers to take him to a secure location. Qiao Yu just smiles softly, declining the offer. He doesn't want to trouble Uncle Ma planning to head back to school for his professor's help. Ban Wei reaches out to reassure him, but Qiao Yu smoothly steps back, dodging the touch. Confused, the older man mentions that Xiao Fei told him everything. Apparently, all the academy teachers and the principal have been deployed to deal with the chaos, leaving no one left to protect the young man. To stay safe, they need to move immediately. But seeing Qiao Yu's cold gaze, Ban Wei freezes, his pupils shrinking in sudden shock. Qiao Yu warns him in a chilling tone if Uncle Ma plans to deliver him straight to Bai Shichen, he has to firmly decline. He has absolutely no desire to see his dear uncle. Hearing this, Ban Wei's face instantly darkens, his friendly smile completely vanishing into thin air. In a cold, demanding voice, Ban Wei asks him exactly when he figured out that he was working with the Bai Zi faction. Qiao Yu calmly pulls out a document. The old contract clearly shows that the Bai Zi company was acquired right after his father went missing. Ban Wei was the one who bought it out before renaming it the Ma Corporation, building his massive empire on a very specific kind of business. He cornered the market by manufacturing chips for the otherworld, quickly becoming the wealthiest man in Shangzhou. And of course, there's a catch. None of this would have gone so smoothly without the direct backing of Bai Shichen. Ban Wei throws his head back and laughs loudly. He genuinely believed all those old files had been destroyed, but somehow he missed this one. His eyes flare with a murderous red glow. Not that it matters now. Ban Wei raises his hands, sharp claws extending as he takes a combat stance, determined to drag him away today. Today you are coming with me, Ban Wei growls, launching a vicious strike. Dodging backward, Qiao Yu's mind races. This guy is actually a King Realm warrior, way too strong to fight head-on. He needs to find a way to escape, and fast. Seeing himself pushed back, Qiao Yu grits his teeth and draws a card. But he hesitates. He can't use a lethal weapon like this on Ma Ban Wei. Doing so would mean he could never look his close friend Ma Fei in the eye again. Frustrated by the impossible choice, he yells out. He demands to know why Ban Wei is doing this when he knows it would absolutely shatter his own son's heart if he found out. Ban Wei's expression turns solemn. He explains that it was Boss Bai who dragged him out of the gutters and made him incredibly wealthy. All he ever wanted was to give Ma Fei a better life, free from struggle. Swinging his weapon, he makes a heavy, dark promise. He will carry all the sins and filth himself so his son can stay clean. Ban Wei unleashes his strike packed with devastating power. The earth-shattering blow crashes down, forcing Qiao Yu to raise his halberd in a desperate block. Their weapons collide, sending shockwaves through the air. Qiao Yu grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of energy into defending. The force shoves him back several steps before he barely regains balance. Noting the young man's struggle, Ban Wei mocks him, questioning if his skill with the blade actually matches the weapon's incredible grade. He points his weapon straight ahead, chanting the activation phrase for his ultimate technique, the Phantom Ghost Blade Slash. A crushing wave of energy descends like the sky is falling. Qiao Yu swings his halberd in a wide arc, desperately blocking half the blow. Qiao Yu pleads with him, stating he doesn't want to fight his best friend's father. But Ban Wei merely frowns, eyes completely filled with malice. With a cold, contemptuous snort, he lunges forward to attack once more. If Qiao Yu just surrenders quietly, then Ma Fei won't get hurt. Realizing words are completely useless, Qiao Yu's face turns deadly serious. Without another word, he quickly summons his yin-yang swap technique. He roars out, unleashing the flowing water, 100 transformation fist. Immediately, a relentless barrage of heavy strikes rains down on the old man. Ban Wei gasps in shock as a brutal hit lands, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He's sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Qiao Yu stands there, panting heavily, catching his breath after that massive attack. He realizes just how much has changed ever since. Watching Bai Juchan's flowing water, 100 transforming fist, Qiao Yu had always wanted to learn it, but he barely grasped the basics. Luckily, it worked against the prisoner's low defenses. He stepped closer and knelt down carefully, reaching out to check on Ban Wei. He was still alive, just heavily injured. Qiao Yu wondered what other schemes Bai Zi had up their sleeve. He couldn't let them catch him. He needed to leave and find Professor Shen immediately. But just as Qiao Yu prepared to stand up, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Ban Wei held him back, gasping for Qiao Yu to wait. Panic surged as the older man collapsed, coughing up a sudden spray of dark blood. He hacked violently, choking on the blood. When did he get poisoned? Clutching his chest, Ban Wei painfully explained that all core members of Bai Zi were poisoned. Once they were severely injured, the poison would automatically activate to prevent them from being captured alive. Hearing this dark secret, Qiao Yu realized this poison was identical to the one Tang Lan had given to Tang Wumo. Could Tang Lan be working with Bai Zi too? Everything suddenly clicked. It seemed that in her quest for revenge, she had joined them. She must have taken one of Bai Zi's key members as her master, which was how she obtained such a lethal poison in the first place. Watching Ban Wei struggle for every breath, Qiao Yu tried to reassure him, urging him to hold on while he searched for Tang Lan. Maybe she had an antidote. But Ban Wei weakly pulled Qiao Yu back, whispering that it was useless and his time had already run out. He begged Qiao Yu to listen to his final words. His boy Ma Fei used to be incredibly competitive, but he actually lacked self-confidence. He had always feared his son would lose his way after a failure. But since returning to the capital, Ma Fei had changed for the better. Ban Wei knew it was all thanks to Qiao Yu and his friends. Frowning in sheer helplessness, the dying father made one last plea. He begged Qiao Yu never to let Ma Fei know his true identity. Qiao Yu fell silent, wrestling with the heavy request. He promised to protect Ma Fei like a true brother. Hearing this, the old man closed his eyes in relief. His voice faded as he asked for forgiveness. Right then, Ma Fei burst in, shouting that he had heard a massive explosion. But he froze mid-sentence, his eyes widening in pure horror. He stared at the motionless figure lying flat on the cold ground. Ma Fei screamed in absolute agony, begging his father to wake up. The loud cries immediately brought the rest of the group running. Shaking with terror, Ma Fei turned to Zi Yue, desperately pleading for her to save his father with her healing abilities. Zi Yue tried everything she could, but she ultimately had to deliver the devastating news. His chest was completely crushed and he was gone. It seemed he was poisoned as well. Xiangdi turned to Qiao Yu, asking what on earth had just happened here. He asked who could have killed his uncle. Qiao Yu sat silently on the ground, his face dark, completely lost for words. Seeing his friend avoid his gaze, Ma Fei felt a wave of suspicion. He could not believe what his mind was suggesting. His eyes shook with helpless terror as he stared. Then Ma Fei suddenly stood up, pointing a trembling finger at Qiao Yu. Xiangdi quickly stepped in, telling Ma Fei to calm down because there was no way Qiao Yu would do such a thing. But Ma Fei roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage, demanding a final explanation. Qiao Yu could only hang his head in quiet despair. He admitted his father died because of him, but he could not explain why. Hearing this, Ma Fei completely snapped. His sword erupted with a violent, murderous aura. Screaming Qiao Yu's name, he unleashed a strike fueled by pure hatred and grief. Qiao Yu raised his halberd to block the blow, easily pushing Ma Fei back. But the emotional damage was already done. Looking at his furious friend, Qiao Yu calmly warned him that he was no match right now, and he refused to fight him. In response, Ma Fei threw his sword directly at Qiao Yu's feet, screaming that he was returning the weapon to end their bond. He declared their friendship dead, swearing that he would eventually return to kill him and avenge his father's tragic death. Qiao Yu stood silently in the heavy rain, staring down at the discarded blade. The weight of his silence was absolutely crushing. Making a final decision, Qiao Yu turned and walked away from the tragic scene, ignoring the desperate calls of his friends behind him. Shortly after, in Qingshan's office, the leader paced back and forth, wondering when Qiao Yu would finally show up. Qiao Yu demanded to know if he had known about Bai Zi all along and where Bai Juchan was hiding. Qingshan knew he could no longer hide the truth. He warned that now was not the time to start a war. With Qixing's seal, broken game skills could now be unleashed in the real world, removing all limits for top players. Bai Juchan and other elite players would become far more powerful than ever before. This entire shift originated from the Sacred Mountain. The Western Alliance wanted to break even more seals, and somehow the key to unlocking it all pointed directly to Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu asked if this was because of his father, Qiao and Qing. Honestly, the elder did not know why. However, Qiao Yu had become a target for multiple factions, meaning he could no longer safely remain in the Great Xia Empire. Qingshan frowned, his voice full of authority as he assigned Qiao Yu a brand new mission, leaving him stunned. This is totally unexpected. Elder Song urges him to head to the Western Alliance to investigate Qi Qing's sudden strange changes. Qiao Yu sighs, telling Elder Song to quit joking around since a weakling like him would never survive a trip over there. Countless enemies are waiting to end him. But Elder Song points out that staying put is not any safer. The Baize faction is actively hunting him down. Right now, the most dangerous place is actually his safest bet. They would never guess he would flee directly to the Western Alliance. Qiao Yu falls silent, realizing the old man makes sense. Under these circumstances, slipping into enemy territory might be the perfect wildcard move. Suddenly, Elder Song presents a bizarre-looking mask. He promises to arrange a completely new identity as an ordinary student at Pantheon Academy, using the mask as a disguise. No one will recognize him. Qiao Yu takes the mask, looking at the strange artifact with deep suspicion. Elder Song simply urges him to try it on. Qiao Yu raises the mask, and it instantly liquefies like water. It flows over his skin, completely altering his face and turning him into an unrecognizable young man with blonde hair. Inspecting his new reflection, Qiao Yu is thrilled, joking that even his own parents would walk right past him. Qingshan whispers that time is of the essence, offering to immediately arrange transport straight to the Western Alliance. Qiao Yu pulls the mask off, asking Elder Song for 3 days first to wrap up some personal business. Next thing we know, Qiao Yu is standing in the middle of a bustling crowd, completely exposed. A scout spots him and immediately calls his boss, reporting that Qiao Yu's position has finally been located. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stares at a holographic system panel, knowing he must repair Xiaoji before departing. A brilliant blue light wraps around his body as the dungeon details materialize. He is entering the mechanical labyrinth. The Rank C main quest is simple: survive and escape. But there is also a Rank S hidden quest to rescue the enslaved humans. Rewards scale with his performance rating. A friendly system tip reveals that this domain is ruled entirely by cyborgs and machines. Unmodified flesh and blood, humans are treated as the lowest class here, living on par with stray dogs. On the bright side, failing the hidden Rank S quest carries absolutely no penalty. A brilliant pillar of blue light shoots into the sky. Qiao Yu is thrilled to land a Rank S hidden quest right off the bat. Since he is short on time, leveling up in this place seems like the perfect alternative. Opening his eyes, Qiao Yu finds himself locked inside a rusty cage in a totally unfamiliar marketplace. Dozens of bystanders gawk at the bound captives. A loud slaver calls out to the crowd, advertising the fresh arrivals. Talk about a wild welcome. Cruel buyers crowd around, grabbing the slaves by their hair to inspect them. One customer demands a discount on a human pet, promising to return for future business. Another wants a strong one for breeding. The merchant tries to keep order, telling everyone to wait their turn. Watching the chaos unfold, Qiao Yu realizes he has been classified as a mere human pet. His eyes suddenly glow crimson as he activates his demon eyes, piercing through everyone's disguises. He discovers that every single buyer is actually a humanoid robot. In his previous mechanical dungeon run, machines look like machines, but these androids are indistinguishable from real humans, proving their cybernetic technology has advanced significantly. A snobbish female cyborg complains that this entire batch of human pets looks incredibly weak. Except for Qiao Yu, though she notes his rebellious attitude. The merchant quickly tries to butter her up. He praises her sharp eyes, explaining that Qiao Yu is a combat class pet who has not been trained yet. Intrigued, she demands to know his talents. The merchant barks at Qiao Yu to show off and please the lady. Veins pop on Qiao Yu's forehead as he growls back that performing happens to be his absolute specialty. With a devastating kick, he completely shatters the heavy iron cage, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He blurs forward, raising his fist with a smug grin, telling the merchant he needs some cooperation. Before the merchant can even blink, Qiao Yu blows his head clean off with a single brutal punch. Chaos erupts instantly. The arrogant crowd panics and screams for the mechanical peacekeepers to deal with the rebel pet. Killing a machine citizen is a capital offense. Right on cue, robotic police units rush the scene. They bark that filthy humans dare to challenge their machine supremacy, launching themselves into the air. Firing a barrage of bullets, they declare an immediate execution. But the gunfire merely grazes his skin harmlessly. Qiao Yu strikes back effortlessly, wiping them out with a single sweep as the system notification starts spamming his ears. System announcement. Player Qiao Yu has defeated a robot NPC in close combat, awarding 21 free attribute points and gaining 1,050 experience. In the distance, the terrified robots scream out, "How is a mere human this insanely strong? He just instantly destroyed an enforcer. Could he actually possess the legendary ancient sacred body?" Rumors say a century ago, an unmatched warrior with this unique physique completely devastated our entire mechanical race. They say he even went on to kidnap our mechanical queen. Hearing this, the nearby merchants scatter in absolute panic. Shouting to alert the high command that the monster has returned, they try to flee, but Qiao Yu is too fast. He wipes them all out with a single devastating strike. Immediately after, the cold system chime echoes again. Robot NPC defeated, gaining 1,050 experience. Grabbing the terrified merchant leader by the hair, Qiao Yu quietly asks who their top engineer is and where to find him. His chilling, quiet presence completely breaks the merchant. Terrified, the merchant confesses. The top engineer is Professor Hua Jun, located inside Tan Lao Tower in the city center. Hearing this, Qiao Yu falls silent. Could this Hua Jun be the city lord from the Machine Kingdom dungeon? Didn't he absolutely despise robots back then? How did he become their engineer? Meanwhile, the captive merchant still sneers. He demands Qiao Yu surrender now and accept the sacred mechanical modification so the great Machine King might show mercy. Otherwise, he will face execution. Hearing this, Qiao Yu remains completely expressionless as he directly crushes his head. Utterly pathetic. How can artificial scrap metal ever compare to my own original flesh? The system chimes once more. Player Qiao Yu has defeated a robot NPC in melee combat, awarding 21 attribute points and 1050 experience. This action terrifies the other captives locked in the cages. They scream in panic, warning him that he will soon be hunted down. The Machine Empire has thousands of elite robot troops, and there is no escape. Submitting is the only way. Obedience is the only way to survive. Why resist? Qiao Yu looks down at them with freezing cold eyes. Is being treated like a pathetic, lowly human pet really considered living? Shattering their heavy steel cage, he turns to leave. He tells them that if they do not want to be treated like beasts, they must step out and risk everything. Cut to Tanlao Tower. Infiltrating deep inside, Qiao Yu easily finds the lab. Hua Jun immediately senses him. Turning around, the professor demands to know who is there. Qiao Yu slowly approaches and respectfully greets the old scholar. He asks if the professor still remembers Qiao Yu. Seeing his face, Hua Jun rushes over shouting in absolute shock. How can he possibly still be so young? Qiao Yu calmly responds that they have not been separated for very long, so remaining young is only natural. Shaking with intense emotion, Hua Jun suddenly shows Qiao Yu his fully mechanized arm. A whole century has passed since they last met, and he only survived by converting his body into a machine. Qiao Yu is stunned. Staring at his metal limb, the old man begins to explain. After Qiao Yu took the queen away, the machines rebuilt. Through technological revolutions, they grew insanely strong and fully enslaved humanity. As a top genius, he was forced into modification, while the weak were reduced to mere slaves. Listening closely, Qiao Yu is overcome with a sudden wave of guilt. He never imagined that taking Tiu Ko away would cause such massive, devastating consequences. Suddenly, Hua Jun asks him a question: how he managed to stay so young after a whole century. Qiao Yu quickly brushes it off, blaming his ancient sacred body. Accepting the explanation, Qiao Yu raises his hand to conjure a wisp of golden energy, stating he needs some help. But the professor quickly refuses, explaining his programming strictly forbids him from acting against the interests of the machines. Qiao Yu reassures him with absolute confidence, firmly stating that this is a task the professor can definitely help with. From the wisp of energy, a glowing mechanical heart manifests. He seriously explains that this belongs to the Machine Queen. Due to some severe damage, she has fallen into a deep slumber, and he needs the professor to repair it. Staring in complete disbelief, Hua Jun gasps out, "The heart of the Machine Queen. How did he even manage to take her?" A mere human actually associating with the Mechanical Queen is incredibly bold. Qiao Yu calmly holds the heart out to him. Asking if he can repair it, Hua Jun eagerly takes the heart, boasting that he is the only capable person alive. However, he warns it will take some time. Hearing this, Qiao Yu nods seriously, telling him he is counting on him. Once the Queen awakens, the order of the Mechanical Maze City can finally be restored to the days before the Machine Kingdom, and humanity will be fully liberated. Staring at the mechanical heart, Hua Jun slowly warns that it will not be that simple. The king of the Machine Empire is extraordinarily powerful, and before he can finish his sentence, the heavy doors burst open. With a massive crash, Mong Duk strides into the room with a booming laugh, his eyes locking onto the legendary warrior. The legendary sacred body has truly returned to the mortal world. Mengde rejoices, calling it a gift from heaven as the status window pops up. It is Mengde, the king of the Machine Empire, with skills like Machine Storm, mechanical tentacles, and penetrating cannons. Qiao Yu stares at him in disbelief. He wonders how this is possible. Did he not already kill Mengde himself? The Machine King only grows more excited. Before dying, he had uploaded his consciousness to a motherboard to resurrect. Now he is the strongest machine life form in existence. One step away. He only needs to steal the ancient sacred body to ascend, and a scheming smile creeps across his face. With a devious smirk, he barks out, "Qiao Yu, you will become the perfect nourishment for my ultimate evolution." Mengde immediately unleashes a horde of mechanical weapons, ordering them to attack. Qiao Yu quickly destroys an incoming tentacle and leaps aside. But Mengde only grows more crazed, firing tentacles at him while laughing that this supreme, limitless power is exactly what he wanted. This absolute unmatched power is the dream he has been chasing. Laughing like a maniac, he starts tearing the entire place apart. He gloats that Qiao Yu is just a weak human destined to become fuel, but Qiao Yu instantly fires back a response. Mockingly, Qiao Yu repeats Mengde's words back at him, mocking the idea of uploading a mind to resurrect. Laughter erupts. Mengde sneers at the kid, asking if Qiao Yu really thinks he still cares about the Mechanical Queen. Glaring at Qiao Yu, the boss makes it clear that after 1 year, they have long developed independent consciousness. Once Qiao Yu's physical body is fully digitized, they can replicate his ancient sacred body, allowing machines to rule the entire universe. Instantly, Mengde unleashes hundreds of killer robots to hunt Qiao Yu down, commanding his army to capture the boy at all costs. Qiao Yu quickly realizes how dangerous the situation is. Realizing he needs to buy time, he turns to his ally Hua Jun. He begs Hua Jun to save the queen and find a safe place to repair her, promising that he will hold off the machines here. Instructing Hua Jun to fix her first, they agree to meet at their original spot. Hua Jun prepares to flee. Clutching her tightly, Hua Jun runs off, telling Qiao Yu to stay safe. Right then, an eerie green flame ignites in Qiao Yu's hand. Slowly, his weapon manifests. Summoning a ghostly cavalry unit with massive spears, he bellows a command to charge forward. Instantly, hundreds of cavalrymen clash with Meng De's mechanical forces. Qiao Yu also leaps into the fray, destroying several lifeless robots. Metal scrap falls. A system notification pops up, confirming player Qiao Yu has defeated an NPC robot captain in close combat. The reward is 39 free attribute points and 1950 experience. Hearing the system rewards, Qiao Yu begins to quickly calculate his next move. If he can take down a few more elite mechanical captains, he can level up high enough to face monster in battle. But Mengde only sneers as he watches Qiao Yu struggle to defeat his army. Slowly, the boss pulls out a heavy mechanical cannon. He laughs, telling Qiao Yu that resistance is entirely useless and that all his struggles are just a desperate death rattle. Without hesitation, he fires a massive shell directly at Qiao Yu. The heavy projectile collides with a solid surface and explodes. The blast completely demolishes the building. Unable to withstand the explosive force, Qiao Yu is sent flying backward through the air. Even so, Mengde refuses to let him rest. He madly orders the robotic horde to hunt him down and finish him off. But watch how quickly Qiao Yu recovers as he leaps back into the ruined building to confront the crazed boss once more. Eyes blazing with fury, he is determined to destroy Mengde. Instantly, an endless swarm of robots rushes right toward him. Finding these persistent pests incredibly annoying, Qiao Yu sighs. He raises his magical staff high, preparing to cast his spell. With a loud shout, Qiao Yu summons skeleton warriors as a robot gets too close, preparing a quick undead explosion. Boom! He triggers the blast at the perfect moment, destroying the first wave, but the rest prove far more troublesome. They activate their thrusters and take to the skies to dodge his attacks. Slightly surprised, Qiao Yu quickly starts running away. He can barely believe these rust buckets can actually fly. Meanwhile, Mengde makes sure to leave him absolutely no escape routes. Broadcasting a message to all machine citizens, he announces that the ancient sacred body has returned for their glorious future. Ordering them to capture the boy alive, he watches as onlookers down below gasp at Qiao Yu's absolute bravery. They whisper in awe, wondering if he is truly the ancient sacred body, daring to fight an entire machine army alone. It seems the machine forces cannot stop him, proving humans can actually fight back. Qiao remembers Qiao Yu's inspiring words. Step out of the cage and fight with your lives. Qiao Yu closes his eyes, remembering his long oppressed existence. Qiao Yu closes his eyes, reflecting on his life of constant oppression. Finally, he makes up his mind to fight back. They must follow his example, live a worthy human life, and if they must die, die fighting a glorious battle. A single spark can start a raging wildfire. He yells for humanity to unite and overthrow the rule of the robots. Charge! A voice suddenly speaks into Mengde's earpiece, reporting to Prince Mons that they have received an urgent new update. A report about a riot involving human pets in the city center just came in. Should we send a squad to assist? He doesn't care in the slightest, indifferently brushing it off. A few weak, human pets can cause all the trouble they want. They will never make a real splash. He turns back to dispatching his robots, ordering every elite soldier to join the hunt. They must capture the ancient sacred body. There's absolutely no escape. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu is busy slipping past the elite droids. The square where he first met Professor Hua Jun isn't too far off. He wonders if the old man has finished his repairs. After running a short distance, Qiao Yu runs into a strange group. Are those humans actually kept as pets? They look suspicious. They stare at him with sinister grins, clearly up to no good, but Qiao Yu quickly spots something else about them. These aren't pets, they're players and familiar faces at that. Huang Ying leads the pack immediately, calling out to Qiao Yu. He sneers that Qiao Yu has finally fallen into his hands now that old Ji Pingyang is crippled and cannot protect him. Qiao Yu doesn't back down for a second, firing right back. Young Master Huang, you've got to look forward to grow up. Why are you always chasing after me anyway? Stunned by the snappy comeback, the spoiled young master instantly loses his cool. Huang Ying draws his weapon and lunges forward, screaming that he hasn't forgotten a single piece of the humiliation from before. He vows to make Qiao Yu pay 100 times over today. Qiao Yu prepares for a fight, but more trouble arrives. Shouts echo out, pointing right at Qiao Yu. He realizes the mechanical troops have already caught up and fast. He can't afford to waste another second here. Qiao Yu smirks, shouting out to the robots with a bold bluff. He tells Mengde that he fell right into a trap, claiming his powerful reinforcements are already on the way. Each ally can easily shred hundreds of droids, mockingly asking if the machine leader is scared. Huang Ying is completely baffled. But Mengde immediately bites the bait, gloating over the prospect of finding such powerful humans to harvest. He sees them as perfect fuel for his ultimate mechanical ascension, instantly ordering his droids to sweep the area. He commands his forces to seize every single one of them, leaving none behind. That's when Huang Ying finally realizes the trap. He screams that the droids are after Qiao Yu, yet he is being used as a human shield with nothing to lose. Lunging at Qiao Yu, he yells that tricks won't save him because he has grown much stronger now. Huang Ying swings his weapon with full force, but before the blow can connect, Qiao Yu simply vanishes from sight. The spoiled young heir looks around in a daze, angrily asking where he went, only to hear a whisper from behind. Qiao Yu admits he might have gotten stronger, but unfortunately, Qiao Yu is still miles ahead of him. A swift strike to the face sends Huang Ying spinning to the ground, completely knocked out. His lackeys instantly panic. They scream that their young master is down and rush to notify the guild leader, while Qiao Yu slips away. It is finally time to find Professor Hua. He sprints over to Miqing Square and quickly scans the area. Not finding the professor anywhere, he wonders if he arrived too early. Suddenly, a figure creeps up behind him with a massive hammer. He barely dodges the lethal swing, watching the asphalt shatter into pieces right where his head was just standing. That was close. His skull would have been crushed. A furious Huang Yu Qiang charges in, eyes locked on taking Qiao Yu's life. He roars in absolute rage, accusing Qiao Yu of murdering his son and destroying hundreds of his guild members. He screams to bury him with them.